Olympia champion. Nathan Stoyer did it again. I have never seen anything like this.
Jake Beardsley is your Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings champion.
A land off the top's not going to be good enough. Sean Emmanuel Duprat is your world champion.
It is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa! Hey everybody, welcome to day 2 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, live from Amsterdam here in the beautiful Netherlands. It's been a wonderful time visiting this city. We started with 243 players here at the Pro Tour. Today, 148, about half of the field, have come back to battle for a spot in our coveted top 8. They're going to be playing draft and modern for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Waves from people in line also waiting to get in here for MagicCon Amsterdam. We have 10,000 people here in the building with us celebrating the best game in the world alongside all of our Pro Tour competitors as well. There is a look at the play area this morning as play gets underway here on day 2 of competition. By the end of the day, we will have our top 8. Hey everybody, welcome along to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you today. We had a fantastic day 1. Ailey, what are you looking forward to on day 2?
More of the same, please. Modern Horizons 3 is an incredible draft format. I want to see another 144 swinging for lethal, please. Simon, if you can do that for me, that'd be great.
All right, we'll try and line that up. What about you, Frank? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing which modern decks will end up on top of the standings. Yesterday, Ben Nadu had a super impressive performance. I can already say 58% win rate in the modern rounds.
Wow.
Today, I hope to see the decks emerge that can take on and defeat this new bird overlord.
All right, we'll see if that can happen. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and remind everybody how we're doing things, what happened yesterday, what's going to happen the rest of the weekend, starting with yesterday. Frank, what happened on Friday?
Yesterday, we started with 243 players who sat down for 3 rounds of Modern Horizons 3 draft, followed by 5 rounds of Modern Constructed. Every match win leads to 3 match points, and 148 players went 4-4 or better to advance to day 2.
And we find ourselves at day 2, which is today. Ailey, what's going to happen?
It is indeed 3 more rounds of Modern Horizons 3 draft, so looking for those limited masters to do their work, followed by 5 rounds of Modern Constructed. All of the players are looking for the magical number of 12 to lock up their top 8 spot.
And top 8 Sunday is happening tomorrow. It is going to be single elimination, so it's pretty brutal, but it is best 3 out of 5 games with sideboarding starting after game 2. Reminder that broadcast starts an hour earlier on Sunday for our top 8. If you missed any of the action, and there was plenty of it yesterday, Ailey's got you covered with the highlights.
Alrighty, let's get into it. If you missed it yesterday, here is your good old TLDR, or TLDW in this case. Day 1 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 kicked off with 243 players, all aiming for 4 wins to make day 2 of competition. We started with 3 rounds of Modern Horizons 3 draft, following our Pro Tour Thunder Junction champion Yoshihiko Ikawa to see if he could remain undefeated once again on day 1. The biggest testing teams in Magic all came to Amsterdam with one goal in mind: to get as many players into the top 8 as possible. CFB Ultimate Guard, Handshake Ultimate Guard, Sanctum of All, Moriyama Japan, all vying for those coveted Sunday spots. After draft, we jump into Constructed to see what players brought to the table after Modern Horizons 3 flipped the format completely on its head. The majority of players agreed that bird is the word, as Nadu Winged Wisdom ran amok at the top tables, or rather, flew amok. We got to see veterans of the game, Hall of Famers, World and Pro Tour champions, debutants, and everyone in between bringing their best to one of Magic's most prestigious stages. And when all was said and done, only one player remained undefeated: Team Rampant Growth's Jacob Nagro. Can he continue his undefeated streak here on day number 2?
Well, we are about to find out as we get ready for round number 9 of competition. There's a look at the trophy that's on the line for these players. Take a look at our standings after one day of play. Like you said, Jacob Nagro, our lone undefeated player, leading the pack here with 8 wins and no losses, but followed by some huge names hot on his heels, including Eli Cassis, your Strixhaven Championship winner, Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, your current reigning world champion. He's never not at the top of the field, sitting at 7-1. Brian Boss is running a very cool deck. It's Gruul Prowess, sitting at 7-1. We'll see if he can keep that train rolling. Javier Dominguez, a former world champion in 2018, sitting at 7-1. Jason Yee always seems to be in Draft Pod 1 on day 2 of competition. An excellent drafter, is sitting at 7-1. Brent Voss here from the Netherlands, doing very well, sitting at 6-1-1. Ken Yukihiro sitting at 6-2. Let's take a look at our second page of standings here with players 17 through 32. All these players also doing extremely well. Arne Huschenbeth, Simon Nielsen, who top-aided 4 Pro Tours in a row, currently sitting at 6-2. Seth Manfield, hey, guess what? He already won a Pro Tour this season, Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, sitting at 6-2. An interesting stat about Seth Manfield as well, alongside Sam Pardee, who's a little further down on our leaderboard. They just got the new record for consecutive paper day 2s.
Wow.
At 13.
That's incredible.
Yes, it's an awesome, awesome accomplishment. There's a live look at some of the Pro Tour play area and the command zone here in the convention center. Very, very exciting stuff, and really cool to see the top names here at the top tables as we begin day 2 of competition. Well, those aren't only the players we're following, we're also following along with some of our top teams and a bunch of other player groups here at this tournament. Let's check in and find out how they're doing, starting with the players who have made a top 8 already this season, Frank.
Yeah, this is the group of players who already showed off their prowess with the top 8 earlier this season to show that they're just on top of their game. Many of them are doing well. World champion Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, 7-1. Jason Yee, who went top 16 at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor and then top 8 at Pro Tour Thunder Junction, once again doing great. I will shout out Seth Manfield, currently sitting at 6-2. If he keeps up this run and keeps doing well, he could win yet another Pro Tour this year. That would be incredible. Yoshihiko Ikawa, the champion of Pro Tour Thunder Junction, unfortunately will not repeat. He did not have enough match wins to advance to day 2. But everyone else still in the running for yet another top 8.
All right, let's check in with Team Sanctum of all, Ailey.
This team just keeps getting better and better. Once again, Jason Yee sitting at the top tables, as you mentioned. Etienne Eggenschweiler told me the last Pro Tour he doesn't really like Limited, but absolutely crushing it here this time around. 6-2. Nicole Tipple had an excellent Pro Tour debut at the last Pro Tour and looking to repeat that performance here, perhaps go one step further into the top 8.
All right, let's check in with Team CFB Ultimate Guard here. A lot of the big names of the game. Frank is very excited. Brent Voss leading this team out 6-1-1.
Yeah,
Arne
representing the home country, the Netherlands.
Yes, representing the Netherlands. A great performance here. Arne Huschenbeth 6-2. Seth Manfield, like you mentioned, at 6-2. We've got fan favorites Louis Scott Vargas and Reed Duke sitting in 5-3. So putting themselves in good position here on day 2 as well. What about Team Moriyama Japan that absolutely dominated the last Pro Tour, Frank?
Yeah, last Pro Tour they finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Absolutely incredible. This time around, their records on day 1 are a little disappointing, I would say. Maybe a bit middling, not what you would expect from a team of this caliber. Still, Ken Yukihiro, awesome player, 7 top finishes, brought an innovative Mardu energy deck in Modern, always playing with a smile on his face. He's leading the pack for this team at 6-2. There are still many players in contention, but they will have to put up a really strong record today in order to make yet another top 8.
All right, let's check in with our last team here, Handshake Ultimate Guard, Ailey.
Oh, these guys came to party. Look at this look at these records here. All but one player made day 2 of competition, so an incredible conversion rate. Eli Cassis and Javier Dominguez sitting at 7-1 at the top of their team. Johnny Gutman, Simon Nielsen, Julian Henry, all sitting at 6-2, so excellent records here. If they keep it up, they'll be landing plenty of people into the top 8.
All right, so a little bit of a comeback after the last Pro Tour for Handshake Ultimate Guard. Let's check in on our Player of the Year standings. Now, this is a huge accomplishment for somebody to take home the Player of the Year trophy. They have a chance to earn points at this Pro Tour and indeed the World Championship, which is happening in October. Leading the way right now, Yuta Takahashi with 35 points. But hot on his heels, Seth Manfield and Simon Nielsen, both with 30 points. And if you saw that leaderboard, you know both of those two players are in excellent position to potentially earn some more points by making another top 8. Spoiler alert, you get a lot of points for making a top 8. Let's find out how they're doing. Let's check out the leaderboard as far as these players are concerned. Yuta Takahashi, who is leading, currently in pretty precarious position, currently sitting at 4-4, so might fall down that leaderboard a few positions here after this tournament. Javier Dominguez and Jason Yee leading the charge here, both at 7-1. Well, we are kicking things off with draft this morning here at Pro Tour MH3. I am so incredibly excited. We had so many great draft rounds yesterday. It was just highlight after highlight after highlight. Hopefully we can do it again today. We're going to have to talk through those 10 archetypes, though, Frank, that the players might be looking for.
Yes, indeed. Modern Horizons 3 draft, it's complicated. It's filled with mechanics from the history of the game, but it also features many possibilities. Here you see some of the archetypes where it spans between Eldrazi, Energy and Modified that are found across different color combinations. Red-green Eldrazi in particular is highly desirable because Writhing Chrysalis is perhaps the best limited common ever. That also means that it will be highly contested. Now you see that the official 2-color archetypes here, where again Energy, Modified, Eldrazi repeat, but you can also easily end up in 3 colors because the landscapes provide such excellent common fixing. So there's a lot going on even under the hood of these basic archetypes. I'm looking forward to seeing draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check in on our drafters who went 3-0 yesterday, how they converted once they started the constructed rounds, Ailey.
Well, 3-0 is the ideal start you are looking for at a Pro Tour. Jacob Nagor capitalizing on it and remained undefeated, 8-0. That's no mean feat. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion, having an excellent start to 7-1. And Brian Boss playing one of the coolest lists here. I'm rooting for him today, 7-1 as well. Best of luck to Brian.
All right, there's a look at our 3-0 drafters, seeing if anybody can go 6-0 at the tournament today. Well, if you're having trouble with MH3 draft, please raise your hand wherever you are. Okay, great. Some people are honest. Frank, come on.
It's Frank Carson, Maria.
All right, maybe Frank's not. But if you're having trouble at home, we've asked some of the top players, how do you play this format and how do you win? Here's what they said.
I'm here with Luis Scott Vargas, and we're going to talk about Modern Horizons 3 Limited. Now, for our viewers at home, Luis, how do you get better at this format?
The number one way is to draft it.
Yep.
I would definitely say that draft is the best practice for draft. But for Modern Horizons 3, I think that kind of the big picture takeaways, number one is that Eldrazi is the best deck, and Writhing Chrysalis is something like the 5th best card in the entire set, counting all rarities. So you kind of should start by thinking, okay, if Eldrazi's open or even somewhat open, I want to draft it. But past that, there's Energy, there's Black Sacrifice, Red-Black Artifacts, Green-White Tokens. There's all these different decks. And the way I tend to recommend people get prepared is, especially if you don't have, infinite time to practice, dial in on a couple of the decks and learn how to draft those decks. And the more decks you can draft, the better, because some seats are really hospitable for a certain type of deck and not others. But if you know how to draft maybe 3 decks in a format, you can almost always draft one of those 3. You don't need to learn every single thing. But of course, for the Pro Tour, I strive to do that.
If you had an ideal pick one, what would it be?
Yeah, honestly, Writhing Chrysalis probably. Look, if we're shooting for the Stars Guide of Souls, I think it's the best card in the entire set. But I think Writhing Chrysalis, I would be satisfied.
May you have many. Good luck this weekend. I'm here with Greg Michael, and we're going to talk Modern Horizons 3 Limited. How do you draft this set? If you want to get better at it, what are you trying to do?
Yeah, I actually just got out of a team meeting about this a few minutes ago, and we really identified kind of 3 main strategies for your drafts. There's green-based Eldrazi decks. Eldrazi is an awesome place to be, probably the strongest decks in the format. A lot of cool ways to get in there, a lot of fun things to do. White-based aggro decks we think can be pretty strong, especially with the 4-mana 3/3 bird that supports 2, a nice way to build a deck around that and some other counter-based synergies. And then black-based sacrifice decks. I want to give a shout-out to my friend and teammate Tristan Wade LaRue, who helped my team prepare for this event, who really kind of spent all his time focused on this deck, sacrifice-based strategies with the 1/1 artifact, the Transmogrant that can come back, the Eviscerator's Insight that can sack something to draw to, and the Accursed Marauder, the 2/1 that makes them sacrifice a creature. It's just a really nice package of cheap creatures that can be really effective at grinding out your opponent with some other tools and some powerful rares and support. And then blue and red both kind of work as support colors in all those various archetypes. And kind of focusing on one of those 3 lanes, I think is a really nice way to have a successful draft.
Yeah, it seems like you can go pretty much any which way you like. But I need to ask you, pack one, pick one. What do you want to open?
Yeah, am I being greedy here, or am I trying to be humble and not ask for too much?
Both.
Okay, greedy, I think maybe a Johnny. Sure. The Planeswalker, really cool, fun card. I love white cards and attacking with creatures, so that's maybe where I'd want to be. If I was being humble and trying to pick something that's, I don't know, only okay, maybe the 3/1 Metastatic Evangel that proliferates. I think that can just be a fun card to start your draft with, build a nice white aggressive deck that can be really synergistic and gives you a lot to build around.
So, well, Greg, best of luck this weekend, and I hope you'll see another 6-0.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I'm here with Arne Huschenbett, and we are going to talk about Modern Horizons 3 Limited. If you had to tell someone out there a couple things, how to get better at the format, what would it be?
How do we get better at the format? Well, there's a lot of things. First of all, I like picking red cards early because red is just one of the strongest colors, very deep. So you can't really go wrong with that. And of course, it also is in the Arriving Chrysalis color pair, so you can open that common, which is absolutely incredible. And then if you go further, I mean, energy is a very nice archetype. I'm a big fan of blue-red energy. I love the black decks, heavy black, removal, grindy, and then figure out your second color. You just want to see a lot of options. Even the white aggressive decks can be fine if you stay aggressive.
If you had to pick one card to open, what would you want your pack one to be?
I always made a joke like I wanted to just be happy with Galvanic Discharge, but I mean, you're asking, I guess, for like.
Hey, that's not a bad pick because that is seeing constructed play this weekend. Okay.
Absolutely. I'd be happy with Toxic Deluge. Honestly, I'll take that one.
That's a good one. Okay, well, Arne, I hope you open many Toxic Deluges. Best of luck. Hey, fun fact, Maria. Greg told me yesterday, like, hey, guess what? I actually opened an Ajani, so cool shot. Just ask for what you want.
That's what you do.
Brilliant.
You got it.
That's brilliant. I love that. We're getting ready for draft today, and we're going to see our players sitting down at the draft table this morning. Here is our main feature pod, the top 8 of the tournament, currently heading on into draft this morning. And we've got some big names at this top table, including Jacob Negro, our overnight leader, Jason Yee. You see there Javier Dominguez, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, Ely Cassis. I mean, it is murderer's row sitting down at the table this morning on day 2. I really wonder what's going through his head right now. Walk me through this pod, Ailey.
Oh man, this pod is, like you said, murderer's row almost. Just look at the caliber of players around Jacob Negro here. We got Javier Dominguez, former world champion, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, our current champion, both at 7-1, and Jacob Negro 8-0. That's going to be a pretty daunting pod to sit in. But let's take a look at our next pod over here. Have a look at Ken Yukahiro sitting at 6-2. Death Snow himself from Team Moriyama Japan. We're going to be keeping our eyes on him. In our third draft pod, we got our Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor finalists sitting next to each other, 6-2. We had a little bit of beef there at one point. Not really, but you know. It's gonna be interesting to see what the players pass to each other there. And in draft pod number 4, we're gonna keep our eyes on Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer with 6 top finishes to his name, 2008 Player of the Year. This is gonna be a sweet, sweet draft indeed.
Very cool top tables here for draft this morning. Our featured drafter is indeed our tournament leader. That is Jacob Negro. Take a look at his path to arriving undefeated on day 1 of competition, dropping only 2 games the entire day. An incredibly impressive feat here at Pro Tour level of play. Check out our broadcast team. Hanging out with you this weekend, we have Riley Knight and Mani Devuti in the booth, as well as Cedric Phillips and Corey Baumeister. Well, it is time for a draft here on day 2 of competition. I could not be more excited. I'm going to send it on over to Riley and Mani right now with the call.
Thanks very much, Maria, and welcome to the booth for the first time today here on Pro Tour Saturday. My name's Riley Knight, and I'm joined by my friend and colleague, Mani Devuti. Mani, we're going to get stuck in with our second draft of the weekend. Our featured undefeated player, Jacob Negro, will be in the spotlight. What are your thoughts? What are you looking forward to as we get stuck into our second draft today?
I think I'd really like to see whether we see more of these drafting preferences that we maybe saw yesterday at play. We saw a heavy preference on trying to stay open, but also focus on a lane early. So with Ikawa, we saw the energy deck really start coming together, even though he was split between 3 colors. We've heard players from Team Sanctum Evolve say that they really like the color black and prioritizing that. So I want to see whether Jacob has a drafting preference or if he is just going to go with the flow and how quickly he's going to focus in on a lane.
Our drafters will be under the dulcet baritone directions of Judge David there. And we're going to get underway as soon as things are ready down on the drafting table.
You have 40 seconds.
Interesting to note, of course, Jacob has not lost a game yet in draft. He picked up 2 game losses in constructed, but so far undefeated in draft. Galvanic Discharge pulled to the front of the pack, in addition to a Nyxborn Unicorn. Riddlegate Gargoyle hanging out at the back of the pack is there as well. Solar Transformer, another option. The rare Monumental Henge, and I see a Polluted Delta. So I imagine it'll be one of these commons or uncommons that's going to take his fancy here, Money.
Yeah, and you do see maybe some of that early preference already showing as all the cards pulled up to the front of the pack are aggressive red-white cards. Galvanic Discharge, of course, can go in any red deck, but you do see the Nyxborn Unicorn, the Pyro Surfer, and the Solar Transformer, so saying maybe leaning towards an energy aggressive preference.
And this is an interesting sort of indication that we get from not just the cards that are being drafted, but the cards that are being brought to the front of the pack.
Exactly.
The cards that are obviously under consideration. Not something you see digitally because you can't move the cards around, but here we get a sense of what players are interested in based on what's at the front of the pack. And what's at the front of this pack is Kozilek, the Broken Reality. That is a huge commitment at 9 mana. But there are some cards that will help to enable it in this pack. Things like Eldrazi Repurposer and whatnot. I don't know if they're going to manage to come around the table. But what do you think of this Kozilek here? Is this the pick? It's a huge card.
It's a really powerful card, but I think Jacob is thinking about something that I'm also thinking about here, which is there's a lot of Eldrazi cards that you are passing in this pack. Repurposer, one of the top Eldrazi commons. Kozilek's Unsealing, an excellent addition to the blue splashing or based Eldrazi decks. If you can make it work, if you can support it, it really does a lot of broken things. So picking the Kozilek here while passing these is a bit of a cause for worry for me.
Yes, Jacob will be hoping to see a lot of options out of that pack wheel the table, which is not by any means guaranteed. We see here not a whole lot of options. There's a Nightshade Dryad, nothing that's creating Eldrazi Spawn, which is definitely what you want when you're going to play a Kozilek. But the Dryad's a good one. Even if you don't end up in playing the 9-drop, you're still very, very happy to have a Mana Dork that later will, trade with the 3/3 with a 4/4 with Death Touch.
Yeah, I think the key to the Eldrazi deck, especially the ramp version, is having it enough 2-mana plays to not get run over by the aggressive decks. And the 2-mana plays that ramp you, like the Dryad, are pretty premium. So being able to pick one up early here, and as you said, having that Death Touch ability for later, or to combine with the wide variety of fight spells like Horrific Assault in this format, the Death Touch really does a lot of work in these green decks.
All right, what do we got here? We've got a Voltstorm Angel. That's a nice one. I saw a Unicorn as well. Dreamdrinker Vampire and Riddlegate Gargoyle. Maybe we're still thinking about moving into Boros here. A couple of speculative picks with the Nightshade Dryad and the like. But Voltstorm Angel would be a nice one to go with that Galvanic Discharge.
Yeah, the biggest issue here is there's nothing for Eldrazi. There's no ramp creatures. There's no fighting. You don't really want to take a 4th pick Foul Strike. So as you can see from Jacob's face, that's not a pick you're overly happy with. The Angel is good, but it's not good based on the start that he's had so far.
Eldrazi Ravager, another Unicorn as well. Hydroelectric Specimen obviously under consideration as well. But my goodness, we just haven't seen any Eldrazi Spawn creators here. Nothing that is going to help him power out big top-end cards like Kozilek or Eldrazi Ravager.
5 seconds.
And, this is part of the issue with Eldrazi being the quote-unquote best deck in the format is when you start drafting it, you are facing the expectation that you may be contested.
Yeah.
Writhing Chrysalis is a common, so the chance of anybody at your table having opened it is not that low, and they would immediately move in on it as well. So you are always taking that risk in Jacob's seat, and the question is, with that Kozilek pick, did he commit too early to an archetype that may be heavily contested? Is he supposed to be picking a Dog Umbra here and hoping to pivot into that white lane saying, okay, I made some picks, but they're not going to do anything?
Nope, it's instead a foreboding landscape. So we've just seen a Nyxborn Unicorn and a Dog Umbra passed here. Now, these aren't by any means, huge indications that white is wide open and no one's drafting it. They're just decent middle-of-the-road playables. Here's another decent white card in the form of Indebted Spirit, but Corum, the Undertaker, also hanging out in this pack as well. Well, we've got a red card, got a green card. Nightshade Dryad's not too bad in getting a Quorum out early, and that's going to be the pick, Money.
Yeah, Quorum is an
Shuffle
interesting
count
one. It's
7
not
cards
in a
to your left.
common color combination. Players don't typically find themselves in Jund,
the pack.
and
You
it is
have
a bit of a
15
high variance
seconds.
card, but its peak is quite powerful. So if you can enable it and make it work, then there is a lot of potential there.
All right, Sheltering Landscape is under consideration,
5 seconds.
as is what looks like a Snapping Void Craw, a Thief of Existence, but it's going to be the fixing here. And look, I
Shuffle
like
and
these
count
landscapes a
6
lot.
cards
They
to your left.
enable you to do a lot of things, and if you're playing an Eldrazi deck in particular, you need access to colorless mana.
Pick up the pack. You have
So
10
it looks like
seconds.
Jacob is firming up into this sort of red, green, maybe splashing black, playing the
5 seconds.
playing the legendary Quorum here, and a Scurrilous Sentry is going to join
Draft.
the picks here as
Shuffle
another
and
black
count
card.
5
Yeah, I
cards to your
think
left.
that previous pack had a second corrupting
Pick up the pack, you have 10
corruption
seconds.
that got passed there. Has one wheels here.
Oh yeah, Consuming
so-
Corruption
5
coming all the way around
Consuming
the table.
corruption, excuse me. So, as well as Kozilek's Unsealing.
Draft.
So,
Count
Jacob
4
is getting
cards to
a
your
bit of a
left.
signal that black may be
Pick up
open.
the pack. You
So
have
he
5
may be with that
seconds.
Quorum pick starting to angle himself as into more of a black base deck
Draft.
and using red and
Pass
or
3 cards to your
green
left.
as the support colors to go alongside that.
Not
Pick
too
up
much
the
in that
pack,
pack
you
of
have 5
Rosebud Knight
seconds.
plucked out of it. And as we round out the last couple of picks of pack number 1, Foul Strike joins the
Draft.
fray.
Pass 2 cards to your
And
left.
as we can hear from the table judge,
Pick
only
up the
2
pack.
cards
You have 5
remaining here.
seconds.
Harbinger of the Seas and a Cephalid Colosseum. Going to go for the Flood Moon.
Draft. Pass and collect your
And
final
the
pick.
last card, let's see, are we getting a freebie? Oh, we're not
You
going
may
to
now review your
get we
picks.
didn't get a
You
look
have
at that.
60
It was a
seconds
red
to do
card.
so.
A red card of some kind.
Maybe Barbarian Ring?
Yes, let's see what it'll be brought up by our draft viewer down there.
Oh, it's Wheel of-
Wheel of Potential.
Yes.
Wheel of Potential.
So what I will say is picking up the Foul Strike is nice. It is by no means a premium common, but I would say that it's a card that every green deck wants to have access to one of. It is pretty versatile as a sideboard card, and you can main deck it in a pinch. So ultimately, I think that's fine. I do think that we are
30
seeing
seconds.
one of the perils of maybe committing to a lane a bit too early here. When I look at this selection of cards from Jacob, I'm not overly excited or inspired, but there is potential.
There's potential, there's power, right? We've got the Quorum, we've got the Eldrazi Ravager, we've got Kozilek at the top of the table. We've got some good utility in the form of Nightshade Dryad and Galvanic Discharge, but what I think Jacob will be looking at, looking
5
for more than
seconds.
anything else here, ways to create spawn tokens for 2 reasons. First of all, of course, to power
Stop
out the
reviewing.
cards like Kozilek,
Please
but
return
also
all of your
to have
picks to a
material on the
single
table
face-down
when your
pile.
Kozilek hits the battlefield, and
Okay,
you want
if
you
can
want
now please
creatures
find the
to
B
give
booster,
+3/+3,
remove the
+2/2.
paper wrap.
Correct. Ultimately,
And as
you do
before,
want to
please
get that
flip
Kozilek
around
out
one
as
card
quickly
that's
as
in the
possible,
opposite direction,
recoup some cards,
count
and
check.
create a
You have
massive board
14
presence. So it
unmarked
is
cards in your
quite
pack.
strong if you can ramp it out. When you're casting it on turn 9, that's going to be a lot different of a game plan and not quite what you're looking for.
So I think here we'll see Jacob looking to prioritize ways to produce extra mana. So whether that is ramp spells, whether that is mana
Okay,
dorks,
pick
or
up
whether
the
that
pack.
is
You
just
have
cards like
40
Eldrazi
seconds.
Repurposer cards that are going to allow you to create a bunch of spawns. Oh, how deep are we going?
No,
Here
no.
is Emrakul,
Blinders
the
on.
world anew.
Take the Vanguard.
But the Titans Vanguard, probably a much more likely proposition. There's a Warp Tusker. If that one can wheel, that'd be a really nice one here, in addition to Twisted Landscape. Yeah, the Eldrazi, the Emrakul I don't think is actually being considered.
Nobody needs 2 Eldrazi Titans. Let's just make that clear right now, no matter how funny it may be, no matter the memes. Titans Vanguard, excellent uncommon for these Eldrazi decks. Incredibly
5
powerful.
seconds.
5 mana, 5/5 trample, already fine. But that ability to buff your entire board, considering
Draft.
most of your creatures are
Shuffle
going to be
and count
colorless, is
13
just
cards to your right.
incredibly strong. And I think it is a must pick in that spot.
So Jacob taking the Vanguard rather than the Titan. And as a result,
Pick up the
will
pack. You
be
have
even more
35
heavily
seconds.
incentivized to try to find ways to create tokens. And here we see another Galvanic Discharge. There was also an Ether Revolt, a very, very powerful rare. But Galvanic Discharge, efficient, effective piece removal. Another Warp Tusker. We'll keep an eye on those Tuskers as they come around the table. Jacob will be hoping to pick up a couple of them on the wheel, I imagine. But not too much else in this pack. I think for him, Breathe Your Last is a pretty significant color commitment here, Marnie. So what are you looking at?
I think it's just the discharge. I think it's
5
one of the
seconds.
best removal spells in the format. It's cheap, it helps keep you alive, and
Draft.
it's not
Shuffle and
asking
count
any more of a
12 cards to
color
your right.
commitment from him than he has already put forward.
All right, so firming up, definitely playing red, playing
Pick up
green,
the pack.
and
You
we've
have
seen some
30
black cards
seconds.
added as well. We want to play that quorum. And speaking of red cards, here's a black cards, I should say, retrofitted Transmigrant. Not getting too excited about that. Not getting too excited about anything in this pack. There's the Dread Mask, there's the Skoa. So expensive top end, a Trickster's Elk, I guess. What are you taking here?
Probably the Elk. I would consider maybe the Skoa Ember Mage or the Colossal Dread Mask, but neither of them are exciting.
I just feel like you can always get
5
a Skoa Ember
seconds.
Mage.
Yeah, exactly. I think Meltdown is a card that you would love to have in your sideboard,
Draw.
but you don't want a third pick
Shuffle
when
and
you
count
feel like your
11
deck might
cards
be
to your
lacking
right.
so far. The nice thing about that pack is, other than the Cranial Ram, which probably exactly one person is looking for, it wasn't
Pick up the
very
pack.
exciting
You
for
have
anyone,
25
so
seconds.
it's not going to enhance everyone's deck but yours.
Sundering Eruption here, another Meltdown, and a Landscape. Okay, and a Conduit Goblin here too. So this is an interesting angle to this draft, the fact that there are cards like Conduit Goblin floating around, in the sense that in Pack 1 there was that sort of pivot point where Jacob could have moved into Boros here,
5 seconds.
but instead took a different route, and we're going to see the Bountiful Land. That's a nice one to pick up, right?
It is a nice one to pick up. It
Shuffle
is
and
interesting
count 10 cards
because
to
there
the
was a
right.
Bloodstained Mire in that pack as well, which, if Jacob is playing black, could have been
up the pack.
something
You have
that he may have been
25
considering.
seconds.
But ultimately, having the Bountiful Landscape, which is essentially a red-green land and as colorless for his Eldrazi spells, was the choice.
Here's another legendary rare in the form of the Necro Bloom. I don't think we're going to stretch to a fourth color here, however. Sheltering Landscape brought to the front of the pack. Not a whole lot else. Again, there's a Skoa. But
5
the
seconds.
landscape here, yep, that's going to be the pick for Jacob.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that if
Draw.
you are
Shuffle and
eyeing
count
a
9 cards to your right.
3/3.5 color deck by being Eldrazi and expecting to get some colorless mana requirements
Pick up the
in
pack.
addition
You have
to
20 seconds.
Junt colors, picking up landscapes out of mediocre packs makes a lot of sense. And now perhaps we're seeing the rewards of this sort of decision making in the form of a Wither and Bloom, because if Jacob feels comfortable in his mana, he feels comfortable picking up a removal
5
spell
seconds.
in what is essentially his splash color, because he knows that it can come together.
Draw.
And Wither and Bloom is
Shuffle
the pick
and
here. There
count
was another
8
landscape, I
cards to
believe,
your
at the back
right.
of that pack, but we're right up to what? How many? 4 landscapes, I think. So maybe
Pick
not
up the
too
pack.
too
You
worried
have
about the
20
mana as it
seconds.
stands. Another Wheel of Potential, Buried Alive plus Quest for the Necropolis, and a Void Pouncer brought to the front of the pack.
Void Pouncer are not overly exciting by any means, but it is a 2-drop.
But there's
And
that Warp Tusker. We not interested in that?
Warp
5
Tusker
seconds.
has the same issue that a lot of Jacob's deck currently has. It's too expensive.
Draw.
I think
Shuffle
that
and pass
you have to
7 cards to your
prioritize
right.
having earlier plays if you're going to be this Eldrazi deck. Void Pouncer not exciting by any means,
No.
much
Pack,
worse
you
than
have 15
Warp Tusker.
seconds.
No, I'm
but
just looking
it's
at
a 2-drop.
I'm looking at Warp Tusker as a 3-drop and thinking, well, this is a way to get a sign on the battlefield, or a spawn, excuse me.
3 is too slow.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, if you
Yeah.
imagine the curve that
5
the
seconds.
energy decks are putting out,
Yeah.
Conduit Goblin into X, Gargoyle into X,
Draw.
you can't be cycling
Shuffle
for a
and
spawn
count
on turn
6
3.
cards
You're
to your
going to
right.
die.
So you need a Void Pouncer just to get some material on
Yeah,
the
you just
battlefield.
need something that
Pick
gets
up
in the
pack.
way.
You have
All right,
10
that's
seconds.
a fair assessment. Another landscape here, and we may have another landscape as well. That'll be landscape number 6.
5
Another
seconds.
Warp Tusker is in the pack, so I think both of these Tuskers have gone round the
Draft.
table. But Jacob says,
Shuffle
no,
and
no,
count
stay the
5 cards
course.
to your right.
Landscape or bust here.
I
Pick up
think
the pack.
Jacob
You
is
have
in a
10
position
seconds.
where he's saying that if I can pick up these landscapes aggressively, then I can probably pick up the
5
number of
seconds.
Tuskers that I'm looking for late.
And if that number is 1, then
Draft.
that number's already been fulfilled.
It's
That
not
was,
Pass
usually
4
more
cards
than
to
1.
your right.
that was the 3rd pack in a row
Yep.
that a Tusker has come
up the
along.
pack.
So
You
Jacob's
have
like,
5 seconds.
it's
All
fine.
right.
I'm going.
This is
I'm
fine.
going coming downstream. All right, there's a Skoa Ember Mage, Sarpadium Simulacrum
Draft.
as well. But as I said, Money, you can
Count
always
3
get an
cards
Ember
to your
Mage.
right.
Yeah, and you see Jacob actually agreeing
Pick up
with that
3
by
cards. You have 5
essentially
seconds.
cutting a Mandibular Kite.
Yep. And here we go. Quest for the Necropolis.
Draft.
Wasn't there was a Buried Alive at the
Count
table?
2
There was a
cards
Buried
to your
Alive at the table. He just passed it
up the pack.
in
You
that
have
pack
5
with the
seconds.
Warp Tusker, I believe. That's a grave dig that he's picking up now. Quest for the Necropolis is interesting
Draft
because
and collect your final
if you
pick.
can find some ways to maybe Oh.
We're doing it.
You may now
We're
review
on.
it. You have
Buried
90
alive
seconds to do
on the
this.
wheel.
Okay.
So we buried alive. Okay, so
No,
here's the
no,
plan,
no,
right?
no, no.
Buried
No.
alive the
I'm not,
Kozilek.
I'm not listening.
Quest for the Necropolis,
Oh.
and then get attacked for lethal.
Yeah,
before you can
yeah, you're
attack.
dead. Okay,
You're
great,
dead,
cool.
you're dead, you're dead.
I could see him playing the quest. I could. It's a little slow, but with the number of landscapes that he already has, it could definitely get online. And even if you're just cycling a Warp Tusker early and then using the quest to get it back on turn 4, that could be good enough to slow
60
your opponent down
seconds.
enough. And of course, if you can ever bring that Kozilek back, it's great. Notably, all the Eldrazi in this set are on cast triggers, so none of them have the full impact that they normally would if you are reanimating them from the graveyard with something like the quest. But certainly there is still some tempo plays that you can make by bringing out a big creature. He even has the Eldrazi Ravager, which just naturally cycles, so you can bring that one back. So there are some tools here.
The other thing that's important to
30
note about the quest for the Necropolis as well is that you can steal your opponent's creatures as well from their graveyard. But as it is, look, this isn't the focus of the deck by any means. We do have some, again, high-profile, high-impact rares that have been picked, some decent removal. But I would say at this point, this deck, its game plan has not been sort of cohesively achieved in these two packs. There are not the utility cards, the ramp cards that are needed
seconds.
in order to facilitate big cards like Eldrazi Ravager, like the Warp Tusker, like the Kozilek at the
reviewing.
top of the curve.
Yeah, the
Please
upside
return
for
all
the
your
deck
picks
right
to a
now
single
is definitely the
face-down
fact that
pile,
he
and
has
you can
decent
please now
removal
remove the
in
wrapper
early
from the
plays.
C
So
booster.
he's not feeling
Same as before.
like he's going to
Please
get
flip the
run
one
over
card
too
around,
badly.
count the remaining
The
cards,
downside is
confirm that you have
it feels
14
like that sort of
unmarked cards.
mid-game just looks like a giant question mark right now. Like the early game looks like removal and a Dryad, a Nightshade Dryad. The late game looks pretty good. You have a Titan's Vanguard, you have a Kozilek, you know what's happening.
Pick up the
How we
pack, you
bridge
have
But this
40
mid-game
seconds.
is just a giant question mark.
All right, and it can potentially be answered with cards like Eldrazi Repurposer. That's a nice open here. Oh, and a Fanatic of Ronus is another really good option for this deck. Glimpse as well is nice. We've got Malevolent Rumble. A lot of options in this pack here for Jacob, but he seems to be favouring these green cards here.
Yeah, I think he is in his lane, thriving. I like this Fanatic of Ronus. It does a lot of work. It's a 1/4 already, which is a great stat line. It is a mana dork, but it also has Eternalize, so you're getting some 2-for-1 value from
5
it.
seconds.
And as soon as you've landed one big creature, it starts powering out all of your other big
Draw.
creatures. This is the way to
Shuffle and
bridge
count
that mid-game
13 cards to your
using
left.
anything like that Titan's Vanguard and suddenly get to Kozilek on turn 6.
Well, this is the thing, right? You play a 4-mana 4/4 or something with a Ronus,
Right.
and then all
Pick
of a
up the
sudden
pack,
next
you
turn
have
this is tapping for
35
4
seconds.
mana.
Yeah.
You're not too far off your 5 drops.
That's just your
after that.
Kozilek. There you go.
So let's have a look at what's in this pack here. Another Nightshade Dryad. That'll be a nice one. I believe I saw a Horrific Assault in the pack too. That's another piece of interaction, although I think Jacob's pretty well served in terms of disruption.
There's also a Nadu, the modern menace is also a menace in this limited format, but not for Jacob's deck in this position, unfortunately enough. I agree. I think he can afford to pass the removal spell. You do love Horrific Assault in these Eldrazi decks
seconds.
because not only is it a removal, typically the 3 life gained buys you a lot more
Draw.
time than it may seem,
Shuffle
and
and
you are
count
on average
12
gaining the
cards to
life.
your left.
It's just these 2-mana ramp plays are so important that you can't afford to take one over the Dryad in this spot.
And the really key thing about the Dryad here is
Pick
the
up the
fact that
pack.
it has
You have
Death
30
Touch. A lot of the
seconds.
time, you know, you'll see a Mana Dork, it'll be a 1/2 or a 2/1, it'll tap for mana, and then just be completely irrelevant in the late game. Whereas this card, after it's given you the mana it needs, it will then trade off against something relevant most of the time. All right, in this pack, what have we got going on? Dream Drinker Vampire. We've got a Temperamental Ooze Wag. Meltdown for the sideboard. The Hunger Tide Rises. Wouldn't be too interested in that. But there's also a Breaker of Reality here.
Breaker of
5
Creation
seconds.
and
Creation,
Null
excuse me.
Drifter both in the pack, so really a choice here. Of course, he's not blue, so
Shuffle and
can't
count
really
11
evoke that Null
cards to your
Drifter,
left.
though it would be a sweet one to evoke and then reanimate with Quest for the Necropolis. Ultimately, the Breaker of Creation is a very powerful play if you are able to
Pick up
get
the pack. You
to
have
that
25
8 mana
seconds.
cost, because the colorless permanent that it counts includes your lands, so you are recouping a lot of life by playing this card. And then Hexproof from each color will dodge most of the removal spells in the format, and Annihilator 2 is nothing to be trifled with.
Here's a really nice one in Idol of False Gods here. This is exactly what you want in this
5
sort of deck.
seconds.
Not only a way to create those spawn tokens we were talking about, but
Draft.
also a threat in
Shuffle
its own
and
right
count
once enough
10
of them have
cards
died.
to
I
your
like
left.
this. It's a great pick, and Jacob will be hoping for more cards like this.
Yeah, it's weird because the idol has a very high ceiling, but a lot of people are
Pick up the
under
pack.
the
You
impression
have
that it might
25
just be a
seconds.
little too slow. I would have maybe considered the Eternal Witness, esque card there a bit more, but ultimately going with the idol would have maybe given a bit more consideration there. The Evolution Witness, excuse me.
5 seconds.
A Cursed Marauder, another black card, another black piece of interaction
Draft.
here. This card has
Shuffle
been
and
pretty good. The
count 9 cards to
non-token
your left.
aspect of this card has made it a bit more of a standout than I think people may have expected in this format.
Yeah, and
Pick up
I'm
the
curious
pack. You
because
have
there
20
was a
seconds.
reiterating bolt in that pack. So yes, you're not an energy deck. The reiterating bolt is only 3 damage for 2 mana. But I'm curious if that was a color consideration from Jacob, or if he just thinks the Marauder has so much more potential
seconds.
that it doesn't matter that it's in his splash color and he can just play
Draft.
whatever here.
Shuffle and
Pinnacle
count
Monk, no,
8 cards to your
is
left.
not the pick here. Instead, it is the Wither and Bloom. So again, a firmer commitment to black here, Money, to keep those
Pick up the pack.
interactive
You have
options
20
flowing.
seconds.
Went very back and forth on that one.
Yeah, seemed to be a closer pick. All right, we've got a another Wither and Bloom, a skittering precursor. I think I saw another quest at the back there.
No, that's a Kami. Oh, there's
no,
another
there's a
quest
quest.
as well. Okay. All right, so there's both.
5 seconds.
I would be tempted to just take another Wither and Bloom, but Jacob might be feeling like
Draw.
he's lacking
Shuffle and
creatures
count
here.
Well,
7
Skittering
cards to
Precursor
your
is really,
left.
really nice with the immense number of landscapes that he's picked up, of course.
Yes.
With 6,
Pick up
I
the
think,
pack.
so
You have
far, the
15
Precursor will be able to
seconds.
create a bunch of tokens for him. And there's another Tusker. Don't think there's anything else in this pack we're too interested in. Oh, Siege Smash brought to the front here.
Yeah, this is a
5
weird one. It
seconds.
is a powerful spell. Just being able to give trample, really important in this format. That's
Draft.
something that I've always
Shuffle
tried
and
to
count
prioritize in my
6
deck.
cards to your
And
left.
of course, destroying an artifact is not irrelevant, but it does also feel to me like
Pick up the pack.
that
You have
was
10
a sideboard
seconds.
pick. From how this pack has been going, it does feel like Jacob is more
seconds.
prioritizing being black-green than anything. And I'm not sure if
Draft.
that smash
Shuffle
is
and
actually
count
for the
5
main deck,
cards
or
to
if
your
it's
left.
even going to see play at all here.
We see the Hunger Tide Rise. It's important
the
to note.
pack.
I think
You
that
have
was
10
the
seconds.
3rd Conduit Goblin we've seen wheel. So it does look like red-white energy is underdrafted at this
seconds.
table. Nesting Grounds to pick up here for Jacob. That's not a hugely exciting card for him. But that
Draft.
that Boros
Count
energy
4
deck
cards
may
to your
have
left.
been this
Pick
may
up the
have
pack.
been
You have
something
5
that was
seconds.
on the table, as it were, for a drafter like Jacob here, and instead took a different
Draft.
route. We were seeing Dream Drinker
Pass
Vampire
3
round out the
cards
last
to your
couple of
left.
packs, Money. But overall, it seems at
Pick
this
up the pack.
stage
You
that
have 5
Jacob's draft
seconds.
has not probably gone the way that he had hoped. The deck didn't really fall in his lap, and he's had to sort of
Draft.
scrap together
Pass
what I
2
think at this
cards
stage
to
will be
your
a 3-color deck.
Yeah, I think
up the
that
pack.
you're
You
not
have 5
overly
seconds.
happy with it, but at least you can take solace in the fact that you have a decent amount of removal
Draft.
and a decent amount of
Pass your
powerful
final
cards.
Pick. Collect your
So
final pick.
your games are not
Okay,
going to
folks,
be
can I please get you to look through all of
overrunning
your,
your
picks this time,
opponent,
confirm
as
that
you
they
may
all have a
expect
visible
from some
stamp
decks.
on them? Check through the
Instead, you're
whole
going to
list
have
and
to
let us
fight for
know
your
if
wins.
there are
You're
any
going to have to
issues.
trade back and forth, really use your resources, and try to set up these mid to late games where your powerful cards like Kozilek can really take over the game and shine. And while maybe not ideal, this is the type of deck that pro players can do really great things with, because there's a lot of decision making, there's a lot
So
of
you-
resource
just to
management
go
and
over the information
prioritization
for
of
the deck
threats
construction
and
period,
targets.
because of the
And
fact that we have
in
the
that
camera
way,
here, there's a
I
slightly
do think
different
Jacob
process that you need to follow.
isn't
In a moment, we're
overly
gonna-
unhappy with his position. I'm not going to say he's happy. I would say that the deck is pretty medium, but it's not a disaster.
Not quite a train wreck.
No.
Maybe just there's been some delays, operational reasons.
Yeah,
Trains- it'll be where that.
Like there's a bird on the rail, and
Yeah.
like you just want to stop for like a solid 10 minutes or so, just let it pass.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
let's have a look at the list actually and see where Jacob ended up after deck building. And so we can see here, yeah, as you mentioned, Marnie, we've ended up essentially a Golgari deck splashing red, just the one mountain. So a keen observation of yours as we headed into those later packs, it looked like there was a heavier commitment towards black, moving away from Gruul into Golgari instead. There are still some very important, very powerful red cards in this deck. Galvanic Discharge. We'll see if Quorum can do any work. I think Skittering Precursor stands to really benefit Jacob, especially with the immense number of landscapes that he's playing. But we're down to cards like Void Pouncer on the splash, and that to me is indicative of the fact that this deck didn't quite come together as Jacob had been hoping.
I completely agree. I think the poster child of this deck is the Void Pouncer and nothing else. I think that tells you that he's at least one card short of where he would like his ideal deck to be. There's other cards that maybe some players don't overly prioritize, whether it's the Eviscerator's Insight in this type of deck where you don't have that many things to sack, you don't have as many spawn makers as you would like, whether it's the Idol of False Gods where some people consider it too slow, or the Grave Dig. But ultimately, this is a deck that's coming to grind. This is a deck that is acknowledging, I'm not running anyone over. I have explosive draws with these Mana Dorks, and I'm here to play the long game, and I'm going to win the long game using my Eldrazi. I just need to get there.
Yeah, assuming we can get to the late game, you would think that Jacob would be in a good spot. Well, we're going to find out, my friends, right now. A quick break, and then on the other side of it, we're going to get stuck into our first round of Limited here in Amsterdam. Coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 continues. After this, stick with us. We'll see you back here very soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to Amsterdam in the Netherlands for continued coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. My great pleasure to welcome you back to our feature match area. My name's Riley Knight, joined by Mani Davudi. We've just watched our lone undefeated player in the field, Jacob Nagro, conclude his draft. He's playing a Golgari Splash Red deck, a Jund deck, if you like here, Mani. And we're going to see how it goes if he can continue his undefeated streak here. He's up against Brian Boss, who... I'll tell you what, by the look of that photo, he's not here to make friends. He is here for one thing and one thing only, and that is to crush his enemies and see them driven before him on 7-1. And I can tell you, Mani, that he too is playing a 3-color deck. He is playing a Mardu list, which we'll come to shortly. But here, one last look at Jacob's deck.
Yeah, Jacob's deck, as we watch draft, I would say that not happy, not sad with it. It is decent and really looking to capitalize on the amount of interaction he has in the early game to bridge into that really dominant late game that his deck can present between that Kozilek and the Breaker of Creation.
Here is Brian Boss's list. I had a quick look at it heading into this match, and it's a little scrappy as well. We've got some action. We've got some low-cost 2-drops. Conduit Goblin, Smelter Charge Bug can get in for early damage. But from there, well, there's a little bit of an identity crisis towards the top end of the deck. Some big cards like Skoa Ember Mage, and the colors just all over the place here. 4 swamps, 5 mountains, 4 plains, a straight up 3-color deck.
Yeah, at Boros Boss, living up to his name, kind of playing a Boros-esque strategy. The biggest issue I really see with this deck is not only are you straight up 3 colors, but look at that mana base. There's 1 Bloodstained Mire and 1 Landscape, and then all basics. And that is, if you're going to be a 3-color deck, that is not exactly where you want to be. I think there's a heavy emphasis on the Essence Reliquary in this deck as a way to really milk your resources and get the most out of them. These cards like Skoa Ember Mage, the Spawn Gang Commander, the Witch Enchanters, if you can get multiple uses out of these, they can be quite strong. But as it is, Brian's deck is closer to a train wreck for me than Jacob's. So I think this is going to be a scrappy little match.
A scrappy old game between these two players here as Jacob opens up with a landscape here. And goes and fetches a forest. Brian Boss playing his Henge. Turn number 1, so it'll come into play tapped. He's got a Mandibular Kite, and I can see a mountain at the back of his hand, so it's not as if he's going to miss a land drop this time around. Essence Reliquary off the top. And for 2 mana, we're going to have a Conduit Goblin as an answer to the Nightshade Dryad.
Yeah, 4 plains, 5 mountains, 4 swamps.
Easy.
Just have it.
Easy.
Who needs it?
Don't know how many other further plays can be made unless Brian's able to find lands. Quest for the Necropolis, followed up by a forest. We'll put a counter on the freshly played quest, and then we'll see Idol of False Gods here. Now, can't activate this as it stands unless we use the Dryad for colorless mana.
Yeah, not this turn, and I would expect that Jacob is planning on using that Galvanic Discharge, but I'm a little surprised maybe that he passed the turn, knowing, I believe, with open deck list, that Brian does have access to cards like Wing It in his deck, maybe opening himself up to getting an unfavorable exchange here. But if Brian does tap out for a creature, that will work out for him and give him more choices here.
All right, a skittering precursor the play here. And just for those at home who may be wondering how open deck lists work when it comes to the draft rounds, for our featured drafters, what happens is, just because, you know, this information is made available on the stream, just to make sure that there's a level playing field for featured drafters, anyone who drafts in the feature match area is given not the deck list, but the list of full picks that the players made at the draft table. So you don't know exactly which 40 cards your opponent is playing, but you know from which cards that 40-card deck is drawn.
Right.
And again, that's just in the interests of tournament integrity, fairness, making sure none of these players have an unfair advantage. And so you are correct in saying, Marnie, that we know that Brian has access to Wing It. We know it's in hand. And that's something that'll be on Jacob's mind, the fact that he could face off against combat tricks like that that would undermine removal spells like Galvanic Discharge.
Yeah, it's in the pool, but of course, no guarantee that Brian is playing it, let alone has it in hand. And as we saw there, the fact that Brian was able to curve the Goblin into a creature allowed Jacob to get an extra energy out of Brian by using the Galvanic Discharge after the Conduit Goblin gave haste to the precursor.
So, Molten Gatekeeper is the play here, and this is going to meet another removal spell from Jacob as he casts Wither and Bloom, and then activates the Idol of False Gods. So Jacob has made sure not to fall victim to a very aggressive start. Not something that Brian's deck is really able to do unless things really go his way. But things looking okay for our undefeated player here.
Yeah, I would say that Brian is in a decent bit of trouble right now given Jacob's start, because that Breaker of Creation is going to be really good.
Trickster's Elk, the draw here for Jacob Nagro, who's holding onto Gravedig and Breaker of Creation. So his options here are to perhaps bestow the Elk and maybe try to get into some damage onto the spawn here. I don't mind this. This is a decent way to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, you're just going to continue creating spawns, continue ticking up counters on your idol, ideally, as well as the quest. And currently, access to 4 mana. Of course, that spawn no longer has the ability to sack for mana thanks to the elk.
And I believe it's no longer a spawn, right?
It is just an elk now.
It's just an elk. It's been fully elkified,
Yes.
and therefore will not trigger the idol when it dies.
Correct.
Right, Mandibular Kite for Brian Boss. This is a card that a lot of people seem pretty high on. Being able to give a creature flying in the late game is really important. You were talking about Siege Smash being a way to push damage through. In this format, it does seem to be a very important thing to have a way to punch damage through in the late game.
Yeah, 1 mana plays are... They have a range in Limited. Sometimes they're very exciting, sometimes they're not. 1 mana plays that are at rate and then offer more exciting options in the late game is typically something the players like, and the Kite is a great one. A 1 mana 1/1 flyer, not the worst thing. It's going to guarantee some damage getting through, and then whether you throw it away or whether you decide to send a bigger creature to the skies later on in the game, it's just very powerful.
An important thing to keep in mind here is the fact that quest for the Necropolis is slowly but surely ticking up, so we're going to keep an eye on what's in the graveyards here for these players as Jacob will be able to pluck a creature of his choice.
I think he's doing it right now. He's
Are we
going to
gonna
take
see it?
Brian's Precursor.
Yeah, right, okay. That's not a bad one.
No.
That's actually not a bad one at all, particularly as you've got that sheltering landscape in order to trigger the precursor, the skittering precursor immediately. And that combos very nicely as well, don't forget, with the Idol of False Gods.
Right, so if he sacks the landscape and gets another spawn here, then next turn, without a land, he has access to, I believe, 7 mana. But 1 land will put him at the 8 that he needs for the Breaker of Creation.
Oh, we can start breaking creation here.
Yes.
All right, we've already smashed reality. Now it's time to break creation. A lot of cards in Brian's hand, a lot of cards he is not able to cast at this stage. Witch Enchanter can come down, of course, as a land. But we're going to see Essence Reliquary, and then what is it going to be, a tap land here for the Witch Enchanter?
Yeah, this is not exciting. I think he would have loved to be able to use that Witch Enchanter to get rid of the Idol of False Gods or even the Trickster's Elk potentially. But as is, you can't afford to be missing too many land drops as your opponent is pulling further and further ahead. So Brian making the choice to play the Witch Enchanter. And of course, with the SS Reliquary, one of the cool combos with these modal double face cards is you can pick them up later in the game. So if you've made your land drops, you can use the Essence Reliquary to pick up the Witch Enchanter as a land and replay it as a creature to get that ability. So not the biggest cost to let this one go in this spot.
I think Essence Reliquary is one of those cards that people just immediately dismissed, right? Like this is constructed or it doesn't really do anything. In this format, it actually re-triggering into the battlefield on cast effects too, as well as recycling or reflipping your modal double face cards. Has a lot more going for it, and I was surprised to find out just how high people ended up on Essence Reliquary after the end.
And I believe part of that credit goes to one of the players in our featured pod. Jason Yee was a very vocal advocate for the card. I believe Jason wrote an article or at least some content on their Patreon about the Essence Reliquary and just how good it is in the format. And as one of the best limited players in the game right now,
someone with listening
continuing to prove,
Yep.
Turns out people like to listen, and opinions started going up.
Well, and here now we have the Breaker of Creation. This is going to gain a bunch of life here.
This is
for
going to
Jacob,
end the game.
And then end the game on the spot. Didn't get too much of a chance to talk about this very, very exciting card. But for those of you who did catch a glimpse of its ability, when you cast this spell, you gain 1 life for each colorless permanent you control. You know what's colorless permanent, money? A land.
Yeah.
So again, a ton of life from that, and then you've got an 8/4 Annihilator with hexproof from each color. So very powerful cards, and Brian Boss's creation was broken wide open, and we're going to go to game number 2. Brian never really in that game, unfortunately.
This time, very different.
Okay, got
Brian
a Conduit
has-
Goblin on turn number 2. We've got other early plays. We've got Unstable Amulets, so things looking a little bit better for our Boros or Mardu player.
Most importantly, all 3 colors in hand.
Okay.
This time, Brian has the Swamp, still has the Witch Enchanter available, has a Spawn Gang Commander, though currently no colorless mana available. Of course, the spawns that the commander makes, they provide colorless mana, so in a pinch, you can sacrifice a spawn to throw another spawn to the commander's ability. But as things stand, Brian is in a slightly better position in terms of being able to stay in the game.
Dream Drinker Vampire here. Might be able to stem the bleeding a little bit in the face of this Conduit Goblin, but the bleeding's actually not going to be too severe as we see everyone but Brian manipulate his energy totals there. I enjoyed watching that. That was very good. Immediate activation of the amulet, plays a mountain and says go. Back over to Jacob here. No attacks with the Conduit Goblin. That Dream Drinker Vampire standing in the way. And the Goblin, of course, providing a lot of utility in getting other creatures in the moment they hit the battlefield. So not wanting to throw it away.
Yeah, Amulet is a really exciting card because it goes sort of against the typical pattern that we see of similar cards.
Yeah.
It's usually you may play it until the next end step or until the end of your next turn.
Yeah.
However, the Amulet says you may play it until you exile another card with Unstable Amulet. So you see players just activate it immediately because if they hit an uncastable spell, that's just going to be there. It doesn't matter.
And just
if
chill
you
on it.
hit a land, you play it.
And we're seeing that happen just here as well, Money, as we see Pinnacle Monk replace the Wither and Bloom that was used to remove the Dream Drinker Vampire. Little point of damage as well coming across from the amulet. So Brian managing the board quite nicely here. And that Pinnacle Monk is going to do some work. Bring back the Wither and Bloom here. Brian's in a much better position.
Yeah, these are the grindy elements of Brian's deck that he's really excited for. Now, being able to play the Pinnacle Monk, get back Wither and Bloom, and Jacob still has no creatures. Once again, the Breaker of Creation in hand, but as you see, no spawn makers, no ramp elements, so Jacob just finds himself sitting at 4 mana and very far away from the Breaker.
And you think, okay, well, that Pinnacle Monk wasn't... It was easily dealt with, right? It was destroyed straight away with the Wither and Bloom. But just think about the card economy here, right? That Pinnacle Monk was cast off of the Unstable Amulet, so it didn't cost a card for Brian. It was a free, quote-unquote, free card from the top of his deck thanks to the energy. And then on top of that, it brought back another removal spell.
Yeah.
So what looked like a 1-for-1 trade there between the Wither and Bloom and the Pinnacle Monk was something like, -1 for 2?
Yeah.
Something like that? I don't know. Again, mathematics is not an exact science, but that's the range of it, roughly, around their money.
Yeah, and Brian is continuing to draw good cards. Almost saving grace for Jacob is Brian's deck isn't a dedicated energy deck, so he's not going to have the infinite train with the Unstable Amulet that we have seen in the past, but it has already done more than enough work.
This is much better stuff from Brian Boss here as we see him activate the Unstable Amulet with the mana from the Smelted Charge Bug and then play an Ophiomancer. Fans of Commander will have known this card for a very long time. It's been on EDH tables for quite some time and now finally joins the modern format and just essentially means you've always got a relevant blocker.
Yeah, does Jacob have another swamp here? Because he could grave dig back the Marauder and play it again to get rid of the Ophiomancer here. I don't know if he's making a zombie. It looks like he is. It looks like he did go with the Entwine here to make the zombie, but could have given up some value if he is prioritizing targeting, quote-unquote, the Ophiomancer before Brian is able to protect it with another non-token creature.
And in a long, grindy game, I would have thought you'd prioritize getting rid of a card like the Ophiomancer because it is able to provide so much value in the long term. But now we have a Spawn Gang Commander entering the battlefield as well. So Brian Boss is building an army. And if he is able to find a colorless source as well, it's going from bad to worse for Jacob here as the Ophiomancer and crew get in. That landscape was critical in enabling the Spawn Gang Commander.
I think Jacob needs, exactly Precursor right now. Instead finds Quorum, which, while fine, isn't the most exciting card in the face of an Ophiomancer Snake.
No.
So I think Jacob is in quite a bit of trouble right now.
No, and Quorum just looks like a 2/5 essentially here. As we see the Spawn Gang Commander, I think the correct choice here for Brian, recognizing just how powerful Ophiomancer is. Here is Quorum, the Undertaker. But I don't know how often this card will be able to attack. We can remind ourselves of what it does. Whenever it attacks, both you and your opponent will mill a card. And you can play a land and a spell from among those cards that were milled. Or if you've got another way to mill cards or any other way to put a card from a library into a graveyard, which isn't necessarily the easiest thing in this format, but I know that the Commander deck that this card is featured in. That's obviously why.
I believe, and I'm not certain, I believe the wording on Quorum actually says cards in graveyards that were put there. I see, from libraries this turn. Yeah. Okay.
So Quorum, unfortunately, isn't, you can't Doomblade your opponent's creature and then immediately cast it, But all the same, Quorum does offer a lot of very powerful interactions in the right situation. But the powerful interaction we're seeing here is Eviscerator's Inside cast essentially for free. The Ophiomancer is able to charm up another snake, no worries at all. And so this is just a 2-mana divination for Brian.
Game 3.
Already, Marnie's calling it. And look, I don't blame him for doing so. 10,000 cards in hand for Brian, a single 1 for Jacob.
It doesn't even do anything. He has a 1 card that doesn't do anything here.
Right. Well, no, if he draws a land, he can cast it, right?
Right, and then what happens?
And then he probably just sits there and wishes the Ophiomancer wasn't on the battlefield.
Right. That's the issue, is the Snake Boss is continuing to Snake Boss.
And found a foul strike here.
Like, do you have to attack with Quorum just to be able to get that ability and hope you hit a land and trade it with the snake?
Okay, double Wither and Bloom on the Quorum, and say go. That Quorum, I believe, now is a 4/7.
Great. Cool. Oh, no, this is good.
That's really good. Marnie's having a great time. As you can tell, we're going to see a Spawn sacrificed to flash that insight back here. So Brian firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Brian taking no risks, not sacrificing the snake that would just come back at the upkeep. Just says, "No, I'm going to keep this one around."
Yep. Yeah, he's
a spawn. I don't need it.
He's a snake guy.
Yeah.
He's a snake guy.
I mean, I don't see it. Brian's deck is very good at grinding. It's a bit messy, as I've said, but it is very good at grinding.
Look, the mana's worked out really well. The cards have come in the right sequence. He was able to get a lot of value off of the amulet. He was able to make sure that his hand was well stocked with pieces of interaction. And this time around, it just hasn't. Jacob's deck has just not cooperated for him.
Oh, not at all.
He hasn't found the pieces that he needed at the right times. He's an obstinate gargoyle as well. This is a nice one here for Brian in holding off further aggression. But the thing is, now he is looking to transition himself into a winning position, right? He's now looking for ways that he's going to win this game. And I think we're going to see Skoa Ember Mage come down and just nug Jacob for 4, put him down to 11.
And the thing is, there's a Mandibular Kite in Brian's hand, so next turn he can play it, move it onto a Skoa, face.
Yep. Take 5. Getcha.
There's a Wing It. That's a flying counter. Jacob's very close to dead, actually.
Yeah, between the Mandibular Kite, which will cost 4, and the Wing It, which will cost another 2, that offers a huge amount of damage potential here for Brian. After a disappointing game number 1, he'll be very happy with the way that this one has gone. Oh my goodness, and it's just torturous here for Jacob Nagra, who finds a Dryad instead of a land. So that will enable the Breaker of Creation next turn, but it may be too little too late.
Does he have a way with mana to get a counter on the Gargoyle? That is the question. Also, Jacob has this Foul Strike in hand. That's something that Brian has to be aware of when going for potential flying as a card that is in the pool.
It's not castable here.
Not right now, it isn't.
No. Just a single green mana was all Jacob had access to here. So we're going to see Wither and Bloom on the Dryad. That's not going to be able to stop bleeding. And a counter on the Gargoyle, which means it'll be thrown up into the skies now as a modified creature.
That's 3. Wing It is another 6, so that's 9.
So Wing It on the Skoa Ember Mage.
Yep.
Do you have a flying?
A 6/6 and a 3/3 flyer.
Can he add 1 more damage here?
Do you attack with the snake and the Ophiomancer? No, the Ophiomancer is not a great attack.
If you could add 1 more damage, you would.
Yeah.
Because
it
would just be lethal, but no, 9.
Down to 2. It's not a great position. Here's a Mandibular Kite as well. Another evasive threat that Jacob has to deal with. Untap. What are we going to find here?
Is it a forest? It's another Dryad.
Another Dryad. Heartbreak here for Jacob Nagro, who's unable to stabilize. He's going to have to try to find something. Oh, land, there it is.
All right.
Okay, that can be played now with the... Oh, wait, can it?
I believe...
I don't know if it can be. Once the Quorum dies...
Yeah, we're done.
No, because the core of the ability is not there anymore. So
Yep.
Jacob goes down in game number 2. Well done to Brian Boss. His deck looked a lot better in that game there. But Marnie, we headed into this round anticipating scrappy old games of Magic, and I tell you what, that's what we just got.
Yeah, that was tough to watch, really. Like, Brian's deck has one big hurdle. We saw it happen in game 1, which was the mana. But when it's firing, it can look really good. And it looked really good there.
And here, once again, all 3 colors available to him.
Step 1, check.
Yep, and Jacob Nagro has mulligan to 6, but has a decent opener. We've got a landscape fetching up a mountain, so that discharge is unlocked. Warp Tusker, Scurrilous Sentry provides some actions in the following turns, but not the sort of hand that Jacob will have been too excited about. But when you go down to 6, look, you take what you can get.
Yeah, look, step 1 is don't get run over. And again, Jacob's hand does that. Scurrilous Sentry is a pretty good one, so not the worst follow-up, but when Brian's hand has all this mana, that's already a scary point here for Jacob.
And Conduit Goblin is a really nice one here, even though it trades off, because that energy sticks around to feed the unstable amulet, which I believe is in Brian's hand.
It sure is. We saw this exact curve last game, and we will probably see it again this game.
Unstable Amulet, just a really, really impressive card with the way that, if you, assuming you can keep feeding energy to it, it just keeps cards flowing. Probably one of the best sources of red card draw in this space, right? Rather than the sort of, use it now or forever hold your peace type cards that we see in Glimpse the Impossible and what have you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. No,
Brian had a choice there between the Kite and Amulet or just playing the Molten Gatekeeper. Goes with the less flexible card, the 3 mana play, and passes the turn back to Jacob, who is able to just deploy the Scurrilous Sentry.
So from what I can see, it looks like that that Gatekeeper was actually brought in from the board.
Okay.
So players have made at least a little bit of a change since sideboarding here. Or was it in the main? Oh, no, it was in the main. Okay, excuse me.
Another Goblin drawn for Brian now. I think this is the turn you want to play the Amulet.
Just go fishing, see what you can find.
Yeah.
All right, well, looks like Brian agrees. Here is the Amulet. And immediately activates it with the 2 mana left over from the Goblin, or the 2 mana that the Amulet itself made. And what are we seeing here? It's a Wing It. Not the best hit from an Amulet there.
Yeah, now you can play a Follow Goblin, get 2 more energy, 1 you, and Jacob being ever so kind.
But that Scurrilous Sentry proving an effective roadblock at 3/4. Decently statted.
And Jacob has a Wither and Bloom and picked up a second Galvanic Discharge, so now very much able to start attacking and try to get through this, I don't want to quite say mana clump, but a bit more lands than he needs with the current hand. Of course, his deck wants those lands eventually, but currently the removal spells are a lot more exciting.
So the Sentry will get in with Menace, of course, and discarding a Forest here. So no extra counter with Connive.
Brian did just take it. There's no point in risking anything in that spot.
You get blown out pretty heavily there if your opponent has a removal spell, which is, something that good players will sniff out. Monumental Henge, one of my favorite cards in this new set.
The Kite,
And
1
here
year.
is the Mandibular Kite.
Yep. Turn.
Jacob says okay.
Give me 1. 18.
Gatekeeper's been good in getting a couple of points across.
Now this is an interesting spot for Brian, because if he doesn't play the Wing It, then he is sacrificing the ability to activate the Amulet again. If he goes for the Wing It aggressively, then he is allowing himself to get blown out by a removal spell. if he just attacks with the ground creatures, he's giving Jacob the ability to trade with the Dryad. So he has to choose which avenue he really wants to go down here.
Mandibular Kite is going to pick up haste, +1/+0, thanks to the Goblin, if they come. And a Wing It.
Where is
on
it going?
The Germ, I believe.
I'm going to cast the...
It's going on the Gatekeeper.
Oh, it's going on the Gatekeeper. Okay, excuse me.
Makes sense. 1 damage from the amulet, and Jacob will have a response.
So Wing It on the stack. We'll see Wither and Bloom on the Gatekeeper, which, don't forget, does have Unearth, so its story may yet not be finished.
Yeah. So the question is, will Jacob trade, and will Jacob also prioritize removing the kite?
The answers to those questions, Marnie, in order are yes and no.
All right.
Let's have a look at what we see off of the amulet here. And you can see Brian writing down his energy totals as well, which I believe is a requirement at professional rules enforcement level.
It is. Energy requirements do need to be kept track of with pen and paper. The reason we are using dice energy counters as well is for the benefit of the viewer experience.
For the viewer experience, Marnie.
Yes, we do want, and of course our benefits as well, because I don't know about you, but I can't read those papers. No,
it's very difficult.
It's tough.
Very, very difficult.
I'm old.
At this
I'm wearing glasses, and it's still tough.
Yeah. We're going to see Wither and Bloom put a counter on the Sentry.
MVP filler Void Pouncer in Jacob's hand.
Yep. Yep. That
filler all-star.
The 23rd card classic here.
Yep.
Void Pouncer. Let's go Ember Mage found with the amulets, and with another land, that Ember Mage could be coming down this turn even.
Yeah, and you did see Jacob put that counter from Wither and Bloom on the Scurrilous Sentry just to make sure that even if he is discarding a land to connive, he does have a 4/5, so this Ember Mage can't shoot down his creature. Something that he does need to be worried about is his life total, considering he is at 9, but does have leftover energy from the first Galvanic Discharge to take care of that Ember Mage, and now he can kick this Void Pouncer and really get aggressive.
Actually, yeah, this is a lot of damage, right? This is 10 damage coming across here.
It's, I believe, 9 currently. Could be 10.
Could be 10 with
the
the connive, yeah,
but
true. Yep.
It won't be quite lethal regardless. The bigger issue is one of these creatures has Menace. One of these creatures has a trample counter.
Yeah, true.
So now Brian is looking at 2 creatures that are quote-unquote lethal with 1 removal spell in hand.
Shifting Woodland, the discard here to the Connive, so we see Brian go down to just 3 life. What's he found off the top here? Ophiomancer.
But there is an issue. He can't play Ophiomancer and Breathe Your Last this turn, because the downfall of Brian's deck, of course, as we've mentioned, we've harped on it a bit.
We have.
It's the mana.
Yep.
And where a 2-color deck here would be able to go Ophiomancer plus Breathe Your Last.
Yep.
Brian is going to go Breathe Your Last, your Sentry, gain 1 life, block your trample creature, and die.
So we're going to see a...
Don't block your Menace creature and die.
Die instead. Yes, and look, this comes back to 2 of the things that we were discussing here.
Yeah, okay. It looked like Brian was
going to try to block, but that was not an option there. But look, Marty,
so.
this very neatly tied in with the 2 things that we were talking about. Jacob Nagaro's victory there, the result of 2 separate things that we alluded to. Number 1, the fact that sometimes the colour requirements in these 3-colour decks are just too stringent and you're not able to stitch together the line of play that you would hope to. And the second thing is, in the late game, having a way to push damage through. We saw a Menace creature, we saw a Trample creature, we see cards like Siege Smash, cards like Mandibular Kite playing a role in pushing damage through in the late game, and that's what got Jacob over the line at the end of the day, the fact that he was able to push damage through blockers.
Yeah, and I said the biggest strength of Jacob's deck was his removal suite. He had a lot of removal, which allowed him to survive in the face of some pretty aggressive attacks and starts from Brian. Turn 2 Conduit Goblin every game, and had the follow-up Conduit Goblin, had flying counters, had different ways to push damage through, as we mentioned, one of the priorities, but removal reigned supreme in that position. And the fact that it was cheap removal allowing Jacob to develop while keeping the board clear is what ultimately led to that victory.
All right, well, I'm interested to see how Jacob's deck goes as we continue coverage of this draft in future rounds. But right now, we're going to take a quick break. On the other side of it, we're going to see the reigning world champion Jean-Emmanuel Duprat go up against Jason Yi, a master of Limited. So don't go anywhere, my friends. We'll be back live from Amsterdam in just a few minutes. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Netherlands here. Amsterdam is where we're at for Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. My name's Riley Knight, I'm joined by Mani Davudi, and we're going to jump over onto one of our other feature match tables here and check in with our reigning world champion, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, who has got his work cut out for him because he's playing against Jason Yi. Jason, known as one of the leading players of Limited in the current Magic landscape, and so I think Jason has been, what were we saying before, in the Pod 1 draft?
All 3 Pro Tours this year.
This in each of them.
Yeah, so Jason's last year looks like this. Jason won the Limited Open in Las Vegas at the last World Championship, won that tournament, then qualified for Chicago through that. Chicago was in Pod 1, finished top 16, barely missing top 8. Then came back in Seattle, was in Pod 1 again after day 1, finished top 8. Now is back here and once again in Pod 1. And you know, it's not that surprising if you're going to start every tournament with a 2-1 or 3-0 draft performance and then play some excellent constructed Magic. It's not going to take much to get you to Pod 1 for day 2. But the fact that Jason just keeps doing it over and over, really cementing that position of being great.
One of the leading Limited players, as we say. But we can have a look now at JED's deck list here. JED, no stranger to success himself, and this time around is playing. Well, once again, Money, we're into 3 colors. We've got a Teamer Eldrazi deck, I guess, on paper here, but the red splash seems to be pretty light. We've just got Titan's Vanguard. There's a Sundering Eruption, of course, which is helping the red splash as well as being part of it, and a Galvanic Discharge down the bottom of the curve. So this deck looks pretty good. We haven't seen any Gruul Eldrazi decks so far, but Money, your thoughts?
I am not excited about what I am seeing. This deck feels messy.
Yeah.
It feels like JD did not really get there on anything he was hoping to do so. There's some powerful cards. Of course, Null Drifter, excellent. Breaker of Creation, great. Petrifying Meddler, Titan's Vanguard. These are good 5-drops. But you can see a bit of an energy sub-theme in this very, very Eldrazi deck. To tune the narratives, and then a bespoke battle wagon, which is fine, can be quite powerful with the right amount of energy providers, which JD definitely does not have. And then a bit of a red splash for the Vanguard and the Galvanic Discharge, but also a Sundering Eruption as one of your splash lands and a way to push damage through that we have been prioritizing. It's messy.
On the other side of things here, Jason Yee with a, again, 3-color list here. No one's managed to stitch together just 2 colors as yet, but some very powerful white cards in Jason's deck. Metastatic Evangel, the one that leaps out at me here, in addition to that Ondu Not Master. Now, white-black hasn't been people's favorite color pair here, but there are definitely some cards that work very well together in this color pair, like the Not Master. Metastatic Evangel, another option, another example of what you can do. And the Evangel is great in a Golgari deck that's looking to put a bunch of +1/+1 counters everywhere.
Yeah, this feels like a nearly poster child version of the modified archetype that we've been talking about.
Got line number in there.
Not a lot of people's favorite, ultimately, but it is quite powerful if the pieces come together, and I would say this is a above average but not excellent version of the archetype. One of the very powerful pieces there, 2 copies of Fangs of Colonia, can be just absolutely backbreaking in this sort of deck. Just being able to put counters on everything on your board and then double those, that can be a huge overrun-esque effect.
All right, let's jump into the game here. I believe we're heading into game number 2 with Jason already having won a game. And a broader observation I'd make so far based on what we've seen from Draft Pod 1, it seems like the entire table was just real scrappy, right? It seems like the entire table was sort of struggling to get a clean, consistent 2-color deck together. And so, you know, there are splashes here and there to make sure that you've got the rug that pulls the room together, Marnie.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a case of the packs. This is the beautiful thing about pod play, is sometimes you draft your seat wrong, right? But a lot of the time, you are at the mercy of what the packs are offering you. And the great thing is, while you are at the mercy of those packs, that means everyone else is as well. So we do ultimately have a level playing field within this pod of all the decks having to deal with the same issue, which is the packs were just not that good. They weren't providing cohesive avenues into 2-color decks, and that means everybody is scrapping it out.
Yes, and that I think has been reflected in the decks that we've seen here. Players just potentially not really getting the not being able to get the strategies and the preparation that they had online in the way that they would have chosen to. All right, Tamiyo meets the story circle here. Turn 3 play for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat.
Planeswalker Sagas for both players. And Tamiyo meets the story circle, always a question of how many clues you're going to make with it. And typically how many clues you make is, to me, a bit of an indication of how bad your hand is.
Well, this is an interesting point to raise here, because I'm sure, like many people viewing the stream right now did, I listened to the Limited Resources set review when it was released a couple of years ago. Our good friend Marshall Sutcliffe and Louise Scott Vargas talking.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him?
No.
How quick you are to forget.
Ah, yes.
Marshall, I know you're watching.
Have I met
my
him?
friend. We miss you very terribly. Marshall, of course,
been
unable
10,000 years.
unable to make it to this event, so I'm trying to fill his enormous shoes and doing the very best job I can. But no, look, in this, when evaluating this card, I think Marshall's comment was, this may as well just read discard your hand, because that's what you're going to be doing every single time if you can afford to, right, to get as many clue tokens as possible. And look at this, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat discarding enough cards to get himself 4 clue tokens. So he's not going the whole hog, but at least the partial hog.
Yeah, he went 2 lands discarded, 4 clue tokens made, and then had a follow-up. If the Voidcraw had lived there, that would have been pretty nice. It would have given you more mana to work with and sacrifice those clue tokens and refill your hand. The big issue with Tamiyo Meets the Story Circle is clue tokens are not free to sacrifice. There is a very massive 2 mana cost being asked of you to sacrifice these clue tokens and get access to these cards that you've essentially put on layaway. So the fact that JD is facing a board that is developing, albeit slowly, and may have to use parts of his turn to be sacrificing these clue tokens is not the best. Fortunately for JD, compared to how fast Jason's deck can be, it hasn't been that quick this game.
Yes, and I think that's reflected in the fact that JD recognizes, right, this is how many cards I can afford to discard. This is the pace of play that I can manage. Cracks a clue, draws a card, plays a land. We saw a landscape shuffled back into the deck there with the 3rd chapter of the saga. And now for Jason's 3rd chapter, an insect and then an attack for 2. The follow-up play here. We've got a Witness, the latest in the Witness cinematic universe. It is Evolution Witness this time.
The true evolution of the Witness.
It is very much. We are seeing the Witnesses evolve.
Unfortunately, that Witness was met by a spike, an ether spike, the evolution of the Spike cinematic universe. Really a DC Marvel situation here.
Yeah, one universe certainly has a lot more fans than the other. I think that's fair to say. All right, another clue token here for JED. He's getting some good value off of this Tamiyo Meets the Story Circle, and I think he chose his moment well to try to get that value. He does need an answer to these bugs, or indeed, Marnie, the creature that Jason may go a-fishing for with them once the 4th chapter of the saga resolves. We can have a squeeze through the list and see what kind of creatures Jason might be interested in fetching with because obviously we can just get a 3-drop here. So what are we looking at? Expanding Ooze, perhaps?
Yeah.
Eldrazi Repurposer?
I think you might just go get the 2nd Evolution Witness so you can get back the 1st Evolution Witness. So this is part of the power of Jason's deck is just keep going.
Yep.
Just keep going and grind them out and infinite tools. And the thing is, Evolution Witness has Adapt, right? That gets you that first Witness effect that we have seen. But much like some later instances of the cinematic universe, you can get some extra value out of this Witness. Just get too much of a good thing.
The post-credits
really.
scene.
Yeah. And then the 2nd post-credits scene sometimes, right? That's when you know you've gone really deep.
Soon we're just going to be watching 2 movies, one before and one after the credits. All right, we've got an activation of the Witness here. Scurrilous Sentry also joining the battlefield. So Jason building out this modified board.
And the Witness didn't pick up the 2nd Witness, by the way. I believe it picked up Accursed Marauder.
Okay.
If I'm looking at the graveyard correctly. So Jason's saying that I'm good with the Witness that I currently have. I have plenty of tools to continue grinding you out. I'm going to pick up this Marauder and present an aggressive front.
Well, what I'm thinking here is that obviously Jason has not only seen the pool from which JED's deck has been built, Jason's also seen the deck in action in game number 1. Don't forget, this is game number 2. And so realizes probably JED's not going to be able to put that many threats on the board that the Accursed Marauder can't neatly deal with.
Correct. And importantly, there is a Wither and Bloom in Jason's graveyard. That is a way to get another counter on the Witness, and then you keep going.
Yeah.
Another
sequel. Another sequel.
Love sequels.
The execs just licking their chops at the prospect here.
So much money. So much value.
So much value. Exactly. All right, here's a landscape now. JUD continuing to develop his mana very neatly, very nicely. The Witness picking up its counters from Adapt. And look, I think he's done very well with these clue tokens, right? The Accursed Marauder is going to deal with the Witness, but I don't know how upset JD is about that, considering that, he's got his value.
He's going to get some more value.
And he's going to get even more value now with the Gift of the Viper returning. Oh, and we start again back at the beginning.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yes, please.
This is the reboot.
So we play the Tamiyo. This is like when Doom came out again in 2016. They've just announced Fable. They're not giving you numbers anymore. You have to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah. Is this the original? Is this the new one?
No
Nobody
one
knows.
Samio meets the story circle is going to come back down again. Shuffle in the witness, draw the witness again. We're going to be here all day and all night, my friends. Strap yourselves in. Make sure you're sitting comfortably. Actually, no, you know what? We might not be here all day and all night because Jason's getting on the front foot, swishing the willow about, getting in for a ton of damage here with both the sentry, which picks up a counter from Connive, and the already embiggened witness. And JED, our reigning world champion, down to just 8 life.
Yeah, and Jason picked up that other witness using that Wither and Bloom. Now a choice for Jason whether to go Repurposer or play that witness. Playing the witness is representing the ability to get back the Oozewag next turn, and the Oozewag is representing trample on all of these modified creatures, and trample against 8 life is representing lethal.
Yes, is representing a match win here for our limited superstar. The Temperamental Oozewag, the sort of card that, you know, even a few years ago in a limited set would just be so enormously overstated, over-abilitied.
Oh, 4 mana, 4/4 with 2 different useful abilities.
Yes.
Would have been good
But it's-
at a common.
But it's just fine.
Just fine.
It's just fine.
Just fine.
So we'll see what JED's response is, how he intends to deal with the predicament he's in, and what he's going to do is draw another card with the clue token. So he got through all 4.
I think we're done here.
He got through all 4, but this may be a sign of desperation rather than dominance here.
So Tamiyo meets the story circle is going to slow things down a bit.
Okay.
Though not able to cast it. And this also slows things down a decent bit. Though I believe Jason can just get back the Accursed Marauder and play it again, and I think that's just lethal.
Yeah, Accursed Marauder showing its strength here once again.
I'm doing some mathematics here, and I like what I see on Jason's side of things here.
Okay, just an attack, first of all. Test the waters. Block, trade.
Okay.
Okay. And we'll see what comes next. This Accursed Marauder, sorry, the Scurrilous Sentry is not going to untap next turn, right? It's got a stun counter?
It does. Well, that was the stun counter turn. So the stun counter is gone. It will be untapping next turn. The Fetid Gargantua comes down. We do know JD's deck has 1 copy of Galvanic Discharge. Perhaps that is what Jason was playing around by not going for the Evolution Witness activation there. Perhaps just feeling like I'm so far ahead that I don't need to go for lethal quickly. I can just continue closing the walls in, presenting pressure. I know that when I get my Scurrilous Sentry untapped, I'm going to be able to win this game.
And I think you're right in saying that Jason is playing a little more conservatively, a little less risk, a little more risk averse here, activating the Fetid Gargantua in response to the Null Drifter's cast trigger, making sure nothing too much goes wrong in drawing those 2 cards. But Jason firmly in the driver's seat here as JD desperately attempts to keep himself in this game. The Null Drifter's a nice one, but a 4/4 against this board is not going to win him anything quickly.
Yeah, and I think if JD had played Tamiyo Miss the Story Circle, he's tapping out, which means Jason knows, okay, now I can get back the Marauder and go for the kill, and seeing the writing on the walls that it was just done.
Way, way, way too much value there for Jason Yee. Too much value for JD to overcome. So well done to Jason. This is a player who is a very, very serious contender in 40-card formats, and also has proven that when it comes to constructed Magic, right, we can expect to see Jason make a deep run.
Near the top of the Player of the Year standings, and another deep run, another top 8 this weekend. Jason is beginning to look like an unstoppable force here at the Pro Tour.
Someone we're going to keep a close eye on here as the day continues. But that is that, my friends, for coverage of our first round of Limited here on day number 2 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. It's been a great pleasure to get the broadcast underway with you. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, head over to the news desk on the other side of it, and then there's more Magic coming your way. Stay with us. We'll be back in Amsterdam in just a few moments.
If you want to see World Championship 30, the epic conclusion of this premier play season live and in person, join us this October for MagicCon Las Vegas. Badges are on sale now. Beautiful. Check this out. Some great shots of Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. We've been having a blast in this absolutely beautiful city, playing some exceptional Magic and having really a lot of fun here in draft this morning. Welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bertholdi, Frank Carson, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you. Let's check our leaderboard and find out where we're at now after 9 rounds of play here in our tournament. Jacob Negro leading the field overnight, remains undefeated at 9-0. We've had a little bit of shakeup though as far as the rest of the leaderboard is concerned. Eli Cassis moving on up here at 8-1. Jason Yee with a win as well at 8-1. And Noah Ma at 8-1. So a 3-way tie for second place there. We have an Amsterdam native here in Brent Voss sitting at 7-1-1. Home Country Pro Tour doing very well. Apparently has a great cheering section here with his wife and a baby wearing a 1-1 token onesie, which I think is very, very cute. Ken Yukihiro sitting at 7-2, current reigning world champ Jean-Emmanuel Duprat sitting at 7-2, Seth Manfield at 7-2, as well as Simon Nielsen and Arne Huschenbed. So a lot of big names still at the top of the standings. Let's check in with our draft pods that we've been following this morning. We're tracking the 4 top pods here in the building. Ailey, how are they doing?
Very well, as you would expect to see players at the top of the standings and at the top of their game, because we are seeing some consistent results from all of these players. Let's jump in here and take a look at draft pod number 1, Jacob Negro. Continuing the streak, 9-0, 9-0. That rhymes with Negro, so let's keep it going, good sir. Happy to see that continue. I'd love to see another undefeated run through this Pro Tour. Drop pod number 2, Ken Yukihiro and Brent Voss sitting at 2-0 as well in this pod. So very, very happy for these players, and we'd love to see them continue on as well, especially for hometown hero, or homeland hero, I should say, Brent Voss. So good job to them. Then we have Arne and Seth that we are keeping our eyes on in pod number 3. Arne looking for another 3-0 here this weekend, or excuse me, another 6-0 this weekend. If he can do that back-to-back, then back-to-back Pro Tour 6-0s, which is awesome. And Simon Nielsen, you know, he just keeps winning, and at this point, we're not surprised to see it. Drop pod number 4 that we're keeping our eye on, we've got Shuhei Nakamura, and he is going to be looking for a win here, as he did find a draw, so we're hoping to see Shuhei pick up a win here up against Derek.
And there's a look at the Pro Tour area here as we are getting ready to enter round 2 of draft here on day 2 of competition. About half the field back to do battle. By the time we're done today, we will have our top 8. We're queuing up round number 10 for you right now. Let's take a look at our feature match here and find out who will be watching. We're sticking with pod number 1. The people who are winning, Jacob Negro hasn't lost yet versus Eli Cassis, the Neon Dynasty Championship winner. Jacob Negro started playing the game in 2004, has 2 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, qualified playing a PTQ at the last Pro Tour Thunder Junction, and is our tournament leader. We'll have to get through Eli Cassis if he wants to have his record remain unblemished. Eli's been playing for a very long time, started playing back in 1993 and was a finalist at the World Championship in 2022. All right, so those are our players. Tell me about the decks they drafted, Frank.
Yes, well, we saw Jacob Negro draft this morning, and I would say it's not the best possible deck, but he'll make do with what he has. Let's get the graphic on the screen and take a look. This is basically Junt Eldrazi. There is some ramp, 2 Nightshade Dryad, a Fanatic of Ronus, and then powerful 7 mana or more Eldrazi, in particular going all the way up to Kozilek. That's pretty powerful.
Ooh, nice.
Now, it does look like Jacob is a couple playables short of an ideal deck, but, well, he'll have to make do. Eli Cassis, at the same time, drafted also a 3-color deck. A little bit of energy with Emissary of Soulfire and so on. A little bit of modified, a little bit of draw 3 cards, so not the most focused deck, but a lot of individual card power. 2 cards that I want to pay attention to for this particular matchup are Consigned to Memory, which is a very clean answer to countering both Kozilek and its Cast Trigger in one go, and also Wrath of the Skies, a powerful scalable sweeper, because, well, in the feature pod, the list of picks is made available to opponents. So Jacob will also be very keenly aware of these cards in Ely's deck and may have to try to play around it. Could make for awesome games to watch.
All right, let's find out what happens. I'm going to pass it on over to Cedric and Corey here for round number 10.
Thank you so much, Maria, and everybody else at the news desk. Cedric Phillips, Corey Baumeister, getting ready to bring you our round of Limited for the day, and it is a doozy in front of us, Corey. We've got an undefeated player, and then the dad of the Pro Tour.
The dad, yeah, absolutely.
That's right, Ely Cassis. A fan favorite, to be sure. He's been doing this thing for a very long time, and he's been doing it very, very well, has Ely. Maybe the star of the show this round, but we can't ignore what Jacob has put together so far this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, a 9-0 run here for the Pro Tour. You got to be feeling as good as humanly possible. Have a great chance to make it to the top 8, but you got to get through one of the best players of all time. I've seen Ely play for years here, and truly astonishes me how great of a player he is.
And it does look to be a fairly difficult matchup here for Jacob, too, for the reasons that Frank did explain. There's some key cards here that Ely does have access to. We will see if they work themselves into the equation. And Ely already does have one of the best cards in the set in his hand there in Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal card, and I'm always afraid to play against Ely Cassis when he has a deck that has a lot of agency, and that is exactly what this Esper strategy has. A lot of play to it, a lot of different things he can do, and a lot of power. A lot of power with rares and mythics here.
So we are going to settle in here for what may be a little bit of a longer matchup. It is a Fanatic of Ronus here to get the party started for Jacob.
Yeah, a great card, being able to do a little bit of ramping early and then being able to just really have a true threat here in the late game. Being able to eternalize it is really all you can hope for a powerful 2-drop in this set.
Alrighty, Cassis missing blue mana at this stage of things. Does have a pretty good hand there with the Serum Visionary and the Electrozoa, but not going to be able to cast those just yet. So the Fanatic's going to come in there for Jacob and passing the turn back, it looks like, over to Cassis perhaps here, and a Plains is the draw step. So Corey, maybe a little bit of issues here for Ely.
A little bit, and a little bit of small issues here for Jacob as well. Being able to have black mana there on time to get Korma in play before Ely really, gets his feet set would have been absolutely devastating here. Really would have forced that Wrath of the Sky a little bit earlier than Ely would have wanted, but Jacob having a little bit of mana problems as well until he picks up this landscape.
Well, it'll be that landscape. Very bountiful one there for Jacob as a Warped Tusker among the cards that are options here. And there you do see that bountiful landscape and a passing of the turn. So Jacob not off to the most explosive of starts, but Jacob has something that Ely does not, which is the ability to play spells.
Yeah, Bountiful is still only being able to get the Teamer land, so a bunch of Galvanic Discharges online to be able to interact with Ely a bit, but, unlike the last match that we just saw against Brian, Ely's not trying to be too aggressive, so Galvanic Discharge does go down a little bit in value. Still one of the best removals you can have in the set, though.
Yeah, not a card you're going to pass very often.
Oh, no.
Discharge. Very, very powerful card here in Modern Horizons 3. So Ely with just another Plains and passing the turn back. A Breaker of Creation is the draw here for Nagro. We saw how powerful that was for Jacob in the last match. We'll see if it's actually powerful in this match, but these players are stumbling and fumbling their way through the opening turns of this game.
And they're both smiling a bit, be like, well, this is probably not our, most efficient draws from either side, but Ely picks up the Polluted Delta to get an island here, and now we are online from Cassis.
So we'll see how Ely wants to navigate now that he actually has the ability to do some things. And it'll be a Serum Visionary. The 3-mana 2/2 that enters the battlefield. It'll draw a card, so that's step 1 there for Cassis. Step 2 is Scry 2, and we'll see where these cards are headed for the former World Championship runner-up.
Yeah, he got so close a couple years ago and wants to definitely do it again here just a couple years after his finalist appearance. I also love the Serum Visionary. Just Elvish Visionary, Serum Visions, just combine them.
That's right.
Love the nostalgia of these cards.
Very, very good card is the Serum Visionary. Haven't seen it much in Limited here this weekend, maybe more so by happenstance than anything else, but it is on the battlefield here this turn. And one of the cards that Frank did mention in his short breakdown at the news desk is now in Ely's hand. He has a copy of Consigned Memory. Really good card against the Eldrazi strategies in Limited, Corey.
Definitely, yeah. Really, really powerful. There's more applications than just playing against Eldrazi, kind of hints why Ely is playing it in the main deck. Usually those kind of cards are, just for sideboarded matches, but really, really powerful one to be able to put in your main.
There it is. Well, Jacob now has access to black mana alongside the red and green, so a classic Jund versus Esper battle is underway. It took a little while to actually get here, but we are here now, and now there is Corum the Undertaker.
Yeah, one of the commander-focused cards here in MH3 Limited that is actually really, really, really strong. So Ely's going to have an answer for that one. But, now that we have 6 mana available, Ely's got a plethora of options for the powerful card.
Yeah, Ely does have a lot of options at his disposal right now. We've already mentioned the Wrath of the Skies, which, again, we're talking about an open deck list event here. So this is a card that Jacob is aware that Ely has access to. It's more so, can I even afford to play around such a thing?
Yeah.
Which I don't think this game is really lending itself to have that be the case just yet. So Jacob is just going to operate somewhat normally, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, he's happy he can just cast some spells after the first couple turns of doing the old draw-go strategy. Not as good in Limited as it is in maybe a Control Mirror.
This is true. An end-step Electrozoa here from Cassis. The 3-mana 3/1 flash flyer is onto the battlefield. It, of course, will generate 2 energy when it enters the battlefield. And now at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you can tap Electrozoa unless you pay an energy. And it looks like Ely, I believe, has some interest in paying the energy to keep it untapped, and he will. So the Flying Jellyfish is in there.
Yeah, maybe not the best card that we've seen in these blue decks. If you can get it in a Jeskai Energy Shell, it's of course a lot better, but Ely does have a very, very powerful card, Shadow of the Second Sun. So kind of trying to do his best Wilderness Reclamation impression where he can untap and then play these Electrozoas during Jacob's turn while still tapping out during his own turn. Really powerful combination.
It is indeed. So we'll be heading back Nagro's way here in just a moment. See if Jacob can put anything together here. Stumbling and fumbling, as I did mention a little bit, in Nagro.
It looks like Jacob does have the ability to cast the Breaker of Creation this turn. So that would be great. The one thing Jacob wants to do here in this matchup when you know you're playing against Wrath of the Skies is just have a creature with the highest mana value. You just don't want to have a scenario where Ely is able to cast a Wrath, which is already great in Limited, but a Wrath that doesn't destroy one of his own creatures and then he gets to attack. You're just so much on the back foot that it ends up being really difficult to come back.
Whoa. The Undertaker is coming in here a little bit, huh? All right. Going to mill over a swamp, it appears. So
6/5.
Corum is a 6/5, says Jacob. Do your worst, Ely.
So the one thing that you would kind of think these type of cards have on as text is that you could cast the spells with any kind of mana. Not true with this one, so you can take lands from your opponent and cast their spells, but you do need to have some islands here. Otherwise, I think Jacob would just be slamming that incredibly powerful enchantment.
It's a relief.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Ely just figured out the same thing, that you do need mana to cast it, saying that's a relief.
So let's see where Jacob wants to go to next here in the second main phase. A lot of options. Looks like it's going to be 4 mana here from the Fanatic, given the ferocity of the Undertaker. And there is the Breaker.
Tapping 4 permanents to play an 8-drop? That feels pretty good.
Not too bad at all. Breaker, of course, when you cast it, you gain 1 life for each color's permanent you do control. Those color's permanents do include lands, folks. So at the very least, there'll be some life gain from those lands. Don't forget about the hexproofs from each color. And the Annihilator 2-part, I imagine we'll get to that momentarily as we head back Cassis's way.
Yeah, that's definitely the more impactful text on that card in this style of matchup. We saw Jacob just play against Brian Boss, who was trying to be very aggressive. Most important text on that was the life gain. So kind of flipping it on, flipping the script a little bit here.
Cassis with a Twisted Riddle Keeper. the aforementioned Consigned to Memory and Wrath of the Skies, a Copy Crook alongside an Emperor of Bones, and a Glasswing Grace. So you can see that Ely does have a pretty powerful deck, especially when the mana is online. Struggled to get there to start the game, but is making his way there now. We'll see if Electrozoa has any interest in attacking or not, as Cassis will take some time here to figure out the best way to navigate the turn, Corey.
Yep, now it comes down to an actual decision if you want to use the energy or not, because you don't necessarily have 10 mana laying around to Wrath of the Skies to get that breaker off the battlefield. So you want to bank up a little bit of energy so you can play Wrath for maybe 5, X equals 5, and still be able to kill the powerful 8-drop if he so chooses.
Interesting turn here for Cassis, who is rather deep into the tank on this turn. This game is starting to get a little bit interesting because Jacob has finally presented some real threats, to say the least.
Yeah, it got a lot more interesting when players decided to cast cards.
Yeah,
you know, that,
crazy how that goes. It really is. And here comes Electrozoa. Is it flying solo is the question. Ely overseeing the battlefield, making sure nothing has reach over there. This is a set that does have a lot of reach in it.
A lot of hidden reach, yeah.
Yes, so it's a good thing to make sure. So you see the Eldrazi are big C, so they're able to attack flyers. But I guess the breaker is not big enough. Doesn't have the longest of arms out there.
Yeah. How many times did you attack into a petrifying meddler before you got blown out?
That's a question I don't really think I need to answer.
Okay,
Corey.
fair enough. Sorry, I asked.
It's kind of a personal question.
Sore spot.
Yeah, thank you. So, Twisted Riddle Keeper is going to enter the battlefield there. When you cast it, you tap up to 2 target permanents, put a stun counter on each of them. So the 2 big ones there, and the Undertaker and the Breaker, they're going to be a little sleepy here for a little bit.
Yeah, such a phenomenal card. Really, really powerful. And once again, Ely is just trying to set up a position where he has the largest creature, so he really needs to get that breaker off the battlefield and then try to line up Wrath of the Skies for something like 6, being able to deal with everything but his gigantic Eldrazi, and then the game is pretty much won from there.
So we'll head back Jacob's way, who's had multiple copies of Galvanic Discharge in hand, but not too much to do with them over the course of the game. Foreboding Landscape was the draw for the turn to go alongside Wither and Bloom and Eviscerator's Insight. But Jacob doesn't have much to do, so is going to reluctantly pass the turn back over to Cassis, who will take a draw now. No energy in the bank, so goodbye, Electrozoa. It actually doesn't die. It's just going to be tapped eventually. Yeah, Ely was thinking it was goodbye. It's not. It's just it's nighty-night time for Electrozoa.
Yeah, nighty-night, and I guess both players are still waking up a little bit, making sure get the cobwebs off their play here. Yeah, and these Galvanic Discharges are still very strong in Jacob's deck, as you know, his deck is a little bit clunky, so dealing with early creatures is great, but doesn't have a lot of ways to create some extra energy to be able to have 1 mana deal with an Eldrazi type of an effect.
Well, Cassis has got 5 mana tapped. It's just a question of where to enchant the very powerful Aura. We saw this one yesterday be pretty good in the hands of Nicole Tipple, and Cassis is liking this card as well.
Well, it does look like Jacob has the ability to cast 3 removal spells to deal with that powerful 8 toughness creature here. Kind of worth it. You know, normally you don't want a 3-for-1 yourself, but with this enchantment on the stack, it is at least a 3-for-2. Otherwise, you just got to think Jacob's like, well, how else can I beat it? And here is kind of the head nod from him. Like, you know, every Magic player doesn't want to get that much bad value going on here.
And this isn't the best situation with the Wither and Bloom, but Jacob's got to do what he's got to do to stop this Glasswing Grace from being very, very impactful. So Galvanic Discharge and Galvanic Discharge. So it took a lot. It took a lot to get it done. But it will get it done.
And I think Ely was kind of questioning the whole time. We're like, you have not been playing a lot of cards. What is in your hand with 5 cards available? He figured it out now.
Yeah. And if you're Cassis, you're, I think, pretty happy with that exchange.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. That was going to be a game-breaking combination if you can get that going. A 9-power life-linking flyer. Pretty good, you know. Double Baneslayer in one body here is going to be pretty tough to deal with. But same with, speaking with hard to deal with here, Emperor of the Bones is such an incredible rare in this set.
Yeah, Emperor of Bones is a very nice card. The Skeleton Noble has joined the battlefield here for Cassis, just a 2-mana 2/2, but at the beginning of combat, on your turn, you get to do some exiling, some adapting, and there's a lot to be done with that card. So that'll be a puzzle for Nagro to solve, and given the Nagro did just use a lot of resources to take care of a potentially large flyer, maybe out of gas to take care of the Emperor.
Yeah, probably out of cheap removal spells, as Jacob just cast all of them in his deck here. And it is really telling to me how powerful a card is when you look at a player's mana base. Ely Cassis is playing 4 black sources. Normally, if you're playing that little of sources for a card, you're splashing for maybe a 5-drop, 6-drop. No, splashing for a 2-drop. You don't plan on playing this one right away on turn 2. You play it in the late game, and it's still very impactful.
Well, speaking of the late game, we are here, and Kozilek, the Broken Reality, is about to appear. So the big fella is on the stack, and when you cast this spell, up to 2 target players each manifest 2 cards from their hands. For each card manifested this way, you draw a card. Now, don't forget, other colorless creatures you control get +3/+2, which is no joke as well. Cassis has got a lot to think about now.
Yeah, so he's got Consign. It's going to go onto the stack, but it is definitely a choice if you want to counter the ability or you just want to counter the 9/9 body. You know, more than likely the 9/9 body here is what you want to deal with, since you have Wrath of the Skies to deal with the creatures it's going to manifest, but it is still a decision here.
So there's the Consign, and it actually looks like the Consign is going to counter the triggered ability as opposed to the Kozilek itself. So if you are Jacob, you might be wondering, okay, well, what's the deal with that? Well, that might be pretty clear, that if you're willing to allow Kozilek to appear, it's not going to be there for long.
Yeah, probably not. And I think Jacob was also thinking, while he was looking over the pools, because they don't get their full deck list. It is open pool here in the featured pod. Just thinking, okay, please have those Consign to Memories be sideboard.
Yeah, not so much. Not so much. So there is an Annihilator trigger on the stack right now from the Breaker. It is Annihilator 2, and it looks like Electrozoa may be part of that too, and Ely's just deciding what the other card will be that heads to the graveyard.
And now with Annihilator being on the stack here, Ely's kind of in the abyss where Wrath of the Skies is no longer going to really have a chance to deal with any of these giant Eldrazi's. So he's going to have to figure out a way to deal with these powerful creatures, and doesn't have the best way possible to deal with Kozilek after this Breaker is gone, after this block.
Yeah, so you see Ely is just going to do some jump blocking. Both of these creatures on his side of the battlefield are going to die. Jacob's got all of his left. Looks like maybe play a land here, and let's see if Jacob's got a follow-up. Looks like he may have a question here real quick.
Sorry if I grabbed it. Yeah. I milled Null Drifter from his library this turn. Am I allowed to evoke it with this ability?
Interesting.
I have blue, to be clear.
So the question here is, Jacob milled Null Drifter with the Undertaker, and he's wondering if he's able to evoke the Null Drifter via the Undertaker, because he does have access to blue mana. So our judge in the future match area is going to answer that question for him right now.
And I would think the answer is yes. It's an alternate cast, so I think you should be able to cast it from the graveyard, but not 100% sure. I bet this hasn't come up a lot here in the MH3 draft at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, this isn't an interaction that you do see every day, so it is worth knowing. Now, I suppose for what it's worth, you know, Jacob, you're pretty far ahead as it is there, pal, so I don't know if you really need this one, but can't hurt to get a couple extras.
Yeah, I think Ely's like, you know, maybe don't worry about the ruling. I'm going to draw my card and concede, but...
Maybe the case, but, you know, it's a good time to learn here. So
yeah.
This is a fun interaction, of which there are many in Modern Horizons 3 Limited, because of all these keywords and kind of some crazy legendary creatures that are running around in this set. You do see some things that you may not see traditionally, Corey, in Limited.
Definitely. A lot of mechanics that were kind of designed to play well with certain other mechanics, not design mechanics that were meant to be played well with the last 20 years of mechanics or so.
But it is what's making this format so very
fun.
Cool. I very much enjoy this format thus far, and I think it's only going to get better over time, as the Modern Horizons formats, especially for Limited, tend to be quite good. So while these players patiently wait on our judges' ruling, we can learn a little bit more about them. Jake Nagro is our undefeated player here in day number 2, 9-0 from Albuquerque in the United States, qualified for this tournament via the Second Chance PTQ. at Pro Tour Outlaws at Thunder Junction. They have that Sunday at PTQ for people who played in the Pro Tour. For them, they get the, I guess I'd say, a second opportunity to qualify, and he did exactly that.
Talk about like the hardest PTQ you could ever play, and it's only people that were Pro Tour players that weekend.
That's right. So a very impressive accomplishment there for Jacob. I don't know if it's more impressive than actually getting the opportunity to evoke a Null Drifter, but depends on who you ask, and Ely is going to concede the game. So Mr. 9-0 is one step closer to being Mr. 10-0, and that is Jacob Nagro here, wins game number 1 over Ely Cassis, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen Jacob around the Pro Tour for years. Was playing when I was playing back in the day, and just a really, really smart guy, and always seems to be at the top of the table. Always kind of plays the deck, you know, but just plays it so well and is so masterful with his plays, and ends up really yielding him some great results.
Cassis is going to start things off here with an island. And for Ely, going to get on the battlefield a little bit quicker this time around with a little bit of energy as well. So not a bad start here for him. Jacob going to use one of those landscapes to search up a mountain. The 2-drop in question is the, I like to call it the Merfolk Looter of the set. You got to work a little bit for it in Tempest Harvester because you do need energy to do it. But it's, if you have a good energy deck, it's pretty easy to do.
Very good. And even if you can only get 2 loots from it, and then you can just block as a 2-1, perfectly fine to have in a non-energy deck. Happy to have that one. But yeah, gotta love the play things before turn 5 strategy. We'll see how that one works out compared to game 1.
It's a crazy idea. An Idol of False Gods means that Jacob is on the battlefield on turn number 2 as well. So either he's going to spend an energy to draw a card and discard a card.
Yeah, I've really never seen a card that kind of had so much controversy behind it is Idol of the False Gods. So many players are like, no, that card is amazing. And other people are like, that card is completely unplayable. You know, I definitely think it's somewhere in the middle, as that card can really get out of hand, especially if you ever get to read that last line of text on the card when it becomes a 8-power creature with Annihilator.
Yeah, not so bad, I would say. Not so bad. Sneaky Snacker is in the graveyard now from the looting, so Ely getting a little bit of value there. We'll see if he ever finds a way to bring it back. In the meantime, Nagro's just going to play a land and pass the turn back. So over to Ely we do go. You do see the Sneaky Snacker there, the 2-mana 2-1. When you draw your 3rd card in a turn, return Sneaky Snacker from your battlefield to the battlefield tapped, from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So drawing a 2nd card, not all that tough when you have a looter going. The 3rd one, maybe a little bit tough, but this set is designed in mind to be able to bring back the Snacker, Corey.
Definitely, and you feel so good whenever you can discard that card to any kind of looting effect or just really any way that benefits you. And then we do also see the Unfathomable Truce in hand for Ely to be able to bring that back next turn with a land all wrapped up. So a beautiful value play of a card that reads 5 mana, draw 3 cards, put a Scion into play. Already pretty good. But if you get to add, put a 2-1 flyer into play, that's real good.
That's real good indeed. Witch Enchanter taking care of the idol. So some good exchanges here from Cassis so far. Pluto Delta the draw step here for Ely. And does have Wrath of the Skies once again. You can see Jacob's hand with a Quest for the Necropolis, a Galvanic Discharge, a Scurrilous Sentry, and a Titan's Vanguard. So both players firing on all cylinders here this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks like it's going to work out pretty well for Ely here, as Ely is going to be able to go Unfathomable Truce, get all that value. Well, Jacob, did have a land available, has green mana, so can play something like Titan's Vanguard, and Ely's going to have a beautiful turn of being able to Wrath of the Skies next turn after drawing a bunch of cards.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a Scurrilous Sentry here in the meantime for Nagro. So once this 4-mana 2/3 enters the battlefield, you get the opportunity to connive, and some conniving will be done. So it'll be a 3/4 menace right now, perhaps more in the future. But before we get there, Cassis is going to sacrifice Pluto Delta, get a swamp, and it might be time for a little draw 3, make a Scion, and a 2/1 from the graveyard.
And Jacob had a nice little play there of being able to discard Eldrazi Ravager. Has 2 Eldrazi in play, so it's a little way to insulate yourself from a Wrath of the Skies. At least you get a little value back if you're about to lose your creatures anyways.
Yes, indeed. So, 3 cards here. Sneaky Snacker has appeared on the battlefield as well. And we are heading back Cassis's way.
Yeah, Ely's hand is just beautiful now. Drew the Shadow of the Second Sun as well. Hard to imagine not wanting to get that one down as fast as possible, as Ely does have the ability to slam that right now, untap, and then have some plays to make during Jacob's turn. A little wilderness reclamation style of effect happening here for everyone. Who misses that card? I'm sure there are tens of 20s of people out there.
Yes, there are dozens of them.
Dozens of them.
Shadow of the Second Sun is an interesting one. It takes a little bit of a moment to kind of reconfigure your brain on there being an additional beginning phase after this phase. So basically what that means is you get to do your untap, your upkeep, and then your draw step, and then your turn is over. So once this thing is on the battlefield, you're effectively, as you said, Wilderness Reclamation. You're also drawing an additional card, too. So, you're doing some nice work with that card. It is an expensive one, but once it starts going, you get that thing on the battlefield for a turn or 3. It's pretty darn good, Corey.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can get that in play when you're not under an immense amount of pressure, which we don't really see a ton here, at 15 or more life, you got to feel like your percentage to win the game kind of skyrockets, especially when you have a card like Wrath in the Skies in the deck, where if at any point Jacob does get a little carried away with the battlefield, you're able to neutralize that and then draw 2 cards a turn, and things get a little carried away from that point.
Well, there's the Connive discarding a Fanatic of Ronus, so it's now a 4 or 5 minutes that's entering the battle, or excuse me, attacking on the battlefield. And now Ely going to communicate here with Jacob a little bit, seeing if he can go to blocks or not. So let's see what Cassis wants to do.
Yeah.
Looks like a potentially risky triple block here, Corey.
Yeah, a little bit there. There was another opportunity to just put like the 2 flyers in front of the Sentry, but that becomes a little bit more risky. Here, I guess you have to still kill 2 creatures to be able to make this a very profitable block, but I think this is more of Ely saying, I dare you, because I want you to deal with these creatures. They're not that big or impactful right now, especially with being able to draw 2 cards a turn. That Sneaky Snacker is going to have a pretty easy way of coming back if you can just draw 1 extra card during your turn.
Discharge the Zoa.
So there's the Galvanic Discharge on the Electrozoa. And now a little bit of reinforcing to be done as well. So this is causing Jacob to really kind of use all of his resources to win this combat, which did work out. And some damage, of course, getting through. Jacob going to follow up there with another landscape and pass the turn back. Now, is that the kind of exchange that Cassis is happy with? I have to imagine he's not unhappy with it, because of course he does have the Wrath of the Skies in hand.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's probably Wrath time here, especially where Ely only has to pay 3 mana here, so can Wrath and then have a follow-up. Pretty tempting here, but of course you want to maximize the amount of value that you get with it, but it kind of feels like it's time here. But Ely Cassis is definitely one of the most patient gamers I've seen, and definitely paid dividends throughout his career.
It has indeed, and patient is a great way to describe the way that Ely approaches a game. He's never in too much of a rush with any of his decision making, and he has waited long enough on this card. So here's the Wrath of the Skies, going to get a bunch of energy, and now use it to take care of all the things.
Yep, and Ely, most importantly, did that for 3. He didn't have to. He only had to tap 3 mana, but realizes he wants to play that Emperor of the Bones with that remaining 2 mana after the Wrath resolves, and then untap, have the ability to adapt it or do any other kind of tricks that he has in hand.
So 4 energy will be used. Wrath of the Skies is going to finish everything off. Jacob going to return an Eldrazi from the graveyard, of course, because there were 2 to sacrifice. So Ely has shored up the battlefield now, has stabilized this game at a very healthy 12 life, I would say. You mentioned Emperor of the Bones, and there that is. And now, might be time here for a little beginning phase in just a moment. I'm getting slightly ahead of myself. Ely certainly is not, as the beginning of combat, the Emperor of Bones does trigger, and now there is the untap, the draw, and the passing of the turn. Very, very good turn there for Cassis.
Definitely, and getting rid of the creature that has a nice ability in the graveyard before Jacob's able to do anything with it. Beautiful, beautiful turn for Ely. He's got to be happy with that. Now, Jacob does have one of the best cards in the set. Titan's Vanguard is so incredibly powerful, but it's much, much better when you have some other things to do with it. You know, especially its absolute best buds with Writhing Chrysalis. None of those were really we didn't really see any of those in the draft here when we were birding Jacob's perspective. I'm sure he wishes he saw a couple of them, though.
Yeah, I imagine.
So good in Jacob's deck and just in any deck.
Jacob going to start to rebuild a little bit, or at least try here with a quest for the Necropolis. So this single black enchantment is on the battlefield. It has landfall, of course. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you put a quest counter on the quest for the Necropolis. And you can pay 6 mana and sacrifice that their quest to put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Of course, this ability costs 1 less to activate for each quest counter on the quest itself. Not one, a little bit more of a long-term play, perhaps. But he does have the Titan's Vanguard on the battlefield now, as you mentioned, Corey.
Yeah.
And Jacob is more or less all in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Quest is definitely a solid card. You don't get any of the cast triggers from your really powerful Eldrazi's that you bring back, but still getting some value to bring back the biggest creature from either graveyard. Definitely very impactful. And we see Titan's Vanguard come down. It does stay as just a 5/5 with the cast trigger because it doesn't, of course, see itself. But when you attack, then it does attack as a 6/6.
Going to head back Cassice's way now. Of course, that activation of Adapt was on Nagro's end step, and now the Fnatic is on the battlefield with a finality counter on it. We told you, they thought of everything in Modern Horizons.
They really did. And it's super online with the fact that it adds 4 mana right now, so a nice little combination here. I bet we're going to be seeing some twisted riddle keeping. Even with an Emerge, it's kind of free.
Sacrifice.
Beautiful.
There is the Riddle Keeper. And this is going to be some emerging here, so Cassice communicating well as always. Just a single mana floating now after this. And some stunning here on the way, perhaps.
Yeah, and this one feels pretty over. We have the Consign to Memory to deal with Jacob Negro's only card in hand. 1 mana to deal with that. Feels really, really bad. Well, Ely's still drawing 2 cards, still has a bunch of gas in hand. The Knot Master's incredible. You can even copy any creature in play, which Ely just played a nice one to copy. Dealer's choice on which one you want to do. Both are incredible.
Copy Crook.
or Jacob's, why not?
And there's the Copy Crook.
As a cast trigger.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And then it's when it attacks?
Yeah.
Yep, so Jacob and Ely communicating well. Jacob saying that's a cast trigger, so you don't get the counters on your stuff. But when you do attack with the Copy Crook, that is a copy of the Titan's Vanguard, then your creatures, of course, will get those +1/+1 counters. So it's not yet, Ely.
Yeah. You know, you can even see how complicated some of these rules get. Ely's been playing the game since 1996, you know, has lived through all the iterations. And yeah, you still miss some of these things as the set is incredibly complicated, which just makes it so fun to see at the highest level.
Yeah, one thing about cards that have these abilities when you cast them, you're used to them being enters the battlefield triggers as opposed to cast triggers. But when we're in the land of Eldrazi, a lot of these things are cast triggers, especially so here in Modern Horizons 3. So the quest is going to bite the dust, thanks to the Witch Enchanter. That is going to take care of that. And Ely's battlefield is looking great. Now Ely's going to trigger and go back to the next beginning phase here. It looks like in just a moment. Finality counter on the Witch Enchanter, of course. So Jacob helping out a little bit. There's the untap. We're going back to the beginning phase. That's gone here. Let's draw a card there for Ely Cassis and pass the turn back. Negro might be last draw step of this particular game for him.
Yeah, that was a beautiful little play from Ely, being able to put a counter on the Emperor of Bones to be able to bring something back after it's already adapted. That's kind of the beautiful tricks we see from the modified deck, but Ely using those tricks in his Esper deck as well.
That is going to do it here for game number 2. Ely Cassis is going to tie things up here against Jacob Negro. Round number 10 headed to game number 3. And let's see what these players can put together here. A very important game here in this round. Negro wins, continues to be the lone undefeated player at 10-0. Cassis wins this one, moves up to 9-1, and might be first place in the standings or pretty darn close to it. So a very, very high leverage game in front of us here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, no matter what, either of these players having 1 loss or 2 losses if Ely does lose this match, perfectly fine. You feel great going into the last couple rounds of the tournament, but you never really want to get that mindset going. Be like, it's okay, I lost this one, because then all of a sudden you look back and you're like, okay, maybe it's not okay, I lost the 5th one here of the day or something like that.
Jund online, but nothing to do with all 3 colors of mana, so we head back over to Cassis. See what Ely's up to over here. You see an island was the draw step for the turn to go along with another copy of an island in hand. So Ely will play one of those blue producing lands and pass the turn back over to Nagro. Nagro going to play a forest and now finally get something on the battlefield here. So better late than never here for Jacob. We saw these players operating early in game number 2. This looks, Corey, a lot like game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob, you know, finding a play for this turn was excellent because otherwise his hand is not great. 2 small removal spells, only dealing with little creatures as well as the gigantic Kozilek, which you're very, very far away from. But this ended up being actually kind of the best play for Jacob to top deck as Ely was all ready to go with Aether Spike, still had the mana left over to be able to pay for the Dryad there.
Yeah, Tempest Harvester going to bite the dust. So that one gets killed. Wither and Bloom is going to make Nightshade Dryad a little bit larger and send that one into the red zone. So a decent little exchange there for Jacob Nagro. But as you mentioned, Jacob's hand not really kind of the best things going on here. A very expensive Kozilek, a Grave Dig without much to do, a Galvanic Discharge without much to target, and Eldrazi Ravager, which feels like it's a little ways away here.
Yep, absolutely. The big draw step here for Ely next turn is going to be if he can find a land. He can get that incredible enchantment going again and then leave up counter magic. But if not, isn't really doing the most. Still has Unfathomable Truce if there is nothing going on, but Ely can go Shadow of the Second Sun and Unfathomable Truce, the ultimate value machine if he does top deck a land here.
Well, the Eldrazi Ravager, that was cycled, so we head over to Ely, and that land is there. And now here it is once again. It's time for some more beginning phases as Shadow of the Second Sun has arrived.
If we had an advantage bar, Cedric, I would say it just smashed in favor of Ely Cassis here, as that is such a great exchange. Once again, he played it when he was at 16 life last game. It really took over. Did it again when there's not a lot of pressure on him. It's looking really, really great. He even has the consign to memory for Kozilek. That is really the main play that could get Jacob back into this. So this is definitely Ely Cassis' game to lose, to not be more than likely the tournament leader after this round.
It'll be a grave deck here from Nagro, who is struggling along here this game. Cassis is going to say, well, give me just 1 second. I'm going to play an Unfathomable Truth first. So 3 cards coming. Not a bad little exchange there. Don't forget about that little 0-1 too.
He has the ability to Aether Spike this and use all his energy to counter it after he drew 3 cards. Just the most beautiful play you can have here.
And so there's that. A little bit of energy, and Grave Dig has been countered. There's the attack for 3. Cassis is going to fall down to 13. Excuse me, it's actually just an attack here for 2. So Cassis is going to fall down to 14. Nevertheless, it could be 13. It could be 2. I think Ely's doing pretty good right now.
You're right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the life total he could be at to still win this game here? I think that'd be a good thought exercise here because he has, 7 cards in hand? He kind of would think about, I guess he does have 7 cards now and he's going to draw 1 extra card at end step. He might be plenty happy just drawing and then going to discard Sneaky Snacker if he has to discard the hand
That's
size.
entirely possible. That is entirely possible here for Cassis, who's going to give the hand a long look. One thing I love about watching the best players play is when they are pretty far ahead, which I would say Cassis is in this game, given the number of cards in hand and what he has on the battlefield there. It's a game where you slow down and you make sure you figure out the best ways not to win the game, but don't try to find a way to lose the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You see it so many times when a player is just like, all right, I got this one, I'll just kind of play a little bit loose, and then all of a sudden you look back and you're just like, oh wait, how did I lose this game? And that's kind of one of the worst feelings in Magic, is kind of punting away a game that seems like a sure thing.
So that might seem like an unorthodox use of Wrath of the Skies here, given what we saw it do in the last game and for Jeskai control in the modern portion of this event. But Ely's just doing what he can to make sure that he does not lose this game. Don't take any any major risks right now. You know, use your life total as a resource up into a point, and now he's going to start perhaps getting a little bit more aggressive as the Electrozoas, plural, are going to join the battlefield. One of them is going to bite the dust, and actually they both will, as Jacob had a couple of removal spells there in reserve, but Ely's going to continue to untap and accrue some small advantages thanks to the shadow of the second sun.
Yep, I just think that Wrath was just basically, I'm going to start playing creatures from here on out, so this card's going to rot in my hand unless I get a little bit of value from it now. And choking Jacob on mana right now is really all he wants to be doing.
Emperor of Bones is going to join the battlefield in the first main phase. Ely wants to get a good look at the graveyard as the Emperor at the beginning of combat on your turn has the option to exile up to one target card from a graveyard, of course. We could see some adapting here soon enough as well. So Ely getting some information and then referencing his hand as well, Corey.
Yep, looks like we're getting the Eldrazi Ravager into exile. You know, when Jacob's really stumbling on permanents here, kind of low resources, being able to next turn attack and have Annihilator 1 could be the difference of you being able to play your Kozilek on time. We know it's not going to matter anyways because of the consign, but that could be a huge factor. But yeah, Jacob's just really had nothing going on this game. It's, you know, hasn't been remotely close.
Jacob is just going to simply pass the turn back here over to Ely. So Ely will do that adapting that I mentioned a little bit earlier. And there's a big ol' Eldrazi over there now. So we're going to head back over Cassice's way.
Yeah, gotta love the end step trick with that because it does go away at end step. You know, similar to what we see with Dress Down being used a lot here in the modern portion. Play that at someone's end step, has the ability to be used during the next turn.
Just attack with this Annihilator.
And there will be an Annihilator 1 trigger right now. Here from Ely.
6.
And Jacob says 14 all, question mark, and it is indeed. And now that Eldrazi Ravager is exiled for good.
Ely picked up a second consign for a little insult to injury here.
Yeah, to say the least. Ely is just so far ahead in this game. And all Jacob can do is just draw for us and pass the turn back with that Kozilek in reserve that we all know, both here in the booth, you at home, and I think actually everybody in Amsterdam knows too. That thing's not going to do much of anything. So Ely's going to tap a whole bunch of mana now, which is never a good feeling if you're on the opposing side of it, especially in this format.
Yeah, I think it just got printed in the Amsterdam News that there's no way that this Kozilek is resolving.
That is
such
correct.
a big story right now.
It's bad news all around here for Jacob, who has had a wonderful start to this tournament, but winning every single round is a pretty big ask. Picking up a first loss seems inevitable in events like this, but if your first loss is in round number 10 against Ely Cassis, you're having one heck of an event.
Yeah, I'll never complain losing to the dad of the Pro Tour, as you were stating earlier.
That's right. So Ely's going to get a little bit busy here with the Emperor, the sneaky snacker.
Wait, sorry, it's 10. I didn't get the counter yet. 4.
And a pretty healthy attack is going to bring Nagro down to 4.
Trigger.
Yep.
The Shadow will trigger. Ely will untap all the things, which effectively gives this stuff vigilance as well. That Shadow of the Second Sun is very powerful, folks, if you can get it on a pretty even battlefield. And this game is anything but even. It is over. Ely Cassis going to win this game and match over Jacob Nagro. 2-1. The dad of the PT is moving on with another W and one step closer to another top finish, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. Another impressive finish here being delivered by Ely Cassis. It kind of seems like every time we do one of these Pro Tours, he's always in that first page of standings, or second at the very least.
At the very least, indeed. Congratulations to Ely Cassis on a very impressive win. Going to be near the very tippy top of the standings. Condolences over to Jacob Nagro, but both players having a wonderful tournament, just like Corey and I are here in the booth, and Maria and friends in the news desk.
play draft or sealed events at your local WPN store through July 14th to earn rewards on MTG Arena. Earn rewards for each WPN event you enter, and if you play in 3 or more events, you'll get a draft token. Very cool. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. It's been a beautiful tournament so far. We're on day 2 of competition right now, working our way through towards our top 8. One of the players now at the top of our leaderboard in a 3-way tie for first place is none other than Eli Cassis, who continues to have great finishes at tournament after tournament after tournament. He might have another one coming up pretty soon. Let's hear from him right now.
I've got Eli Cassis here with me. You just took down the tournament leader, good sir. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels great. I was very concerned going into it. Thought my draft kind of train wrecked, but I'm kind of hearing from the people in the pod that everybody's did. So I'm not so worried anymore. I got 2 wins. Even if I go 2-1, I'm very happy with this pool.
So 2-0 so far. Another one would be the ideal start. How much are you itching to get into Modern, though?
Oh, very itching. 5-0 yesterday in it, and playing Nadu, the deck's just busted, so very much hoping that that carries me the rest of the way. But I would take another limited win. I mean, at any edge, right?
We'll just put in a request for you with your competitor. I'm sure they'll oblige. Yeah, sure. Well, Eli, best of luck in the next round, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you again very soon in the winner's circle.
Sounds good. I hope so too. Thank you.
I said he was in a 3-way tie for first place. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and find out what's happened now after 10 rounds of play. It's a 3-way tie. Eli Cassis, Jacob Negro, and Noah Ma all now lead the field with records of 9-1. Now this is the time you start to ask yourself, when do we start to think about top 8? Well, if you hit 12 wins, that is the moment you are locked. You can stop playing and you are into our top 8 for sure. And these players are inching ever closer to that magic number of 12. A lot of other big names still at the top of the leaderboard as well. Ken Yukihiro, Jason Yee, Brian Boss with that cool Gruul deck that he'll be playing later in the Modern portion of this tournament. Seth Manfield won a Pro Tour already this season. Can he do it again? He's in good position right now. Former world champion Javier Dominguez and Shuhei Nakamura, one of the most decorated players in the game, currently sitting at 7-1-2. There's a look at our leaderboard, but let's talk about draft and our pods. We're going to be playing for the pod here in round 3 of draft on day 2. So Eli, we just talked to Eli. Ailey, good grief. Walk me through these pods.
Around here. Yeah. That's for sure. All righty, well, we've been following along with 4 main pods, so let's jump in and take a look how our players are doing. As we just saw, Jacob Negro falling to Eli Cassis, 9-1. Noah Ma and Eli Cassis are going to do battle for the pod coming up next, so that will be awesome to watch indeed. Draft pod number 2, let's take a look and see who we're following along with here. Johnny Gutman, Ken Yukihiro. Johnny Gutman on Team Handshake, of course, and looking to secure the 3-0 for the pod. Looking at draft pod number 3, Seth Manfield doing excellently indeed, and he actually told me about the match with Arne Huschenbett where he was able to invert polarity twice on poor Arne, playing Necro Dominance in Limited, and stole all his stuff. So yeah, that's going to be fun to watch. Drop pod number 4. Let's take a look here and see who we are taking a look at again. Andre Santos and Shuhei Nakamura. Shuhei Nakamura, of course, our Hall of Famer. 27 GP top 8s. These guys like winning, and I think we're going to see a little more from Shuhei Nakamura.
All right, there's a look at our top 4 draft pods here in the building on day 2 of competition, and we are gearing up for round number 11 here before we head into Modern for the rest of the tournament. Let's take a look at our feature match here for round number 11. We're going to head to draft pod number 2, take a peek in there and find out who is playing for the pod. We have Johnny Gutman from Canada. There you go, Ailey. Up against Ken Yukihiro, aka Death Snow. Both players currently sitting at 8-2, so well near the top of the leaderboard for both of these players. Johnny Gutman, also known as Ginky MTG. You can see there he started playing in 2015. He made the top 8 at the Neon Dynasty Championship back in 2022. Qualified for this tournament at a face-to-face tour championship in Montreal. One top finish for Johnny Gutman there, that Neon Dynasty Championship top 8. The opponent Ken Yukihiro started playing in 2008, finalist at Players Tour Nagoya in 2020, top 8 at Pro Tour Aberson Restored back in 2012. That's the year I started playing the game. Ken Yukihiro sitting at 8-2 alongside Johnny Gutman here. Round number 11 is on the way, everybody. I cannot wait to see who escapes with a 3-0 in their draft pod this morning, setting themselves up for a very good run here as we hit the modern rounds later this afternoon. I'm going to pass it on over to the booth here to call the final round of draft here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
Well, thank you very much, Maria, and yes, welcome back to the booth here. My name's Riley. I'm joined by Marnie, and we're going to get stuck in with our next round of coverage right here, right now, down to the feature match area to check in with what's going on as we round out our coverage of Modern Horizons 3 Draft. Marnie, I've enjoyed exploring this format at the highest level. I've enjoyed drafting in preparation for this event, and I don't imagine it'll be the last we see of Modern Horizons in the coming weeks as people learn, take away the stuff that we've come across here in Amsterdam, watching the best players in the world get across this format.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. I don't know if it will go down as one of the all-timer great draft formats, but I will certainly remember it fondly, and I do think that it is a good format. And one of the things that I've really liked is just the subversion of some of my expectations going into the weekend versus how we've seen things already play out on camera, the players' choices and the drafting. Here, everybody's different approaches to the format, and of course, not always the decks that we expect to see sitting at the top, which is nice to see.
Yes, indeed. It's something that we've had a little bit of, I guess, a subversion of expectation, I think it's fair to say. You know, a lot of people thinking we'd come in and see just Writhing Chrysalis all over the place, that these Eldrazi decks would be unbeatable. And look, they certainly can be very strong. But yesterday we saw a Dimir deck go 3-0, a Dimir mirror for the 3-0 slot in our featured pod. So a lot more depth to this format than I think people are perhaps aware of, given the ongoing narrative that, you know, the format may have less depth to it than we thought. And we're seeing that here with Ken Yukihiro casting a turn 2 Sneaky Snacker. Again, Dimir seeming to be doing very good work. Here's a Kami.
Yeah, this is the playing for 3-0 match in pod 2 of our feature pods. Ken is on a blue-black splashing white deck, while Johnny is actually on an Abzan deck, primarily black-green with a small splash again for white. So the modified strategy, but again, we do see the color black heavily playing into both of these decks, and maybe really cementing the fact that some of these teams do believe that black is the best color.
Eldrazi repurposer here now for Gutman on turn number 3 after Wither and Bloom took care of the Kami.
One of the strongest commons in the set. Not the strongest, of course. That is reserved for a friend of ours who has been conveniently missing.
Notably absent.
Yes.
Suspiciously absent.
Yeah.
Where are they all going? People just first picking them and then just, you know, going into like Boros or Dimir
not
or
opening them in our camera seats.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. In any case, into 3, the repurposer now.
Yeah. Johnny, again, talked about it yesterday. A player that has historically struggled in the very short history of his playing career with paper Magic, just getting the mechanics of it down as a player who started during the online era, really, with MTG Arena. But went 6-2 yesterday. Unfortunate dip at the end of the day after a 6-0 start. Back here today, once again, 2-0 in draft, 1 match win away from a 6-0 in Limited, and really exciting for fans of Johnny and, you know, my Canadian countrymen to see him get it together here.
I'm sure he'll be very pleased. I enjoy watching the Aussies get up and about. We've got a couple of Australians as well flirting with the top end of town. Friend of mine, Joey B from Brisbane, has been doing all right. Hopefully we'll see him in the feature match area if he continues to perform. We'll see. But as it is right now, we've got
constructed MVP, Springheart Nantuko, has made an appearance here, bestowed onto an Eldrazi repurposer, and a land was played, so I believe Johnny is making a copy of the repurposer and then a Guide of Souls.
Oh boy, lucky that we've got the Aether Spark to do with that. Guide of Souls, widely considered to be the best card in this limited format, although obviously much more impactful when cast on turn number 1. But Ken Yukihiro will have been very happy to have dealt with that as efficiently as he did. In comes the Sneaky Snacker once again, 11 to plays 17. And Tamio meets the Story Circle, another one of these blue cards that is being played on the splash.
Yeah, this is a nice one. It is going to slow down the pressure quite a bit from Johnny. He does have 2 3-3s, well, a 3-3 and a 4-4 here. So quite a strong board presence from Johnny. But Tamio meets the Story Circle, able to slow things down quite a bit and help Ken really remodel his hand if he needs to. Though, of course, we saw it previously, where it's just a bit too slow.
This is plus one. Okay. So 3 total?
All
Yeah,
right.
I think just confirming that the Nantuko's bestow actually does give a power toughness bump as well as an incredible ability. So really the card that just does it all.
It does it all, and we've seen it.
One of the best cards in the format, by the way, not just the Constructed All-Star.
And but we have seen it do very, very good work in Constructed, of course, and I'm sure we'll see it in the coming rounds as we enter into the modern portion of
Fringe
day
Jack.
number 2.
I don't think so. I don't expect any more of these in Constructed.
You don't think so?
No, very fringe playable.
Fringe playable, says Money Devoody.
I don't think there's any Nadu at the top tables.
Supposed expert.
You have no proof of that.
I have no proof of that.
No.
I have many emails.
No, I don't think so.
P by P. Play by play. Riley. Expert. Expert Money Devoody.
Don't think so.
No, he's deleted them all from there. He's hacked the deep web and deleted every single one of them. All right, well.
News to me.
In any case, we will rely on Marnie's expertise to try to get us through these choppy waters of this limited format, as we see now Shulganga coming down as a 5-mana 6/6. This is a pretty bomby rare. It can be cleanly answered by a number of cards in the format, Marnie, but if left unanswered, this card will get the job done. A 6/6 flyer is no joke.
No joke at all, and Johnny is at 9, facing down 8 power of flyers, and you can make as many repurposers as you want in this situation. They are not going to get you out of this current hole.
All right, well, let's see what Johnny can do in this situation. I don't know how many options he has, to be honest.
Kent got, I believe,
Cards?
1 card in hand? Yeah.
He's fiddling with his lands at the moment just to give himself something to do. The old Brian Kibler approach.
Yeah, did discard 1 card to Tamio meets the Story Circle the previous turn. So we do see 2 clues able to beef up the hand a bit on the future turn. Of course, this turn tapped out. Johnny, on the other hand, 4 cards to work with. His biggest issue right now is the flyers, and one of the weaknesses of Johnny's deck is not that much removal in the main deck.
Gravedig here will bring back the Guide of Souls. Have another crack at getting this one on the table.
Can play the Guide of Souls and then play a land, gain some life.
Make 1/1. Yep. And gain 1.
Right, making a token here, so not actually going to pay the 2 to make another copy of the Repurposer.
Yeah. And somehow you still benefit when you don't pay the 2.
Yeah.
Very reasonable
That's
card.
very, very good card.
Very reasonable.
Very, very good card.
Yeah.
Surprised to hear you think it's not going to have an impact in Constructed.
I just don't see it happening. Where's it going to see play? What are you going to do with it?
What kind of decks are there out there that need creatures and lands?
I can't come up with any.
Very few. Very few.
Pick one lane, one or the other, creatures or lands.
Yes, that's the thing. You need to specialize to succeed.
Yeah.
All right. Insect comes down. We're going to see an energy counter and an extra life thanks to the Guide of Souls. It's the 1/1 comes on into play. And we've got 2 repurposes getting in here.
Okay, 7.
7, yep.
And Ken's he's not playing around. He's just going to take 7, go to 7, down from 14.
Yep.
And to follow things up now, we've got a Nightshade Dryad, gain 1 and an energy as well.
Johnny says go.
Pass it back to Ken. Now, Ken, large and in charge with these big flyers.
I think Ken has 2 copies of Breathe Your Last in hand, 3 total copies in the deck, 2 in hand. And that's going to make it quite hard for Johnny to mount a true offensive here.
So I think Ken is thinking about the 3rd chapter of Tamio Meets the Story Circle. and decides to shuffle back the Kami.
Yes.
Okay.
Leaves the others. Up to 3, of course.
Ether Spike becoming less useful as the game goes on. That Consuming Corruption is not great in this situation, with only 2 Swamps in play.
It does look like, thanks to the Guide of Souls and the amount of life Johnny was able to gain the previous turn, he is firmly the aggressor now, especially pushing that combat through with the attackers and Ken opting not to block. And looking over Johnny's list, I'm wondering if that was actually a bit of a bluff attack, because the only thing I can really see that would have benefited him to make that attack is a one-off copy of Wither and Bloom, but that's in his graveyard. So I'm not sure if he managed to push 7 damage through for essentially nothing
on the free skis, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as it is, Ken is not doing too much with his turn, just has a think about things and passes. He's under a fair bit of pressure now, given the board that Johnny is assembling.
Gain 1, and 1 energy.
Another repurposer made.
Okay. Now, this repurposer doesn't bring with it a Scion.
No.
Oh, sorry, a Spawn token.
It is an on-cast trigger.
Yes.
These are just entering the battlefield. It will get you a spawn when it dies, if it dies.
If it dies.
But at the moment, no. And now that Johnny has hit 3 energy, this Guide of Souls is online, which is something for Ken to be very aware of. Against Ken's hand, we believe 2 copies of Breathe Your Last.
And look at this. Everything's being sent in here. We can turn something into an angel, chuck it up into the sky, a couple of +1/+1 counters, and a flying counter.
A lot of text.
Yep.
And remember, once those counters are on it, it will also have trample, as all modified creatures here do. So now Johnny taking advantage of the trample death touch on the Dryad here, really just maximizing pressure. And I go back to that attack the previous turn. The fact that Ken just took it has suddenly put him in an absolutely horrendous spot here.
Yeah, his blockers aren't looking terrific in this in the face of what Johnny's put together here. This attack with everything indicates to me that Johnny's pretty confident the game's going to end more or less here. There's the threat of activation on the Oozewag, of course. His life total is high enough that I think he thinks he's probably safe even if this doesn't push lethal through, but we don't know exactly what's in hand. That could change the equation even further here. We'll find out as Ken lines up his blocks.
Yeah, so Ken can do this, and then Breathe Your Last the Oozewag. That would remove the trample from the board.
Okay.
So that issue is gone. And this is, I believe, 5 damage coming across, while Ken is going up to 8, gaining 1 because of the singular color.
Sacrifice for blood, yeah.
Now that the trample is not an issue, he can sacrifice the snacker, get a blood token as well, and still has mana to pay for a clue. So is reasonably in a position where he can try to mount a comeback, but he is definitely still in trouble because there is a large board presence left from Johnny.
Yes, and a way to continue to gain energy and life as well with the Nantuko here, as we're seeing with the Eldrazi repurposer dying, creating a spawn token and buffering Johnny's life to a little more. Oh, and look at this as well. He's not going to have any shortage of creatures here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
3 life, that is terrifying for Ken.
Yeah.
Another life, another energy.
And then of course the energy counters as well will mean that we're going to see the Guide of Souls fling more and more of these little creatures up into the air.
Yeah, I don't think Ken has any out here, even if he goes Kami pass with Breathe Your Last up. There's just too many creatures. None of them are gaining you that much life.
You guaranteed an angel next turn thanks to the saga there.
Right.
The Rise
the
of
Hunger Tide rises.
Yep. Will provide another energy counter at the least, and a land off the top provides another life and an energy counter. So Johnny's really stitched together a lethal board position here for poor old Ken, who's on 3 life and really struggling. His Shilgangar is not doing enough to lock things down.
Yeah, it turns out when you combine 2 of the absolute best cards in the set, that's an advantage.
Now Johnny's just written down the word breathe. Wonder if that's to remind himself to, stay calm.
I think it is a reminder of breathe your last.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, my bad.
Probably just a little mantra for himself.
This is why I'm not the expert.
Well, you're not the expert, Money. Yeah.
I just can't analyze situations as well as you.
Yeah, he's keeping himself cool, calm, collected.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it is breathe your last after all. No, you're right. It is breathe your last.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
It is.
Okay.
No, certainly
you're
my bad.
bad.
My bad.
Sorry.
Very much my bad.
I just get confused easily.
Yeah. So Ken here having a good old think about what he wants to do. He's got another breathe your last in hand here.
He will need to make a play soon, and I don't think there are any good ones. So we may just see Ken scoop it up. It is hard when Johnny has already said that I'm not scared of your hand the previous turn to try to bluff a series of cards that don't exist that would result in Johnny not making the lethal attack. And I think that is the process that Ken is going through right now.
He is really taking his time and thinking about it here.
Ken, of course, a very accomplished player himself. Quite a few top finishes in the past. It has been a while since we did see him, but he is back at the top level, and that is a delight to see.
Yeah,
as a
big we're glad he's here.
Hero fan.
All right, here's this Kami, little 1/3 death touch. But is it going to be too little too late here for Ken Yukihiro?
We know the answer is yes. So now it's just a matter of Mr. Gutman reaching the same conclusion.
All right, gains another life, gains another energy. Gains another permanent on his already chaotic board state here.
Looking through his graveyard, I believe. There is a Wither and Bloom there, if you somehow deem you need it.
So what do you kill here?
If you're in Ken's seat?
Yeah.
I think it depends on where the flying counters from the Guide of Souls go. But realistically, considering everything is one or less colors, it's probably going to be the Dryad, as that is a large flyer, equal or greater power to everything on the board, and it will gain you a life. But mathematically, it really doesn't matter. The numbers are not adding up in your favor.Ose copy tokens, are a reminder to those watching at home, are Eldrazi repurposers. So those are 3/3s. And here we go.
I'm going to see everything attack here. One of these insects can't attack. I think it was it's the one at the back there that we're treating as the one with summoning sickness. And Ken recognizes there's no way out for him there. It kind of fell apart. The wheels fell off as Johnny was able to pull together what ended up being quite a stupendous board there. The Nantuko, the Spring Heart Nantuko doing a huge amount of work there for the Canadian. And we move on now to game number 2. Let's see if Ken Yukihiro can pull something a little more convincing together. Players will have had the opportunity to change their decks around a little bit with sideboard. It doesn't have a huge amount in Limited. Can here and there, but broadly speaking, I think we'll be looking at a very similar matchup here. So what has to go right for Ken now, Marnie, for him to feel like he's back in this game?
Well, step one is remove that Guide of Souls immediately, or else there might be no feeling like you're back in this game. Turn 1 Guide of Souls is absolutely terrifying, and Ken's hand looks like it has a Breathe Your Last, a Deep Analysis, and an Eviscerator's Insight. Is that a Breathe Your Last?
Doesn't look like a Breathe Your Last to me, no.
No. Okay, great. Is that a... Oh, that's Chthonian Nightmare, I think.
Oh, yes, Chthonian Nightmare.
Yes. Very exciting card. Unfortunately, not an answer to Guide of Souls anywhere to be found. So I think Ken is in massive trouble.
Dire Straits here.
Okay.
Find an answer. Here's a sneaky snacker. It's not going to do. He does have answers. He does have answers.
And most importantly, he has the beginning of a ridiculous game, potentially. Sneaky Snacker plus Chthonian Nightmare. And once you get these draw spells involved, things can get really out of hand. You sack the Snacker, you get something back. You bank some energy. You get the Snacker back by casting a Deep Analysis. The loops can get really weird and very powerful.
All right, well, here's an answer, potentially, to the Chthonian Nightmare in the form of Static Prison. Johnny's having to think about what he wants to go after here. It's going to actually be the Sneaky Snacker. Chthonian Nightmare, of course, a reference to the old card Recurring Nightmare. which we don't see too much these days, of course. But Chthonian Nightmare, a card with a lot of potential. Deep Analysis target me, says Ken. Looking, I think, desperately for an answer to this Guide of Souls. But the good news here for Ken is that Johnny seems to be missing land drops.
Yes. And if Johnny's not able to make land drops or find cheap creatures to play, the Static Prison is not long for the world. Static Prison plus Guide of Souls is an excellent combo for generating energy every turn to keep it going, but that does require you to actually be making plays, playing creatures, and that third land off the top, it is a landscape, but Johnny should have enough time to be able to fully utilize it.
All right, we've got a Kami here, and we've got our Marionette Apprentice as well. Kami of Jealous Thirst, a 1/3 Death Touch. The Marionette Apprentice, 1/2 Fabricate with a pseudo Blood Artist ability. 1 damage or a loss of life whenever a creature you control dies. So he's building out his board very nicely here. Johnny Gutman has found the forest, which presumably will unlock the cards in his hand.
He is going to need it because Ken is mounting a lot of pressure.
Gain 1 energy.
Oh boy. Here we go again.
All right. A Spring Hut Nantuko, so now 2 answers required of Ken Yukihiro.
But no land. That is the important part.
Sorry.
Yeah, 18.
Yeah. And go?
Yeah, pass a turn.
He found an energy, so that's 1 more turn of the Static Prison surviving, but it does really feel like right now Johnny is trying to empty the water flowing in using a, what would you say, a bucket, a glass? His ship is sinking.
Oh, he's bailing water out. Yes.
Yeah, but not very effectively.
No, he's using like a colander. Yeah.
A colander. Okay, perfect. Great.
Yeah.
16 and 19.
So, Ken now. He's got a nice full grip. 4 cards there.
15.
I believe that was the second Sneaky Snacker played and immediately sacked to Eviscerator's Insight, if I'm not mistaken. Though, if that is the case, that should be in play. There we go. There you go. Okay.
Yep. Ken taking his time in resolving some of those triggers.
Yeah.
The Apprentice Marionette also took a while for it to proc.
Marionette procs. The Kami is also, I believe, either has already been used or can be used for free this turn. I believe it was already used.
It was already used. Yep. Oh, okay, sure. Down from 18 to 16. Yep.
All right. Johnny needs lands, and then he'll really get going. But if he doesn't find a land here, I don't know if there's any coming back into this game.
Even with the turn 1 Guide of Souls, maybe seeing that in his opening, be like, right, this is all I need. But the draw steps haven't been kind to him here as Ken comes in for another 3.
I can't imagine looking at a hand of 2 lands, Guide of Souls, Static Prison, and being like, no, I got to ship this.
Yeah.
You know,
you keep those hands.
Yeah, you have to keep it. Some percentage of the time it's not going to work out, and this is that percentage of the time. As
wow,
it does feel like there's just no coming back for Johnny because
he's way too far behind.
He's going to lose this prison. Looking at his deck, there's no Wrath effect to really help stabilize things, and I think it is just, you know, GG here.
Yeah. So what we can see here as well is we can see the Eviscerator's Insight flashed back in Johnny's turn, right, to sacrifice the Sneaky Snacker, immediately bring it back, and we're going to see Johnny concede because not only is there an overwhelming board presence here for Ken, he also has that Kami of Jealous Thirst between the seemingly limitless numbers of ways to draw 3 cards. Each one of them represents an extra 2 damage, and that's on top of all the creatures that Ken had. So there, very tidy win now here for our Japanese player, and we go to game number 3 now between these 2 players. But look, you're not going to fault Johnny Gutman, the hand that he had, or as much of it as we saw at least. Perfectly defensible keep, didn't quite get there. And so a loss goes the way of the Canadian, even after the turn 1 Guide of Souls. No Guide of Souls on turn 1 this time here, Marnie, as we see Johnny reach for the deck as he cracks a landscape here.
And I do believe that was a mulligan for Ken. 6 cards for him. Johnny keeping 7 on the play. So hopefully with a 7 on the play and turn 1 landscape, his hand is a bit more cohesive this game than it was in the previous one. We certainly know the power of his deck is there. It is just a matter of the mana cooperating, as we have seen the theme be, not just of today, but maybe the entire draft portion of the Pro Tour, overwhelmingly when in pods of high skill level, we do find players splashing a third color.
Yes, yeah. It's been a lot more common than I think a lot of people anticipated. It's certainly possible. We all know that with the landscapes, but the role that it's played at the highest level, maybe because there is just such this, this scrappy fight for the best cards in each pack, that you're sort of left with players happier to step outside of their lane than they normally would, right? You're playing, I don't know, Boros, and you see a good blue card, you're like, I'm going to take this, I'm going to find room for it, something like that. Tempest Harvester here now for Ken Yukihiro. We saw a Hydra plate just for one money.
Yes, Hydra played for one. Maybe part of that is just wanting to curve out, had the ooze follow up on turn 3, and could start building it up, though of course we saw Ken have the Wither and Bloom to stop the ooze from doing his thing and getting out of hand potentially. Johnny's curving out this game, so he's happy. And going back to the idea of the 3-color splashes, I think part of it does have to do with the general design of the set, which is, yes, there are multiple archetypes across different colors, but there is overlap in archetypes. The modified archetype goes across a 3-color combination in each 2-color pair. Same with Eldrazi and same with Energy. So suddenly you do find yourself competing for the same cards with more people than you usually might.
And as a sort of a fact that's sort of adjunct to that is that the Dimir deck, which we're seeing once again, right, fight for a 3-0 finish at the Pro Tour. People aren't fighting over those.
Yes, that is.
The energy cards are being divided between the 2 or 3 energy drafters at the table. The Eldrazi cards are being fought over by these people, the people looking to pull together the modified deck. Even if they're not believing that black is the best color, they're looking for all the cards that have +1/+1 counters, whatever else. The person who is sitting there drafting the sneaky snackers, taking the deep analyses, taking the Eviscerator's Insight, they're uncontested.
Yeah, I had a prediction coming into the weekend that we may see Dimir be the best performing deck for that exact reason.
It's a shame that you didn't voice that prediction to anyone.
I did. You can ask Maria Bartholdi.
Really?
You can.
Yep.
Have receipts.
Known actress and performer.
How dare you?
Someone who enjoys getting on camera and
Maria,
lying.
Maria, help me.
Maria, he's bullying me.
Back to the game.
All right, we've got a Reefworm here. This one's a nice one, particularly in a deck with something like Eviscerator's Insight. There are answers to the Reefworm in the format that, result in it not doing its best work, but some of the time it is just a big pain in the bum to try to get through this card. A 0/1 that makes a 3/3 that makes a 6/6 that makes a 9/9, and look at this.
2 + 4 = 6.
All right, so we are going to Trample Town here, and we saw the Oozewag activated there for its adapt, and then a Nesting Grounds activated to move a counter from the Oozewag to the Hydra. This enables a line for Johnny the next turn to move another counter from the Oozewag, clear it off, and then adapt again. Nesting Grounds, very slow, but able to do some very interesting shenanigans in these modified counter decks.
Yes, indeed, and I've seen it more than once be paired with Nadu. It's not often that you get to do that, obviously Nadu being a higher rarity card, but Nesting Grounds in conjunction with Nadu,
What's that card do?
Well, whenever you target one of your creatures, whenever one of your creatures becomes targeted...
We're in the last round of draft, it's not going to matter.
By a spell or ability, I won't bother explaining.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's fine. You can look it up yourselves. It's not like we're going to see this card on the camera at
I'll
any
figure
point.
it out.
All right, well, we've got our 3/3 fish now. And in the immortal words of the eminent philosopher Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish.
Ah, of course.
Unless you've got a 9/9. That's a kraken. I don't know if that's a fish or not. We'll see. According to many other eminent researchers, there's no such thing as a fish. So debate rages on now as we see Johnny continue to develop his board here. Things looking okay for him.
Ken had a Scurrilous Sentry come down the previous turn, so he's continuing to sift through and form his hand, and Johnny's pressure is mounting kind of, but he has to be aware of the fact that this Reefworm chain is going to keep going up.
Cursed Wombat here is really, really nice, particularly with the Nesting Grounds, moving one counter over from the Oozewag and putting 2 onto the Hydra because of the Cursed Wombat's ability.
I believe Ken's hand is Eviscerator's Insight, a land, and Marionette Apprentice. So deciding what to discard here, it is going to be the Swamp. But if that is in fact the insight that I saw, that is going to be very big because this allows Ken to surprise upgrade up the food chain of the Reef Worm.
Yes.
While Johnny may not be expecting it. And that could be quite a blowout in this situation because Johnny's ecosystem is a little delicate right now. He does have this nesting grounds plus the wombat plus the oozewag situation going.
But as any environmentalist in Australia will tell you, you mess with the nesting ground of a wombat,
right?
And you do have a very delicate ecosystem.
I will take your word for it.
Yes, indeed. I will say I've met many wombats in my travels.
Okay.
I haven't met any of them that seem to be particularly cursed. They're very, very happy little creatures.
Okay. Have you been to whatever plane this thing is from?
My main experience has been with Australian wombats.
Okay. All right.
Not these hellish demon hellspawn nightmare wombats that we can see on screen.
Maybe Dustmorn will have some more cursed wombats.
You think so?
I have no idea.
Cruising around the haunted house?
Absolutely no clue.
We will see. I did get a chance to look at some of the cards that were previewed from the preview panel here at Magic on Amsterdam in Duskmorn. We'll be heading there later on. An entire plane apparently that is just one big haunted house.
Nice.
No thanks.
No,
not for me.
You're not a fan of the haunted house?
I think I'll stick around in Bloomburrow. That seems much lovelier.
All right.
Alrighty.
The counters keep on moving.
Yeah, these wombats.
The delicate ecosystem continues.
Well, at the moment, the wombat is thriving, leaving little cube-shaped poo-poos all over the place as it gets in.
Oh. Let's calm that down. And
what are we going to see here? 4/5 wombat, double blocked by the fish and the scurrilous sentry here. That's still a lot of damage coming through.
That is a lot of damage. I wonder if I missaw something in Ken's hand.
Check this out here, right?
Yeah.
Johnny Gutman has the option to. We're going to see. Okay, we're going to see a breathe your last here on the ooze. Okay, so that's going to. Ooh, maybe not.
How many cuts?
Okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Marnie, but I believe a play that's available to Johnny Gutman here is to assign all the combat damage to the scurrilous sentry, so the 3/3 fish doesn't die.
Okay. That is available.
Yes.
All right. First, we do see a collective resistance coming from Johnny to protect the oozewag, and as you said, he does opt to just kill off the sentry.
Yes.
Didn't have enough damage to kill off the fish anyways. The fish is a 3/3, I believe, and he was attacking with a 4-power creature, so couldn't kill both creatures regardless.
No. Sorry, my point more broadly is that when your opponent double blocks, and even if your damage would,
correct,
not in this specific situation,
yes,
but let's
you
say
can over-assign in order to prevent something you don't want to die from dying.
Yes. So in that situation, let's say the wombat had 6 power, you would do 6 damage to the scurrilous sentry, 0 damage to the fish, and it wouldn't die. So that's something to keep in mind.
You could. I don't know if it would be worth it. You have to get through that fish eventually.
No, never.
Oh, never mind. My bad.
All right, here's the guy to souls now.
Okay.
Here's the guy to souls. I didn't realize it was possible for a commentator to suffer from fancy play syndrome from the booth, but somehow I managed it.
I don't think so. I think that was very reasonable.
Thanks, Marty.
I believe in you, Riley.
Appreciate the vote of confidence, mate.
I got you.
Yeah. So Guide of Souls appearing once again. Extremely powerful card here.
The guide is here. No energy right now for Johnny. And Ken is at 5, but has quite a board.
All right, we're going to see a trigger from the Guide of Souls.
Energy 1. And 3 is a very terrifying number in this spot. Up the fish chain. Great.
Serrator's Insight.
All right, from fish to whale. That's how it works.
Oh, so it's not even a bigger fish. It's just, it's a straight up, it's a bigger tooth whale. We're now into the set of sands.
It's a food chain.
I see.
I don't know how we are working our way.
I don't think krakens tend to eat whales. I think it's the other way around.
Unfortunately, the game of Magic the Gathering disagrees with you.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's to be believed then.
Okay, I think we should pause the match and get a biologist in here.
Yeah. That's the first.
But a kraken, specifically a kraken expert.
A krakenologist, exactly. Yeah.
Krakenologist. Okay.
Someone who's an
Can
expert
we
on
just reach the judges and pause the game so we can sort this out?
Yeah. I think that's probably the number one. There's a cryptozoology marine biologist specializing in cephalopods, please.
Yeah.
All right, we got a 6/6. the whale out and about.
Drop last turn. You played a land?
Yes, play one.
Johnny is just trying to confirm the situation as it stands. Did Ken play a land drop, etc.? I believe Ken has another copy of Breathe Your Last in hand.
Okay.
That is going to be very important here, as I believe Johnny will be trying to mount, and that should mount enough energy to get the Guide of Souls going. So Ken will respond.
In response, we're going to see a Breathe Your Last on the Guide of Souls. Gain 1. Destroy this key 1 drop here.
So Ken is up to 6. Johnny now gets that Eldrazi spawn. This does mean he still has enough mana to activate one of these Oozwags. So Ken is a 6. Johnny has a 1-2, a 2-1, a 1-1, and a 6-6.
Yeah.
Right? So if we say that the 6-6 has to go in front of one of the Oozwags, right? Then he has a total of 4 toughness available to him, and Johnny is threatening 6, I believe.
It's going to be, now with this nesting grounds, there are going to be a lot of trample creatures. Essentially, whichever Oozwag is unblocked.
Next turn, he'll have mana for both. So this turn, it was no attacks, but Johnny is very much setting up for a double activation.
A key turn here for Ken Yukihiro, who has to find a way to stabilize this board. Otherwise, he is going to go down in flames. And what has he found here?
Anya.
This is Anya Kenarud. Not sure exactly how that is pronounced, but the Sky Captain herself, there she is, you can see. Flying Lifelink. Now with a +1/+1.
Very
counter as
important
well.
line. Flying Lifelink.
Flying and Lifelink here. So this, we said he needed a stabilization play, and now in the form of Anna Kenarud.
I believe Ken
have exactly that.
Johnny was 1 damage short of lethal, by the way, the previous turn. I believe he had 5 trample coming on through. So 1 damage short. Not relevant now. The lifelink creature changes all of the math. And with Ward as well, Ward discard a card, it is going to take resources to remove Arna if Johnny even has an answer to Arna. And the terrifying thing about Arna is it really gets out of control fast. As we heard yesterday, Simon Nielsen attacking with a 144-144 Arna. These counters just keep doubling.
So if he's got a way to sort of jumpstart that, we've already seen the 1 token, or 1 counter, I should say, with the Wither and Bloom. If he's got another way to pile a couple of counters on that, or, as we see, I don't think he's going to be long on auras or equipment here, but anything that can beef this this Arna up will very, very quickly get out of hand, exponentially growing in the face of what Johnny's attempting to do. The fans of Balatro out there, I would say that this is more of an X malt, while all of what Johnny is doing is a plus malt.
Okay, great.
I feel like that's a reasonable. Did you play Balatro?
I do.
You would love it.
Yes.
Yes, you're very good at those sorts of games.
No.
No?
I'm
Just
very...
down here trying to be nice to your mate. He's like, no, no.
Thank you, Riley. I'm sorry. I'm great.
Yeah.
All right.
That's better.
All right.
That's what I expect.
My
Well,
bad.
you need to be your own biggest fan in this life. That's what I've learned. All right, here we go. Here's the attack. Now the double Oozwag's getting in here. And Ken
I'm at 6.
not putting his Arna in harm's way here.
Yeah, Johnny has to make a conservative attack, I would say. Ken confirming his life total. I'm at 6. Going back and forth about whether the whale is going to block the unmodified Oozwag or the modified one.
At which the unmodified one is threatening to become a 6/6. Nesting Grounds tapped here, of course, as you can see.
Now, there is one sequence of these blocks that Ken considered briefly, which would have been the servo in front of the unmodified Oozwag, that I believe would have given Johnny lethal outs with specifically revitalizing repass in hand. But I don't believe this block gives that option to Ken.
And one I lose.
I lose
70.
Okay, so we see Johnny take one from the trigger from the Marionette Apprentice.
Yep.
The servo dies, the apprentice dies, the whale sticks around, one of the oozwags dies, and when the dust has settled now, this Ana is looking very, very scary for Ken Yukihiro. Oh, well, for Johnny Gutman on behalf of Ken Yukihiro.
Yeah, Ken also has a deep analysis in hand. So, oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Glasswing Grace.
Glasswing Grace.
Oh,
Glasswing
no.
Grace with the Ana Kennerud before and you can see, look at this,
10.
Ken Yukihiro. His hands are shaking with excitement.
Yeah, that's a second Grace, I believe. So this is, I'm counting 16 with flying lifelink.
Yep, this is a 10-10 flying whale. As we know, in Magic, most whales fly, Marnie.
No, all whales fly.
And this is certainly one of those flying whales. It now has
one of the flying whales of all time.
Grace on it. Oh my goodness.
That was a draw for Ken Yukihiro.
That was huge off the top here. And of course, the Hydra having reach is able to block here.
Yes.
But that is still a massive, massive swing as the Ana is really putting in a shift here. Ken up to 18.
It's not often you see 16 life gained in an attack, but I believe Johnny just lost the game immediately after being so close to winning it multiple times over the past few turns.
That was the best Glasswing Grace that anyone has ever cast. On the way to a 3-0 finish here at the Pro Tour, day 2 here. Ken Yukihiro, the rip of a lifetime for him.
A 9-2 start as well. Not going to take much.
No, and look, we love to see players like Ken succeed, thrive, and flourish.
And this is really what you start thinking about as draft winds down and day 2 of a Pro Tour.
He is so happy to have gotten across the line. Look at that. My goodness, Ken Yukihiro, a very, very fortunate series of draws for him with Ana Kennerud into the Glasswing Grace, proving far, far too much for poor old Johnny Gutman to overcome. So, our 3-0 drafter once again in the feature match area, Marnie, playing Demir.
Yeah, we're really seeing just the absolute power of that deck and Johnny head in hands because, you know, as I said, one turn he was 1 damage away, and a player in that spot, you begin thinking, did I miss a point of damage somewhere?
Yep.
Could I have found that point of damage earlier to allow me to get the win? And unfortunately, the answer was maybe. We don't know. He'll figure that out. But the result is Ken comes away from a win and now puts himself in excellent position heading towards the top 8.
And I hope Johnny's able to get his head in the game here and make sure that he you know, shakes it off, comes back better and stronger, ready to go as we get stuck in to our Modern rounds. As indeed, I hope you are around the world. We're going to get underway with Modern coverage before very much longer. Head back to the news desk after this short break to set things up, and then it's time for 60 Card Constructed. I know you can't wait. We'll be there very, very soon. Stay with us here from Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
Arena Championship 6 is July 13th and 14th. Tune in to Modern Horizons 3 and its impacts on the historic format on twitch.tv/magic to watch 32 of the best Magic players compete for the $200,000 prize pool. Plus, we'll decide the last 2 spots for this year's World Championship, which, yes, you guessed it, is happening at MagicCon Las Vegas. If you want to see World Championship 30, the epic conclusion of this premier play season live and in person, join us this October for MagicCon Las Vegas. Badges are on sale right now. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. We've got more than 100 players back here on day 2 of competition. By the time we're done today, there will be only 8 remaining. Draft this morning, now on to Modern here in the afternoon. There is a live look at the Pro Tour area here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 as the players do battle. Welcome back to the News Desk. Marie Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Ailey Loney here on day 2 of competition. And things are starting to heat up here in the building. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at here well into day 2. We have a new tournament leader, everyone. Noah Ma leads the field at 10-1. Followed by a 6-way tie for second place. Look at that scrum. Ely Cassis leads the pack there. Jacob Negro was our tournament leader overnight, has fallen to 9-2 here on day 2 of competition. Jason Yee, Ken Yukihiro, Seth Manfield, and Brian Boss round out our other 9-2s. Shuhei Nakamura sitting at 8-1-2, and local countryman Brent Voss sitting at 8-2-1 here. Sam Pardee has worked his way up to 8-3. There's a look at our leaderboard. Let's check in on our draft pods and find out who got the 3-0s, Ailey.
The champions of our draft pods. That's something we're giving away, right? Noah Ma, 10-1 as our leader, is the winner of draft pod number 1. Draft pod number 2, it is none other than Ken Yukihiro, Death Snow himself, playing an awesome Mardu energy deck in the constructed portion of this, sitting at 9-2. Draft pod number 3, it's Seth Manfield. He's just like, you know what, I want another top 8. So he is looking like he is gonna do that this weekend. And finally, in our 4th draft pod, we've been keeping an eye on Shuhei Nakamura. 8-1-2 at the moment. The Hall of Famer, 3-0ing that pod.
Incredible stuff. There's a look at draft, and we say goodbye to draft here at the Pro Tour. Until our next one, everyone. We're moving on to Modern here this afternoon, and Frank's going to break it down for us with a look at the Modern metagame, as well as tell us what you've all been waiting for, those win rates from the decks yesterday.
Yes, Maria. The top tables basically looked like an aviary yesterday. So let's take a look at the metagame. The Modern metagame going into day 2 was dominated by Combo. Bent Nadu was the most played deck by far, but also there was quite a bit of Ruby Storm. As a result, many games were over as early as turn 3, which is basically the new fundamental turn here in Modern. There were also a large variety of Jeskai decks employing the powerful new Flage, along with an energy package, as well as new Necro Dominance decks, and I mean, it's Modern, so we have 25% other. Anything is still possible. But indeed, let's take a look at the win rates from day 1. So these are based on the results from the non-mirror, non-draw, non-buy matches. And, well, Bent Nadu, I said it was all near the top tables. Here you see why. It won over 58% of its matches.
Chills, Frank, looking at that. Chills!
Yep, it is quite scary, I'll tell you, that the most played deck is indeed also doing so well. But yeah, so far the Bent Nadu players have shown the power of their archetype. Ruby Storm in the meantime, 33.7%.
Wow.
This deck really disappointed despite being played by a lot of strong players.
Some of the best in the world.
Yeah, it seemed like there was just too much hate for Ruby Storm and perhaps not enough for Bent Nadu. Jeskai Wizards also disappointed. I mean, the sample sizes are low, I will say that. It's only based on the day 1 matches so far. But 35%, the Jeskai Wizards players were probably not happy with their performance. One deck I will shout out is Mono Black Grief, 59% win rate. Also showing some potential promise at beating the Nadu combo decks. because, well, targeting it with spot removal, that's not a great answer because they'll just draw a card. But discarding it with Grief or Thoughtseize or killing it with Flare of Malice, that could be quite efficient. And in the other, I will say that various old favorites, including Is It Murktide, Living End and Domain Zoo, all posted excellent results. So there are still many ways to go. Here's a look at the day 1 win rates, and this sets the stage for the next 5 rounds, which are all going to be modern. We'll see Nadu, but we'll also see various other decks. Hopefully they can beat the Bird Menace.
Well, Frank, you said, Bant Nadu is just doing so well this weekend. Can anything beat it? What does the data tell us?
I mean, like I mentioned this Mono Black Grief deck, but that was like based on really small sample sizes. I did find one deck that already had like a decent matchup.
Okay.
It's 4-color Nadu.
No.
All right, the bird is the word here at the Pro Tour, making a splash. Well, we're not going to see any Nadu coming up here in our feature match for the next round. Let's reveal it and find out who will watch do battle here. In round number 12, we've got Ken Yukihiro sitting at 9-2 versus tournament leader Noah Ma sitting at 10-1. Mardu Energy versus Mono Black Necro. I'm excited to see this matchup. This looks very cool. Let's get to meet our players. Ken Yukihiro, aka Death Snow, 4 Pro Tour top 8s to Ken's name on Team Moriyama Japan that absolutely dominated at the last Pro Tour, putting players in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Hoping to have another good performance here this weekend. They didn't have the especially greatest results after day number 1, but if Ken can pull it out, I'm sure they'll be very happy about that. Have to get through Noah Ma, who wants to keep leading this tournament. Started playing in 2013 from Seoul, South Korea, qualified at the Champions Cup final held in Nagoya, tested for this tournament alone. There's a look at our players. Now talk to me about these decks, Frank.
Well, Ken Yukihiro always brings awesome decks and then plays with a smile on his face. It's great. He is on Mardu Energy. Let's take a look at his deck list. This list uses all of the new energy cards brought back into Modern Horizons 3. With aggressive 1-drops and 2-drops like Guide of Souls and Amped Raptor, he can put a lot of pressure onto the opponent, while Galvanic Discharge can kill even a Shield Rat for a single mana. Now, while it is primarily a white-red deck, Black also unlocks Thoughtseize as powerful disruption, and Ken, unlike many other Mardu energy decks, doesn't just stick with Thoughtseize. He also has Sonia Nightmare alongside Orcish Bowmasters. So with those cards he can sacrifice Orc armies to return creatures back from the graveyard and build up his energy reserve. And Orcish Bowmasters could also be quite potent against the card Necro Dominance, as it punishes the opponent for drawing too many cards. So on the other side of the table, Noah Ma is indeed playing Mono Black Necro. His list features a lot of cheap and efficient interaction to just trade off resources in the early turns, and then eventually you want to drop Necrodominance and refill all of your cards. Necrodominance is a throwback to Necropotence, which is definitely one of the most powerful enchantments ever printed. It dominated Magic back in the 90s, and this is essentially the next best thing. When activating Necrodominance, you can almost double your life total with Shield Rat and sculpt the perfect 5-card hand. Also, and this will be very important, there's an opportunity to cast spells between drawing cards and having to discard. So that's where you can, draw 10 cards and then pitch a bunch of black cards to Soul Spike or March of Wretch Sorrow to actually pass the turn at a higher life total than you even started with. Now, a final point I want to make about this specific deck list is that Noah Ma, unlike other Mono Black Necro players at the Pro Tour, chooses not to use the One Ring, but instead uses Sorin of House Markov, which can transform quite easily, say with Soul Spike. It's going to be fun to see this card in action. I'm looking forward to this matchup. Could go either way.
All right, very cool deck lists here for round number 12. Frank, talk to me a little bit about this matchup. Which player do you like as far as the decks are concerned here?
It's I think it's going to be close. I've seen some of these Necro Dominance decks in action, and when they are firing off, they are just really doing it. They're like drawing 20 cards in a single turn, going up to ridiculous life totals. And Ken does have some disruption, for example, Thoughtseize, but I like the Necro Dominance decks because when they go off, they're really doing it.
Yeah, you can go down to 1 life, right, and just feel totally fine in most positions.
Yeah, exactly. I think Ken doesn't even really run many lightning bolts, so it's fairly safe to do that. And if you control shield red, then
you're
oh
fine.
boy, yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions going around when we were just learning about this deck the other day at the player registration party about how many cards do you choose to draw when you draw. I mean, that's got to be a pretty complicated question, do you think, or do you have some kind of tips if people are interested in this deck at home?
It's really dependent on the situation. That's also what the people that I spoke to said.
Sure.
You definitely want to go up to, well, at least 5 cards in hand, because that's your maximum hand size. But very frequently you can draw way more, especially if you still have 1 more black mana available, because then you can cast March of Wretch Sorrow and just pitch a whole bunch of cards. That's why there are also so many of these modal double face cards in the deck, because they count as mana while being pitchable black cards. I don't know, maybe 10. It really depends.
Maybe 10 has been called. All right, we'll see how many we draw in this matchup. We've got Cedric and Corey in the booth standing by for round number 12. Take it away, you two.
We're here. We're clear.
Here. More modern.
Yes, sir. Cedric Phillips, Corey Baumeister. More modern indeed. Now, Corey.
Yes.
Yesterday, I don't know if you knew this, there's some Nadu card.
Never heard of it.
Some weird bird doing some pretty unbelievable things in the feature match area. So I imagine we will get more of that over the course of the weekend, but not right now.
Not right now. We got some spice to see first here, Cedric, and I'm really excited for this match.
Me too. Now, anytime we get to see a little bit of spice, that's everything nice. Now, I know we've got some Mardu energy, we've got a little bit of mono black necro dominance, but more importantly, we got Ken Yukihiro, who always brings something awesome to events like this.
Absolutely. I'm loving the hair as well. Go Ken. That looks nice.
Okay.
Nice little change up.
Maybe a third member of the Fro Bros, perhaps?
There we go. Let's get him in here.
See if Ken's maybe a little bit interested in that. So on one side of things, it's Mardu energy. On the other side, it is mono black necro dominance. Corey, what's your breakdown of how this matchup's going to go? Because I was told that you've tested this one a lot.
Oh, tested it nonstop. You know, really have played about 100 matches in this exact matchup, as it was the most expected. Okay, not at all. But the one thing that I would think here is going to be quite difficult here from Noah Ma is, well, all the other matchups where we've seen Necro Dominance kind of be on display is the matchups were not necessarily pressuring the life total. So when your life total gets pressured, your restrictions on the powerful enchantment go down a ton. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to see with that regard.
It's a Thoughtseize here from Ken. Getting a good look at Noah's hand. Malakir Rebirth, Shieldred, Soul Spike among the options. And Shieldred is going to bite the dust. So Ken will know exactly what Noah is working with, everything except for the top of the deck, of course. So good to know exactly here that Noah does not have namesake card there in Necro Dominance.
Yep, exactly. But, you know, you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck, and you can manipulate the top of the deck thanks to these Surveil lands. So we'll see if we can find the powerful card. But otherwise, you know, the hand is not great. A bunch of lands, Soul Spike, which you don't necessarily want to cast right away, as you'd be 3-for-1ing yourself just to deal with one of Ken's creatures. So definitely needs a little bit of help here from Noah Ma's hand to get going.
This is interesting about the interesting thing, about these Necro Dominance decks, which is, in a general sense, the deck is powerful, right?
Yeah.
But it's at its most powerful when it has Necro Dominance. I think it's not the best of decks when it doesn't have it, so it puts a huge onus on trying to find ways to find it, because once it's in the battlefield, of course you have Soul Spikes and you've got, you know, the Marches and Children and all the interactions, and there's a Sorin, of course, that's off the top of the deck, but it is missing its namesake card, and it's one of the decks that it doesn't have a ton of ways to find it, but when it does have it, the deck goes from like 60 to 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. I really think it has kind of two modes here, where its plan A is just casting the powerful enchantment that you're talking about, Necro Dominance, and it's kind of plan B, which feels just wrong to say, is kind of the Grief Evoke strategy to be able to get a bunch of cards from your opponent's hand. It's weird when that kind of powerful combination takes a back seat as not the #1 thing you want to be doing.
Yeah, because we're so used to seeing it be the best thing
exactly
that you could be doing, one could argue, in Modern. And now it's not the case anymore.
One thing I do love about this version that we see from Noah Ma, who is, you know, dominating this tournament in the #1 seed, is being able to flip Sorin really quickly thanks to Soul Spike here.
Well, Soren's going to come across here for one, and you did mention that interaction, which is a very good one. And when Soren is transformed, it is quite the doozy. We'll see if that does happen here over the course of this game. As you mentioned, Noah Ma is 10-1. Ken slightly behind him in the standings, 9-2 here in Amsterdam. But both players very much in top 8 contention.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at Ken's hand, a little slow. You know, you definitely want to be going a little bit faster with this Boros energy deck that has a couple black cards, but still has some good things going on. Has the Flage if we can get some more cards in the graveyard to get going. And so far, after this turn 1 Thoughtseize from Ken, the top decks from Noah Ma have been amazing. Just 2 creatures that are castable. Of course, you want the Necro Dominance here as plan A, but getting a couple creatures on the battlefield to punish Ken here a little bit for having a little bit of a slow hand is definitely fine.
Yeah, this has been a pretty good start here for Noah, all things considered, post-Thoughtseize. As you said, Corey, you can't stop the top of the deck with Thoughtseize. But you know what I say to that? I say not yet.
Not yet?
Oh, I dare him to make like a discard. Look at your top. Look at their top card. Like just some way, so we have to stop saying that, because that's kind of our catchphrase around Thoughtseizes and Duresses, which is you can't stop the top of the deck. They'll make one like Modern Horizon 7.
Yeah, MH4 design teams is like, you want to bet?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
No. Stack. A stack, okay.
So the Voidwalker is on the battlefield here. We're going to head back Ken's way. You saw a Ragavan be placed in the graveyard. Mountain is going to be the land, and Plage is going to be the play.
Okay, so this is going to be stacked correctly, but we have the Rebirth here, which is going to bring it back. So the Evoke trigger, it's still going to go into exile with a Dothy counter on it. You know, if you do bring it back with Dothy here, it's not like it just stays into play.
Correct.
You know, you do have to still pay the escape cost to make that happen. But now, all of a sudden, Noah Ma has a free Lightning Helix available. And with Soren, that looks pretty cute.
Yeah, if you're Noah, you're actually, pretty happy with that exchange.
Yeah.
You get to save your 3/2, of course. And now also the Flage has gone for good. You don't have to worry about that in what could probably be a pretty grindy matchup. So that problem is more or less solved right now, Corey. And we're going to head back over Noah's way. Noah picked up another copy of Soren. Not great in multiples, of course, because it is a legendary creature, but it is a black card to use for Soul Spike.
Yeah, absolutely. And this makes it a little bit more tempting here from this Dothy Voidwalker to sacrifice to flip the first one, because then you're able to play the second one. Still, you're giving away a creature that's dealing 3 every turn for an effect that deals 3 one turn, which isn't great.
Let's see how Noah feels about things right now, because Noah's giving this turn a decent amount of thought on exactly the best way to move forward. Again, with Soren and the ability to gain a bunch of life in combination with Soul Spike, is it time to pull the trigger on this sort of play here? Or is it just as simple as attacking and saying go? And I think I'm having my question answered right now. So here's an attack with the Voidwalker and the Soren.
Yeah. And Noah Ma can still make the choice to Soul Spike like right now and then transform Soren, but it looks like we want to be a little patient. I think that's correct. I mean, being able or having to get rid of your entire hand is kind of rough. Never mind, it's incorrect. Let's just do
it. It's what it is a decision more than anything else, right? Correct versus incorrect. I think that's the wrong conversation to try to have here, because this is just basically, okay, I'm making my move. I'm all in at this stage of things. I'm going to transform my Soren. It's a Planeswalker alongside the Voidwalker. There's, of course, an Extort trigger from the Soul Spike, which was paid, and now the Extort static on the Planeswalkers on the battlefield. But Noah is effectively saying, this is it.
Yeah.
This is what I got, and I'm hoping it's good enough. And this is going to be a great test to see just how good a transformed Soren is against this Mardu energy deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just dealt 5 damage here from the -1. So all of a sudden, Ken is put up against it and has to find a way to deal with Dothy Voidwalker or just lose the game. Or once you deal with Dothy Voidwalker, which we have dealt with now, Soren can still win the game over the course of 2 turns. You got to first make a food and then get the plan going. Or, of course, play 2 spells and have Extort. That Soren's got a nice little text that carries over from the front side to be able to keep the extorting going.
And now, I think part of the reason that we saw Noah think about that turn and then ultimately make the move to shove all in is the fact, that one, Noah could get Ken down to 2.
Yeah.
And then had the Voidwalker that was presenting lethal, or activate the Voidwalker and get the Flage, which also can deal the lethal. But also, additionally, he's got a lot of good draw steps in this situation.
Yes.
Thoughtseize is totally fine. An untapped land means activating Castle Lockbane, stuff like that. So I think Noah made the decision the previous turn of most of my draw steps are good. I can present lethal in a couple of different ways. I'm just going to do things this way.
Yep, absolutely. And now Noah Ma gets to see the great news of, Ken's hand is not good. Giganta, a nightmare, and a dream, and able to just win the game right now. Extort for 1, negative Sorin, you get that other last point of damage to just get the game over with right away. Pretty poor draw from Ken there, I must say, Cedric.
It was indeed, but not a bad one for Noah Ma, and that is why he is up 1-0 over Ken Yakahiro. We turn our attention here to game number 2. Ken's going to kick things off with a Bloodstained Mire, going to fall down to 17 with an untapped Godless Shrine, and maybe a starting of a Thoughtseize once again. Now, Ken's Thoughtseize in game number 1 saw no copies of Necro Dominance. Ken's Thoughtseize in this game, Corey, a little bit different.
Oh, yeah, Ken kind of had a chuckle there, but it's more of a nervous chuckle there, as having 2 copies of Necro Dominance is just perfect for Noah Ma, as you can't really take one, unless you have a plan to take the other immediately, which Ken does not. So might as well take the unique card and just say, well, I guess you're going to draw a bunch of cards this game. But the one thing that is different about Ken's list that is a little bit more punishing in this matchup, well, it's a Boros focus deck, but it has Orcish Bowmaster to be able to punish that card really, really, really hard.
Well, we'll have to see if Orcish Bowmasters does rear its ugly head as we head back over to Noah. Those 2 copies of Necro Dominance, a Swamp, a Castle Lockbane, a Bloodstained Mire, and the old Bogart Trawler / Bogart Bog. I have to really put some people to the test if they know the flip side of all of these double face cards. Do you know the names of these weird lands?
No.
Yeah. Yes.
I say the backside of Bogart Trawler. That's about all we got for now.
The old Bog. A Guide of Souls is going to enter the battlefield here alongside an Elegant Parlor. Looks like Ken's going to keep that card on top, I believe, as we are going to head back over to Noah, who's going to sacrifice his fetch land. It'll be a Bloodstained Mire that's headed to the graveyard. Noah will fall down to 19, and we'll see exactly what land will be dug out of the old deck. I did say yesterday that we haven't seen any triomes at all, and I'm still waiting.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen here, I'll tell you that. That is for sure. We have the one Ruckus Theater, which I'm sure gets searched for basically every single turn 1 from this deck. Not a lot of plays. There's some Fatal Pushes, stuff like that, as well as the Grief shenanigans with Malakar Rebirth that you would use your mana for 1. Otherwise, when you're not doing anything, why not Surveil?
All right. Well, that's a hard one to argue. These Surveil lands are very, very, very powerful here in Modern, and you see one on each side of the battlefield. Red-white, of course, is the Elegant Parlor, the Raucous Theater, over there. So, the shuffle and presentation here from Noah, and we'll have that trigger here in just a second. But Noah has what Noah needs right now, and those copies of Necro Dominance in hand. Doesn't mean the hand can't improve, and the card is going to stay on top and be drawn here for Noah, so I'm very curious as to what it is.
Probably something that you can cast on this turn, either Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, something like that, and Fatal Push is excellent. Being able to kill a creature in response to this Amped Raptor, for instance, makes it so this Amped Raptor has a fail rate, as you can eliminate the energy here, and if you see a 3-drop, you're just not putting it into play.
Well, Noah's got a question, and we want to hear an answer, so we'll let them take it away.
Looks like the Oracle text on it first.
You get 2 energy if you cast it. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome.
Well, so it looks like that question has been cleared up. Just want to know a little bit more about Amped Raptor and how the triggers work when it enters the battlefield, the energy, and when you can basically make your move with a Fatal Push. So we'll see if Noah wants to do that or not. Looks like the answer is no. So the Guide of Souls will trigger a little bit of life gain here and energy, and now the Amped Raptor will resolve. So let's see what the Amped Raptor does yield. Well, there is another copy of Thoughtseize, and this is always a little hindsight is 2020 because the first Thoughtseize, if you do take the Necro Dominance and then you hit another Thoughtseize, you take the other copy of Necro Dominance, but you don't know that you're going to find one of those. So the second copy of Thoughtseize is going to resolve, but first a Fatal Push will take care of that Guide of Souls, and now Ken will see exactly what Noah is working with.
Still not bad. You get to take the Shieldred now. Of course, you still are already kind of in the thick of it. You can't take Necrodominance now because you didn't take it the first time. But taking Shieldred does make it so Noah Ma doesn't get to just go, okay, draw all but one life, gain it all back with Shieldred. You actually have to have a very, concrete plan of how many cards you want to draw, how much life you want to lose. As there's some pressure, 2-1 for Striker, not anything too crazy in Modern, but when mixed with taking 6-7 damage on your own end step, can definitely add up.
These players confirming life totals here very quickly, so they'll make sure they have everything appropriate as they kind of rewind things a little bit, which was fetch, search, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from Thoughtseize, and then 6, 7 here from a second Thoughtseize at the very least. So it's at least min 13, and then we'll see how much further we have to go.
1914. Yes.
All right, so it's going to be 1914, because don't forget as well the Guided Souls trigger from the Amp Raptor means it was 13 up to 14. So everything is hunky-dory, and now Thoughtseize is going to take care of that Shieldred.
It was interesting how Noah Ma decided to Fatal Push the Raptor after the Cascade. Maybe there was some card he was trying to play around, be like, if that creature came into play, I need to Fatal Push that. But instead, got the little extra value, little extra life, not that it's super relevant.
Grief is going to be played off the top here. Going to throw that Bogart Trawler into the garbage can to take a look here and see a Static Prison and a Johnny and a Marsh Flats.
If Marsh
I think I love taking the Ajani here. Take the pressure when you have the second Necro Dominance. You're pretty okay with Static Prison locking down your first one. Of course, you got to use all your mana to cast the second one, but then you look over on Ken's side, and I don't know about you, Cedric, but I don't see the pressure.
I wouldn't be too scared if I were Noah. Yeah. Now, when we saw Necro Dominance a little bit earlier in the weekend, Corey, it was in the hands of Reed Duke. And we saw Reed cast Necro Dominance in game number 1 and game number 3. The number that he chose was 12 of cards to draw. Looks like Noah's going to be a little bit more conservative than that. Pick up a couple of cards here. And again, his maximum hand size will be 5, so he may have to discard 1 potentially. But do remember that there are no draw steps coming here for Noah. Going to have to skip those, at least in the short term.
Yeah, look like 6 cards there, so gonna take a peek, see if you find the very powerful Soul Spike to get that Raptor out of there, and or just discard a couple cards to hand size. I'll be interested to see if that Necro Dominance number 2 stays in hand for the fear of Static Prism here. I would imagine it does, but we'll see what Noah Ma chooses.
That's an important note. Skip. We'll see exactly what Noah is and is not allowed to do as far as reminding himself that he's not allowed to draw a card. Reed was putting a die on top of his deck, which is something we've seen Reed do for years.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some rule that you can't have words on top. Dices are allowed.
So do remember that the Necro Dominance that is face up behind Noah's lands, closest to him and the number 12, that one is in Noah's hand. The one that is in front of the lands towards the Planeswalker symbol is the one that's on the battlefield. And there's the skip, a little bit smaller, I suppose, but it's there nonetheless to make sure that Noah does not draw a card while Necro Dominance is on the battlefield. So there's one Necro Dominance on the battlefield. There is one in hand. I know the face-up of both looks a little bit strange, but clear that up for you. And now Noah is going to the discard portion of things as Necro Dominance limits your hand size, again, down to 5.
Yeah, it's something we kind of see, you've been in plenty of Pro Tours as well as I have. It's kind of the playtest way to do it, right? Kind of save time, just show your cards if someone knows about some information. It's nice to see players do it here at the highest level as well to just help things out, speed things along.
So, maybe seeing a Soul Spike there, and now there are 5 cards left over. Remember, the cards, once they would go to the graveyard, they're going to be exiled because Necro Dominance is on the battlefield, so Soul Spike's going to come in, and it's going to make it so it's 9-16 in favor of Noah Maz. We're going to head Ken Yukihiro's way. Noah wants to get a little look-ski at the graveyard here very quickly to see exactly what Ken is working with. Again, also remember, Corey, that a Grief was cast before a lot of this stuff did happen.
Yep.
So the only thing that Noah doesn't know is what Ken drew for the turn.
Yep, absolutely. And I would be feeling very frightened if I was Ken that Soul Spike didn't even go at my creature. Just not worried about it. Upstairs.
I'll take 2.
Ouch.
That's fine. I'm here to kill you with these Soul Spikes, so I like it from Noah.
And it looks like just a galvanic discharge off the top. You got to leave in some of those because Shieldred is such a problem that you need an answer at instant speed, but otherwise that is not a great card that Ken wanted to see off the top here. And we'll see if Static Prison to deal with the first Necrodominance comes down.
Yeah, so that's going to take care of that. Now, it is worth noting here, if you take a look at Noah's hand, there is no copy of Necrodominance in hand now. The other copy was part of the Exiled Soul Spike. So Noah felt as though, you know what, my Necrodominance has done enough work. I know I'm going to lose it to the Static Prison, at least for a little while, not forever, potentially. And I'm just going to move along without it, or the additional copy. So it was a conscious decision here from Noah to do that. And again, you do see the hand of Surgical Extraction, Toxic Deluge, Orcish Bowmasters, Cling to Dust, and another copy of Castle Lockbane to go along with the one that's on the battlefield. So Jingotha is added to Ken Yukihiro's hand. Static Prison takes care of the Necrodominance, and we'll see if maybe this was a mistake or not here from Noah, because that Necrodominance, I think you and I both expected it to be in hand.
Yeah, that could definitely be the spot where we look back on this match as was that maybe a little misstep there, as something like a Surgical doesn't look that impactful right now. Of course, we could see Flage a little bit later, but having that enchantment in play, you know, it really is the title of the deck. You know, whenever the title of your deck is a certain card, I want to keep that card. Pretty much in general.
Me too. Me too. But we are in here, and Noah is out there at 10-1, and a game away from being 11-1, and only one match win from locking up a top 8. So the energy is going to go down there on the Static Prison, and now the Amped Raptor is going to come on into the red zone here. See if Noah wants to make a move on that 2-1 first striker.
And that's pretty close. You do gotta really do that at a certain time when you pay that energy. You know, this is a competitive enforcement rule, so, you know, Noah Ma could kind of enforce that at times.
Here is a Fable the Mirror Breaker post-combat. I think everybody knows what this one does by now. They'll bring a 2/2 Goblin Shaman creature token along with it. And Chapter 2 will be read here in just a moment. In the meantime, Noah is tapping mana. I'm gonna play another Castle Lockbane. And now it's time for a Deluge, Corey.
Okay, get those creatures out of there. There goes the pressure. But of course, we still have a Gigantha hanging around to be able to get some more damage in here. You have that Galvanic Discharge plus the land draw that you can make that choice of if you want to get rid of it in hopes to, well, you either draw a 5th land and you can play Gigantha, or you draw 2 spells and you're not too unhappy about it. These decisions, I think, are always very interesting, how much you value Gigantha just being on the battlefield, or if you want to take a little bit of the risk.
Well, Gigantha's headed to the graveyard, so alongside Narrowed Mesa, 2 cards coming here for Ken.
Noah
looks like a Flage among them.
Noah did have the option to play that Bowmaster proactively to kind of negate the Fable's activation as well, but chose not to do so.
So there is the Flage, and that's going to reverse these life totals a little bit. It's going to be Ken that's 11 to Noah at 7.
You have 2 cards, yeah.
And maybe it's time for a Bowmasters now, perhaps. So Noah picking his spots here with the Bowmasters. That's going to bring Ken down to 10. And now there is the army.
Now Noah Ma does have multiple ways to deal with Flage, which is going to be nice. Cling to Dust looking really good here. Number 1 mana, get rid of it, gain 3 life, add some more life as a resource there, as well as Surgical to make sure all the copies are gone. So a plethora of ways to deal with that powerful card, and some more pressure that we just top decked with another Bowmaster.
Marsh Flats will be the land for the turn. That's where Noah's going to start the turn. I'm curious to see what the next move is. An attack would be an easy step to take with both of the creatures, of course. There are Castle Lockwains, plural, on the battlefield that can be activated as well. You mentioned the Cling to Dust and how good that does look right now. That's certainly an enviable option.
I think Noah Ma is really deciding now, do I want to surgical it or cling right away? And the one benefit of wanting to surgical here instead of Cling to Dust is the fact that, well, they're all gone. That helps, of course. But then you get your hand hellbent as fast as possible, and then you get these 3 Castle Lockwains to start doing some work where you don't have to take a lot of damage when you're already at 7 or about to be at 10.
So it looks like it's going to be Cling to Dust, and that's going to target a Thoughtseize. And Noah gets to draw a card off of that. A March of Wretched Sorrow appears to have been the draw. You do see Cling to Dust here. You get to exile a target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature card like Flage, you'd gain 3 life. Otherwise, you get to draw a card. Now here's the attack and another additional copy of Bowmaster. So Ting Yu, grow the army. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 damage total to Ken with a March and an Extraction at the ready. And it looks like Ken's going to fall down to 6, perhaps, as these players are going to, again, communicate and make sure the life totals, Corey, are good to go here. But while they do work on that, let's work on this. What does Ken need to turn this game around, partner?
You know, I think, surprisingly, playing this Giganta actually looks really good. You know, Fatal Push can't take it down. There is the March of the Wretched Sorrow to take it down if Noah Ma wants to just tap out, but really needs to just find a bunch of threats over and over again. I think Amped Raptor would be one of the better ones. I think you do need multiple threats to close out this game. 1 Giganta or 1 Flipped Fable is not going to be enough. So getting 2 threats for the price of 1, I think, is how Ken gets back in, and has to do that a few times.
Well, the Galvanic Discharge is going to take care of the army token. Don't forget, Corey, that Giganta was actually discarded to the Fable. So that's not going to be an option in the hand. There's just the Marsh Flats left over. No big deal there. Noah, hopefully he remembers that as well, which means it's going to have to be 2 for 1 time. Now don't forget, the Fable's going to transform. So Reflections of Kiki-Jiki is step 1. Step 2 we'll have to see. But in the meantime, it's a Surgical Extraction on Flage. So those are gone for good. That's in the draw step in case Ken did draw 1. And then we'll resolve the transformation of the Fable into the Reflections, and now, as we can see, the draw step here for Ken was a copy of Galvanic Discharge.
Yeah, no pressure here, just a Fable on the flip side against 2 Orcish Bowmasters. Gonna be pretty tough here for Ken as these castles are going to start going to work, as well as Cling as a resource there in case you get a little bit too low on life. But there's actually not a ton of reach in this Boros energy deck. You know, it is a conscious decision to switch out Galvanic Discharge, you know, from the previous used Lightning Bolt for the last, 20 years or so as your go-to 1-mana red removal spell. So not a lot of ways to go upstairs when your Flages are gone.
Transformation complete on the Fable the Mirror Breaker. Reflections of Kiki-Jiki is on the battlefield. It is summoning sick for this particular turn. Be active potentially on future turns if it does last that long. So we'll have to see what Ken wants to do with this discharge. Does it hold it for right now? And it looks like it is, along with the Marsh Flats in hand. So we're headed back Noah Ma's way, who will be untapping and drawing here in just a moment. But first, if anything, there is nothing. Okay. So Marsh Flats, 3 Castle Lockvanes, a Swamp, and that red-black Surveil Land will be untapping before the draw step. It's going to be a sacrificing of a Marsh Flats to get a basic Swamp. Thin the deck out a little bit. Increase your percentage of drawing a spell ever so slightly.
Everything matters when you're at the highest level of Magic the Gathering, which these players are not only at the highest tournament that you can really be at for playing Magic, but at the highest tables.
Yes, they are.
Table number 1 here with Noah Ma being the tournament leader.
Oof. Well, Noah, boy, did Noah draw a spell. But it might just be time to go for a little March, perhaps?
Yeah, gain a bunch of life. It'll be interesting to see if Ken goes for Galvanic Discharge on his own Reflection just to prevent 5 life being gained.
That's fair. That could be a play here. Let's see. So here is the March. Will Ken actually do some discharging of his own creature? And Corey, you nailed it. That's exactly what Ken's going to do.
Definitely
Okay.
feels bad, though, Cedric.
No,
That's not how you want to be doing that.
It's not fun. But letting Noah gain that much life right now is not ideal. So Ken is going to use his own card to take care of that Reflections of Kiki Jiki. The Bowmasters will come across and tie up the score. It's 6-6. And a big draw step here for Ken.
One putt.
Needs something big here. Needs a large spell here. Wants to add a couple creatures to the battlefield. Sacred Foundry, though, not great.
No, not great at all. It's going to end the battlefield tapped, and Ken will just pass the turn back with that Marsh Flats. We're headed back Noah's way. Necro Dominance in hand. Soul Spike the draw, and Soul Spike is a real doozy here, folks, because what this means, as Noah attacks here for 2, is going to bring Ken down to 4, is that basically every draw step here for Noah is good. An untapped land means you can hardcast Soul Spike.
Yep.
A black card, of which this deck has many, means that you can alternately cast Soul Spike. So I'm sure there's a draw step in his deck is bad.
Yeah.
I don't know which one it is. You know, it might just be a land that ETB's tapped, of which there can't be very many left, that aren't also a black card that you can use to assist in casting the Soul Spike. So quite literally every draw in Noah's deck might be live at this stage.
Yeah, and he also has the interesting option of playing this and losing 5 life to just find a black card and win the game on the spot right now.
Yep.
Noah Ma also knows the Marsh Flats in hand, so it's pretty safe to go for it. Safe-ish, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's some draws where Ken could win if Noah just draws 5 swamps here.
That's what I was going to say. That's what it looks like for it to go bad, is if Noah draws, let's say, 4 lands and 1 black card.
Dashed Regavan could finally have its...
Oh, boy.
No. Regavan's time to shine could be next turn if Noah Ma bricks here.
Now, again,
there's 2 swamps.
It's extremely unlikely that this goes poorly here for Noah, but it's not impossible to...
Swamp.
Good slow roll. Good slow roll by the person in the truck working the cards. March of Wretched Sorrow. Okay. Oh, I think I see a shielder there. I think I see more
I think I
black
see
cards.
Toxic Deluge as well, so you
Yeah.
can go for it. Noah Ma is just deciding, is there any reason I should wait to respond to what you do?
Mm-hmm.
And if that Marsh Flats is open information, definitely not, but we will see.
Yeah, Noah says, I'm going to do this. I'm going to finish you off on my upkeep, I believe. Now,
yeah.
Noah says, okay, go ahead. Now, in a situation like this where Noah is 10-1, there might be a card that he's thinking of that he's worried about, that sort of thing. I don't know exactly what the card is. Also, I will say this. Noah might just be extremely nervous right now. Some people might be wondering, why isn't he killing Ken with the Soul Spike? Look, 10-1 in a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you don't do anything too stupid, lose to something you weren't expecting. Take your time.
And there is a card, Bowmaster. Bowmaster could be a reason here to wait. You could, of course, only leave yourself at 2, so that is not an option. But,
Sure.
I would be afraid right now. The one thing that Noah Ma can do here is go for the Soul Spike, and then if there was a Bowmaster, you have that Cling in the graveyard to gain some life by exiling a creature, so it should be all wrapped up right now if Noah Ma sees the line. But you're totally right, Cedric. I mean, pressure comes in. Like, you see the finish line at 10-1.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been that close, but I've been at a point where I'm like 9-3, and I was kind of getting shaky. I'm like, oh, I could actually do this,
Yeah. So this is going to be a march on the Giver. Noah's going to gain a bunch of life. This will be an attack. Ken's going to fall down to 2. And now it's going to be Soul Spike you. Noah going to win this game and match here over Ken Yukihiro 2-0. Mono Black Necro dominant over Boros Energy once again. Feels like a very good matchup for the Mono Black deck.
Yeah, it really did. I was wondering if the amount of pressure would really throw off the powerful enchantment, but it was really the Thoughtseizes that were the name of both of those games. And, Ken, I think, picked the right cards every single time, and it just didn't work out with what was on the top of the deck for Noah Ma.
So, we have to take a short break. But here's the good news. We got more Magic coming to you. Brian Boss, Shuhei Nakamura, they're on deck right after this. Welcome back to beautiful Amsterdam, Netherlands. It's Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 in the ideally very capable hands of Cedric Phillips and Corey Baumeister. At least we're trying, right?
We are trying our best here for the Fro Bros.
Now, Emrakul, I hope we're doing her proud. There's a big alien in the building. Multiple different versions actually being played in the modern portion of this event. All of the Emrakuls in the land. None in this particular match, though. This one's going to be probably pretty quick here, Corey. On one side of things, we got Brian Boss playing this very innovative and cool Gruul Prowess deck that we did have the opportunity to see yesterday. Boss with no top finishes on the resume just yet, but is getting very close to changing that 0 into a 1. On the other side of the things, well, we've seen this guy a time or two.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
You know, only one little icon there for a Hall of Fame, but could have a ton of them with the illustrious career that he's had.
That's right. Shuhei Nakamura is playing Jeskai Control here this weekend. 6 top finishes on the resume, and the finish that I think every Magic player who plays on this level would love to have, which is a Hall of Fame resume. Shuhei 8-1-2 coming into the round, and currently up a game here against Brian, yielding Jeskai Control and Corey, what we believe to be is a very good matchup.
I see it. It's a Triumph. We've done it.
Oh, no.
Jeskai Triumph from Shuhei.
Let's go!
Got it.
Let's go! They're back!
And another thing that we were kind of seeing here on our break as we looked over these decks, a train wreck matchup here for Brian Boss. I can't imagine anything that could get too much worse than this version that Shuhei has brought for aggressive decks.
Yeah, so Shuhei playing Jeskai Control here this weekend, and this deck is somewhat popular this weekend. It's not as popular as Nadu, of course, but it is a deck that these Jeskai Control players in Nadu believe that they have a good matchup against. Now, what's the name of the game here for Jeskai? Interact, interact, interact. You'll win eventually, Corey. It's not really about trying to win too quickly. It's about stopping the opponent from doing what they're doing, and Shuhei does a great job of that in this matchup against Brian.
Definitely, and Brian's deck, we saw this on camera a little bit earlier, and only for a little bit, just because it only took 4 total turns to win the match here from Brian, and that's because this deck, this version of Gruul Prowess is all in as it can get. You're trying to get one creature supercharged, give it double strike, and win the game. One card that Brian was really not hoping to see, and there's not a lot of them in the tournament, is Solitude. That whole plan goes straight into the trash when your opponent has free spells that you don't know about.
Slick Shot Show Off has been played here on turn number 2 alongside a Dragon Rage Channeler. It's funny, Brian coming to this event, you know, we're seeing him play some cards that a lot of people didn't register this weekend. And I like the idea of, look, I am going to try to kill people very quickly because there's not a lot of removal expected to be played here this weekend. What with Nadu being a very popular deck in Ruby Storm. The one-for-one that we've seen over the course of Modern for the past handful of years with things like Fatal Push and the aforementioned Solitude, that's not really what this tournament is about. And if that's not what people are doing, this is a great place to be, Corey, with what Brian is up to. And it's worked out pretty well for him so far, checking in at 9-2.
Yeah, 9-2, just an incredible record. We saw 1 loss here in Limited to start the day up against our tournament leader, Jacob, but then managed to 2-1 the draft and pick up some wins off camera. So nice work for Brian Boss.
An Assault Strobe and the Trigger with DRC. That card's going to stay on top. And that was a healthy amount of damage here because the DRCs are 3/3s. You've got Delirium over there. To the best of my knowledge, there's an artifact there in Mishra's Bauble, a fetch land. That'll be your land. You got that Slick Shot Show Off. That's a creature, and the Assault Strobe is a sorcery.
Yeah, and one thing I did see from Shuhei's hand is a land and a Wrath of the Skies here with an extra piece of energy laying around. So these Dragon Rage Channelers, not long for this world. And we'll see how much reach Brian has to get over the finish line. I didn't see any other creatures in hand, so going to need to be tapping the top of the deck, trying to find lightning bolts, which Brian did do a little bit of yesterday in the exciting match that we were covering.
We did have the opportunity to see that timely lightning bolt off of that Mishra's Bauble trigger yesterday. Brian's going to need a little bit of fortune like that in order to come back in this particular game, it appears, because these DRCs might be biting the dust here in just a moment, and they are. So there is Wrath of the Skies. That's the reason that folks are playing Jeskai Control here this weekend, Corey. It's all about apparently the energy mechanic.
But we gotta love that Shuhei is, of course, with the times here playing these powerful surveil lands, but also bringing it back to his day of dominance where not only are we seeing a Triumph, a little bit of an older land, but Mystic Gates filter lands? I mean, come on.
Yes.
Shuhei's probably played with those lands once or twice in his GP days.
That's true. Here's a Drannith Magistrate. That is going to join the battlefield now as well, alongside an Arid Mesa and just passing the turn back. So a Lightning Bolt is going to try to take care of the Magistrate, and that will work. So we'll head back Boss's way. You mentioned that there's a lack of creatures here for Brian, and that does appear to be the case.
Yeah, looks like we just picked up one of the prowess creatures there. Soulscar Mage to be able to do something, but has to wait a turn for that. And I see probably Brian Boss's worst nightmare here, Flage in hand for Shuhei. And I have a feeling Shuhei's main plan is going to be centered around that very powerful Titan.
And with good reason. It's a very good card in this matchup. Assuming you can keep things kind of stable, which Shuhei's done a really nice job of, he'll fetch up a Sacred Foundry. There are no more Surveil lands or Triumphs to get here for the Magic Hall of Famer. So Shuhei will untap and go to, it looks like, is either his 5th or 6th turn here, checking in at a pretty healthy 9 life.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just nice to see Shuhei playing Magic again. We haven't seen a ton of him around the scene here as of late, but plays extremely fast, knows what he's doing, and always a really nice opponent to sit across from.
Well,
I've had the great pleasure of losing to him many times.
That makes 2 of us, and he's one of the best to ever do it. And he's going to play another copy of Wrath of the Skies to take care of that Soulscar Mage. Steam Vents will enter the battlefield tapped, and we're going to head over Boss's way. Boss is in a very difficult spot where he needs to draw a creature kind of every turn because his deck doesn't really have a ton of them. And then if he doesn't draw a creature, you know, he needs to draw something that will allow him to effectively kill Shuhei in one fell swoop once he does draw a creature. And this is just an unenviable position to be in, Corey.
Definitely, and you see Shuhei being extremely patient here. Could have flaged down the Soulscar Mage instead of Wrath of the Skies, but there is some Snakeskin Veils in the sideboard, and Shuhei's just trying to not take any risk because you know if Brian Boss can untap, some bad things can happen with a creature. We just saw a big creature picked up there, the Slick Shot Show-Off, but a classic Spell Snare at any point can kind of do some damage there after it gets off its its plot, excuse me.
This will be a Memory Deluge here from Shuhei. And that one may look a little bit strange to viewers at home because these blue decks do have different options to play for their kind of 4 mana, I want to draw cards and get deeper into my deck spell. A lot of players are playing, of course, the One Ring in that spot. Shuhei Nakamura, surprisingly, is not.
Yeah, you know, you always go and see these kind of control decks, and they really go by 2 templates. You either have the tap-out control that plays these gigantic things and big spells that are impactful pretty much at all stages of the game, like the One Ring, or you just have your draw-go style cards that, you know, really benefit playing cards like Memory Deluge because, well, it pressures your opponent to be able to play things. Otherwise, they're just going to draw 2 cards at end step every single turn. So it really changes the dynamic of the game and forces you to do some things.
Well, Flage is going to go just doming Brian before passing the turn back, and Brian isn't confident enough to take that off of plot just yet. So Shuhei is going to be moseying along now as Brian will sacrifice another Scalding Tarn and thin this deck out even more. So if you're Brian Boss right now, you know that the climb is pretty difficult. You don't know how tough it's going to be because he doesn't have a good look at Shuhei's hand, but we do. There's a Spell Snare, there's a counter spell among the cards in the Hall of Famer's hand, and it's not a matter, I think, partner, of if. I think it's a matter of when Brian taps out on this game because he's got quite the road to hoe.
Yeah, and I respect what Brian Boss is trying to do here, trying to find one of the 4 Snakeskin Veil / Blossoming Defense effects to try to play around, well, you know, the damage and the removal-based stuff. But the counter spells are really the things that he can't really get by. There's no Veils to kind of draw to in this scenario, so going to be tough here for Brian Boss.
Those counter spells have just been played. Spell Snare will take care of the Show-Off. Counter spell will take care of the Swift Spear, and Flage alongside Arena of Glory is going to take care of this game and match for Shuhei Nakamura, who's going to win this one 2-0 over Brian Boss. Magic can be about player to player, or it can be deck to deck, and unfortunately there for Boss, I think he's beaten both areas.
Yeah, and there can be close games, and then there can be that. the not so close games. Really rough when you just run into your really one bad matchup. Kind of every deck usually has one really bad matchup, and that was the one for Brian Boss, that's for sure.
To say the least. That's just not a deck that Brian wants to play against in an event like this. He's going to fall down to 9-3, and Shuhei Nakamura one step closer to maybe another top 8 on the old resume. We are going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. We'll be joining Maria and company in the news desk, and then, of course, it'll be Monty and Riley with more Modern here from Amsterdam. Don't go anywhere.
Psychic Frog's Horizon Hideaway is open for business. Earn Horizon Hideaway tickets by completing quests and daily wins. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. 148 players battling. By the time we quit today, there'll be only 8 remaining as we work our way towards our top 8 here on day 2 of competition. Now in the modern portion of the event, the rest of the way down. Well, 12 wins is the magic number. If you hit that on day 2, you are locked in for a spot in our top 8. And we did talk with some of the people who are so close to that magic number of 12.
Leader Noah Ma, 11-1. Tell me how you're feeling at this point.
일단 11승 1패를 하셨는데 지금 기분이 어떠신지 이야기해 달라고.
이런 일이 처음이라서 너무 기쁜데 나머지 매치업도 방심하지 않고 열심히 해보겠습니다.
This is my first time, but I'm not some little more harder and there is without any hesitate. Yes.
So one more win locks up a top 8. How are you going to prepare for the next round?
한 번만 더 이기면 8강인데 다음 라운드를 어떻게 대비하시겠습니까?
누군지 모르는데 데뷔가 되나요?
I don't know who is the next one. So how do I do this? So just waiting for my opponent.
Well, Noah, best of luck. I hope you get your 12th win and you get to relax for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Good luck. Thank you so much. I'm here with Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura, who's just picked up a victory with Jeskai Control. Must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, no, feels really good right now.
Jeskai Control seems to be doing quite well this weekend. How do you like your matchups against the rest of the field?
In fact, I did not play testing a lot in modern. I'm only playtesting at a draft. Yeah, my teammate, the deck designer Ray Hirayama said that matchup I was playing against Guru. What is it? Guru something. Was really good, but I did not seem that. Yeah, it's feeling good.
Great stuff. And now you are at 9 wins. One more win gets you onto the first Pro Tour of next year. So you must be feeling really, really good about that with, several rounds to go still.
Yeah, that sounds nice. But well, I was already got to my destination. My goal was qualify World Championship this year because I missed last year. Yeah, but I think I already got it. Yeah, and I think it is a bonus round for me next 4 rounds. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, best of luck, Shuhei. Can't wait to see you crush some more people with Jeskai Control.
Hope so.
I'm here with Jason Yee, who has just improved its record to 10-2. That's got to feel pretty good, Jason.
Yeah, certainly. And it feels good to be playing Nadu at the Pro Tour Nadu, certainly.
I mean, if you're going to play Hogak, you play at Pro Tour Hogak, right? Yeah. So 10-2, you need 2 more wins to get into top 8. You're making quite a habit of getting to the top stage and just hanging out here.
Yeah, I've been doing well in the past 2 PTs, past 3 now. Feels good to show how good I am at Magic.
Well, you are very good at Magic indeed, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a bunch more of you. So best of luck for the next round, and I hope that we will see you in the top 8 once again.
Thank you.
Some of our players there hoping for a top 8 berth here today on day 2 of competition. Let's check out our leaderboard, everyone, and find out where we're at after 12 rounds of play. Remember, 12 is that magic number. Hit that number of wins and you have locked up a spot for the top 8. That means our tournament leader, Noah Ma, is 1 win away from doing so and could lock up that spot this coming round. Our 6-way tie for second place last round has turned into a 2-way tie here coming up on round number 13. That's Eli Cassis and Jason Yee, both currently sitting at 10-2. And then we've got 2 members of Team Moriyama Japan, Shuhei Nakamura and Ken Yukihiro, in 4th and 5th right now. And remember, at the last PT, that team put 3 people into the top 8, and those 3 people went 1, 2, and 3 when the tournament was all said and done. So here they come. Jacob Negro, your tournament leader overnight, currently sitting at 9-3. That's a look at our leaderboard here as things start to get very, very exciting on day number 2. We're going to talk about some more math stuff here now with Dr. Frank Karsten. I love these segments, and some players out there, we're going to talk about playing 61 cards. You just can't make that final cut sometimes. Tell me about it, Frank.
Yes, indeed. I mean, normally you want to play 60 cards in your deck because that's the minimum. But there were indeed 10 players at this Pro Tour who registered a 61 card deck. And I wanted to put a quick spotlight on them to see how they are faring. Well, Ricardo Biava is leading the pack with 8-3. That is still very much in contention for hitting those 12 wins to make it into the top 8. Many of the other players did not fare so well. In fact, in Modern, I looked at their win rate on day 1. They went 21-26, so below 50%, indicating that, well, based on the numbers so far, maybe 61 cards was not the answer. Now, the question is, why would you play more than 61 cards? Famously, Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif once won a Pro Tour with a deck with 61 cards because he just wasn't sure what to cut, and well, better to cut nothing than to cut the wrong card. But here you see a 61 card deck that illustrates it nicely. You can run more to optimize your mana base. In Modern, you often want like 1 of each dual land, 1 of each survey land, enough basics, but you don't actually want to draw those cards naturally. You just want to draw fetch lands so that you can find the right lands to curve out perfectly. Now, if you fix the suite of fetchable lands, then by increasing your deck size, you can improve the ratio of fetch lands to fetchable lands and improve your mana base as a result. Of course, it comes with the downside that you don't draw your best cards as consistently, and based on the numbers, the win rate so far, maybe going beyond 60 is not great, but I do honestly believe that there is theoretical merit to playing more than 60 in Modern for this reason, to optimize your mana base. But the debate is still hotly contested among many competitive players, and I'm sure it will rage on, Maria.
Oh, absolutely. What about playing 41 in draft there, Frank?
Also typically not great, but you know, sometimes there are also matches in Limited where you might deck out, and then
That's true.
You know, having an extra card, it could matter. But I'll say, when in doubt, just stick with the minimum. You need to have very, very good reasons to go beyond 40 or 60.
Or you're just indecisive, like me.
All right. That is a valid reason.
All right. We've been given the go-ahead, everybody.
Oh, no, what did I do?
Oh, Frank has regrets, everyone. Frank has regrets. Hey, if you're looking for a deck to play in Modern this weekend, we've got some players lined up who want to tell you about their deck very quickly, so get ready for your screenshots here. It's our first set of Deck Bites.
I'm here with the one and only Jim Davis to talk about your Modern deck. What are you playing? What does it do?
I am playing the red-green Through the Breach Eldrazi deck.
And what are you trying to do with said Eldrazi?
Kind of two things. Obviously, Through the Breach Emberpool was great. Stack 15, stack 6 permanents. That's, you know, it's almost like the plan B, though, because all the Eldrazi cards are really, really good. Kozilek's Command, Sowing Mycosynth is kind of our Taiki card. It's my Taiki card, and I was playing it. But, yeah, she's got a lot of mana, gonna kill your lands, or Through the Breach Emberpool.
Very cool. What's your best matchup, and then what's your worst matchup?
My deck is kind of like the anti-Nadu deck, where my deck isn't great against Nadu in game 1 especially. I have plans, obviously, but I think any deck is trying to beat Nadu with Wrath of the Skies, energy stuff, my deck is really, really good against. So I'm a little sad that Nadu's a little more that was going to be in the tournament, but overall pretty happy.
Well, best of luck, Jim. May your mana be plentiful and Eldrazi-ish, I guess. I'm here with the German juggernaut Hall of Famer Kai Budde to talk about your deck. What are you playing and what does it do?
I'm playing Ruby Medallion Storm. We had a bunch of good decks. That was one of them. It had really good results in our testing. John Finkel was a big fan of the deck and eventually ended up convincing me. The problem is the deck doesn't really have good... So everything is a good matchup and then sideboarding it. And it really depends how many sideboard cards people have. I just lost against Necropotence, against Willy Edel, who had like 8 sideboard cards or something, and that was just too much. But typically you're a very big favorite in game 1, and then you have to see what happens.
All right, and in terms of the matchup, what are you looking to play against, and what are you trying to avoid?
Well, I'm avoiding people with too many sideboard cards. In general, in game 1, I'm happy against anyone. But ideally, if someone wants to try to attack someone's life total, that's ideal, like Red Prowess or Red-White Energy. Jeskai Control is also a great matchups.
Well, Kai, thank you so much, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Here with Pro Tour champion and Hall of Famer Seth Manfield. Seth, what are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
So I'm playing the mono black Necro deck. It's a really fun deck. So you play the card Necro Dominance, which means you can't draw any more cards naturally, but you can at the end of your turn. So it's kind of like Necropotence. I wasn't really playing competitively when that card was legal, but I am now that Necro Dominance has been printed, and you've got cards like Soul Spike and the Black March, so you're able to gain a bunch of life and get rid of all the extra cards you draw to just kind of keep the wheels going. You've got Sholdred to kind of burn your opponent out or just gain a bunch of life as you're drawing cards. You also got the One Ring, so if you don't have Necro Dominance, the One Ring isn't bad either. And then you've got Discard, like Grief, and we got a couple copies of Shambling Gas, which is a little bit of a unique spin, but some removal. Yeah, it's I like the deck a lot.
I like that little guy. He's great to sacrifice. And then tell me, what is a good matchup? What's a bad matchup?
Well, so with this deck, the good and bad matchup is kind of both your own deck. Like, I think that like there's so many close matchups in Modern. I kind of feel pretty good against most decks, but it's kind of comes down to like specific card choices. Do they have a bunch of Veil of Summers to kind of mess with your, like that type of card? It's like, but yeah, no, there's nothing particularly that I'm afraid of. I just feel like when I don't draw the card Necro Dominance, then your deck becomes kind of like a bad, like black something deck that isn't really doing what it's supposed to do. And then you have your Soul Spikes and stuff without the extra cards to go along with them. So It's kind of a high variance deck in that way, but there's not like a particular matchup that I'm afraid of.
Well, I hope that you find your Necro dominance and, just carry on dominating, Seth.
All right, thank you.
All right, everyone, we are gearing up for round number 13 here on day 2 of competition at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. Let's take a look at our matchup here. For somebody, it's a win and in to our top 8, and that somebody is none other than Noah Ma, our tournament leader, sitting at 11-1, 12 wins, the magic number. You get to stop playing and lock up your spot in our top 8. There you see Noah on your screen from Seoul, South Korea. Tested for this event alone, had 3 good finishes at Pro Tours, 3 Pro Tours in a row back in 2020 to lock up himself a spot in the Rivals League. Jason Yee will be the opponent, started playing in 2017, top 8'd just the last Pro Tour. That's right, Thunder Junction won the 100K Sealed Open in Las Vegas in 2023 as well, tested with Team Sanctum of All. Those are the players here. Talk to me about the decks, Frank.
Well, Noah Ma, we just saw him play in the last round. He's playing this powerful mono black Necro deck. Let's get the deck list onto the screen. There you see it. Seth Manfield basically just already explained the key interactions in the deck, although Noah Ma's version differs a bit. There's no the One Ring, but instead there is Sorin, which can transform easily via Soul Spike. Now in the matchup to come, which is against Band Nadu, the important cards from the mono black deck are stuff like Grief and Thoughtseize to discard Nadu, and perhaps Soul Spike or March to kill it at instant speed. But here we have the big bad of the format. Band Nadu was the most played deck and has dominated the top tables ever since. Jason Yee already called this Pro Tour Nadu. Now, what does this deck try to do? It tries to assemble Nadu and Shuko. Shuko then targets your creatures for 0 mana, allowing Nadu's trigger to provide a lot of fresh cards. Every land put onto the battlefield also triggers Spring Heart Nantuko, which creates more creatures that get targeted by Shuko. So once you get going, you can basically draw your entire deck. But how do you win? Jason, like many others, doesn't run Tessa's Oracle. Instead, if your library eventually consists of 4 lands, while you have bestowed Springheart Nantuko, it's gonna get complicated.
All right, I'm with you, Frank.
Onto both Endurance and another Springheart Nantuko bestowed onto Venser Shaper Savant. That's another unique inclusion in Jason's list. Then you can target 4 insect tokens with Shuko, use them to put the 4 lands from your library onto the battlefield, tap them for mana, and create copies of both Venser and Endurance. In response to the Endurance enters the battlefield trigger, you sacrifice those 4 lands to Sylvan Safekeeper, Endurance returns them to the library, and you can loop to effectively create infinite Venser copies, leaving your opponent with 0 permanents, while you have infinite insect tokens on the battlefield. Well, then you will just win on the next turn. It is complicated, and I'm sure that you might easily see in this or in the next round players just making hand motions and doing explaining, and then someone packs it up. But that is going on under the heart of it.
All right, let's find out what happens here at Pro Tour Nadu. It's been called. Are we going to send someone to the top 8? We're about to find out. Take it away, you two.
Well, thank you very much, Maria and Frank, particularly to Frank, who, as I said to him earlier, off camera earlier, he has one of the most incredible abilities to succinctly and deftly and concisely explain incredibly convoluted concepts in a way that makes them at least somewhat understandable to boneheads like myself. Marty, I'm sure you're across exactly, every in and out of this Bant Nadu deck. Although, then again, they seem to be discovering new technologies with this list every single day of the week.
Yeah,
so
I feel like I am already outdated in my Nadu knowledge.
You'll have to download
what I knew on
the latest
Thursday,
patch.
it's gone. But yeah, definitely huge shout out to Frank for all the excellent work he's been doing this weekend.
On home soil as well.
Truly fantastic stuff on home soil.
He has been a great addition to the coverage team this weekend. An old friend of yours, an old friend of mine. Very pleased to have him alongside us. But we're also pleased to have these two in the feature match area. We might be sending one of them to the top 8 here and now. We're going to find out. Noah Ma, we've watched this bloke rumble and tumble with his Necro Dominance deck, Mono Black Necro, a new addition to the modern format, as indeed is Jason Yee's list, Bant Nadu. This something of a sort of public enemy #1 type situation for the Bant Nadu deck. It certainly is capable of incredibly explosive starts and incredibly explosive finishes, for that matter, Marty, and we'll see if Jason is able to leverage the power of this new deck in this matchup.
Yeah, there's a few different grudge match storylines happening here as well. Jason was 7-1 going into the day. Now, sitting at 10-2. That extra loss came from Noah in the draft portion. So maybe looking to get a bit of revenge is Jason after losing a round to Noah earlier today. Jason did just best Mono Black Necro in the hands of Seth Manfield in the previous round. As for Noah, he has played against Matt Nadu twice so far this tournament, both of which he was victorious. So both players currently undefeated in their respective matchups, and maybe this is the one that proves who has the real edge.
All right, well, we're going to find out here. Big fan of this new Mono Black deck. And the various builds. You know, we saw Seth and his team have got a different approach to the one taken here by Noah Ma. Shambling Ghoul and the like appearing in the other list. The One Ring, of course. This one has those copies of Sorin of House Markov. Another new card, one of these new Origins, Magic Origins style flipping creature into Planeswalker type cards. And Sorin's certainly a sweet one.
Yeah, and I think one card I do want to point out in Noah's deck that is pretty interesting in terms of dynamics in the matchup is we heard Frank talk about the sort of loops that the Nadu deck is capable of, but a lot of those loops do include endurance. So if Noah is able to land a couple of copies of Dauthi Voidwalker at the right time, perhaps that could disrupt Jason's ability to go for an endurance loop should things play out that way. Of course, the Snadu deck has a gajillion tools at its disposal, a full, really, creature package toolbox of dealing with things like a Voidwalker, whether it is with a Volatile Stormdrake or a Venser. It's not likely to happen, but that is at least one aspect of the matchup to keep in mind.
Yeah, it isn't so much a toolbox as an entire Bunnings warehouse. It has tools all the way down. We've seen decks like this dominate Modern in the past. Birthing Pod, of course, comes to mind in the olden days. We had various Collected Company, Court of Calling type decks that have had immense flexibility in the way that the 75 can be put together to make sure these decks can, you know, handle anything that's thrown their way.
Right. Sorry, I'm still stuck on the term. Was that Bunnings Warehouse?
Bunnings Warehouse.
Yes.
Yeah. Where lowest price is just the beginning. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yourself a snag. Go and buy a Makita drill. All the tools that you... This isn't supposed to be an advertisement for a leading chain of home improvement and hardware in Australia.
Somehow we find ourselves here, strangely enough.
I'll expect my check in the mail from Bunnings Warehouse. Don't you worry about that.
Let's
anyway,
go straight to Wizards of the Coast.
Let's see what Jason's going to do to open this game out here. A slower start with a Surveil land into Urza's Saga here for our Bant player.
Normally, Urza Saga starts pretty exciting when you are in the Nadu player's seat. Saga is your way to go and fetch a Shuko. But for Jason, already having a Shuko means that there isn't as much of an emphasis being put on this Urza Saga.
Sylvan Safekeeper the play and a Shuko to suit it up. Old fans of Magic will remember, of course, the original Sylvan Safekeeper, an invitational card representing one, I think the first ever, actually.
Yes.
Representing a former superstar of the game and an old mate of mine, Olorado.
Who is here this weekend.
Who is here this weekend.
And in day 2, I believe.
It was great to run into him. Now works in journalism in his native Sweden. But he was someone that I used to work with many years ago on the EU professional circuit, and great fellow. And hoping to see more of him in the future. Although
Hall of Famer, of course.
Hall of Famer, naturally. Yes, this bloke's done just about everything.
And Ola, a very important inclusion in this deck, as it is both a way to protect your creatures and part of these endurance loops where you are sacrificing the lands to shuffle them back into your library and continue doing that. So you do see Noah going after the Safekeeper with a Fatal Push, giving Jason the option to leverage a land to keep the creature around, knowing that that land is going to slow Jason down.
And that is exactly what Jason does here. Basically, given the choice, do you want to lose your creature or do you want to lose a land? And Jason elects to put the breeding pool in the bin. And so now, Noah in a pretty decent position as well. We should, of course, point out, Marnie, that this Dauthi Voidwalker means the breeding pool is exiled.
Sure is, with a void counter on it.
And that could matter.
Yes, it definitely can. It will matter in terms of just whatever Jason does is being affected by this Voidwalker in play. It's going to stop some loops. But it is also just, it's presenting a fast clock against Jason, just having what is essentially 5 power here. And one big thing Jason does have access to is getting Haywire Might from its deck using Urza's Saga. And that would be some insurance against what is typically Noah's A plan in Necro Dominance. The issue is Noah isn't on the A plan right now. He is firmly on the I have the creatures to beat you down.
I was going to say not even the B plan. this is a well and truly down the list of plans that this deck has. But hey, it's working, right? In for 5. Jason not in a position to block. We saw how much of a priority was placed on keeping the Sylvan Safekeeper around last turn, and that seems to be the case right here.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about witnessing a new, quote-unquote, modern format like this is the lack of agreement and consensus on what the right builds of these most powerful decks are. What is the right build of Nadu? And that's a lot of cards.
And Noah slamming this Necro Dominance into play and drawing immediately, just snapping off 10 cards.
I believe he had 1 Soul Spike in hand.
Yes, he does.
And the rule of thumb typically from players is if you have a Soul Spike, you add 2 to 3 to whatever number you were planning on drawing before. So that is the first step. The question is, how many Soul Spikes did Noah find to now begin really sending the damage home?
All right, well, here's one. Soul Spike, exiling 2 black cards, target the Sylvan Safekeeper. This time it will die, sent to the exile zone. And you mentioned before, Marnie, how Jason can go and get a Haywire Might, right? Very clean, neat and tidy answer to an enchantment like Necro Dominance, but less so when your opponent has already drawn 10 cards off of it.
Yeah, this is the big issue is...
It has an immediate impact.
Jason doesn't have the Might in play when it can respond to the Necro Dominance. By the time the Might is fetched, it's already too late, essentially. And with the Safekeeper sacrificing a land the previous turn to try to stay alive, now Jason is just really far down on resources as well. And that makes this game incredibly problematic to the point where, assuming Noah has nothing, which I believe Noah has another Soul Spike and a March to protect against the potential Nadu, Jason is on Nadu or bust here off the top.
Yep. Now, there are a couple of angles to consider here when looking at this mono black Necro deck, right? This is something that I know a lot of people have their eye on. Maybe they'll be thinking, right, this is a sort of card, these are the sorts of cards that I want to sleeve up when it comes to, you know, my local Magic tournaments, playing Modern at your LGS, whatever else. Be wary of the fact that this deck does have some key weaknesses.
Yes.
And one of those weaknesses is a card like a Lightning Bolt, which is not a card that lots of people are playing, but that Boros Burn player who's at your LGS, they're going to be rubbing their hands with glee seeing this. They will be dusting off those Boros Charms and those Lightning Helices and they'll be ready. I'll tell you this. But here and now, Noah's deck selection seems to have been very well made because a deck like Nadu, for all of its power, isn't really able to punish the game plan of the Necro deck when it's sort of hitting its straps. That's not to say that Nadu's a bad deck, not by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel like there are many situations where the Necro deck would be punished for playing its just regular game plan. This is not one of those matchups.
Yeah, this game could have easily looked different if Jason had the ability to, let's say, Court of Calling for a Haywire Might in response to the Necro Dominance, and then just exile it before Noah gets to his end step. That would have made a big difference. But again, that's not the world we live in currently, and you can't really afford to have this slow of a game against this mono black Necro deck.
Skip.
All right.
Yep.
Jason, with a Haywire Might in play, thanks to the Urza's Saga, which is now exiled under the Void counter. And Noah with a very helpful little reminder on the top of the deck, skip.
Skip.
Skip. And that's something, again, you'll have to be aware of if you choose to play this deck, because a lot of we play a lot of Magic by rote, right? We've learned untap, upkeep, draw. In this situation, no, untap, upkeep, a main phase.
Correct. And that's another attack from Noah into a, looks like no block from Jason. Noah does again have that soul spike, but can reasonably assume he is not going to be allowed to Necro Dominance again here.
Not a good hand here for the Bant Nadu player. Jason Yee, I think, in a world of hurt, although does have the Boseiju to get rid of Necro Dominance here. Is this Court of Calling going to be able to turn things around?
Not currently, because right now Jason has the ability, when it untaps, to go Court of Calling for 1 with a land drop. And that's not quite enough. So it just needs to be a Nadu off the top, I believe, or a Summoner's Pact for a Nadu, and hope things go well. The biggest issue for Jason right now is the fact that Noah has access to a March and a Soul Spike in hand, so that Nadu isn't going to take over the game, even if it was to be found here.
All right. Mystery card off the top. Let's see what it was for Jason. A key draw step here.
Survey says...
Bit of a make or break moment for our
I
Bant
think that
Nadu
was the
player.
second Safekeeper, if my eyes aren't aged out of it here. Could be anything.
I think you're right. I think you're right. You can postpone that optometry appointment, Money.
Excellent.
Seems like you're still good to go, my friend.
The glasses are still working.
Yeah. How many fingers am I holding up?
Oh, 3. Thank you, Riley.
You may need to get your eyes checked.
No.
That was just a little joke for Money there. Just a little joke for him. The correct answer was 1, and I'll leave it as an exercise to the viewer to guess which one it was. Oh, dearie me. Oh, we like to have some fun, don't we? All right. Sylvan Safekeeper comes down once again. We're going to see Noah draw here as the Necro has been removed.
Okay. Finally allowed to draw cards again. And Jason at an effective 7 life, because it cannot gain life from the Haywire Might while the Douthly Voidwalker is in play. The Haywire Might is, I believe, a dice trigger. Is it leaves the battlefield? No, it's dice.
When it dies.
So you're not gaining 2 life.
Because if you chump block with it, it'll trigger, and if you exile it for whatever reason, no, it doesn't.
Right. So that means that 7 life was what you were working with here if you're in Jason's seat. And we have a menace creature and a shadow creature.
Okay. Dryad Arbor.
Sure.
A land creature here. We're going to see a double block. This is how we're keeping the grief at bay.
And thinking on the other.
Okay.
Still thinking.
But of course, Douthly Voidwalker with a very odd evasion ability. We don't see this ability all that often, but Shadow. So Shadow creatures can only be blocked by other creatures with Shadow. I believe they can also only block creatures with Shadow themselves.
Correct.
They're just in the Shadow realm,
Yes.
essentially.
Either you are in the Shadow Realm or you are not.
Yes.
And beings outside of the Shadow Realm do not interact well with beings in the Shadow Realm, and vice versa. It's one of those keywords that can be incredibly powerful in the right position. When you're the only shadow creature being played in the format, awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Pretty good.
When you have a limited format that shadow is running around, things get very interesting, as we have seen in the past.
A little messier. All right, we've got a Court of Calling, I believe, here, yes, for an Arboreal Grazer.
Okay, so a lot just happened
but
there.
But it's not going to be enough. Walk us through what's going on.
Jason made its blocks. Court of Calling for Arboreal Grazer. Was going to live through the blocks, and everything was happening. And as all of that resolved, Noah said, by the way, I have a Soul Spike in hand, and we were done.
So
the lethal damage was still getting through from the Voidwalker for 3 damage. Jason was a 6 after that fetch, and the Soul Spike was lethal.
So largely just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic for a while there once the blocks were
Correct.
were final. Were
The
finalized.
ship did still go down.
And the ship did go down. Exactly right. All right, we move on now to game number 2. And unfortunately for Jason Yee, down to just 5 cards and...
Down to just 3
being
cards.
picked apart
and
now, yes. Being picked apart by a Grief and a Malakir Rebirth. So those aren't the cards that this isn't the start that Jason would be looking for here.
Yeah, I think
not the cards that anyone really wants to see from the opponent.
Yeah, for those of you who were with us last year in Barcelona, we saw quite a bit of grief plus cards like Malakir Rebirth running around. Really proved their worth in the hands of Jake Beardsley to take down that Pro Tour. And while things look a little different nowadays, no Fury running around, for example, the grief plus Malakir Rebirth quote-unquote engine that this deck has available to it is still ridiculously powerful. If you can go this turn 1 start, now you also have Phyrexian Tower to further take advantage of the benefits that this offers and ramp out things like Necro Dominance. It can be quite terrifying.
And Noah here firing on all cylinders, even after a fortunate draw from Jason with the help of that Surveil land, finding a Spring Heart Nantuko. It dies to the Fatal Push. Grief gets in for 4, and Jason's under an immense amount of pressure here.
Yeah, this is a lot going on, and I believe Noah does have a Necrodominance and a 3rd land here available to him. With Jason down to just 1 card, I very much doubt Noah is not just going to go for maximum pain here, knowing that if he can put himself in a position where he has a Soul Spike and or a March for Jason's next turn, where Jason will be able to fetch a Shuko and have enough mana to play a Nadu, Noah would feel really good about his chances of winning this game. Jason essentially has a 1-turn window, and if Noah can block that 1-turn window, the door more or less closes on the Nadu deck from the position that Noah has put Jason in.
All right, down to 10 here. Noah Ma, as he draws, what was that? Would be 8 cards after the Thoughtseize?
I believe it was 8.
8 cards, all right. And
after the Malakir Rebirth.
Oh, Malakir Rebirth, excuse me, of course. Yeah, that was the turn 1 play, wasn't it?
Yes.
I just see someone having played a Swamp on turn 1, and they're on 18 life. And there's that's a very deep.
I will note, it looks like Noah found no free spell.
Technically, I have to do this before you discard. Do you have anything to do?
Jason is saying that I'm planning on making a construct. I have to do it before you discard. Do you have anything? Just making sure that we are following the proper procedure of the game, because if Noah starts discarding and it is deemed that Jason had allowed that to happen, it would be too late for it to make a construct with Urza Saga.
It gets a little bit complicated at this situation. That's why clear communication is always key here. Noah discards to hand size. Jason makes a token, and we move on now to Jason's next turn.
All right, Nadu not the draw, much to Noah's relief, though. He won't know it immediately, of course. Noah was very much needing to fade a Nadu on that draw step, as that was more or less the turn. Here, Jason will be able to get a Might and has access to a Yavimaya, so that will be the green mana to take care of the Necrodominance. But fortunately for Noah, he does have access to a Toxic Deluge to clean up the board.
Yes, and can do so once the Might leaves play without actually killing the Grief.
Correct.
Toxic Deluge for 2 will clean up those construct tokens.
Sure.
And we're going to see one of them get in here.
You're at 7.
And once again, I've made a fool of myself because, of course, Grief is a 3-2, not a 4-3, because once again, I have opened my mouth to change feet and I've gotten got by Malakir Rebirth.
Malakir Rebirth has gotten you.
Because every card that brings Grief back puts a +1/+1 counter or gives it +1/+1.
Except for
the Malakir Rebirth that's been played in this deck that I've already made a mistake with Thoughtseize.
It's okay.
Oh my goodness.
Riley.
I'll tender my resignation.
Riley,
No.
we learn.
It's all over. It's all
we
over.
learn.
It's so over.
We move on.
It's so over. It's so over.
So now here's the interesting dance from Noah and Jason. Because Noah can attack and then try to go to his end step. And Jason will have to decide whether it wants to use Haywire Might before Noah gets to the end step, judging how many cards Noah has in hand available and how much life he has to pay. And then if Jason does this, as we just saw, we are still in the post-combat main phase, so now Noah can decide whether he wants to fire off Toxic Deluge, whether he wants to do this very great line, which is Fatal Push into Bowmasters to cleanly clean these both up, keep his grief around, and recreate a board presence, and very much put Jason very far behind.
So things looking good here for Noah Ma as Jason plays Delighted Halfling. And a Colony Garden to make a 0-1 plant. Back over to Noah now.
No cards in hand for Jason, so Noah does have the backup grief available in his hand. And we'll just play it as a 3-2 menace, but not going to get any value out of it. Just an attacker, which is relevant with Jason at 9.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Malevolent Rumble. Eldrazi spawn token. And 4 cards off the top.
I see a Volatile Stormdrake and a Dryad Arbor. Can't make out what the other two
The
cards.
other two are just...
Okay, one is a Safekeeper and one is a Misty.
One's a lands. Okay, we got at least one land in there. All right. So can take any of these cards. A little impulse here. And it's going to be the Sylvan Safekeeper.
I think this is just some insurance to try to protect against any removal spells that may try to force their way through from Noah. Jason again at 9 life, facing down 2 menace creatures. And the choice really felt like it was between the Stormdrake and the Safekeeper there.
So, Noah draws. Toxic Deluge still in hand for him.
Deluge for 1 would clean up, I believe, 3 of the creatures from Jason, leaving just the Halfling, at the cost of the Bowmasters and the Orc army. But that would essentially give Noah very clean attacks to put Jason down to 3 with 1 card to be drawn.
No, down to...
down to 5, excuse me,
Yeah.
because they do shrink for 1.
Yeah.
But 1 card to be drawn facing down what is essentially lethal.
And we're going to say this here.
This does feel like the line for Noah.
So, Toxic Deluge for 1. Noah Ma down to 6. Destroying everything but the Halfling on the other side of the battlefield. And these griefs now 2-1s. The Halfling a 0-1, at least until end of turn. Oh, Fatal Push as well here.
5?
If that was the card drawn for Noah,
that's
then
not too bad
it
at all.
feels pretty
That's not
impossible
too
for
bad
Jason to come
at
back.
all, because Jason Yee now, no cards in hand, playing off the top
Rumble.
of the deck. It's another Rumble.
Okay, round 2.
The Malevolent Rumbles continue.
Rumble in the jungle. And...
All right, what do we got? We've got the Outrider Encore. We've got a Shuko. We've got a Springheart Nantuko,
yeah,
which will be the pick.
All right, so lethal prevented currently.
Yep, because we
No
can
one
double
needs
block one of the griefs.
1 answer, removal spell, something. Okay.
Double block. Couldn't have done it faster.
Soul Spike was the draw.
All right, just 2 mana off casting that, or 2 black cards off casting
Rumble
that.
again.
And another Rumble off the top.
I do love...
The rumbling will continue until morale improves.
These players, I mean, obviously Noah is in good spirits, but
yeah.
he's about to lock up his Pro Tour top 8.
Yes, indeed. Noah Ma to the top 8 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 after, well, what really was a very demonstrative performance here in terms of just what this Necro deck can do. It's been a long time since the power of Necropotence has been seen at the highest level. Necrodominance is coming a long way towards demonstrating just how powerful this sort of card is.
Yeah, it really is a reminder both to the old ones like us and to the ones who have never known the true power of Necropotence, just exactly what it is capable of. And for me, the most impressive part, and what I look forward to seeing more from Noah in the top 8 tomorrow, is the dynamism of this mono black Necro deck. Just the different facets of attack, the ability to use that varied creature suite, the ability to just grief you plus Malakir Rebirth to rip apart your hand. And all of this is backed up by a 3 mana card that draws anywhere from 5 to 18.
Yep. which is, you know, a card that
It's a card.
is going to do a lot of work. So well done once again, No Armar through to the top 8 of this tournament. We're looking forward to seeing him next tomorrow as we get stuck into our top 8. But we've still got other slots to fill, and we're going to do it in short order, my friends. A quick break. Let's hear from Maria and Frank as to what's coming up as we continue our exploration of this modern format.
Don't move a muscle. We have Javier Dominguez up against the Netherlands' own Bart van Etten coming up next.
Jeskai Control says no, no, no in various ways, whether it's with removal, counter magic, or sweepers. They'll try to win the game eventually with the powerful new Flage. For Mono Black Grief, the dream is to evoke Grief on turn 1 and return it with Not Dead after all. From Modern Horizons 3, a new addition is Nethergoyf, which can grow when Mishra's Bauble or Urza Saga hits the graveyard. Let's see if it can take down the Jeskai Control deck.
Will it be Grief or no? We'll find out coming up after this.
Welcome back to Amsterdam here for continued coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. What a pleasure it is to have your company here with us as we get stuck into this modern format here at Magicon in Amsterdam. My name's Riley Knight. I'm joined by Mani Davudi. We're going to head back down to our feature match area here for the match we previewed briefly earlier on. We've got former world champion Javier Dominguez on Jeskai Control facing off against the local Dutch player Bart van Etten, who's playing Mono Black Grief. Marnie, this is a deck that is sort of the successor to the old Rakdos Evoke lists that used to play both Grief and Fury. Now Fury's out of the picture, obviously after having been banned, and this is where we've landed.
Yeah, Fury has been evoked out of the format, and now just Grief is left. So Mono Black Grief, as you said, the successor to the deck, feels like a different take. I don't want to say step backwards from the Mono Black Necro deck, just a more mid-range approach to it, more hand disruption, 4 full copies of Douthie Voidwalker, and really trying to be that disruptive powerhouse that Rakdos Evoke was last year.
And certainly not a deck that has suffered from Modern Horizons 3 coming out. There are a number of new cards in this list, including Nethergoyf, the all-new, all-singing, all-dancing 1-mana version of Tarmogoyf that only counts your own graveyard. But that's not the one drop we're seeing from the Dutchman here. Instead, it's a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, Nethergoyf, big addition to the deck. Just a cheap threat that can come out, and you do play a very sort of card type sweet. Urza Saga giving you an enchantment and a land that goes to the graveyard, able to fetch some artifacts that offer you utility. You can definitely get the creature that is just a 1-drop to begin with, quite large pretty quickly. But again, I think the most impressive part of this Grief deck is just how many disruptive elements there are available for it. So we see Bart starting things off with a Thoughtseize and taking a look at Javier's hand. If he has a Grief to follow this up, he has the choice to do so, or just sit back and untap and allow things to progress.
Tune the narrative to play here for Javier, who is also going to surveil with this meticulous archive. His hand, well, it looked okay, but then hand disruption is always a problem for slower controlling decks. He did mulligan to 6 as well, which is not what you want to see. But I believe in hand he has now a Flage and a Subtlety.
And I think a Celestial Purge as well as one more land.
That's a nice one.
And I think the Purge might be the card that Bart doesn't know about, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I think so, yeah. Now, the counterspell was picked out of the hand by the Thoughtseize without the Celestial Purge being there.
And 2 more cards were picked up since Bart has looked at the hand because of Tune the Narrative and the regular draw step from Javier. So Bart only knowing about half the hand from Javier. And right now, Javier is able to just deploy Flage, as I believe that Nethergoyf is still just a 1-2. Even with that land going to the graveyard, will be a 2-3. So it will put an emphasis on Bart to have a 1-mana instant of some kind here to keep it alive or save it from this potential Flage.
So Javier here, thinking about what he wants to do, does have Dress Down as well. And is just going to pass. Okay.
Javier does have a few options available to him, of course, Subtlety in hand, but also the ability to go end step, Dress Down, untap, and play a Flage that stays around permanently. You won't get the Lightning Helix effect from it. And that is a risky play against a deck that is full of disruptive elements, potentially removal. But of course, we are post-board here with Jeskai Control against Mono Black Grief. So maybe an expectation that Bart has boarded out some things like Fatal Push.
The other thing to think about here is the fact that you play the Flage with the Dress Down in play that is going to be able to stick around and continue to deal out these lightning bolts or these lightning helices. When you're facing off against things like Darthy Voidwalk or whatever else, that's a good way to manage the board. So even if you don't get the initial one with the Dress Down in play, you do think about the longer term impact that those will have. Also, you're attacking with a 6/6, which isn't too bad.
Right. The big question is, can you untap with it to attack again? Because if you use all of these resources, yes, Dress Down does cycle, but you are using 2 turns worth of time and resources just to get this Flage alive. If you use all of this and Bart removes the Flage, you've essentially lost the game, more or less.
So, we have a Wicked Roll token being put on the Necrogoyf, thanks to the Not Dead After All there.
Yeah, Javier did fire off his exile removal spell on the Douthty Voidwalker on the end step, but that did open up the way for Bart to be able to protect the Nethergoyf with Not Dead After All, which was a little awkward. And now we do see that Turok comes out. I believe that is Turok at least.
Yeah. No, that's Turok Dread Cantor.
Which was met by a Subtlety, essentially doing its role of getting 2 cards out of Javier's hand. But at least Javier was able to delay the pressure that Turok itself puts out.
And he's drawn a Spell Snare since then, which is going to make things a little easier. Even if you kick the Turok, its mana value is still just 2. So Javier found an answer that's a little bit more permanent to this Turok, but he doesn't have an answer to the Necrogoyf as it stands. And we'll need to find one, because this card is chipping away slowly but surely. Not even slowly, just surely, at Javier's life total.
Now, I am curious whether Nethergoyf should actually have a Wicked Rule.
That was my confusion as well. But when
I don't believe it died.
No, I don't think it did. So
Right.
I wasn't 100% sure on this, because this can be very tricky, but I believe that when the Flage trigger resolved, the the not dead after all was in the graveyard.
Right, which
would have
made
meant
the Goyf a 3/4.
Would make the Goyf a 3/4, and therefore it wouldn't have died to the trigger, and therefore wouldn't have
come back
with a wicked roll.
Right.
So I'm not 100% sure on exactly why and how that resolved the way it did. In any case, both players seem to have missed it. This is obviously, as you can tell by the speed at which the players are playing, not live.
Yes. This is time-shifted magic.
This is time-shifted magic, and both players here seem to be moving on with the game as it is. So we're going to as well. We do apologise because we know that this influences the viewer experience.
Which, as we've established, is our highest priority.
Highest priority, the viewer experience.
Yes.
But sadly, the viewer experience here compromised a little bit in a way that is well and truly out of our control.
Right.
So apologies for that. But Flage now coming in from the graveyard with the escape cost paid by the Spanish former world champion. And this Nile Spellbomb a little bit too late to prevent Flage from returning to the battlefield.
And I think that was part of, Javier's hand already not good, so it's not like he was doing anything else. So there's just the dress down in his hand. But I think knowing that Urza Saga was about to go away and it was going to turn into a Nile Spellbomb there was part of the reason that incentivized Javier to actually go for the Flage that turn.
And now we see a Sheoldred as well. So things looking pretty rough here for Javier. Bart van Etten in a very good spot.
That is a very large Nethergoyf. Enchantment, land, creature, instant, sorcery. That's 5, if I'm counting correctly. Plus the menace,
wicked roll.
So that's 6. Javier can attack with Flage, deal 3 to Bart. And if Bart blocks with the Sheoldred, then I believe he can flash and dress down to make the Sheoldred lose Death Touch and eat it, and then get attacked back for lethal.
So that's a fun result for him.
Yeah, it's it is a line. I'm not saying it's a good line.
It's just a line, yeah.
Yeah, but it's one of the lines of all time. Certainly.
Yeah, going up to 6 here, not enough. I think it's a Lorien revealed in hand as well, so that doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, it is looking like a very rough spot for Javier, as the best play available to him is the play that kills him, ironically enough.
So he can find an island with this. But I don't know what island there is that's going to get him out of this mess, as we see.
Did we print
Thundering
an
Falls.
island Dryad Arbor in the last set, by any chance?
It's not, only a matter of time.
Okay.
Only a matter of time.
Yeah.
We've got Blue Blood Moon now, so,
Yeah. We'll get it soon.
We'll
Modern
get
Horizons
there.
4, maybe.
Modern Horizons 4, look forward to it. Our first exclusive preview card.
Yeah.
No, of course, we're in a position here where poor old Javier doesn't seem to have too many options, and this...
All right, hold on. Let's storyboard this.
All right.
All right, hear me out.
Okay, I'm listening. Let's go.
Dryad.
Blue Sky Thinking, yeah.
Harbor.
Oh my goodness, he's cracked the case. Give this man a job at Wizards R&D.
Dryad Harbor.
Dryad Harbor.
Modern Horizons 4, first spoiler coming to you.
Yeah, there it is.
Live.
Dryad Harbor.
Yep, we're done. Much like Javier is done.
Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness me, poor old Javier here. More or less forced to block with this Flage to keep himself in the game. Now, he can flash in a dress down, which I believe will mean that this is a chump attack.
It is. But now Bart will get the 1 point of life from the Wicked Roll that should not be, and then 2 more points of life from the Sheoldred when Javier draws, and all Bart needed to do was point to it to get the job done there.
All right, well, a shame there for Javier Dominguez going down in that fashion. Not how he would have chosen to take that loss there, and an unfortunate, I guess, misstep with the Wicked Roll token as far as we could see, but that's the way that it goes, and Bart van Etten picks up the game, and indeed the match. So, that's that for our match between Van Etten and Dominguez, but we do have more magic to show, and I'm very pleased to tell you that it is your friend and mine, Olorada, here on our feature match area, for the first time today. Joining him, Masahiro Moriyama. We're going to be able to check in with these two players and see how they're going at 8 and 4. Now, at this point, they're playing essentially to keep their dreams alive in this tournament, right? This is a do-or-die moment for these two. 5 losses essentially just puts you out of contention for a top 8 finish. But it is good to see the Swedish Hall of Famer still making the rounds here at the highest level. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. All tied up at 1 and 1 between these two players. So a deciding game here between Bant Nadu and Boros Energy.
Yeah, and a deciding game as well about whether Ole can overcome the I'm sure immense regret he feels 20 years later about designing Sylvan Safekeeper
Get out
to
of
enable
town.
this Nadu deck.
Get out of town. He's not going to lose to himself. Surely not.
Wouldn't be the first time someone's lost to themselves.
I wouldn't wish that upon poor old Ola here. Going down to your own invitational card. My goodness me. Add insult to injury. Maybe it'd be...
oh, no.
Let's see if Masahide Maruyama is playing the version of Colorado that actually has hair.
Riley, this is, in my opinion, the best start available to the Bant Nadu deck.
All right, talk us through it.
Turn 1, Arboreal Grazer enables you to have the turn 3 Shuko and Nadu line because you float the mana from the Urza Saga when you sacrifice it on turn 3. You go get the Shuko, you have 3 lands, you go get the Nadu.
What you don't hear in the face of this wear tear.
Oh,
little 1-mana Stone Rain. We love to see it.
And you do also block the Ragavan, but this is pretty good.
Yeah, this isn't too bad.
Hold the presses.
Yeah. We're going to see Arid Mesa cracked here for Ola. See what he goes and finds. And it's a Stomping Ground. And we see Guide of Souls. Card that's been making a huge amount of, making waves in Limited, of course, and doing decent work in these energy-based decks in Modern.
How do you feel about Flying Monkeys?
Depends on the context.
Okay.
Depends on the context.
We are in Oz. How do you feel about Flying Monkeys?
I guess actually no, it doesn't depend on the context. Not great.
Okay,
Not great, generally speaking.
So we're changing our answer.
Well, it doesn't really matter if it's an Oz situation, if it's a, Mr. Burns situation, or a, Reddit thread on relationships type situation. Flying Monkeys are very rarely good news.
Great.
But I'm sure at this point Ola wouldn't mind giving his nimble pilferer some wings. We'll see.
After, that's the way to do it. Yeehaw, partner.
All right, here it is.
Stacking the triggers, so going to end up with 3 energy as we get the Raptor Cascade-esque ability.
And we'll be able to cast whatever he finds.
Will he want to cast? That is Philia.
Another new card.
Our
from,
beloved
from
Corgi friend.
Yes, indeed. Exuberant Shepherd. Are corgis shepherds?
They can be.
Do they work as sheepdogs?
They're generally pretty lazy dogs.
I was going to say, I can't imagine. You want a blue healer out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Philia is shepherding, other than those autumn leaves.
That's right.
Into
a
pile.
This is a creature that's doing its best.
Yeah. Look, I will not hold it against just a little guy, Philia, for doing its best with shepherding.
All right, Ola, thinking about whether he wants to cast the Philia, and ultimately decides yes he does. So that's going to give him a 1 energy rebate thanks to the Guide of Souls. However, this means no Flying Monkeys.
No Flying Monkeys for now.
To the relief of Smithers, I imagine.
Yes, 1.
And across comes the Guide of Souls for 1.
Yes, right.
Okay,
Echo
Riley,
that.
I'm being told the Corgis, despite their current lazy attitude, were bred as shepherds and working dogs.
You go back far enough, and they were out in the paddocks doing the hard yards.
So I feel like this is yet another thing that we can blame on the British royal family.
I think so. Yes. The Corgis have had incredibly bad PR thanks to their association with the late Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, Lizzie, as we like to call her in the colonies.
In the colonies.
Yes.
Our good Queen Bess.
We are both in the colonies,
yes,
you
indeed.
and I.
Yes, still on our coins.
Good old Lizzie.
Is. And I imagine she had quite a hand in making us think of Corgis as more of lap dogs than working dogs. But look, Philia, again, out there, doing its best.
Doing its best.
All right, here is Bant Nadu, the namesake card making the appearance. Nadu here, Winged Wisdom coming down for Masahide. No Shuko, however.
No Shuko, no Ole, Sylvan Safekeeper.
Yeah.
Nothing to really enable the targeting quite yet. Taking a look at Maruyama's hand, I believe I see at least 1 copy of Breeding Pool. So that is also not going to offer you any help. So for the moment, Ole is quote-unquote safe. The question is what he's going to do, as I believe Ole also has a redundant card in hand in a 2nd copy of Philia.
All right, in they come. And it looks like Nadu's going to be targeted with the exile ability of Filia, which will, of course, net Masahida a card. But at this point, it looks like Ole is just wanting to put the pressure on here.
Yes, and
as
Ole,
much damage as possible.
Ole does have a flute in hand, so if Moriyama gets a way to trigger, whether that is a Outrider Encore, whether that is a Shuko, or whatever it may be, Ole has the ability to respond by flashing in the flute and naming whatever card it would be that is causing the triggers and stop that from happening.
All right, that pact is in hand, of course, drawn or put into hand by Nadu last turn.
I think Nantuko was the draw for turn from Moriyama.
Springheart Nantuko, perhaps?
Yeah, so could use... Could bestow that to get a trigger.
Oh, it's the one ring here. Well, that is a nice little stopgap here for our Japanese player. Protection from everything for a turn. That'll slow things down.
The question is, does Ole have anything to prevent damage prevention?
We're looking for a stomp, for instance, from a Bone Crusher Giant.
That would be cool if he had something like that. I don't believe he does in his deck.
All right, well, Disruptor Flute flashed in, maybe in response to the ring by the look of things. So
that will prevent the ring from drawing any cards, which is the biggest issue.
And here comes Nadu now, across in the sky for 3. Back over to Ole, a big draw step for him. He's going to want to find some business here. Wear Tear in hand, in addition to, another Ragavan. That is not what you wanted to see. And I think, as you say, a redundant copy of Filia. So this is a hand that looks a bit more like a foot here for the Swedish Hall of Famer.
Now, he does have this available to him, which is attack with Filia, blink the amped Raptor.
Yes.
So this will both give Filia a +1/+1 counter and Ole another Raptor trigger.
It does not give him another Raptor trigger.
Oh, if it was cast.
You have to cast it. But it does give him more energy.
More energy, excuse me, yes.
It does give him more energy.
So many things going on.
Yeah, there's just so many text on these Magic cards these days. Back in my day, we were playing with 6 mana 6/6s with Trample, and we were grateful for it, man.
All right, so I believe Court of Calling with the draw from Moriyama can fire that off for 5 and go get an Outrider Encore. You do play it in the deck. That would be your targeting ability, assuming Ole has no way to stop that. 6, excuse me. Does have the ability for 6, but yes. It is a 3 mana creature after all.
So here it is, Court of Calling, X equals 3.
And Ole, I don't think, has any way to stop this.
No, he's already tooted on his flute here.
So
Outrider Encore, which is a weird old card, has a 0-cost activated ability, which largely isn't relevant beyond the fact that it's a 0-cost cost ability that targets.
So there is our handy little overlay, and I think Moriyama really only needs to hit 2 lands here to get out of hand, essentially.
Okay.
And that should do it.
And has found them, yeah. So talk us through what we're going to see here now, Manny, with those 2 lands. Oh, no! Oh, no! Olorada. Oh, he's facing off against himself. Terrible situation for him.
Well, I may have been wrong because I believed that Moriyama had a Springheart Nantuko in hand. But by firing all of those off before really getting those lands, I'm not entirely sure if that is the case, but we'll see as Moriyama now goes cracking of these lands what the follow-up is going to be. All of the creatures that are currently on the battlefield have been used up. So for Moriyama, it is a matter of what the follow-up creatures are going to be. With that Wall of Roots, can definitely at least deploy the Wall and the Halfling for 2 more targets.
Okay, 2 mana, and here is
It is an Nantuko.
It is an Nantuko. Okay, you were right.
All right. Well, that is a problem because typically it is said that Nantuko plus the combo is usually enough to get the job done. And we know that there is at least Dread Arbor is maybe a risky one, as it will not give you more mana. It would be summoning sick, but it does give you more targets. So that is the exchange here. And Moriyama just needs to hit 1 land in the next 4 hits. So it is still missable. The Halfling or the Safekeeper, I believe, is going to be the last creature. And if one more... there's a land.
Goodness,
Okay,
yes.
so we go again.
We go
All right.
once again. The land hit off of the Sylvan Safekeeper there.
Okay,
and-
hold on now.
All right.
I don't see a way for Moriyama to add anything else to target on this board. Everything has been targeted. There's no way to copy a Nadu. All you have is colorless mana. Oh, excuse me, there's Court of Calling. Of course, all those creatures are untapped. You're fine, you're fine. Yeah, just a fresh Nadu resets everything, and it's over. All right, excuse me. The Court of Calling does the job.
So talk us through what we're seeing here. A Court of Calling for 3 can go and get another Nadu, which means that all of the creatures now have that ability granted to them afresh, right?
Yeah,
They can go
imagine
from 0.
the assembly line that just moved everything from 0 to 2.
Yeah.
Everything has just been shifted over to 0 again, and we go again.
So this represents another, well, to begin with, 14 cards. And it'll be a lot more than that because of the Nantuko, because of the fact that it can create insect tokens. So this is, as we say in the business, all over Red Rover.
Right, and this is the simple win, as I believe Moriyama does have that Thassa's Oracle in hand, so ultimately, at the end of it, while he does say good game, it is just going to be a very deterministic win.
Well done to Olorada for making it as far as he did here, but dropping down to X and 5 now should knock him out of contention for our top 8. But his opponent, on the other hand, will live to fight another day. However, again, at X and 4, it's going to be
It's
going to be an uphill battle for certain. Yes.
But look, you're playing the best deck in the room, so there's always the chance. And I do want to say for Ole, he didn't lose to himself.
No, that would have been very... If he was on 1 life and a Sylvan Safekeeper came in for lethal,
Right.
that would have been...
Yeah. Like if the Safekeeper was the targeting source, if there was no Shuko,
yeah,
that wouldn't have felt great. But, you know, as things stand, he didn't lose to himself.
He didn't lose to himself, no. So that is that, my friends, for this round of Magic. We thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back here very soon. We're going to be back at the news desk after a quick break. And on the other side of that, of course, more Modern Magic coming your way. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here live in Amsterdam after this.
If you want to see the World Championship 30, the epic conclusion of this Premier Play season, live and in person, join us this October for MagicCon Las Vegas. Badges are on sale right now. Hey, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. It's an absolutely beautiful city, my first visit to the city, and it's been so very wonderful. Something else wonderful, this tournament itself. It's been a total delight here on day 2 of competition. Only 3 rounds left to go here in the building before we get to our top 8. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi and Frank Karsten with you. 12 wins is the magic number. Somebody who grows ever closer to that is the Netherlands' own Bart van Etten, sitting at 10-3. Let's hear from him right now.
I'm here with Bart van Etten, who has just taken down Javier Dominguez 2-0. That has got to feel pretty good, Bart.
Yeah, it's crazy actually. The experience is unreal. Also, the matchup was really bad, so I was kind of lucky. He mulliganed twice, and I'm just running hot, so it's going great so far. So that's perfect. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your deck. You're not playing Necro Dominance.
No, like it's just mono black aggressive Grief. I mostly decided to play this because I like it more against Nadu. It's like more aggressive. It's like a better game plan. Like the Necro Dominance, I tried it, but it's like mostly too slow, and I can just easily navigate around it. So I decided for the aggressive approach.
All right. Well, get aggro and get yourself into a top 8. Why don't you? Best of luck for the next round.
All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard, everyone, and find out where we're at here deep into day 2 of competition. Well, I can report we've got one player locked up a spot into our top 8, and that is Noah Ma with 12 wins. That's right, 12, the magic number, like I said. You get that, you get to stop playing for the rest of the day. So congratulations to our first member of the top 8, Noah Ma. We will be seeing you on the Sunday stage tomorrow. In second place, we have none other than Eli Cassis, your Neon Dynasty champion, sitting at 11-2, and a whole mess of 10-3s behind Eli. Frank, when you've got that many 10-3s, things start to get a little bit chaotic here in these final rounds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You feel the breath of all these strong players behind you, and yeah, you cannot drop a single match without feeling bad about it.
Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do here before we get to our final 8 here for Sunday, but it is going to be oh so exciting. All right, it's time for more math, everybody. I am very excited for this. Ruby Storm is one of the decks a lot of the top pros brought this weekend. It did not perform very well here at the tournament, but it does have some cool calculations that are involved, so I'm excited to hear about those from you, Frank.
Yeah, I just wanted to put up some fun math. But basically, yeah, Ruby Storm was the second most played deck in the whole field, but it didn't do great, indeed winning only 34% of its modern matches yesterday, despite being played by greats like John Finkel. Now, a key card in this deck is Raal, a new card from Modern Horizons 3, which is one of just the most powerful combo enablers in the set. It reduces the cost of all of your rituals, and well, when you play some of them, well, you flip a coin, and then, well, lose, take a damage, win, transform into a Planeswalker. I was just curious, suppose you start storming off at, I don't know, 7 life. What is the likelihood that you then lose to your own coin flips before actually transforming it? Well, in general, if you start storming off at X life, then you will lose X consecutive coin flips with probability 0.5 to the power X. So at 7 life, it's 1 in 128, which means less than 1%. That's pretty safe.
Okay, all right. I was getting scared for a minute there, Frank.
Yeah. Now, of course, it could go wrong, and perhaps some of these Ruby Storm players were on the bad side of variance yesterday, but I think mainly their poor performance is due to the prevalence of sideboard cards like Damping Sphere or Drenet Magistrate. Those were very popular. But still, you know, with probability math like that, you can sometimes figure out the best plays during a match, or just figure out how unlucky you were, which is fun too.
Do you think the Storm deck has legs in the future?
Maybe if the metagame changes towards fewer hate cards, it might. And in theory, it should go off faster than Bent Nadu, but still, Bent Nadu just has to play a single Drenet Magistrate, then it has all these scores of callings to find it, and it's tough. The results here are really bad for Ruby Storm, so Bent Nadu does seem to be the stronger combo deck in Modern, at least in the current metagame.
That's a cool deck, though, so we'll see if some version of it somehow survives and moves into the future. All right, everyone, if you're looking for a Modern deck, and indeed you could be, Modern looks totally different after the arrival of Modern Horizons 3. Here's some more pros to tell you what they played this weekend and why.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Ularada, who is playing in your first Pro Tour since 6 years ago. I know math, that was 2018?
Yes, 2018, the Team Pro Tour in Milwaukee.
Awesome. So what are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
So I'm playing the Red-White Boros Energy deck, which casts a bunch of 2/1s for 1, and then just swings for 2 and casts lightning bolts to the face. And sometimes you even gain life back from the lightning bolts.
Well, you're having a great run so far, so good. What is a matchup you want to avoid, and what's a matchup you really, really want to get?
I guess I want to avoid the Nadu deck, even though it's, it's on everyone's radar, but my deck is not that prepared for it, to be honest. It's, I think everybody wants to avoid it. Every time you're playing against someone, you sit down and you're like, are you playing Nadu? No, me neither. You like high-five each other. Let's go. Let's have a fair game of Magic.
And then a matchup that you really want to face off against?
So I played Burn this round, which I think is a classic good matchup with my deck, because it does almost the same thing, but it has some life gain. So I like to play against people who also have not adapted to the new metagame, people who bring their old decks. Those I can beat. The new ones, nah, not so much.
Well, Ulla, best of luck. I hope we'll see you in day 2 and perhaps even day 3. I've got the Citrus Assassin Greg Orange here once again because we're going to talk about Control. Sir, I'm assuming you're playing Control.
That's a good guess. You never know, though. Who could say?
What is cool about J-Sky Control, and what does it do?
Well, you trade resources, you play the One Ring, draw a bunch of cards, and then kill them with a Flage, usually, so...
Flage is pretty sweet. I didn't think it would make such an impact, but that card is making waves in this format.
Yeah, it's way better than I thought it was initially. I feel like at that point in the game, you just want to gain life and interact with the board or get them dead, and it does that really well, actually.
So what's a good matchup? What's a bad matchup for your deck?
I'm scared of like Tron or like Eldrazi Tron type decks. I don't know. I think I'm pretty good at like, I don't know, like the little creature decks maybe. Anywhere where the Wrath shines, I think I'm happy about that.
Anything with 3 toughness, you're real happy about. Come take.
Really happy about 3 toughness.
Well, Greg, best of luck, and look forward to seeing you in day 2.
Thanks.
I'm here with Christian Kalkana, runner-up at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. I need you to make worlds, please, so that I can make the Return of the King joke, if you don't.
We're trying.
I want to talk to you about your deck list. What are you playing in Modern, and what does it do?
So I'm playing Eldrazi Tron. It just tries to, either make Tron or take use of like all our Eldrazi's and stuff to get fast mana with the new card Labyrinth, which is basically Ancient Tomb in Modern. And we're just it's called, some people call it Prison Tron because it has cards like Trinisphere and stuff, which is pretty good in the format now because it's a combi heavy format. So yeah, I'm just trying to not die in the first 3 turns and then just start casting a bunch of big Eldrazi's and stuff and hope for the best.
That's rough because this format is becoming about turn 3 if people can kill you by that time. So it's a little scary. I need to know then, what is a good matchup, what's a bad matchup for you?
Well, I think a good matchup is Ruby Storm, just because we have 4 Trinispheres in our deck and that card is really, really difficult for them to combo through. And we have a few ways to cast it on turn 2, which you need to be fast against them because they can kill you. They can kill you on turn 2 like somewhat, and then turn 3 pretty reliably. So, the hope is either be on the play or have Labyrinth. And so yeah, that's a good matchup. And then bad matchup, I would say, like given this field, like Nadu is a little scary. They can just, this is a very resilient deck and it can combo in many ways. And it can combo through hate, so it's not like the worst, but I would say it's like slightly unfavorable. And then everything else I think is either pretty good or just about even, so yeah.
Thank you so much, Christian, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
3 rounds left to go. Only 1 person in our top 8 so far. We've got to put 7 more people there. 3 rounds to do it. Let's take a look at our feature match here for round number 14 in the building. We've got Death Snow, Ken Yukihiro up against Ely Cassis. Mardu Energy versus Bant Nadu. Now there's a pair down for Cassis because, well, he's up at the top of the leaderboard right now. Take a look at Ken Yukihiro here. Started playing in 2008, 4 Pro Tour top 8s to his name. Always brings cool and unique decks on Team Moriyama Japan, the team that dominated the last Pro Tour. Speaking of dominating, Ely Cassis consistently putting up great finish after great finish. Started playing in 1993, your Neon Dynasty champion, runner-up at the 2022 World Championship. Always cool, calm, and collected whenever he is playing. There's the players. What do you think about this matchup, Frank?
Well, I would say that Ely Cassis will have the edge. Ken Yukihiro, well, he has the energy, that's for sure. He is playing Mardu Energy with all the sweet energy cards from Modern Horizons 3. His deck is pretty aggressive, can get out of the gates quickly with stuff like Guide of Souls into Amped Raptor, and then use all that excess energy to, say, play a Galvanic Discharge to take down blockers and put up a fast clock. Now, it's primarily a red-white deck, but black adds a bunch of disruption. Thoughtseize mainly for discard, which is quite important in this combo-heavy metagame. And unusually, Yukihiro also has Chthonian Nightmare and Orcish Bowmasters. Now, despite that bit of black disruption, Yukihiro has only gone 1 and 2 versus banned Nadu in the modern round so far, which is not a great showing against the most played deck in the field. And that's also what Ely Cassis is playing, his opponent on the other side of the table. Ely Cassis is indeed on the big bad of the format, trying to combine Shuko and Nadu to, well, effectively draw your entire deck by turn 3. An unusual inclusion is Bristly Bill, 2 copies in his list, which can, well, basically give an entire army in a can. When you're going off, well, you'd better get some dice on the table. We may have to get some extra dice in the feature match area, please, because this could get wild. Now, an important card in the sideboard of Ely Cassis for this matchup in particular is Sun Cleanser. Sun Cleanser is one of the best answers to an energy strategy, which is exactly what Ken Yukihiro is playing. When it enters the battlefield, the opponent will lose all energy counters and just cannot gain any new ones.
Wow.
It stops it all. So based on that, I would say that Ely Cassis looks to have the edge. And remember, this is a win and in for Ely. Ken still has to win multiple matches to lock in the top 8.
All right, we could see a top 8 here for Ely Cassis if he manages to win this round. Let's find out what happens. It's time for round number 14. Cedric, Corey, take it away.
Will do, Maria and Frank. Thank you both so much. Cedric Phillips, Corey Baumeister. We are here in the booth for an Ely Cassis winning in. MTG Dad looking to add a little more to the old resume here, Corey.
Absolutely. I'm sure plenty of people have said Ely Cassis winning in, but I'm sure that doesn't get any less special when you get to keep playing in these events. This is going to be a really exciting match.
It very much should be. On one side of things, of course, we do have Ken Yukihiro, who is also very familiar with winning ins, given his storied career over the past handful of years. Cannot win it in territory just yet, but a win here would get him there for next round. But we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. We're going to turn our attention to a very interesting matchup here in Mardu Energy against Bant Nadu. As Frank did mention at the news desk, the big bad of the format is Bant Nadu, is performing incredibly well. These energy decks, maybe not excusing what people were expecting coming into the weekend, but they are performing a little bit better than even I expected, Corey.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not amazing in this particular matchup. We've seen, at least on camera with the matches that we've been covering, that Nadu has done quite well, but Ken's still here plugging away, so still doing plenty fine in this matchup.
We are underway here as a Galvanic Discharge took care of a Delighted Halfling. Ely is going to search up a Hallowed Fountain now off of a fetch land. While Ken, you can see his hand, there's an Amped Raptor, a Chthonian Nightmare, and a Johnny Nakatl Pariah. That's not
Tongue
that
twister.
That's not that hard to say.
You had Slick Shot Show Off down.
I know.
You got the easier one here.
Not that hard to say. Here's an easy one to say. Spring Heart Nantuko.
There we go.
We've been seeing it plenty here this weekend, and we will continue to do so. It is piece 1 of the very unique puzzle that is Bant Nadu.
Yep, absolutely. And from Ken has kind of the dream start here of accruing at least 1 energy on turn 1 and then playing Amped Raptor to be able to make sure to cast anything that Ken could kind of cascade into from the powerful 2-1.
A Blood Crypt enters the battlefield here for Yukihiro, and now it'll be an Amped Raptor, so a little energy into a Thoughtseize, targeting Cassis. And that's the reason that we see Mardu as opposed to Boros. Thoughtseize is a key card in this format that is so combo-laden, and Yukihiro is not thrilled with what he sees, as there's 2 copies of Nadu, and one could actually argue 3 with the copy of Court of Calling.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. And there are a couple other black cards in Ken's list. We saw this a little bit earlier on the feature match, but might have been a little bit more happy, especially with what Ken saw in hand here from Ely Cassis, to find Orcish Bowmaster to clear up the creature on Ely's side.
Well, Cassis, it's not an untapped land, but it is a land nonetheless, so that'll generate a token off of the Nantuko, and the Surveil is going to keep the card on top here potentially for Cassis. It's left it on top at least for right now. We'll see if that changes. It will not. We're going to head back Ken's way, who's got 2 copies of Marsh Flats, an Arena of Glory, a Chthonian Nightmare, and a Johnny, Nakado Pariah, and now a Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer.
Looks great as it looks so far here in this particular spot. Just not what it used to be. All tons of creatures, of 1/1 creatures across the way, grazers, Tamios at 0-3s, all these things that kind of brick walled the once powerful slash unbeatable Ragavan.
Yeah, the Monkey Pirate has had a tough tournament to be sure, especially in this matchup. It has a very hard time getting through or hitting anything relevant. So we'll see if Ragavan does join the party here for Ken. For now, it will be a copy of a Johnny. Now there is the Ragavan. So plenty of power added to the battlefield as Ken starts to go a little bit wide. Ely kept this card on top, so let's see. It's going to be a Nadu. We don't get a good look at exactly what card Ely did draw. We already knew about the Nadu, of course, and he's just going to pass the turn back. Wouldn't be surprised if it's something perhaps equipment related.
Yeah, either Shuko or maybe Corticalling Summoner's Pact to try to get the other piece of the combo when you don't have Shuko, Outrider, and Core. But looks like it might have just been another Nadu.
Yeah, perhaps that may be the case. We see here for Ken, going to line up where the blockers will be, which means attacking may not be particularly profitable.
Just really shows how powerful Nadu is if you're like, yep, it's a legend, but Ken has to deal with it and can't really easily attack into it. So you know Ely Cassis is going to get a little bit of value regardless if Ken's able to deal with it.
Ken's hand right now is very land heavy with those flats in that theater. So the struggle is somewhat real. And one thing you can also tell is here comes Ragavan and the cat token. But one thing you can certainly tell here, Corey, is that one Thoughtseize is simply not enough against this deck. It's too redundant.
Yep, 100%. Everything kind of circles around to get every single piece. So yeah, Thoughtseize probably a card we'll see taken out here for the post-board games from Ken. And this attack here from Ken, usually it just kind of looks like, yeah, that Ragavan, of course, was going to die. Why would you do that? But you have the Chthonian Nightmare to get some free value and get it back. And then plus, if the cat were to die, you would get to transform that Ajani.
And now we will have a transformation on this Ajani now. So time to get busy with a little bit of planeswalking. And we'll see here what may come next for Ken, if there's anything else to do on this particular turn.
Yeah, being able to make a cat, and you see Ken is kind of struggling with where do you aim that damage because, well, everything gets a Nadu trigger from Ely Cassis' side, so it feels really brutal to aim it at a creature, but, you know, you do got to deal with them at some point. Now Ely Cassis will get a trigger off Nadu.
You see a little bit of a question to the judge there, so there is the Nadu trigger. That'll be an Otawara that will enter the battlefield untapped, and that, of course, will trigger the Nantuko, so another creature is made, and down goes the Nantuko. So that problem is solved, at least for now, here for Ken Yukihiro.
Yep, that stops the powerful combo of just truly winning the game if you find Shuko, but even having Nadu and 2 other creatures, if you find Shuko, you're looking at the top 6 cards to be able to piece together something else powerful. Wouldn't be too shocked if the game ends if we find the now most powerful 1-mana equipment here in Modern.
Cassis will draw. Didn't get a great look at it just yet here from Ely. We got to know there's a couple copies of Nadu, and now appears to be another copy of Springheart Nantuko. Nadu was thinking about getting into the red zone, may still be considering it, perhaps to take care of the Ajani, or at least attempt to do so. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a Bestow. So Bestow onto the Insect. That'll trigger the Nadu, of course. And now Ely is just making sure exactly how this will go, which means the land does enter the battlefield here.
Yeah, Ely just seeing if he gets the trigger off that to get another token. Does not since it's on the stack, but that is a fetch land, so Ely does have the ability to get another blocker if need be.
So not a little bad exchange there for Cassis. Yukihiro does have some work to do here. We have seen this matchup a couple of times here this week, and most of the time it was Boros Energy as opposed to Mardu, but Energy all the same. And the result consistently has been the same here, Corey. These Energy decks very much struggling with the 3-4 bird.
Yeah, really struggling against the bird and just struggling against a lot of the things that this Bant Nadu deck is doing. Probably not the matchup Ken wants this deep in the tournament, but definitely nothing like an 80-20 matchup, nothing like that. Modern is so close these days that if anything, if it's a bad matchup, usually around 60-40.
An elegant parlor is the land for the turn. Now, we see the Nightmare once again. This kind of interesting, unique take on recurring Nightmare is what you're seeing here in this energy-based card.
Ah, okay. I'm getting the joke now. That's one that didn't click right
that one
away.
went that one went right over, huh?
It sure did.
Okay, all right.
That's the joys of MH3. There's all these little jokes going on with the cards that you get to learn as it goes.
Right over the old fro. I see. Well, see, do you get it now?
I do get it now, because it's recurring.
There you go.
Ah,
there you go.
okay.
Yep.
All right.
Starting to put the
I'm
pieces
with it.
together. And now the Ajani will transform. Use some of this energy here.
And kind of going off with this enchantment right here. This is looking really good. Not a card I was really expecting to see in Constructed.
Question? Is that how that works? Both the Johnny's good? Yeah, because the leaf flipping trigger is from activating the ability from the Nightmare, and then the second Johnny doesn't show up until the ability resolves later on.
Got it. Cool.
Okay.
Yep.
Good, clear communication there from our judge in the feature match area, explaining exactly how this Ajani plus Nightmare situation is going down. It's not favorable here for Ely, but Ely is sitting at a pretty healthy 13 life. Ken is just going pretty wide here and generating a lot of value, but the attacks aren't the best here. And it looks like Ken says, I'm going to go upstairs with the Ajani and just deal the damage over to you. So, okay, a little bit of a game plan here for Ken as Ely falls down to 8. Be a great time to draw Shuko if you were Cassis, but in the meantime, there is a Ragavan and an Amp Raptor coming into the red zone. Ely's going to take a moment and sacrifice a fetch land, fall down to 7, and it may be a Surveil land or a Dryad Arbor here in this instance.
Yeah, might have to find it right now. This is quite the Splinter Twin situation with Chthonian Nightmare and 2 Ajani Nakado Pariahs, as you kind of just get to have multiple Planeswalkers activating the ability to go upstairs for Ely. So I think Ken has it all wrapped up next turn if Ely isn't able to find one of the many ways to start triggering Nadu over and over. I mean, there's all the Summoners packs, there's all the Court of Callings, there's of course the 4 Shukos to be able to more than likely just win the game on the spot.
Well, Blighted Halfling gets placed into the graveyard, and Ely's going to untap here. Shuko is the best draw right now. We'll see exactly what Cassis does put together. That top card didn't make its way onto the battlefield right away, so it's just a copy of Haywire Might. Nadu's going to take care of the Ajani, and the Might will probably come down post-combat. We'll see exactly how Ely wants to sequence things, as he is tapping for 3, so it looks like a replacement Nadu as a blocker is step number 1. Step 2 is the aforementioned Haywire Might with access to green mana here for Cassis. So let's send it back Ken's way, Corey.
Yeah, and I think if Ely could have went back to the turn where he surveilled that third Nadu to the top, he probably would have not did that again. It just seemed like, you know, most of the games are Ken has to get through the Nadus. That's just not really how this game has played out with this powerful enchantment of Chthonian Nightmare. But now Haywire Might is going to be able to do a nice job of cleaning it up, but bad news for Ely Cassis here. There's another one.
Yeah, so one of the things about Chthonian Nightmare is when it does enter the battlefield, there is a trigger of giving the player 3 energies. That gives Ely the opportunity to interact with it And that's why you saw the Haywire Might, activation. However, as you mentioned, there is a backup copy here for a Ken. So the recurring nightmare-esque card that is being used here to great effect by Ken is going to allow Ken to sacrifice a cat token, transform a Johnny, and bring a Johnny back once again, which will yield a cat with it, and then a Johnny can make a cat once again. So Ely's going to take some more damage, Corey.
Yeah, I think we're all done here because I think you get 5 damage here, and then you can do the Chthonian Nightmare thing once again for another 5 or 6 damage. And looks like we've kind of done it. All right, I wasn't really too hyped on these Boros energy decks because you don't really have the reach. Ken found a way to put some reach in the deck now that you kind of have to cut Lightning Bolt. I like this. This is nice.
This is a big difference. This gives you a way to win outside of combat, which these Boros energy decks that we have seen thus far have not been able to do in a meaningful way. But Ken has found a way to actually get the game over without actually having to attack, which if it was about attacking, it would be a problem, but it does not appear to be about attacking just yet. So Ken is going to get back Ragavan, sacrificing a cat. A Johnny goes away. New a Johnny comes to play with 3 loyalty on it, and you can see Ely is prepared to take some damage upstairs, and that is going to do it. So Ken Yukihiro, in a very innovative way, is going to win game number 1 here over Ely Cassis. It's Mardu Energy up a game over Bantanadu, Corey.
Yeah, leave it to Ken to put some real nice spice on an existing deck. I absolutely love Ken and all the decks that he brings to the tournament. I am a huge fan.
We are underway here in game number 2. It is a basic forest, and it is a 1-mana equipment. It's just not the one that we're used to seeing in this deck. It's actually Shadow Spear instead of Shuko.
Yeah, and I'll say Ely's hand looked pretty lackluster, really kept on the strength and the back of Sun Cleanser. That just seems like such an important card in this matchup that you really want to keep it around. But outside of that, just okay of a hand.
On the other side of things, Ken does have a pretty darn good hand. It's going to be a Thoughtseize to lead things off. Ely's going to show off that hand. It'll be 2 copies of Misty Rainforest, the aforementioned Sun Cleanser, and Endurance, and a copy of Summoner's Pact. So Ken will consult his hand and see a Ragavan, a Plains, a Guide of Souls, a Fable, the Mirror Breaker, a Mesa, and Arena of Glory. And after knowing his hand and Ely's, we'll select the Sun Cleanser.
Yeah, players laughing a little bit there. Ely said, target for your Thoughtseize?
That's quite the question. Quite the question.
Always an option to aim it at yourself, and there are certain modern decks that do it. It's probably only Esper Goryo's Vengeance, but that's about it.
We're going to head back Ely's way. A couple of lands in the grip here, as mentioned. We talk about all the time how Thoughtseize can't stop the top of the deck, and Ely's going to need a lot of help as far as the draw steps are concerned, and just going to pass the turn back for right now.
Did pick up Springheart Nantuko, which was, had the ability to be cast this turn, but didn't want to put it at risk to not get any value off of it. At least this turn, Ely's able to get one of the very powerful Surveil lands, and then next turn, cast Springheart Nantuko and get some creatures out to notably block Ragavan if it doesn't go to the skies, of course, thanks to the energy and the Guide of Souls.
Yep. Cassis will sacrifice that Misty Rainforest and fall down to 19. As Corey did mention, it's likely that there will be a Surveil land here for Cassis that does enter the battlefield tapped, and it will be that copy of Hedge Maze. So there will be a Surveil trigger here in just a moment for Cassis as far as Yukihiro is concerned. It's a good start with the Thoughtseize and now getting on the battlefield with that Giver and that Ragavan. So Ken currently up a game, has something good to do next turn too, Corey, with a land and a Fable and the Mirror Breaker. So I know, again, generally this energy matchup seems pretty good for Nadu, but not everybody's splashing black like Ken is.
Yeah, absolutely. And these Boros energies or Mardu energy decks look a lot better when you go 1-drop on 1, double 1-drop on 2 into a powerful 3-drop like we're going to see here from Ken with Fable the Mirror Breaker, unless Ken top decks another option here.
So the Nantuko, followed up by a Misty Rainforest, is where Ely is going to start. Now he'll sacrifice that Misty Rainforest. Thought about it for just a second. Now he's going to go forward with it. Ely's draw step for the turn was a real doozy. It's actually the one-mana equipment that we're used to seeing that starts with an S on its chest. That's a Shuko, of course. So we may be seeing that here in just a moment. And we know it doesn't take much for this deck to get the job done. The Summoner's Pact is already there as well for Nadu.
Yeah, and I'm really just seeing next turn we have it all wrapped up if Ken does go for just Fable, just that as a play and nothing else. Now, you are able to cast Fable, the creature comes into play, you get some energy, but notably you'll only have 2 energy, unable to send Regavan to the skies, so it looks like Ken needs to find some piece of interaction or you know, to the conveyor belt, as you would say.
Yeah, we might have to get it all fired up, and Flage was the draw step. That technically is a piece of interaction. It's not the best one in this situation, but it is one nonetheless, so we'll see how Ken does want to use the Titan of Fire's Fury perhaps this turn. Knows that Ely does have access to Endurance and Summoner's Pact in hand from the turn 1 Thoughtseize, so Ken is extremely aware that he is in trouble.
Yeah, I think he might only know about Endurance. I think Summoner's Pact might have just been draw. I could be wrong on that.
You are wrong about that one.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, then you would imagine Ken is going to really be forced to deal with that Springheart Nantuko. Aether Hub being the land to be played here is nice as it does get 3 energy. So you could send one of these creatures to the sky, notably Ragavan, so it can finally connect.
So there is Flage, and there is a trigger from the Giffer, and now the trigger from the Flage will take care of the Nantuko, as you did mention. So Ken's going to gain a little bit of life as well in the exchange, of course. And now here comes Ragavan. Use the energy. And it will be 4 damage, so Ragavan has gotten larger, and now there will be a trigger. Just to land, nothing for Ely to be concerned with. And these players are going to confirm their life totals here real quick, and we'll allow them to explain it to us here.
No, 30. Yeah. So 20. We can't resolve only part of the trigger. If the trigger is happening, it must all happen. So you can't just miss part of the trigger ability from the Flage.
2, 3, 4, 5 damage to self. Game 3.
Yeah, and we've also had some guidance. There was a
There you go.
Yeah. So I think
20.
we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, folks. Just getting that correct.
All right. We are now all good to go as far as life totals are concerned. Battlefield looks pretty clean to me as well. You saw the Ragavan trigger just hitting the Selesnya Surveil land, so nothing really done there. There's the treasure token, as you can't resolve half of Ragavan. And what do you think happens next, Corey?
You know, I think we might be taken to the skies here, Cedric. Now, there is a real risk here. If Ely does not top deck a land, you have 6 looks at being able to find a land. I think that's a line where they're plenty safe giving this a chance. Any kind of Nadu player here would probably go for it here. And we're definitely going to see Nadu begin. It's pretty fun times.
And away we shall go. So there's our fun little counter, the old 0 and the 2. That's the conveyor belt, of course. So trigger number 1, Nadu with a Shuko. And Ely's first time in the feature match here actually having to do this.
Looks like it.
Yeah, so Ely's getting a quick rundown of exactly how we do this in the feature match area. So there's number 1, Nadu to the grip. How about activation number 2 for Cassis on the Nadu? This is a Beseju that are on the battlefield untapped. Next up on the conveyor belt is an insect token. Trigger 1, so much fun. There's Noble Hierarch. How about trigger number 2? Ely, that's for you. That'll be a breeding pool. That'll enter the battlefield untapped. So Cassis will fall down to 12. See if this insect that's on the battlefield will be next up or not. Ely is consulting some cards in hand that we don't know about at this stage. Remember, one of them is an Endurance. The other one is a Mystery. This part's no surprise. There's a Nadu on trigger 1. Next up is Shuko. Okay, Corey, this isn't going that bad right now, it appears, for Ken.
Yeah, definitely still in it so far. You got a feel for Shadow Sphere as well, just hanging out so far off the screen, just like, come on, can I play?
Well, I said it wasn't going too bad, but I may have been mistaken because there was that untapped land, and now here's a Nadu that's going to take care of the old Nadu. And, of course, Corey, when this happens,
You get to reset and do it all over again. So we have 6 more looks at being able to find one of the namesake cards to kind of close it out, the Springheart Nantuko. Lots of looks at it. There's still a couple more creatures in hands that you can add to the puzzle here. Still looking great, of course, for Ely Cassis.
So the last 3 activations were an Urza Saga, a Temple Garden Untapped, and a Delighted Halfling. So this is activation number 4. This will yield the Nantuko.
Hello.
And Ely is, of course, going to cast that, so that's on the battlefield now. That'll ride the wave of Shuko. There's a 1 ring that'll be added to the grip. Next up here for activation number 2, Ely looking for lands. Shuko's not one of them. So trigger. That's a land. That'll be a Hallowed Fountain that enters the battlefield untapped. Potentially. Cassis is thinking about it, and he actually says it'll enter the battlefield tapped. So that'll yield a token, of course, and now here's the second activation on that token. So there is a fetch land, enters the battlefield, trigger the Nantuko, another token here, and now it's starting to get bad here for Ken.
Yeah, I believe that's not a token, that's a people.
Yes,
yeah, right?
yes, that's true, that's true. It is the Make a People song that's starting to crash the airwaves.
It was stuck
right
in
now.
my head.
I know,
It really
I know. You know, it's a song that's really taken the airwaves.
Yeah, it's quite catchy. I
It
enjoyed it.
is. I'm trying to run down Joe Hendry. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry and Nadu's ability to win this game. That's for darn sure, because this is looking pretty easy breezy now. There's the Sylvan Safekeeper. Looks like Ely might be sacrificing one of these fetch lands here in just a moment. But we know from here, Corey, there's a lot of things you can do to win the game. Ely's build of this has Bristly Bill, where some people have Thassa's Oracle, and a bunch of other things. But when it looks like this, you can see Ken is just kind of resigned to his fate.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of hanging out, waiting for the next thing to happen. Just like we are, I'm waiting for your Spotify track of the song to release so that, I can be following you as an artist here and, get some jams going.
Time to do a little chord calling here, folks. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like that might be for 3, so let's see exactly what Ely wants to search for with the COC.
A singer and a rhymer? What can't you do, Cedric?
Play Magic well.
Okay.
Since you asked.
Well, you found the perfect job right here next to me.
I sure did. I sure did. Nadu's going to come out of the battlefield and it's going to reset everything, so plenty of activations here. So we get to run all of these creatures through the Shuko conveyor belt line one more time. Kudos to Ken, by the way, just sticking it out.
Oh, yeah.
Just a lot of respect here. Here's Nodoar. That's going to enter the battlefield untapped. That, of course, will trigger the Nantuko, so another insect token. Yes, please. That's Shuko. You see, Ely's getting comfortable in the future match here. Now he's moving his stuff where it needs to be.
Exactly.
See, he's getting it. He's getting it now.
He's a pro.
That's right. He knows what to do.
I do like Ken kind of sticking it out. I mean, of course, Ely Cassis is someone who knows what he's doing. He's not going to kind of do this wrong, but this is a good lesson to learn when you're playing against someone. At least make your opponent do it once, People got to learn how to exactly do the combo, and I always make sure that I can see my opponent establish doing the thing. Because you know what? Some people pick this deck up for the first time. You might not know exactly how to do it.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you this much. Ely ain't one of those players.
Yeah, that's true.
Sure. And you can see this right now as he continues to unfold. Another insect token there. Second Shuko activation here. There's a Sun Cleanser. That'll be added to the grip. One thing Ken does get the opportunity to do here, while he does wait patiently for his eventual demise, is get some information on how Ely did sideboard. So that's a reason, Corey, to sit here. So you can speak towards that a little bit in a competitive situation like this tournament is.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to see exactly how you sideboard in an open deckless tournament. Some players will do this kind of shortcut. Will be like, hey, you can just see my deck. We'll move on to the third game. But that's valuable information that Ken is getting right here. Sure. And, getting a little bit of camera time as well here, Cedric.
Sure. And who doesn't love that? There's Court of Calling added to the grip. Sure. So there's a trigger here. Boseiju added in. Doesn't look like there's a Boseiju on the battlefield. He's going to check just to make sure. And it looks like there is one. It was hiding there. It was tapped already, so that one's going to bite the dust. New one, of course, will stay, given that it is untapped. And, of course, that will trigger the Nantuko to yield another insect. So Ely making sure that everything is looking okay.
bundle a few ones on the right.
It looks like a brief chit chat.
Six
Okay,
on the right,
so
untapped.
looks like it might be a little bit easier with having a die involved. Okay, sure. So 6 of them untapped. Clean up the battlefield a little bit, make it easier for the players there. And of course, you fine folks watching at home. Sylvan Safekeeper looks like it may have just joined the battlefield. Dryad Arbor certainly did, as did that insect via the Dryad Arbor and the Nantuko. Speaking of which, Nantuko added to the grip from that Shuko activation with Nadu on the battlefield.
Can I reveal a card in my hand?
He wants to know if he can reveal a card in his hand. It's actually a copy of Endurance. Okay, so now Ely's going to probably explain that. Hey, I'm getting to the point now where I can start to Endurance loop. And what what players are doing here, Corey, is some sacking of lands to Sylvan Safekeeper and some endurancing them back.
Yep, absolutely. So one of the things that Ely can do when there is a blocker available, you can kind of get Bristly Bill and try to go wide, but not a lot of creatures from Ely were not in play already. So you're going to go for the kind of alternate win con here of Sylvan Safekeeper. You're able to sacrifice all of your lands, play Endurance, put all those lands on the bottom, so you can make sure to keep this going. You can end up besieging all of your opponent's lands until they have no more basics. You can Otawara all their permanents back to their hand, end with a library that's filled with just lands. Say go, and Ken technically will get another turn.
True.
But we'll have a battlefield that Ely Cassis the next turn can just untap, draw, attack, and win the game. Head to game 3 and be 1 game away from another top 8 finish here from Ely Cassis, unless Ken Yukihiro has anything to say about it.
Now, what is fun about this, from Ken, I will say, is that Ken's going to make Ely actually go through this a little bit here. And most players have conceded in this instance, so this is an opportunity for players to learn, including Ken in this instance. So we get to actually kind of see the infinite nature of this unfold. So it looks like a handful of lands are going to be sacrificed here by Ely Cassis to the Civ and Safekeeper. We might get a little vocal explanation from the MTG dad here in just a bit. But we are going to see some activations
12, 13.
of a couple of different things here from Ely.
One blue. The Safekeeper, I'm going to target.
Okay.
Response target.
Okay.
Grave.
So that's a whole lot of lands in the graveyard now here for Cassis. It looks like he's going to need some mana counters too. So
how many times?
we get to see the whole thing here. It looks like, folks.
Who said Storm wasn't doing well? I mean, this is the whole
true.
Storm thing, right?
That's true.
Storm count has to be through the roof right now for Ely Cassis.
And Bant Storm, not Ruby.
Wall of Roots.
All right, so Wall of Roots is gone for the alternate cast of Endurance. I'll let Ely take it away again. You can see just how easy it is to make a ton of these insects, right? So that you just win on the following turn when you get to attack. So this is why some players, Corey, this weekend have referred to Thassa's Oracle as training wheels.
Yep, absolutely. It's just not really needed anymore, and it is always terrible to just draw that card. Double blue can be a little tricky for the deck, and yeah, just not needed. Bristly Bill, even having 2 of those, I would be interested to get Ely's opinion on, as it slightly doesn't seem that needed when you're comboing off, but just a good card. I mean, we saw that in OTJ draft. Like, you ever get that one, you're slamming Bristly Bill.
Yeah, that one was a real doozy back then. Doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Technically, it wasn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, those memories never fade, because those beatdowns were pretty brutal from Bristly Bill.
And one thing I want to bring up is usually you have a lot of fetch lands in the graveyard as well. And after you put all your lands into play, you think, well, you don't have any lands to fetch for, so they don't add mana. Every one of the decks, the Bant Nadu decks, plays 1 Yavimaya, so you can just tap that for green as well. Everything's just really perfectly crafted in the mana base to be able to combo off without Thassa's Oracle.
Ken's going to get his final pieces of information as this game does come to its natural conclusion. I think he's seen enough, and so have we. Ely Cassis is going to win game number 2 here over Ken Yukihiro. Game number 3 is what we're bringing your way now. Again, Ely Cassis wins this game. That means he'll win the match and clinch another top 8 berth on the old resume. If Ken wins instead, he'll be one match away. And then round number 15 will be a very important one for both players.
Absolutely. A huge high-pressure situation for both players, but you wouldn't really be able to tell by looking at their expressions on their face. Both of them very cool, calm, collected, and have been here before.
Ether Hub is where Ken did start. Next up is that Marsh Flats. That's going to be searching up the old Sacred Foundry here for Yukihiro. So Ken's going to fall down to 17 while Cassis waits patiently at 20 with that Misty Rainforest. The follow-up will be a copy of Giver of Souls, and we will see, Guide of Souls, and we will see exactly what Cassis wants to get with the fetch. There's only one thing I know for sure it won't be.
Yeah, it won't be a trial.
That's correct.
That's for sure.
That's
I don't
correct.
know. We did see one.
I
so
know.
I'm feeling pretty good about that.
I know.
Looking at Ken's hand, I just got a glimpse there. We'll see the graphic of what is actually in hand, but I just saw a lot of reactive things. You see an Amped Raptor as the only proactive spell, and then 2 Galvanic Discharges with a Static Prison. So really looking to just destroy a lot of Ely Cassis' creatures, and hope that's good enough. Some games it is, some games it's not.
Well, we're going to head back Ely's way for his second turn of this third and final game between the two. A hand here with Endurance, Outrider on Core, Nadu Winged Wisdom, Dismember, the aforementioned Bristly Bill, and plenty of lands to make it happen. The Windswept Teeth will be the play, and we're going to send it back Yukihiro's way.
And it was an interesting choice here by Ken to not play Amped Raptor last turn, because you still have 1 energy already laying around from the Aether Hub, so you could pretty much cast anything. But I think Ken was looking for Ely to play something so that no matter what, Amped Raptor would have a good target here.
Well, Amped Raptor did find a good one there in Ragavan. And just a couple of lands, nothing of consequence there for Yukihiro. A little bit more energy here from the Guide of Souls. I'm going to trigger a little bit of life gain too, given the Ragavan and Amped Raptor's entrance onto the battlefield. That one's harder to say.
That one is the hardest one for me so far.
Amped Raptor.
We're too amped in the booth about the Raptor to get it right.
Slick Shot Show Off. Another tough one. Unique New York.
Yeah.
Unique Nadu.
Okay, Nadu is a stretch there.
That one,
That's a good one.
That one's easier.
Yeah.
Okay. Dismember.
Which member?
Resolves.
Which member were you?
Yeah, it's that one. You know which one it is. That's resolving. And now Cassis is sacrificing a fetch land to go get another one of these Surveil lands. Once again, it is Hedge Maze that does show up. So we'll have a trigger here in just a moment.
And Ken added Wear Tear to the hand, another way to interact in a unique way, being able to deal with Shuko here. And now it is really these 2/1 creatures and a Dream here from Ken. If Ely is able to play something, like a Spring Heart Nantuko with a fetch land, able to put a bunch of blockers out, that would kind of be the ideal card right now. Looks like we don't have that available. Yeah, so pretty much anything Ely's going to play is going to get shot down here.
Yeah, for Ely, the turn's not that great. Now, it looks like it's going to be Bristle Bill. Again, a couple of copies of this card he's playing here this weekend, and Dryad Arbor is going to be the land that's the follow-up. And now the Bristly Bill is going to get a counter. So that's going to be a 3/3. The Dryad Arbor, of course, is a 1/1. And if you're Ken, look, you don't got a ton going on, but you do have some removal spells in hand. You can clear the path of these creatures, get in with that Raptor and that Ragavan. Maybe the Ragavan hits something of consequence, and you can maybe run away and steal this game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was ideal for what Ken wanted to see here, and something Ely might look back on and regret a little bit, not playing that Windswept Heath instead of the land. Or the Waterlogged Grove, of course, as this is a huge turn here for Ken.
Let's see what Ken's able to hit there. It's just a basic forest. So if you're rooting for Ely, a little bit of luck. If you're rooting for Ken, a little bit of bad luck. And we're going to head back Ely's way. Ely drawing some of the poorer cards in this situation. You know, kind of struggling to get his feet set. This is what this energy deck is looking to do. Be it Boros, be it Mardu. Get ahead a little bit on the battlefield. Use those cheap removal spells to clear the creatures. And ideally win the game before these Nadu decks can restabilize.
Yep. Absolutely. Haywire Might being a nice little draw here, as if you go to kill that one, you can in response Haywire Might the Static Prison to get back a creature. Now Ken has so much removal at the ready that Ken can really just keep firing removal spells and keep connecting with these 2/1s here for a couple more turns. And 4 damage going to Ely, putting him down to 6, puts him in that double Flage range pretty quickly here.
So the beginning of Ken's pre-combat main phase, he will pay, looks like he's going to be paying the energy to keep the Static Prison. There are some things to think about. You mentioned Flage, and that is now in Ken's hand. And Ken is going to go pretty deep in the tank for the first time in this match, because there is a ton to think about, which is how can I steal this game with a hand that was not very good. And he's in position to do it, and boy, that's an interesting play there. Not going to pay the energy, going to let the Static Prison just die. Now the follow-up is a copy of Ether Hub.
Very interesting. I absolutely love that play if you didn't already have the treasure. Now the treasure is still a target that Ely Cassis can aim that Haywire Might at. But we might actually see Ken just sacrifice that treasure, Galvanic Discharge Haywire Might after this Flage connects with the Bristly Bill. So yeah, this is a nice play from Ken.
Yeah, and Ken gave that turn a lot of thought on what to do with that Static Prison. So that decision, that's no accident. So
9.
Now for Ely, it'll be a sacrifice of the fetch land in response to the Flage. Okay, so Breeding Pool, trigger, put the counter from Bristly Bill onto the Haywire Might, making that into a 2/2.
Largely irrelevant, as it's just going to be 1 extra energy going away from Galvanic Discharge here.
22.
As Ken is up to 22 now.
Also largely irrelevant, Ken's life total.
Wow. This is interesting. Okay.
I did not expect.
So you expected to see the discharge early. Ken says, I'm saving that for maybe the namesake card of the deck, which of course is Nadu Winged Wisdom. So this gives Ely the opportunity to block here. And as you mentioned, Corey, maybe use the Haywire Might to take care of the treasure, perhaps. And Ely is starting to reach a little bit here.
Yep.
There's the block, and now here's the sacrifice. And don't forget, when Haywire Might does die, Cassis is going to gain some life. So up to 11, it looks like for Cassis, and there goes the treasure token. And you wonder if maybe Ken missed that or not. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Ken's probably okay with that, as, he missed. He didn't get an attack in with Ragavan this turn, but he gets to maintain Galvanic Discharge for the next creature, Nadu being the important one.
We're heading back Cassis's way. Endurance, Outrider Encore, Nadu, and a Waterlogged Grove. And oh boy, this one too, a Burrington Forge Tender.
Haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah, you and me both, partner. It's been a hot minute since we've seen that 1/1 Kithkin with protection from red, but it's on the battlefield right now, as is Nadu. And actually, Nadu, alongside the Forge Tender, is actually pretty good. Does a nice job of one-upping that discharge.
Yeah, that was incredible there. What a top deck there with the Borton Forge Tender. Now, I believe Ely does only have 1, maybe 2 cards if it's Endurance plus a green card. Okay, doesn't have the green card, so Ely very much kind of dodged a bullet here by not having a fetch land from Ken. That would have enabled Flage to come back before Ely would be able to get rid of the graveyard. But now with Ely being able to untap, he's right back into this.
He very much is. And we know what this deck is capable of. It only takes 1 draw step for something like a Shuko to show up. It's going to be an Outrider on core. And this is a heck of a find here, because this works just fine alongside the Nadu. We're used to seeing, of course, the equipment, which Terror could manage pretty well, but the fact that it's a creature instead alongside the Forge Tender is best case scenario here for Cassis. So Ken has to respond in kind with the Galvanic Discharge, and we'll see exactly what Cassis wants to do here, which is to use the Forge Tender. Of course, the discharge is targeting something, so that's your Nadu trigger. And now, Cassis is going to take a quick read there, the Forge Tender, and say, I'm going to target the Galvanic Discharge. So all Ken's going to do is get some energy here in this exchange, up to 7 energy. Discharge is going to go away. And now the Nomads and the Nadu, well, they will play. Start to put them on the conveyor belt, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ken really had to think that he was for sure going to be untapping this turn with the ability to deal with a Shuko. This was the one card that he really couldn't deal with, the Outrider and Core.
Oh, I gotcha.
So, the first one. Well, that's just a boring old land. That's not the end of the world here for Ken. How about this activation? This one? That's a Shuko. How about this one? That's a Nadu.
Okay, that does kind of end it here. Oh, okay,
There's
does have
Nerza's
one
Saga.
more land, so still gets to go it.
Yeah,
gets to go again.
And that's pretty darn huge here because this allows Ely to hard cast a copy of Endurance, shuffle away all those cards in Ken's graveyard. So those Flasias, plural, those are going to go away. And now it's time to keep it going here with the Outriders targeting the Endurance. There's a Misty Rainforest, second trigger. That's a Delighted Halfling. Looks like Gilu's going to sacrifice that Misty Rainforest. We'll see what green-producing land he does want to get. But, Corey, it's starting to get away from Ken here.
Yeah, I bet it's a Dryad Arbor here to get a couple more activations. And this doesn't, or just play the Delighted Halfling. That's perfectly reasonable as well. And this doesn't look like one of those turns, we'll see for now, that it's just over. But it's going to be one of those situations where Uli's going to pass and be like, well, what could you do, Ken? I have this huge battlefield. I'm going to do it all over again. Next turn with Shuko or Outrider Encore. So everything coming up. Ely Cassis to make another Sunday appearance at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's very, very timely draws there for Cassis with the Haywire Might and the Burrington Forge Tender. Extremely, extremely good. So let's keep it rolling.
This is upkeep on Ken, as Nadu has started all over. This is the way to keep it going, and wow, this deck just looks so incredible when it's doing its thing.
And again,
it's doing its thing often.
And remember, the thing that's really important to note here is that this is not Shuko. The fact that it is exactly Outriders and Core allows Ely to do exactly this, which is on your upkeep, I'm going to do the activations, right? Because if it was Shuko, you need some sort of weird lean. I think it's lean in Shikari. I can't remember. It allows you to equip an instant speed. I really do hope I'm correct about that one and that it is a Shikari. But regardless, really, really, really nice sequencing and play here from Ely. Maybe got a little bit fortunate with the draw steps, yes, but maximizing that good fortune to put himself in a winning position.
Yeah, the Burrington Forge Tender was a top 8 appearance card for Ely Cassis, one of the most incredible top decks that he could have had, and as you would expect for a card like that, that's a one of fun of in the sideboard, and a good one, I might add.
By the way, I just checked my work. It is lean in Shikari. I'm the smartest person alive. Oh my gosh, we have it? We have it? How do we have that one?
Oh, there we go.
We didn't have Stormvine yesterday, but we got the Cat Soldier today. Let's go, people in the truck. Let's go.
We need some spiders here for our references yesterday as well.
Yes. Woolly and Giant Trapdoor. That's a fatal push.
And had to attack with the Amp Raptor to just give it away here to solve, in air quotes, that problem. But meanwhile, Ely Cassis has 9 cards in hand, I think, can piece together another way to do this.
Yeah, and you mentioned the spiders. That's, of course, a reference to yesterday's broadcast, a deck that Ali Rod won a Pro Tour with, and I think Ali Rod might be joining the battlefield here in Sylvan Safekeeper. So the 1/1 that's so much fun is going to be able to protect that Outriders on Core by sacrificing a useless land here. So just a really dominant display here from Ely, and that is going to do it. Ely Cassis, hands in the air, wave them around like you just don't care. It's another top 8 for the MTG Dad.
I just love it. Ely Cassis is a good friend of mine, and he's always at the top of the standings, so seeing him get to another top 8 after I talked to him before the Pro Tour, and while he was testing Cedric, he was like, I'm just trying to not play Nadu in testing. And now he's XO with Nadu. So dang it, you had to play the deck, but it turns out it's pretty good.
You know, Ely tried so hard, and he got so far.
But in the end, it just didn't even matter because he's in the top 8.
He sure is. Congratulations to Ely Cassis. The MTG Dad does it once again. Looking for another title on the resume. Looking forward to watching him play on Sunday. But for now, I heard we're hearing from Maria and Frank right now.
Okay, friends, coming up next, we have a Hall of Famer, Shuhei Nakamura, up against Daniel Getchell.
Shuhei Nakamura is running Jeskai control. He's gonna say no to spells with counterspell. He's gonna say no to the entire board with the powerful new Wrath of Skies. And actually there's no copy of the One Ring in his deck. Instead, he will try to draw cards at instant speed with Memory Deluge, old school. Daniel Gutschel is running 4-color Nadu, so clearly the bird is still the word. It's basically banned Nadu, but with a black splash for Orcish Bowmasters and Thoughtseize. But will it get through all the counter magic and sweepers? Let's find out.
Nakamura Getchell is coming up after the break.
Gorgeous, gorgeous time here in Amsterdam. That's where we are. We hope you at home are loving this tournament that we are watching. Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. We're working our way through the kind of the crucial rounds in the tournament. Day one's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But it's kind of the nitty gritty right now in front of us here, Corey.
Yeah, day one's fun. Day threes are, of course, fun. But the end of day two is always my favorite rounds of the tournament. Seeing the expression when players lock up top eights, it always gives me goosebumps. It's kind of what it's all about, you know?
We saw Ely do the old fist in the air. He's super pumped up, and we might get something like that here once again. Getting ready to watch our second match here of the round. Shuhei Nakamura is the player that we're going to turn our attention to. Of course, those 6 top finishes, a 9-2-2 record with Jeskai Control, an energy-based deck, which is trying to take care of the old big bad here in the hands of Daniel Getchell. Now, this is a 4-color version as opposed to the 3 that we have seen so much here this weekend. Splashing for a little bit of discard, and Orcish Bowmasters, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. There's kind of a lot of black cards here in Daniel's list. You even see some Gris, Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, Shieldred in the board. Definitely more black cards than I've seen in a Nadu deck so far, and working pretty well for him so far at a 9-3-1 record.
Yeah, one thing about this particular tournament, folks, is that players and their mana bases, they can be pretty greedy nowadays.
Yes.
Now, of course, there are the old fetch lands and triomes and surveil lands and all these other things that allow for players to play whatever mana they want to in Modern. That's always been the case. I think a big takeaway for me here this weekend is anything like a Blood Moon, yeah, you don't really find that here this weekend at all.
Not really, which is kind of surprising because it does seem decent against these Bant Nadu decks. You know, they have Urza's Saga. There's got to be more Urza's Sagas in these deck lists than we've seen in a lot of Modern Pro Tours. So Blood Moon actually doesn't seem terrible to me. Kind of wild we've basically not seen it at all.
Yeah, a lot of the times 4-color decks can be a little bit risky in Modern because of Blood Moon and other style effects, Magus of the Moon, Harbinger, the new Merfolk as well. But we haven't really seen those in deck lists here this weekend, so that's why you see a 4-color deck maybe at the top of the standings here in the hands of Daniel. And you can already see the 4 colors are online, a blue-black duel and a white-green duel there in the Temple Garden.
What a time to be alive, that Temple Garden and Watery Grave working together, you know?
That's right. If that's your thing, I prefer a good, clean, basic. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're doing it.
Speaking of lands that Blood Moon destroys, I think Shuhei might be the only person in the tournament playing a Triome, but boy, do I love it. Ragaroon Triome is back.
Yeah, I think we've seen 2 of them on coverage so far, and they were both Shuhei Nakamura.
Heck yeah. Orcish Bowmasters is here on the end step there for Daniel. That's going to shoot Shuhei down to 18. And bring along the army with it.
And Orcish Bowmaster normally really good against these Jeskai control decks because most of them contain the card, the One Ring. But Shuhei decided to not play that and is playing Memory Deluge and a more tap-out style, or a more draw-go style of control deck here. So not going to be as impactful here, really only impacts Tune the Narrative.
If you are watching at home and you're a hater of Nadu, it's understandable. The card is very powerful, and that means you're probably rooting for Shuhei because Shuhei is playing a deck that's trying to stop everyone from doing anything fun. That's what Jeskai Control's game plan is here this weekend. Built their deck, did Shuhei and other Jeskai Control players to kind of combat the Bird Legend. Also be very good against decks like Ruby Storm and just decks that are trying to combo off in general. It's working for some Jeskai Control players, maybe working best here for the Hall of Famer.
Yep, absolutely. And we were on the floor kind of looking at some of the matches that weren't on camera last round, and we saw Shuhei Nakamura up against Ely Cassis, and Ely was able to win that match largely on the back of Sun Cleanser as a sideboard card here. That is not an option here for Daniel, so something that Shuhei is going to be plenty happy to see, or lack of seeing, I would imagine.
You saw a copy there of the old Discharge, 3 energy, not going to take care of anything, so perhaps it's time for a Wrath of the Skies?
I would imagine.
And there it is. And this is really the key card for this strategy and why this deck, Corey, even exists.
Yeah, pretty much. Being able to have a Wrath that not only deals with all the creatures for sometimes a discounted rate than the traditional mana value that we've seen, the 2 white, 2 colorless, Day of Judgment, Wrath of God style of effects. Being able to clean up all the artifacts, all the things equipped to other creatures ends up being really, really powerful here in Modern.
It looks like these players are going to make sure life totals are exactly where they need to be from the Bowmaster trigger, fetch lands, and all of that jazz. But this is exactly where Shuhei would like the game to be. Nothing on Daniel's side of the battlefield right now, and hadn't gotten targeted by Thoughtseize, so had the Wrath of the Skies. And now that Thoughtseize might be a little bit too late. So you see a couple of lands there, that brand new counterspell, I think that's Inverse Polarity.
Yep. Being able to flip a coin to get some powerful things going here. And if Daniel was able to pick up a land last turn, missed a land drop, that Thoughtseize could have really changed the texture of this game. And instead, I mean, we see Shuko, we see some cards there, Court of Calling, all cards that are better when Daniel has more resources on the battlefield. As it stands right now, not amazing.
A Prismatic Ending will take care of the Sylvan Safekeeper. And it looks like a Thundering Falls will be the land. Surveil a Spell Snare into the graveyard, and we're going to be heading back over Daniel's way. And there's the old Nantuko and a land to follow it up. That'll yield an Insect. And now there's a Shuko, and all of a sudden, a game that was looking like it was a little bit difficult here for Daniel, well, all it takes is for a Nadu to maybe run away with this thing. That's why this deck is so darn good.
Yep, absolutely. I might have saw Wrath of the Skies, though, which will kind of punish playing that Shuko. It feels like it's just free because you got this extra mana laying around, but this is a Wrath of God effect we've never seen before at that power level to clean up artifacts as well. So Daniel might go to regret exposing that one here a little bit later down the line. But as it stands, Shuhei did not have much more gas in the tank here.
Shuhei going on the end step, sacrifice that Arid Mesa and get himself a Sacred Foundry that does enter the battlefield tap. So the good lands to search up on the end step with a fetch land, the Triome and the Surveil lands, looks like those are all out of the deck right now. And here's the tough thing. This is a spot where you'd love to see, if you're a Jeskai control player, something like the One Ring, right?
Yeah.
To start to run away with this game. But as you mentioned, Corey, Shuhei not playing that card, opting for Memory Deluge instead. So the ability for a control deck to maybe get ahead on cards, not really something that Shuhei can do with his build.
Yeah, the flip side of that, drawing a Memory Deluge would be awesome as well, and that's exactly what happened. I believe I just saw Shuhei put a Memory Deluge to the back, which is just going to be great. You know, the one ring would draw 1, then 2. Memory Deluge draws 2, then 4. So, I mean, that's just math. We'll get Frank to double check those numbers, but
who better to double check? That's what I say. Here's a Summoner's Pack. That's going to go get Nadu.
Okay.
No surprise there with what the pack is searching up, and of course can be played through counter spells given the Delighted Halfling. So there is that Nadu, and now here's a Pendelhaven, and now passing of the turn. So Daniel just says, I want to get a Nadu on the battlefield right now. Don't have a Shuko or anything else really to go with it, but it's important to have that Winged Wisdom on the battlefield right now.
yeah, that's the big thing, is no Shuko to go with it when there was one available. So it could be a huge, huge blunder there playing that the turn before. Now we're going to see maybe not a Memory Deluge. Maybe I did not see that card.
Looks like
Otherwise, you would have jammed that for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a spell that you do cast. It may have been a counter spell.
Okay, what's that?
Okay. That's Snapcaster Mage, everybody. That's a Snapcaster Mage recasting the Wrath of the Skies. So that's powerful, to say the least. The pact will be paid for, and we're heading back Shuhei's way. Now, again, the big question here is, Shuhei's done a beautiful job of controlling the game.
Wow.
But can he actually get ahead in the game? And actually, you know, it wasn't a counterspell in hand either. So the blue card that we saw, Corey thought it was a Memory Deluge. I thought it was a counterspell. It was clearly a Snapcaster Mage. And now the one ring is on the battlefield here for Daniel. So Daniel is again going to be able to keep up with Shuhei. Might actually be getting ahead of Shuhei because of the one ring.
Yeah, that is absolutely game-breaking. Shuhei would have loved to have one of the two invert polarities there to be able to have a very big coin flip for the one ring. But as it stands now, you gotta love the player that has the one ring on the battlefield up against a control deck.
And now Shuko onto the battlefield. Looks like we're going to tune up the old band there, a little bit of energy there, tune the narrative. Just going to yield a card and a decent amount of energy. And Mystic Gate is the land that Shuhei did play. And now, again, this is the concern. If you're Shuhei, you did such a great job of kind of controlling everything. But this is a huge reason why Nadu is such a popular deck here this weekend, is because you can control it for a little while, but it does a great job of getting itself back into games. And we are seeing that in full effect right now, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. And Shuhei just never had one of the 8 cards that kind of lets you go through your deck pretty consistently and not run out of steam. And that's one of the 4 Flages or one of the 4 Memory Deluge. So a little bit of an unfortunate draw for Shuhei, and sticking that one ring at the absolute perfect time from Daniel.
Spell Snare is going to take care of the Orcish Bowmasters, but the ring is going to keep a ring-a-ding-dinging along here. A couple of cards here for Daniel, 3 to be exact. So it's drawn 6 cards, has the powerful artifact, and now you're going to see a Delighted Halfling allow for a Nadu on the battlefield, and Shuko's already out there too. Get the conveyor belt ready, folks. Well, hang on. Hang tight. It's a Solitude to slow things down at least a little bit here for Daniel before this game gets completely out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see if we have a Court of Calling for 1 to respond to that, to try to protect it with a Sylvan Safekeeper.
And it looks like the answer is no. Keep in mind, Safekeeper also over in Exile was taken care of a little bit earlier in the game. So the question is, does Daniel have multiple copies of that card or not? Maybe that is the case. We'll get to that a little bit later. For now, Daniel does get that activation with the Shuko, yielding an Overgrown Tomb. And now he's going to take a decent little look at the old graveyard here.
Yeah, and there's that Summoner's Pack kind of hanging out over there that looks like revealed information. So there is just the option to Summoner's Pack to kind of do it again here with this Delighted Halfling. And I don't see why not.
Yeah, hard to argue about going to go and get another Nadu. So here is Nadu via the Summoner's Pack, and it's going to join the battlefield once again. Not via the Delighted Halfling. Looks like no concerns here for Daniel. So there's the Shuko activation. Remember, everything is reset when a new Nadu does enter the battlefield. So we'll see the first activation there on the Halfling. It's going to yield a Breeding Pool. Looks like it may enter the battlefield untapped. Players are going to make sure the life totals are correct because of the Solitude gaining a little bit of life and all of that jazz. And then, of course, there is a one ring on the other side, too. So Shuhei and Daniel just making sure they've got the right totals here. Something that we've seen, actually, Corey, a lot this weekend. Players making sure the life totals are correct because there's so many small incremental things taking place.
Definitely. Modern is a format where a lot of fetch lands are happening, damage from the one ring, all kinds of stuff like that. And Daniel does have to be a little wary of his life total. It's not just automatically take 2 over and over and over again, because if Shuhei does get another turn, something like a Flage could easily deal 6 damage upstairs by playing it and escaping it.
Well, there's the Nantuko, and let the fun begin, everybody. Endurance is going to be added to the grip there. That's activation 1. This is activation number 2. That will be a Surveil land if memory does serve. And so there's a copy of the One Ring headed to the graveyard. And Daniel's getting a little bit familiar with the feature match area now, too. Not everyone has access to that little 0/2. I'm going to use the term hoodicky that we have here to make everything work. Yeah, that's the one I'm going to use. Yep. That's what it's going to be right now. So
one thing that's pretty interesting here, Cedric, that actually could come up, I believe Shuhei, I think we saw one of the cards in hand that looked like it wasn't going to be really impactful at all. I think I saw a Spell Snare in hand, and this version that Daniel's playing does try to win the game with Thassa's Oracle, so there might be some scenario where you get to counter that and maybe Shuhei gets another turn. Kind of a stretch here, for sure, but something that could come up here.
Now, I know that she did mention that Shuhei last round lost to Ely Cassis playing Bant Nadu. Of course, we saw Ely earlier this round convert into the top 8, so congratulations once again to him. And, again, I think the difficult thing here for Shuhei has been is just cementing the game away once he does a nice job of getting control of it. May have happened against Ely. I think that was the case when you were watching then. We're seeing it happen now against Daniel. And for you Jeskai Control fans out there, gotta find a way to, once you get control of the game, finish it off.
Yeah, and it just is so difficult to do so when your opponent ends the turn with 7 cards every single time. They can usually find an answer to your 1 or 2 threats you have from the Jeskai Control side. So, it kind of felt like this game was really decided once that One Ring resolved and then stuck around for a couple of turns. It really seems impossible and, just makes these Jeskai Control decks not look as great when these kind of things happen, of course.
Daniel's going to keep it rolling here. Outriders and Blighted Halfling off of that insect activation there with the Shuko. So you see our table judge might be helping out a little bit just to make sure everything is clear and comfy as far as what's on the conveyor belt and what has already gone through it. So that insect's going to go through it now. Next up will be Court of Calling. That's 1. Swamp will be 2. Trigger, of course, the Nantuko. And there's the insect token. So put that one on the Shuko, my friend. There you go. This will be a Grist. Beautiful. So that's 2 off of that one.
Yeah, has the ability to just play a One Ring too if you need to reset that, and that should kind of do it. I was wondering if there was going to be at least one Thoughtseize left in the deck. Being able to Thoughtseize and then Thassa's Oracle here should be just enough to finish this game this turn, as long as Daniel decides to do that.
So there's another Shuko activation on an insect. Trigger the Nantuko because the land entered the battlefield. So there's that insect, and there's a Court of Calling. So done with that one. On to the next one. Thoughtseize can, of course, clear the path, as Corey did mention. Double trigger, Forest Trigger, get your insect. And what's that card?
I'm going to guess it's Oracle.
What are you?
Or it was sided out.
Okay, it looks like it may have been sided out. So Orcish Bowmasters, okay. Now, again, remember, the decking of yourself. Well, there's an endurance involved here, and that one's going to be free. Now, this might be a case here where Shuhei might just have no cards in hand as well. If he did have a card in hand, I think we'd see Daniel actually lead out with the Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
And make sure that, this endurance doesn't get countered. But it looks like the endurance is going to resolve, and that means that Daniel has done a beautiful job of doing what this deck does, drawing a bunch of cards, tons of activations. And is there anything that Shuhei can do to actually get back in this thing?
I think so, actually, because the one key thing here is the Sylvan Safekeeper is not available. It's in exile, so there's no way to keep sacking the land and blow everything up from Shuhei. So what it looks like is, Daniel's going to be able to Thoughtseize and leave Shuhei with just one top deck, but I think if it's a Wrath of the Skies or something, we just kind of start over, and Daniel will have to win the game with the cards in his hand. So I don't think this is going to look like our traditional Nadu win turns. I think this is just going to be some good value and sent back to Shuhei's way.
Okay, so what it sounds like, or at least our best guess is that Daniel's going to do a whole bunch of stuff here with Nadu and Shuko. Just what we saw earlier in the turn and what we're going to continue to see through this turn, and effectively leave Shuhei with one draw step to get yourself out of this situation. Wrath of the Skies is probably the best of the bunch, so that's the thing to kind of work into the equation and keep in mind. But yeah, if there is no Thassa's Oracle and the Sylvan Safekeeper is gone, then okay.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any play that you can do. Like, we're going to see the Thoughtseize probably take a peek at the hand, but if there's any cool play that Daniel can do, like at Shuhei's upkeep to prevent some kind of powerful draws, there's Endurance that can strip away the graveyard at least in case Flage was one of the cards that you're worried about. Going to be interesting to see how Daniel closes this game without one of the combo pieces in exile with the Sylvan Safekeeper.
And again, it is worth mentioning that Daniel doesn't have to keep going. There is a point in which Daniel can stop going and just kind of set up his hand however he would like. And now he's starting to actually look at the cards that are in hand and figure out what to do. Also remember, because the Endurance is evoked, you can stack the triggers appropriately, that the evoke trigger resolves first, which means it's in your graveyard, and then the second trigger shuffling it back into your deck, which we saw Daniel do a little bit earlier in the turn. So Daniel's doing a nice job of protecting himself from kind of any nonsense going wrong, and now Grist is going to enter the battlefield here too. So that one's going to start with a couple of counters, and now that's going to take care of the Solitude.
Yeah, most of the time with any evoke elementals there, you just really want to stack it the other way. We learned that from Grief over and over and over again, but yep, not the case here.
So this is another copy of the One Ring, going to reset the previous ring. Okie dokie, that's just fine. Daniel's at a pretty healthy 12 life, so no real danger of actually losing to the burden counters. So now the question is what is Daniel looking for? That's the big question.
Also, no black mana available, so it looks like no Thoughtseize able to be fired off right now. I mean, Daniel just kind of has to know what's in Shuhei's hand at this point.
I'm fairly confident Shuhei has no cards in hand.
Yeah, okay. It's either that or their lands because Shuhei hasn't been casting anything. Yeah.
So Daniel is going to be discarding down to ideally the perfect 7 cards, and I have to imagine one of them is Endurance. I think that would be the idea. And if you can build the perfect 7-card hand, it's something along the lines of keeping a Nadu, keeping a Shuko, maybe a Nantuko, something like that, just to make sure that if a Wrath of the Skies does come rolling off the top, you're kind of ready to at least attempt to go again. So Daniel is going to keep it going a little bit. I must say... Oh, what do we have here?
I mean, I think there was a Summoner's Pact cast right away at the start of that very, very long turn. It should still be no problem, but I think Daniel did draw a card. I think you're just allowed to just pay, though.
Okay. We will see. We will see exactly what's going on with this.
Oh, that would be a heartbreaker.
To say the least. And we're going to get... something's going to come on the screen that tells us who won.
Yes.
Wait for it. Okay.
Right,
okay.
there we go.
There you go. I'm not terribly surprised. It is worth noting that Daniel did have the ability to pay the pact if that were the case, because there were plenty of lands in the battlefield, and there's a Yavimaya among them.
Yes.
So some of those fetch lands could tap for green mana. Obviously, things got a little bit messy there, but it was pretty conclusive who was winning that game and match, and we see that Daniel does get the job done. 4-color Nadu moving on. Daniel, I think a match away now if winning next round into the top 8.
Yep, absolutely. And Shuhei will not be able to get to that magic 12 number with the last 2 rounds, but still with those 2 draws, if Shuhei were to win those last 2 rounds, still has a pretty solid chance at it.
Okay, perfect. And hang on. It's coming. It's coming in from high above. Corey, can you believe it? More magic.
Yay!
Can you believe it? More magic. And wait, hold on. I'm being told it's...
Where are you getting these messages from? I'm hearing nothing.
Party time?
It's about time.
I know. Sam Pardee, way to be. He's 10-3. You see, it's 5 top finishes for Sam. Already qualified for the World Championships because, of course, he is. He's playing Bant Nadu, and if you didn't get enough Nadu last time, guess what? It's Amir.
I didn't get enough Nadu, so I'm ready.
Jason Yee, the opponent here for Sam. Bant Nadu, the most played deck, probably the best performing deck on the weekend. Frank will be checking in on that in just a moment. Both these players having wonderful seasons here in 2024. I can't wait to watch a whole bunch more. Game number 1 is where we will begin. And it's the Garden. Okay, so Jason, Not everybody's got the garden this weekend,
Yep.
but Jason does. Okay.
Yeah, Jason has a really, really interesting list. There's a lot of cool, innovative takes in Jason's list.
And there's the Shuko. Oh, yeah. Sam, get a taste. Get a taste of the plant token. We're in the Shuko. Sam's going to sacrifice a Windswept Teeth. A Hedge Maze is the weapon of choice. And we'll see a Surveil here in just a moment.
That might be the first plant to ever get in there. That isn't a joke where you look at your opponent and go, huh?
Give you just a little nudge. That card's going to stay on top here for Sam. And there's a Misty and an Nantuko.
Right.
Well, step one of the puzzle is complete here for Pardee. We're going to head back over to Yi.
I think Jason did have Nadu all ready to go here, so looks like it's party time for Jason.
Yeah, it's not a hard game, that's for sure. Well, Shuko, at least 6 activations. Here we go in a moment.
Not a hard game and probably not a long game here either, Cedric.
No, I don't think so. Very, very powerful deck is this Bant Nadu deck.
Definitely. Jason does have some interesting cards here. Malevolent Rumble is not a card I would think that we would be seeing in the constructed round. Jason's playing a lot of them.
And one has been revealed. That's a couple of activations, 4 in fact. So here's activation number 5. There's Nantuko. And activation number 6 is Shuko. And there's another land. Okay. So what's the follow-up going to be here for Yi? If there's one at all. There's a Court of Calling amongst those cards. So that's a spell that can be played. There's an Arboreal Grazer. Here's a Court of Calling. There's the Nantuko.
4 more activations to be able to find a land to get the people rolling.
Mm-hmm. And a Dryad Arbor is actually going to come in, it looks like, off of the... Dryad Arbor is going to come in off of the Arboreal Grazer activation.
Okay.
8 cards. I'm going to shock in all of the...
This looks like the explaining that we win.
So 8 and like get all the...
We'll let Jason take it away from here.
So shock.
That's plenty of lands in there.
Plenty of lands indeed. Fun game number 1, that's for sure, at least for Jason's side of things. It's currently up a game here over Sam Bardee. So we're going to head Sam's way, and it'll be a Yavimaya and a Delighted Halfling. Can Sam actually have a little nonsense this time around? Maybe a very quick kill. Certainly a good start with that land and the Halfling. Now it's a Wall of Roots. The follow-up here is a Delighted Halfling for Pardee. And now a fetch land. That's a Windswept Heath.
So an extremely powerful start here from Sam. Still missing, of course, a couple pieces here, but a very strong start as far as fast mana goes. And that really seems like the name of the game in this mirror. You just want to try to be as fast as possible. There's not a lot of interaction really from either side of the deck. You know, there's some Dismembers, some Force of Vigors, that kind of stuff. But otherwise, it's just 2 really proactive combo decks going at it.
Hedge Maze here for Jason is going to put the Court of Calling into the graveyard. And now the follow-up will be an Arboreal Grazer. Trigger, it's Urza Saga. And now another Misty Rainforest. And the passing of the turn back over to Sam, who will sacrifice a Windswept Heath. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Hedge Maze for Sam here as well for a little Surveil action. It'll be a different land, but all the same. Good starts here for both players. Sam getting on the battlefield a little bit better than Jason.
Yeah, and we could easily see Sam kind of do the thing this turn just because you have so many extra creatures laying around that Sam's able to go Nadu and still maybe Court of Calling for the other creature way to win. But as it stands, I think I saw a glimpse of 2 lands and a Wall of Roots there. That is some bad news, as you got to expect Jason has the ability to have Urza's Saga turn into Shuko and find Nadu here at some point.
Well, Sam is going to sacrifice this Windswept Heath, so not a lot going on here for Pardee. There is the Hedge Maze. And so there will be a Surveil trigger. Sam will take a look at that top card. And it's going to head into the graveyard. Shuko, see you later. So what is Sam looking for? Urza Saga's a little slow to this party.
Yep. that is able to find Shuko here in a few turns, but yeah, got to find the namesake card here of Nadu first. So Shuko was not really that important.
In the meantime, Jason's going to create a construct token off the Urza Saga. Chapter 3 will be read here in just a moment as Jason has drawn. Looks like it may be another Urza Saga activation, so another construct.
Okay.
Okay, and now it's time to Shuko it up, perhaps. We'll have to see. No, it's not a guarantee. Actually, it's scrolled by Shuko at least a couple of times here. So, maybe something else on its mind.
Yeah, I think it just doesn't have it right now, as you really wouldn't want to make another construct here. That's kind of like the plan C here in these kind of mirror matches.
Well, have you considered that Shuko makes the constructs pretty big, Corey? Have you thought about that?
I have not.
No? No, have you thought about...
It slipped my mind for some reason.
How about this beatdown? Yeah.
4.
That's right.
Get ya.
You thought the plant token was good. This is a little bit better. There's a Saga up to 2 here for Pardee. Now Wall of Roots was thinking about getting a counter.
So I did see a glimpse of Jason's hand. It has Force of Vigor and Swan Song right now, so it looks like Sam Pardee has to naturally draw Nadu and not a way to chord for it. Summoner's Pact, as that gets dealt with right away. Swan Song card we haven't seen a lot of, that's for sure.
Well, it's been a minute since we've seen that card. That's an oldie but a goodie, to be sure. Looks like the Nantuko has arrived. It's actually hiding underneath the construct token right now, but there's more to come from that very powerful insect generator, I'm sure.
All right, that's a combination right here. Being able to make some extra constructs, I'm here for that.
Okay, okay. Well, I guess actually technically, I was saying it was hiding underneath. That's because it's been bestowed, which is something we actually haven't seen a ton of here this weekend, is the bestowing of that card. It's generally just been hard cast and cranking out some insects, but maybe a little something different on display, as there is a Force of Vigor that's going to destroy a construct and an Urza Saga. So Sam says, I'll activate the Urza Saga in response, which means the construct that's on the battlefield here for Sam is new and it won't be attacking this particular
Kind of just a shortcut there.
There you go.
Yeah, now Jason has the ability to go end step, fetch both of those lands. You'll get 2 triggers from the Nantuko. Of course, you can only use 1 for the mana, but make a construct. Urza Saga, not the only one that can do it, I guess.
That's true. That is true. A Dryad Arbor there for Sam is not much doing. And again, Sam feels like he's pretty far away from the combo. So you mentioned this fetch land play. You got to sacrifice a Misty Will, Jason. And now construct.
Excellent because of the Yavimaya from Sam, able to keep that fetch land around to do some more constructing next turn. This is awesome.
That's a pretty cool way to go about doing it, I will say. I was making jokes about those constructs, but not anymore.
But we just saw Court of Calling, so all this cool stuff could just be in vain, as Jason could just go for Court of Calling for Nadu.
No. I think we should keep creating these artifacts.
I think so.
That's just my opinion here in the booth.
I think your opinion might be a little wrong, but we'll see.
Oh.
Who's to say?
That's right. There's a Dryad Arbor. That's going to create an insect, it looks like.
I think we're all a little disappointed. I wanted to see some construct beatdowns here.
I wouldn't have hated it. I wouldn't have hated it.
It is really wild how long that took to find that, to find it for either player.
Once it was found, Jason was able to turn that frown upside down. It's a win for Jason Yee, and that is one step closer to another top 8.
Jason has been crushing it.
Really has.
Absolutely crushing it.
Yes, really, really has. So, Corey, I'll tell you what. Over the course of that round, we saw Nadu, and more Nadu. And I know that players want to see some kind of fun, interesting decks, and we brought you those as much as we could on day number 1, but we're at the back end of this tournament.
Yeah.
The cream rises. Generally, that's the players, but this time it's also the players and the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Nadu went 3-1, and, well, only one because Nadu lost to Nadu there. So, yeah, the bird is rising up and flying above the competition, it seems.
Oh, I'm getting another message from above. Hang on one second here.
From the birds?
1 second. Yep, hang on. No more Nadu. Oh, great. Lovely. Everybody gets a break, including Corey and I. Riley and Monty will be here in just a moment. Before we bring them in, it's Maria and Frank at the news desk.
Don't forget to log in to MTG Arena to claim 3 packs of Modern Horizons 3. MTG Arena has Modern Horizons 3 for drafting, timeless, historic, and brawl formats. All right, we've got 2 rounds left to go here in the building for Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 on day 2 of competition here in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Check out the tournament space we have here going on in the convention center. 10,000 people next door at the Magicon as well, which is very, very exciting to see. Well, we now have 2 players into our top 8. The newest player is Eli Cassis. Congratulations to him. Talked to Eli just after his big win, as did Daniel Getchell.
The second player into our top 8 is none other than Eli Cassis. Handshake, dear sir.
Yes.
Only appropriate. Congratulations on making yet another top 8. That's got to feel pretty good.
So good. This is my 3rd, and very excited to have it. It felt like a dry season. I kept getting like top 16, top 24 type range, missing it by a smidge. So now getting there and not having to sweat the next 2 rounds, I'm like so relieved. Like the anxiety is just draining out of me. Yeah, it's so nice.
That's a great feeling. So for the next 2 rounds, what is your plan? You're going to go and check out the rest of your teammates?
Well, yeah, probably. The original plan would have been to go eat, but there's a team dinner, and I can't eat. Otherwise, I'm just full at the team dinner. So it's probably just like assist some teammates, scout a little bit, the usual stuff. Yeah.
Team dinner. What's for dinner?
Oh, I think we're going for sushi.
All right. Well, that's good. Hopefully, the rest of your team makes it into the top 8 quick, so you guys can go and have your dinner.
I hope so, too. Were you looking for an invite? Is that what?
Definitely not. But congratulations, Eli. Another top 8. We look forward to seeing you there
Thank you.
soon.
Appreciate it.
I'm here with Daniel Getchell, who has extended his record to 10 wins now. Daniel, that's got to feel pretty good. I was watching the end of your match, though, and things were getting hairy there.
Yeah, I sided out my Stasis Oracle because it's pretty bad to draw in the matchup. I could combo as a safekeeper, sided it out, so I had to be able to untap to, win, yeah.
There are so many thinks going on with this deck. You must be pretty happy, though, with your deck choice this weekend.
Yeah, I like Nadu. I mean, PT Nadu, how can you live with yourself if you didn't play it?
2 more games to go, or 2 more matches to go, I should say. Looking forward to that top 8. How are you going to prepare for your next round?
Try to relax, clear state of mind, refocus after playing those 100-turn combos, yeah.
Well, all the best, Daniel. As a fellow Canadian, I wish you all the best, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right, let's do the Eli Cassis, everybody. Woohoo! Making a top 8. Congratulations to him. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out who's in our top 8 so far. Well, we've got 2 people, Noah Ma and Eli Cassis, 12 being the magic number to lock up a spot and stop playing. Both those players can now relax, kick back, and get ready for tournament tomorrow. Well, we've got to put some more people into the top 8, 6 more in fact. We've got 2 rounds left to do it. We have 3 players sitting at 11-3, putting themselves in excellent position, including Jason Yee, Javier Dominguez, Carlos Oliveros Goutin amongst them. Then we've got 10-3-1 with that draw there for Daniel Getchell of Canada. And a whole bunch of 10-4s. Jacob Negro, that was our tournament leader overnight, the lone undefeated player after 1 day of competition, has fallen, taken 4 losses today to 10-4, but not out of it just yet. And check that out, Simon Nielsen coming back here. Jean-Emmanuel Depras, your world champion, crawling back up the standings here at 10-4. Sam Party time at 10-4, and Seth Manfield, who already won a Pro Tour this season at 10-4.
So much raw talent at these top tables.
Absolutely.
It's really incredible.
You don't always see this at a Pro Tour, it's shaking out like this, but you're so right, Frank. A lot of the biggest names in Magic doing very well at this tournament. One of those big names, of course, Javier Dominguez. I want to make a comment now on his score there that you just saw on the leaderboard at 11-3. I want to let you know that Bart Van Etten has been disqualified from the tournament for cheating in his match against Javier Dominguez in round number 13. That was on camera, so some of you may have seen it, and we have adjusted Javier to win that round. All right, it's time for more math with Frank, one of my favorite segments here, and I know chat has been loving these math segments. Frank, what are you going to teach us about this time?
Well, I'm going to look at the Devourer of Destiny is the main thing, because the top tables, it's kind of an aviary with all the Nadu decks, but there is still a bunch of cool things going on just below the surface, because a lot of players are playing Eldrazi decks with Devourer of Destiny. This is a really awesome new card from Modern Horizons 3 that provides card selection and consistency. And normally, if you have a 60 card deck and have a 4-off in there, then this is a very useful number to know for deck builders in general. You're about 40% to draw at least 1 copy of a 4-off in your opening hand. Rises to 44% by turn 1 on the draw. So you're a slight dog to find a 4-off early on. But with each Devourer of Destiny, for example in this deck by Jim Davis, every Devourer of Destiny in your opening hand gives 4 additional looks. So I was curious, did a bit of multivariate hypergeometric calculations. So in a deck like this, suddenly you are 52% by turn 1 on the draw to find a first copy of a 4-off. For example, if you're curious, hey, can I have that Ukin's Labyrinth in my opening hand? Well, with Devourer of Destiny, all of a sudden you are a favorite to find the card. So that's a really big consistency boost, so don't underestimate the power of Devourer of Destiny. Now, as I mentioned, the Eldrazi decks aren't doing all that super well, but Stephen Minelli with Eldrazi Tron is still in the running for top 8. We might still see some Eldrazi's and Devourer of Destinies tomorrow if he keeps winning.
Ooh, excellent. I would love to see some Eldrazi on the Sunday stage. Well, speaking of some cool decks, let's take a look at some decks that the pros have brought this weekend. If you're looking for ideas here in this new modern format, we've got some for you with some more Deck Bites.
We got resident old guy, sorry, Ely Cassis here with us. We're going to talk about your deck. You're playing the big bat of the format. What's your deck? What does it do?
Nadu. Nadu's the deck, and it does everything. What doesn't it do? Instant speed, combos, draws your whole deck, infinite recursion, bounce everything, Besedru everything. The deck is bonkers. Expect it to get banned, so play it while you can, everybody.
Are you playing Thassa's Oracle or no?
Oh, it's kind of a troll move nowadays. If somebody's playing Thassa's Oracle, they don't know the loops yet. So learn your loops. You don't need that card. It's basically blank space in the deck.
Frank Carson was calling it the training with version of the deck. What is your best matchup? What's your worst matchup?
Ooh, best matchup. So going into this, we thought Jeskai was our worst matchup, but every time everybody's played it here, we've been beating it. So we think that just the in-house Jeskai list was so geared to beat it. So we thought it was bad. It probably is bad if Jeskai is very prepared for it. But other than that, it's not. We don't actually know what our bad matchup is, and that's why we're all on it. It's like the deck's just favored against everything, which is why it's probably getting banned. Game 1, we're a little bit of a dog to storm, but after Game 1, it's like really favored. And I don't even know.
Apparently all of them, if none of them are bad.
I mean, you can't like compete with us by turn 3. Like I lost the game to getting on the play, turn 3, cast all his dust.
Oh.
And that was his only shot at winning. And Game 1 and 3, I was on the play. He had the turn 3 all his dust, and he lost.
Wow. Okay, yeah, play Bat Naughty while you can, friends. I'm here with Matt Sperling, member of Team CFP Ultimate Guard. Matt, what deck are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I'm playing Esper Goryo's Vengeance, and it's a fun deck. It reanimates Atraxa and Gristlebrand. If you get lucky, you use a Surveil land, put them in the graveyard. So it's a really, I'm finding it fun. 3-0 so far, so that's fun. And trying to salvage after a rough draft.
That sounds like you're on a really good run so far. I hope it continues. What is your best matchup? What's your worst matchup with this deck?
I think the best matchup are the Jeskai and Boros energy decks that are running Flage and various things around that. And then the worst matchup might be a fast combo deck, like a Storm deck is not, it goes back and forth. I'd say a combo that's just a little bit stronger than yours. We're a little bit stronger against people trying to play fair, I would say.
Awesome. Well, I hope that we'll get to see it on camera, so please keep winning. And best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm here with Ray Hirayama and Ken Yukihiro to talk about Ken's deck. So Ken, what are you playing and what does it do?
単純に一番強いデッキを持ってきたっていうので、不利な相手がかなり少なくて、どんな相手でも、戦えるという力があると信じて持ってきました。
He chose Mardu Energy. He thought it's the best, most powerful deck in the format, and it doesn't have like an extreme bad matchup, and it plays very good against the wide variety of decks.
And what's a good matchup? What's a bad matchup for you?
Bad matchup with One Ring deck and Nadu.
Yeah, so he thinks the One Ring and Nadu is the best, worst matchup.
And what are you hoping to play against?
Red Storm and other Fire deck. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend to you both. And we'll see you again. Thank you.
Matt Sperling is killing with that Goryo's Vengeance deck in the Modern portion of the tournament, by the way. Has not lost in Modern with that deck. Frank, how is he doing overall?
Well, apart from that 8-0 in Modern, which is indeed incredible, he didn't do so well in the limited round.
Okay.
So he's 9-4-1 currently. But depending on how the pairings and results shake out, he might still have an outside shot at making the top 8. It's not over for him yet.
All right, well, we'll see. We've got 2 rounds left. Let's check out our feature match here for round number 15. We've got to put 6 more people into the top 8. 2 rounds left to do it. We're going to kick things off with Jason Yee playing Bant Nadu. Another Bant Nadu in the hands of Carlos Oliveros Guntin. Both players currently sitting on 11-3, so this is a win and into the top 8 for both of these players. Jason Yee on your screen right there, testing with Team Sanctum. Of all of the last 3 Pro Tours, made pod 1 of all 3 for day 2. So that means did very well at all these Pro Tours. Carlos Oliveros Guntin started playing in 2006 from Spain on Team Worldly Council. Top 28 in RC to make it here today. Said luckily 4 people in that top 28 were already qualified, so he got to come here and play this weekend. Those are the players. We've got a mirror match here coming up, Frank, so what should we be looking out for?
Well, we should be looking out for Nadu on either side of the table. Let's take it away and take a look at the deck list. Jason Yee is just like the opponent on the big bad of the format. We have seen Bant Nadu before. It tries to assemble Nadu, Winged Wisdom and Shuko. But let me just focus on some of the more unique inclusions in its deck list. So, here you don't see Summoner's Pact or Wall of Roots. Instead, there's 4 copies of Malevolent Rumble. This card also puts a Warm Body onto the battlefield for Shuko or Court of Calling, while digging deeper into the deck for Nadu, adding additional consistency. So this is not just a draft common, it has serious modern pedigree. There's also 3 copies of Arboreal Grazer alongside 3 Colony Garden as, unusual inclusions for this archetype. They will add some additional speed while just putting more creatures onto the battlefield to be targeted by Shuko. The most important card in this list, at least for this mirror match, is the singleton copy of Volatile Stormdrake. It's a tutor target for Court of Calling, can get it at instant speed, and then steal the opponent's Nadu, turning the tables around. So this will be an important one. On the other side of the table, Carlos Guntin. Well, this list looks very similar. It also has the Arboreal Grazer and Colony Garden and no Wall of Roots, so maybe that is the way to go when building Bant Nadu. This list does have Summoner's Pact over Malevolent Rumble though. Now, in the end, there's relatively few differences across these 2 lists. it's going to be a race. These are two combo decks that feature little interaction, and both players are just trying to find their combo pieces as quickly as possible. I would give a slight edge to Jason just because of that volatile Storm Drake in the main deck, but this match could go either way.
All right, well, we're about to see who's going to not do and who's going to not don't.
Yep.
Coming up here in round number 15, it's winning in magic time. The last 2 rounds of every tournament are so very exciting. I'm going to send it on over to Riley and Mani with the call.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you, Frank, as well, for that excellent introduction to what we're about to see down in our feature match area. My name's Riley Nunn, and I'm joined by my friend and colleague, Mani Davudi. And Mani, we couldn't be more excited to send yet more players to our top 8, and it's going to be one of these contenders with their respective Bant Nadu decks. So let's head down to the feature match area and get underway without further delays. Now, Bant Nadu certainly the deck of the tournament, very, very dominant strategy here. What, in your mind, Mani, are the really key aspects of the mirror match?
I think one of them is just certainly access to Volatile Stormdrake, as Frank did mention at the desk. Something that all of the players at the player party seemed to echo was, if you have the Stormdrake, you are at an advantage in the mirror match. If you don't, you're at a disadvantage. And if the weekend is all about the mirror match, that may be the real mirror breaker.
And it's funny to think that, you know, just one single card in the 60, in the starting 60 could make such a difference. But it's not just one card, is it? Because Jason has access to cards like Court of Calling. Even something like Malevolent Rumble is going to make it easy to find that singleton one-of that can have such a huge difference. And so we could very well see this card, Volatile Stormdrake, be all the difference, make all the difference here.
Absolutely. And I will note that actually Jason is currently undefeated in the Bant Nadu Mirror. 3-0 so far in the matchup, picking up a win the previous round against Samuel Party. While Carlos is undefeated in the Bant Nadu Mirror, but has picked up a loss to 4-color Nadu earlier on day 1. So minor advantage to Jason there as well in terms of matchup familiarity, perhaps, and how to navigate it.
And here is the namesake card of the deck here. Jason playing Nadu on turn 2, thanks to the Arboreal Grazer here. So it's back over to Carlos, who has an Arboreal Grazer of his own, and a Nadu in hand as well. So we're firing on all cylinders for both players here, but it's Jason, I think, who has the advantage being on the play.
Yeah, I think Carlos needs to play Teferi to get rid of Jason's Nadu, because Jason has the Outrider Encore in hand, but Carlos opting not to, and combo assembled if this Court of Calling isn't able to deliver a 1-drop for Carlos that can disrupt it.
So Carlos, instead of doing Stone Nothing, maybe holding up that Beseiju to destroy a potential Shuko, sorry?
Yeah, and Shuko was not the pickup here.
Punished for it.
For Jason, instead having the Outrider. Of course, there are a lot more Shukos in the deck than the one of Outrider Encore, though, of course, there are ways to find the Outrider. And now this is problem territory for Carlos.
Well, now it honestly might just be all over, because with Jason having unfettered access to all of these Nadu triggers, we're going to see 8 fresh cards off the top at a minimum here.
Yep.
And it only gets worse from there, because if we can find something like a Spring Hut Nantuko, this is the point at which it becomes, you know, essentially set in stone. Yeah.
Because right now, this Rumble is going to be 4 more cards off the top. It also will make a spawn. So that spawn is 2 more targets as well.
And an extra mana.
Correct.
In case you don't hit the lands. Which we've actually seen on camera. We've seen a player, I can't remember who it was. Was it Jason, actually?
I don't believe so.
In a previous round, we saw someone attempt to, quote-unquote, go off and just whiffed on lands.
Yes, it was very close. And here, this looks significantly less close. I believe Calney Garden
will do it.
Could be the pickup here, though it does go to hand, so you don't have a way to put it into play immediately. If you do find something like another Arboreal Grazer...
I don't think Jason's played a land this turn. No.
You're right.
I don't know. I think that the way is clear here to play play the Calney Garden from hand as well. So look at this, firing on all cylinders. The deck is going off here.
I believe that Court of Calling will almost guaranteed lock it up.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're just going to have to wait to see this deck go through the motions here.
2, 3, 4, 5.
And actually, Woodland, shifting Woodland was the play for Jason rather than the Colony Garden. But 5 means Springheart Nantuko. Now, one thing about the Nantuko is it is an enchantment. So Carlos could go for Boseiju, removing the Nantuko while just giving Jason 1 Nadu trigger. But there are still a lot of Nadu picks left.
Yeah. And also another copy of Malevolent Rumble in hand here for Jason, which I'm sure will be able to be cast because of, well, not just the lands that are in play, but Boseiju, and the fact that there are still untargeted creatures.
I'm going to represent this with a die here, but there's going to be a trigger on the stack here. So I'm going to, first Nadu trigger. So there's a Nadu trigger here with the Boseiju above it. Horde.
So active player, non-active player.
On top of that, Outrider. Yep.
Will result in the Nadu triggers and just resolving everything while the Nantuko is still in the play. Because much unlike Shuko, which is limited to sorcery speed equips, the Outrider is not. So Jason can actually just continue going off in response to this Boseiju if it would like. And as long as you keep creating more tokens, you just keep targeting. And that is fun. We enjoy Magic the Gathering.
4.
We're going to see another Court of Calling here.
Probably for 1. That'll get Sylvan Safekeeper to protect.
Right. Yep. So that was 4 mana or 4 Convoke mana spent on the cord here.
Targeting the Nantuko. Give Shrug.
And so now the Boseiju's ability will be countered because the Nantuko, the Springheart Nantuko, has a Shroud.
Yes, and this is Jason nearly guaranteed on its loop. It's going to be quite hard to miss from this position. It does play 2 copies of Endurance in this deck.
Do I need to let him finish? Or it's okay if I concede? You concede, yeah. It's okay. Okay, if you later will concede to me if this happens, I will be happy with that. Okay.
Well, that's a very fair.
That is a very
fair resolution there to that game. Yep. And the thing is, in Carlos's position, you can't really be too salty about losing like this because you're also playing the same deck.
I mean, you could. It just wouldn't be very reasonable.
I guess you could.
Yeah.
I guess, people who tend to get salty aren't necessarily the most reasonable of people. So, you know what, Carlos, be as salty as you like, my friend, if you're in this position. But no, look, Carlos seems to have taken that in stride. You lose these games sometimes, and that's just the way that it goes. But no, look, for Jason, that was a textbook example of exactly what this deck is trying to do.
Yeah, and really, Jason continuing to show its understanding of the deck and the matchup, saying, okay, yeah, your Boseiju's there. I'm going to continue just going off. We'll just do this at instant speed until I'm able to Court of Calling out a Safekeeper and protect this Nantuko. And there's really no worries.
Yeah. A lot of resilience into this Bant Nadu deck. As we head into game number 2, Carlos on 6 cards, Jason on the full 7 here. Shuko to open things up here for our Spaniard. And let's see what he goes searching for with this fetch land.
I believe there is a copy of Springheart Nantuko in Carlos's hand, alongside 1 other card. A lot more cards than I previously thought. I remember the Safekeeper, but yeah, a Halfling as well as a Safekeeper to join the party.
And here is the Delighted Halfling.
Jason on the other side, finding the all-important piece in the Volatile Stormdrake, though, of course, with the Sylvan Safekeeper on the battlefield, that isn't a guarantee to take something. Jason could use it to cost Carlos a land here.
And while Sylvan Safekeeper is a very, very... it's a key piece of anti-disruption, it doesn't come for free. Especially in the early game. In the later game, as we saw, Jason had 10,000 lands in play. It's not that much of a sacrifice to throw one away to protect a creature. But if you're doing it to someone on turn 2, doing someone on turn 3...
Yeah, it's a big cost. And typically, it is very costly to give someone an early Stormdrake because it's a 3/2 flyer that is aggressive. But in this sort of combo matchup where you can afford to take 5 hits from the Stormdrake and be completely fine, suddenly your opponent losing a land is looking like a much bigger prize.
Yes, it is indeed. Okay, a bit of a slower start to this game here. As Jason figures out what the move is. In hand, Malevolent Rumble, Springheart and Tuco. Volatile Stormdrake also, as we've mentioned, making up 2 drops here.
And
what are your thoughts here, Marty? Maybe a Malevolent Rumble and see what you can work with. No, it's going to be the Stormdrake. All right.
I do like this. I think you put the choice on Carlos to either give me your Safekeeper or you lose the land and I slow you down. Not considerably, considering there is a halfling on the board, but it is not negligible.
Mm-hmm.
You got it.
All right. So Jason will pay 1 energy here to keep the Safekeeper around. And passes the turn. Back to Carlos.
And Carlos's hand has a Summoner's Pact, so this is going to be Nadu time with Shuko.
Shuko, so maybe it's Carlos's turn to go off here.
And Carlos has an Nantuko in hand, so it really is not going to take much for the game to just end here.
So we have 6 cards off the top here for Carlos with this Nadu.
All right, we go assembling the other way.
All right, let's have a look and see what Carlos can put together.
Yeah, it's Hexproof, not Shroud. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't play a land, okay?
Just
Carlos
checking.
Confirming, hasn't played a land just yet.
Also checking the ability of the Stormdrake. It does have Hexproof from triggered and activated abilities, I believe. Not Shroud, so can target it with Shuko.
Yeah,
and the reason that it has that ability, I'm sure, is that so you can't just get into a I steal your Stormdrake, your volatile Stormdrake, you steal mine, back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
The old Restoration Angel clause. Flicker a non-angel creature.
Yep.
All right, but as it is now, we're going to see.
No, sorry.
Not quite.
You don't have to sacrifice it, mate. It's all right. Maybe that would actually balance Nadu a little better, hey?
All right. And
a Horizon Canopy off the top here.
I'm going to use it. Yeah.
So we'll see how things develop from here. But Nadu in this position, exactly what you're wanting.
yeah, and I believe with the Nantuko in hand, Carlos will be able to play that as we do just get the mana situation figured out.
All right, let's see what goes on here.
Okay.
Sorry.
1 green floating.
You tapped this, but you didn't add mana, or?
Yeah, I mean, I have 2 mana, and I'm gonna use just 1.
You're using 1. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Now I understand.
Yeah. So using mana to put the Arboreal Grazer in play and representing the other green mana.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Now you're at 11?
Breeding Pool off the top as Nadu gets targeted again there, moving to the 2-target
zone
side of the zone, as you would.
An unofficial zone here. All right, Arboreal Grazer now looks to be moved across as well. Yes, indeed. Let's find something off the top. But that was another Nadu by the look of things. Which, unusually, often you'll draw a 2nd copy of a legendary creature and it's not that useful. Here, however, if you can get to 3 mana, it'll reset the Shuko equip.
I keep going, yeah?
It is incredibly useful. And Carlos just checking, do I keep going? Because just a little close to the full combo. And Jason now considering if this is the point where it is over.
All right, Dryad Arbor put to the front. Now, important to remember that doesn't tap for mana.
Correct. But it can get targeted. Okay, that was the Surveil from the Hedge Maze. All right, and that should be enough.
Because this is 2 creatures as well. This is also as a...
Yeah. Jason is just saying you have a loop. Show me the Thassa's Oracle in your deck, and I'm dead.
All right.
Which it is.
So, we did see Jason return the favour there. Just as Carlos said, if you'll concede to me in this position, then I'll concede to you in the position I'm in here. Yep. And we see these players go to game number 3 now. I will remind you, this is a win and in for top 8. If either one of these players takes out this game and this match, they're straight into the top 8 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. So a lot on the line here for both of these players, particularly you would think for Jason, who missed out on sealing the deal at the Pro Tour last time, and will be very happy to make it all the way to the top 8 for a second time and a second chance at the championship.
Yeah, Jason missing top 8 in Chicago, getting the job done in Seattle, the previous event making the top 8, and now this is the opportunity to make it 2 in a row for Jason. Not only already an incredible accomplishment, but also Jason is one of the players in the Player of the Year race. So getting 2 top 8s in a row following a top 16, that is an incredible bid for that Player of the Year position.
And an incredible year.
Absolutely.
For Jason, regardless of the final result of that race as well. It's not often that we see such unbridled dominance here from a single player. Simon Nielsen has put together incredible strings like this as well. Nathan Stoyer as well. You know, these runs can make a player's career.
Yep. And for Jason, who started playing in 2017, this feels like just the beginning of his career.
All right. Back to Carlos now with this delighted halfling into a Sylvan Safekeeper and a Shuko, so setting up nicely. Jason's draw a little awkward. We don't want to see the Outrider Encore put onto the battlefield like this typically, you know. Running it out when you've got it is fine, but that's not your plan A, I suppose.
A little awkward, but Nadu off the top, and it might just be GG.
Well, that'll do it. All right, okay, well, I'll just serve myself up a delicious plate of my own words here, because all the awkwardness is gone as we see Nadu
right off the top
hit the battlefield, and now we are off
Nantuko
to the
hand,
races.
And that's one land. They have a forest. Jason is now playing very quickly, as that'll be almost certainly GG. Can play the Nantuko now, and we'll have 7 Nadu remaining. Had 2 more Nantukos in hand as well. Yep.
And
all right,
so
step 1.
Odds on here to find more lands in order to make more insects with the Nantuko. There it is. Urza's Saga is going to make a bug, which then obviously presents another target for the Nadu.
Keep going
and
to
the Kalni Garden is
that's
terrific. There we go. This should be more than enough here as a Dryad Arbor comes into play. Once again, another bug. Once again, another target for the Nadu, for the Shuko. And it's all over but the crying now, Marnie. It looks like Jason Yee will be in the top 8 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
The back-to-back for Jason from Team Sanctum of All. You see Carlos nodding the head, and that Carlos knows that it's over.
Is the concession from Carlos, taking it in his stride, you have to say, and Jason Yee will be appearing in the feature match area on Sunday. What a result for a player who has come and really stamped a huge mark of authority on this game.
Yeah, just incredible performance after performance from Jason, showing understanding of both limited formats, quickly becoming somebody that the pro community looks to for understanding and really digesting how to approach limited formats, but also just proving mastery in constructed as well. It really has shown that they belong here at the top level of the game. Top 16 into a top 8, into a top 8. Not to be mentioned that this run all began with a win last year in Las Vegas in the 100K Limited Open. So all the way going back a year, it has just been result after result after result. And with the World Championship coming up in this year, things are looking quite good for Jason Yee.
All right, well, we'll see what comes of things in the result, in the wake of that match. And the good news here, Marnie, is we've got more Magic, more potential winning in Magic to share with the viewers in a very short amount of time. Maria and Frank are standing by to set up our next match.
More winning in Magic on the way, with Javier Dominguez sitting at 11-3 versus Tomasz Sotomirski at 10-4.
Javier Dominguez is playing Jeskai control. His list doesn't use Prismatic Ending or Solitude, but it is instead based more on the blue pitch spells. 4 Subtlety and 4 Force of Negation main. He will lock up top 8 for sure with a win. Tomasz Sotomirski, better known as Sodek, has a lot of experience with graveyard strategies in Modern. He's one of the 3 Living End players in the field, trying to cascade into Living End and then return all of his cyclers to the battlefield.
Will Living End live to fight another day, or will Jeskai take control? Find out after this.
I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Canada.
From Indiana.
Brazil. Nebraska.
Florida.
Colorado.
New York.
California.
My favorite part about the MagicCon is just the friendship and fellowship.
The community is absolutely fantastic. Everybody is super friendly.
The diversity.
The art. The competition.
Chaos.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, my friends, and thank you so much for being with us as we get closer and closer to rounding out our top 8 in preparation for the final day of competition tomorrow. My name's Riley Knight, and I'm joined by Mani Davudi. And Mani, what we're going to watch now is a win-in for one of our players, Javier Dominguez, who is on what is certainly my favorite deck in the tournament, Jeskai Control. Now, for his opponent, it's not quite the same. They've got a mismatch record, I think, due to a draw. And so, as a result, it is a win-in for Javier. A lot of pressure on this bloke, but this is a guy who's obviously, been around the traps. He knows his way around this sort of high-stakes, high-tension gameplay, and hopefully he'll be in a good position to succeed here.
Yeah, as we typically see in the later rounds of the tournament, incredibly high-stakes matches. But as things whittle down, there are less and less people on the same record. So here we see Javier as the third 11-3. We did just watch two 11-3s face each other. He's getting paired down against a 10-4.
Yeah.
For Tomasz, this is not a win and in, but it is more or less a win and stay alive, as if he does lose and fall down to 10-5, his chances of making top 8 will more or less be over, which means this match is a do or die for him.
Yes, apologies. I did think there was a draw separating these two players, but no, it is just a straight up pair down situation for Javier Dominguez, who we've seen in the feature match area already a fair bit over the weekend. It's a pleasure to watch this bloke play. He is a master of his craft, of course, the 2018 World Champion, and the face of the card Fervent Champion as a result. But here he's playing a very different deck. You wouldn't find Fervent Champion in this list that Javier Dominguez has brought to bear. It is a slow and lumbering control deck that's been juiced up by a number of new Modern Horizons 3 cards.
It absolutely has. Wrath of the Sky is really leading the charge here. But one thing I want to mention already is Tomasz, who is one of 3 players, as Frank Carson mentioned, on Living End. He has put 1 Living End into the graveyard by surveilling on turn 1 using the Hedge Maze, and there's a second copy in his hand. So half of the Living Ends in the deck are out of commission right now.
All right, well, that's something that Javier is going to be able to keep in mind here if he ever gets a look at Tomasz's hand. I don't know why he would, to be honest, given the deck he's playing, but he'll be at least glad to know that he doesn't have to fight through the one in the graveyard. Now, in terms of this matchup, Marty, do you have thoughts on potentially who's favoured or what the key things we're going to have to look out for here are?
I would say that historically the control deck has been favored. One of the tools that we've seen Living End in the past use to get around the control deck is Violent Outburst, being able to play at instant speed on Javier's turn to go for the Living End and have the ability to use Force of Negation as a proper free backup spell. Now that you are forced to cascade at more or less sorcery speed on your turn, those same cute lines aren't available to you. Something like a Teferi becomes a lot more devastating, as you do have to spend your turn removing it and then untap or build up enough mana where you can remove it through usually a counter spell and then be able to do Living End things. So if Javier has any sort of decent draw involving counter spells and or Teferi, it's an uphill battle for Tomasz.
And it also just opens all these other avenues. Not only does it unlock Force of Negation as a meaningful piece of interaction against a quote-unquote sorcery speed, ardent plea or what have you, it also means that Javier can do what we're seeing here, tap down.
Yep.
And when your opponent had 3 mana available previously, you couldn't tap down for, instant speed cantrips, ways to cycle through your deck, whatever, because you always had to keep up your counter magic. So there are a range of small edges that all add up to quite a significant shift in the way that this matchup plays out. It's a good observation you make, Marnie, the fact that even just something like a Teferi, right, whose static ability prevents you from going off at instant speed, you can't, at all, you can't cast a card with Cascade when a Teferi is on the battlefield, slows things down enormously. So now, is Tomasz taking a different approach here, thinking, oh, well, I'll just kill you with a subtlety? Like, is this what the living end player begins to think about?
Absolutely, and the biggest thing that needs to be mentioned here is Javier's stuck on 2 lands.
Yeah.
So Javier is missing land drops, and Tomasz is able to build up enough lands in a deck that is typically lower on lands, playing only 15 lands plus some land cyclers to go get more lands, already at 5 mana, meaning that he is able to start deploying these creatures as threats.
We do talk about how there is a... Oh, no land again. This is a disaster for Javier here. There's another point I want to make about the fact that we've talked up Wrath of the Skies, right, as being a fantastic answer in this modern format where most of the threats are really cheap. There's a great diversity of them as well. But it's funny because in this matchup, you'd actually just prefer Supreme Verdict. Yeah. Because trying to get enough mana to destroy the generous Ents and all the other high-cost creatures that you cycle back into play with the Living End makes things very difficult because Wrath of the Skies, you know, isn't always able to produce or spend 6-7 energy.
Javier misses again, drawing invert polarity for the turn there. Had to blow one of his Force of Negations to a subtlety to get rid of a generous Ent, and now finally drawing the 3rd land, we'll have to go for Teferi perhaps, but we'll see the bad news of a Force of Negation on the other side.
Oh dear, yeah, this is not going well for our former world champion here. Tomasz Zadomierski has benefited immensely from just drawing lands, whereas Javier, the deck that really is very mana hungry, the control decks, as we know, need to hit their land drops. And with just 22 lands and 2 Lorien revealed, it's not a guarantee, although Tune the Narrative certainly helps in that regard, but Javier, not the mana that he would have been hoping for here as he gets hit down to 9.
Yeah, and one thing that does need to be mentioned as well is something that we've talked about before, which is that Modern has sort of changed with the new Modern Horizons 3 set. And one of the things that we do see control decks doing is they have started shaving down onto Teferis in order to play more Flages. So Javier only playing 2 copies of Teferi Time Raveler in order to fit 3 copies of Flage into his deck. And while that is good in a lot of matchups, it is not great in this matchup specifically.
Okay, so we shuffle away those cards that were cascaded across, and now the cascade trigger from the Shardless Agent resolves, casts a Living End, which will see the generous Ent.
All right, so...
Oh, sorry, a Force of Negation removes the Living End, excuse me.
If Javier can draw a land here, he has the Supreme Verdict.
It's always.
There is the last Living End resolving right now.
Okay.
Javier brings back a subtlety.
I have 2 and triggers. Yes, 2 resolves. Yes.
Well, this is actually very interesting now, yeah, because that's all. Is that all 4 of them?
He drew a Wrath of the Skies.
Oh,
that is 3 of them, with the 4th one being the last card in Tomasz's hand.
Okay. Well, the Flage will stem the bleeding a little bit, but this is this it's not quite lethal.
It's pretty darn close, but not quite lethal.
Yeah. And the other thing is, once the Living End deck gets to this point of the game, they just start drawing their 5 drops and 6 drops, and then just like casting them.
Yeah, and I think there's another Ent in Tomasz's hand. So even if Javier is able to draw the 4th land and go Supreme Verdict or the One Ring, he's going to be so low that he can't really afford to draw too many cards with the One Ring. And Tomasz has a rebuild of an Ent in hand.
Disaster scenario here for Javier as we see an instant block with the
I believe
subtlety.
Goes to 2.
Goes to 2 life, correct. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
This was not a thing that Tomasz needed to do. He's sort of opening. He takes
Shock
2,
die.
goes to 0. Oh, Javier. Oh, absolute heartbreak here.
Oh.
But Tomasz there playing out that other Ent was a little dangerous because the only card he really loses to there is Supreme Verdict.
Yeah?
Well, I say loses to. The only card that really sort of, puts...
Gives Javier another turn.
Yeah,
Supreme Verdict.
A slight speed bump there for our Polish player. But nope. As it is, Javier goes down in game number 1. So well done to Tomasz. He is one step closer to keeping his top 8 dream alive here. I'll remind you, of course, that Javier Dominguez is fighting here to join 3 players who have already been confirmed as playing in the top 8. That is Noah Ma, of course, Eli Cassis, and we just saw Jason Yee lock up a slot as well earlier in this round. Will we find a 4th here in this match between Javier Dominguez and Tomasz Sodomowski? We will find out before very much longer.
Yeah, Javier, much better hand, has lands, has a Teferi that he is able to play on turn 3. The question is how much he is going to respect the existence of Force of Negation from Jason. In the past, we have typically seen the philosophy for the control decks be just run it out there. Either you are costing your opponent a lot of tempo in cards and potentially putting them far enough back where they're not able to build up that critical mass or resolve a living end, or you have a Teferi in play and you're making life awkward. So the philosophy in the past has been run it out there. But that was when you had 4 Teferis. So I'm curious if that philosophy changes a bit when Javier only has access to 2 Teferis now.
Given how important it is in the matchup.
Right.
Yeah.
Will he play longer, play slower to try to set up, maybe try to find a 4th land for a mystical dispute, thinking that may be the point. So we'll see what his hand is here.
Okay, let's have a look.
Well, let's try to have a look.
Let's attempt to have a look.
Let's do our best to have a look.
Let's do our best to have a look. Yeah. We can agree on that.
Yeah, if we do our best to have a look, what could go wrong?
All right, here it is. Run it straight out. And let's see what Tomasz has to say about it. Not very much. So upstairs, downstairs, what do you do here?
I would go down. Tomasz has access to 2 Sink into Stupors in hand. One of the only new additions to the deck from Modern Horizons. A land that also allows you to interact with things like Teferi. But considering you have to play those as sorcery speed, and Tomasz cannot do any living end things right now, we may see a few turns of Tomasz going, bounce your Teferi, hope I found a Force of Negation to counter it on the way down, and do a dance back and forth.
But as it is, passes it back, and you think firmly now the advantage is Javier's. He's got a Teferi on 5 counters. He's untapped, and he's ready to rumble. We're going to go down this time to draw a card. No targets, obviously, for the ability. Finds the 1 ring, but I imagine at this point Javier will be very happy to just sort of sit tight. And
I'm running out the ring.
Are you just playing it straight away?
I'm running it out.
All right.
Javier has a Force of Negation. What is Tomasz going to do? Tomasz can't do anything on Javier's end step. He'll have to untap and play some.
I saw the subtlety. He's got a Force as well.
He sure does.
Oh my goodness, Eagle Eye Money over here. He's got the scoop.
I think Javier is going to play this ring, and this game is going to be pretty close to over.
All right. Well, Control fans rejoice as we see this deck doing what it's designed to do this time, namely hitting its land drops. And
I can do things, you can't do things, and also I will never run out of things to do.
Yes, I'm going to draw a ton of cards. We've seen Javier in previous matches. How many burden counters did he get to? 6, I think, at one point?
I think it was 6. He does play Minamo, so he was doubling down quite a bit, but it was truly delightful to see Javier go just digging.
Yeah. Excavating. Beautiful. Earth moving.
Beautiful mystical dispute drawn for Tomasz. Absolutely just blank card at the moment. Sink into Stupor on Teferi plus an untapped blue land is representing a potential mystical dispute, but I think Javier just counters this and doesn't leave any opportunity for that, and we're done here, I would say.
Dress Down is not a hugely important card in this matchup, so you may as well just use it to keep your Teferi safe. It's going to minimize the risk of anything bad happening. And so now we see Teferi go upstairs. The ring also drawing 2 cards for the former world champion, Javier Dominguez, getting closer and closer to a game to win here to even things up and continue his attempt to make it into our top 8.
Yeah, you see Javier briefly considering casting Adranth Magistrate there. Oh, 2 cards. Let's just wait for a judge call. So Javier briefly considers casting Adranth Magistrate there. He has 2 counterspells in hand, so with that Plains, he's not able to cast both of them. But also, there's no real reason to cast the Magistrate. There is a subtlety. He can afford to just pass the turn, saying, I'm going to protect my Teferi anyways. The subtlety lets me add a bigger threat to the board and then play the Magistrate next turn.
Yeah, he's got an invert polarity. He's got a counterspell. He's got all sorts of business going on here.
He's got everything.
Javier is not in a position where he needs to take any risks.
Right, exactly.
All right, so a situation here for Tomasz, I would imagine, again, this is just speculation, but most of the time the way this will go is that the extra card that was looked at will be shuffled away if the players don't have any reason to know where any cards in the deck are. The card that was on top will be drawn, and I believe Tomasz will probably get a warning and be asked to play a little bit more carefully. And as obviously there was no material advantage gained from that having happened, we can continue the game on without too many issues. All right, Sinker to Stupor is not going to resolve. The Teferi stays on the battlefield, 3 cards off the One Ring, and there is the Flage. This is the #1 win condition here for this Jeskai deck, and we'll see we'll see how quickly Javier wants to start deploying his win condition here.
I love the way Javier plays the game of Magic. Just like plus this guy on Teferi, just put a counter on this little guy. Just, you know, the little guy doing just infinite amounts of work. Yeah, Javier probably going to discard Flage to hand size here and just escape it next turn. Tomasz first says I'm going to crack a fetch land, so both players have 15. If I didn't know better, I would call this an even game, but unfortunately I do know better, and this is far from an even game.
It's often the way when someone who's not familiar with Magic will come and, into the game and, oh, who's winning?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're on 2. Oh, I'm on 2, they're on 15. Oh, so you're losing? Well, no, I've got 7 cards in hand, 3 of them are counter spells.
Yeah, definitively I am winning.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's certainly the case here, irrespective of life totals. And look, Javier's life total is probably going to go down here thanks to the One Ring, but...
invert polarity?
Oh, baby. Are we going to see it?
Your 5-7, my 5-7?
Our 5-7.
I win. Okay.
4-5-6, I win. You want to roll it or do I roll it?
All right, here we go. High roll for Javi.
6.
Oh,
baby.
mine. The march of the Ents comes across to Javier Dominguez's side of things. This Ent
Your food token, my food token.
This Ent being very generous
Very
in
generous.
offering its loyalty to Javier instead of Tomasz.
The Ent is not very loyal, actually.
No. Generous, certainly.
Very generous.
Loyal? Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much.
Food token cracked. Javier recouping some life from the ring. Now has a clock. And this game is super over.
I wonder if, just from a flavor standpoint, obviously the ring and its burden counters representing the burden of carrying the ring. The life loss being the cost that you pay for bearing the ring, which is offset by eating food. Is that why the hobbits were resistant to the burden the ring put on them? Because they just loved a good meal.
You know what, Riley? I think that at this moment, as we watch a match potentially for top 8, you are finally asking the important questions.
Important question. Javier Dominguez wins game number 2. We have a decider here between these two players, all locked up at 1-1. Javier Dominguez will finally have the chance to secure his slot in the top 8. After going down in game number 1, this is it for our former world champion. Tomasz Sodomowski mulliganing to 6. Javier on 7 on the draw this time. Let's have a look at his hand. Drannith Magistrate in there, Marnie. We do love to see that for Javi, but let's see what Tomasz has brought to bear here.
He's got some tools, because I did see a Grief in hand. I did see a Force of Negation in hand. So already more disruptive elements than the previous game for Tomasz. We do see the Misty Rainforest going to get a Hallowed Fountain, and then the Generous Ent being forced cycled, or land cycled, to go get this breeding pool. I believe it is forest cycling.
It is forest cycling. Yeah, bit of a shortcut taken there for Tomasz to save the double shuffle. And the breeding pool coming into play untapped. That'll cost Tomasz 2 life, but that's a resource he's pretty willing to spend. Here's a Waker of Waves now.
Is that a whale, Riley?
I think it's a whale.
Okay.
I'm not 100% if it's a whale. Oh, does it have flying? Maybe it's not.
Yeah. Could you just check what the Waker of Waves is?
It is a whale.
It's on the screen.
It's a whale, but doesn't have flying.
So is it a whale?
Very strange.
Whale, whale, whale. What have we here?
Okay. And as you can see, most whales that have been printed in Magic, at least 25% of them have, well, that's got a different form of evasion.
Yeah.
This one looks like it should fly.
Shout out to Caroline Party, our card spotter, as she is just showing you all of the whales that do not have flying, and some of the whales that do.
Yes, indeed. And once again, in Win and In Pro Tour Top 8 Magic, we are answering the real questions, Marnie. That's right. All right, Drannith Magistrate, certainly not a whale, as it doesn't fly, but it certainly is a card that has flying colours in this matchup, preventing Cascade from casting the Living End, because it is Cascade attempts to cast a card from exile, which the Drannith Magistrate says, no.
Definitively not the hand. And
Yes,
I believe it's other than their hands.
Interesting thing about this card is that it is asymmetrical. Often with these cards, like Drannith Magistrate, the Hate Bears style cards, they often affect both people. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, probably the best example, but the Drannith Magistrate, not so.
Well, you see, Riley, that's because those Hate Bear style cards were printed 11 years ago, and Drannith Magistrate was printed 4 years ago. And this is 2020's Magic.
Yes, I see.
Yes.
Hate Bears no longer quite as hateful.
They are hateful.
They're more directed in there.
Yes, their hate is very much channeled.
It's a focus hatred. I see. All right, well, Drannith Magistrate hits the battlefield here. And is certainly going to stymie Tomasz Sodomowski's plans. See what he wants to do about it.
Tomasz still has that grief, has a mystical dispute, as well as the Sink into Stupor and the Force of Negation. And one way to find a Living End in the Shardless Agent, the big issue is, first, the Magistrate needs to leave the battlefield.
Tomasz doesn't have a huge number of ways to do that. There's Brazen Borrower out of the sideboard. There are those two cards we talked about, 2 copies of Sink into Stupor, the card that we saw earlier. And here is Teferi. And this is not an ideal situation for Tomasz. He is more or less priced into casting that Mystical Dispute. He can't let Teferi hit the battlefield. We saw how decisive Teferi was in game number 2, Marnie.
Yeah, this is...
So it's a good thing for Tomasz that he's got the counterspell.
Yes, it is a great thing for Tomasz to have the counterspell. And as we've seen, you're not going to hold on to it if you're in Hobby RC. You are going to continue running it out there. You're going to continue asking the questions.
All right, Grief. Pitching Grief. Let's have a look at what you're working with here, says Tomasz. And what Javier is working with seems to be a Subtlety, a Supreme Verdict, at least 1, 2 fetch lands. 3 lands in total.
A Steam Vents and 2 fetches, I believe.
So, had the option to Subtlety the Grief, but opts not to.
I mean, it's the difference between losing both of your cards and losing one of your cards, and the Grief going back to the top of the deck potentially. So I think it makes sense in Javier's position to just let this go.
Not a great hand here, though, for the Spaniard.
Not ideal.
Especially as that Supreme Verdict, he's not just not going to cast that when there's a Drannith Magistrate in play.
Yeah, the biggest issue right now is if Tomasz takes the Verdict, which he likely will, and then passes the turn, and Javier draws nothing, then Javier is almost certainly getting Living Ended, because Tomasz can go on your end step, Sink into Stupor your Magistrate, untap, cast my...
Cascade card, Ardent Plea,
yes.
Whatever you've got.
Shardless Agent in this specific... never mind.
Ooh, off the top, another
off the tizzy top. That's... there were a lot of good draws for Javier. Let's not act like that was, the one of best draw, but...
And he is playing 3.
Yes.
He is playing 3.
This does prevent Tomasz's only line to getting that Cascade effect next turn.
All right, well, the Magistrate's Court is in session here. As both of these cards, very difficult for Tomasz to fight his way through. All right, Force of Negation, Living End.
Yeah, Tomasz just drew a blank piece of paper in the form of a Living End. And Riley, here we get to something that you've been very excited about, which is the value of these Surveil lands.
Oh,
in
baby.
these modern decks. these cards have just done so much to level up the modern format.
They really have, and in ways that I think a lot of people weren't expecting them to. There was a little bit of hype about them. They, a lot of people saying, oh, they'll do some good work, but where they're really at their best is in linear combo decks, obviously. Decks that are searching for one single particular card that they really need to find, but they're also really, really good in slower controlling decks that don't always use their mana every turn.
I think Javier just drew Lorien Revealed. Did you know Lorien Revealed has some hidden text?
As a 5-mana sorcery?
If you pay 5
we're
mana
going to
for
see it. Oh, no,
you will draw 3 cards sometimes.
And the hidden mode on Force of Negation.
It costs 3 mana.
Just a counterspell. Just
Wow.
a bad cancel negate card here.
Look, one bad draw spell deserves one bad counter spell.
It seems so. It's almost like we're playing limited. I'll pay 5 for a draw 3. Oh, no, I'll pay 3 for a counterspell.
Yeah.
Modern in 2024, Exalted Viewer. What are your thoughts on that?
I think Tomasz is going to play a Shardless Agent.
Yeah. Just a 2/2. Yeah. Just the old Grey Ogre.
Oh, do you have 2 1/3s? I will have a 2/2.
Yeah. Yep. This is just a game of limited.
Yeah.
It's just a game of limited.
Consider your clock halved.
Yeah. All right, so you can choose not to cast the Living End, of course. So we're just going to have a 3-mana 2/2 run out in the face of these 1/3s.
Lorien Revealed should be exiled, by the way. Not currently relevant, but Force of Negation does exiles. And considering Javier does play Flage, that is relevant. So hopefully it gets caught or it does not end up being relevant, of course. We are on a delay, so we can't immediately correct it by spawning it. But hopefully it is caught.
All right. Up to Javier now. Is he going to line up some attacks? Get him in there.
And look, there's a subtlety in Javier's hand. So soon this clock will actually be real. But for now, the ones march on.
The other card that's been drawn from the sideboard here in Javier's hand is Consigned to Memory, another really nice one. That can counter the Cascade trigger.
Yeah, triggered abilities.
Yep.
So often in this limited format, we are used to seeing Consigned to Memory go after go after Eldrazi's and other such colorless effects.
In this limited format that we're watching right now, exactly.
In this limited format, correct.
Yeah.
This is limited.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Something's happening.
All right.
Tomasz is going for Dismember. We still know Tomasz has that Consign. And then if both of these resolve, Tomasz can clear the way of the Magistrates. So the big question for Javier is, do you want to fight this Dismember, or do you want to pass, let Tomasz do everything, and then use your Consign to counter that all-important Cascade trigger and really blow Tomasz out?
So this is a Dismember targeting the Magistrate, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the other one's been blocked.
The other one's been blocked.
Okay. 2 mana, 3 mana.
I think Javier is considering hard casting a Force of Negation here.
Negation?
Yep.
And by countering this, he is once again telling Tomasz that, hey, you got to remove 2 of these.
And Tomasz is going to bounce the Dismember back to his hand.
Okay, that is a choice when you find yourself at 5 life.
Okay.
But I can't say I'm a big fan of it.
Maybe the Drannith Magistrates are going to get there after all. Their little one damage per turn clock. All right.
One could argue they've already got him there.
Okay, so this is a Dismember. Put Tomasz himself down to 1.
Yep. And 1 Cascade effect, 1 blank, just absolutely trash piece of cardboard.
Yeah.
For Tomasz. And for Javier, Flage would do it. Passing the turn and playing a Subtlety would do it. Gently breathing in Tomasz's direction would do it.
Here. We could be just seconds away from Javier Dominguez locking up his slot in the top 8 of this Pro Tour. Came heartbreakingly close.
9th place.
Last time. Will he do one better this time and find himself in the top 8 of this Pro Tour? End step, flash in a flying Subtlety here. In it comes, and Tomasz offers the hand in concession. Javier Dominguez makes it to the top 8 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. Javier is not a man who lets us guess at what he's feeling at any time. He is a passionate lover of this game, a lover of victory, And I'm very pleased to see him in the top 8 of this event, Marty. Look at that face. A second chance for him. Someone who has already achieved such greatness in this game. I can't wait to see him play on Sunday.
Yeah, it is always a delight to watch him play. He has been definitively one of the best players in the game for 7 years now, if not more. And he just continues putting up result after result in impressive fashions. Look at that run, going to the fellow team handshake and country mates. It's really just a delight to see somebody who is such a great icon of the game continue putting up results.
Also, just a really lovely bloke as well. He's someone who there are pros that you come across that just have always got time for you. You know, they'll stand around, they'll have a chat. How's the day going? They'll talk to you about their decks, whatever else. And Javier is just a very generous soul when it comes to his time, when it comes to his perspective. Always got a smile on his face. And I can actually share one of his. I don't know if it's a secret. He told me it anyway, so it's not that much of a secret. One of the secrets of his success, right? Would you like to know what it is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sleep.
Oh.
He told me that he always makes sure the night before a big tournament, he tries to get like a solid 12, 13. He's in bed at like 7 p.m. For a Spaniard, that's not even dinner time, right? He sleeps and sleeps and sleeps to make sure that his brain is in tip-top form. And this, I think, is one of the reasons. He's just well-rested before every tournament.
I don't buy it.
You don't buy it?
As somebody that's been functioning on a solid, 4 or 5 hours of sleep, I'm doing just fine.
Well, look.
I could also be making the top 8 of these Pro Tours. I think he's...
With a third of the amount of sleep.
I think he's full of it.
Right. Well, for some it works, for others, different strokes for different folks. We're going to jump straight back into our feature match area now for another match here. We're going to get across Brian Boss and Colin Roundtree. Now, these players at 10 and 4, Marty, X and 5 more or less removes you from contention. A win here is not a guarantee of a top 8 berth by any means, but certainly a loss here will be consigning one of these players and their tournament aspirations to the scrap heap. Let's head into game number 2 here with Brian Boss having taken out game number 1. And perhaps as we do so, Marnie, we can have a chat about the decks, Bant Nadu versus Gruul Prowess.
Yeah, just your everyday matchup of the most played deck in the room against Prowess.
Against not that, yes.
Yeah. We've seen this explosive deck in the hands of Brian Boss this weekend in the feature match area, and it has looked pretty darn sweet. We've seen exactly what it is capable of, just being able to put massive amounts of damage together out of nowhere, thanks to the combination of haste creatures, free spells, and cards like Assault Strobe. So this deck has looked quite cool. And considering Brian is here at 10 and 4, certainly must be doing at least decent against Nadu.
Well, you'd think so, given how dominant the Nadu deck has been across the weekend so far. We can. I'll bring up his record here, Marnie, and we can have a chat about exactly what Brian Boss's path to this situation has been. He has picked up a couple of losses in Constructed. He lost against Jeskai Control, but seems to actually be undefeated at this stage against... Oh, he actually hasn't played it too much. He's only played against Bant Nadu twice before this.
He did pick up 1 loss in day 1 against Mark Peral.
Oh, excuse me.
I believe, of Spain.
All right, okay.
So,
even Stevens so far.
Yeah, definitely managing to get the job done sometimes. Otherwise, other times not so much. And this is going to be a test for the deck, as we do see Colin Roundtree on the other side, down a game, but already has a turn 2 Nadu on the battlefield. So can Brian either win this turn, or remove the Nadu, or hope that Colin misses? Because I did see Outrider Encore in Colin's hand.
17 to 16.
Uh-oh. But as we look at the mana for Colin here, double green. Oh, hello, Harsh Mentor. There's a name I've not heard.
Bring up the Mentor.
In a long time. So you might remember, very hateful card all the way back from Ammon Ket in 2017. Whenever an opponent activates an ability, if it isn't a mana ability, Harsh Mentor deals 2 damage to that player. Now, this means that you can equip the Shuko here and there, maybe a little bit, but you can't go off like you would otherwise.
Yeah, it is costly to try to go off through a Harsh Mentor, and Colin had the Misty Rainforest, but You know what is an activated ability of a land that isn't a mana ability?
Yeah.
Riley.
What's that?
It's sacrificing a fetch land.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Oh, so that's going to cost you.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to cost you a crisp three life there.
Oh, that's painful.
Oh, ouchie poo. That's not nice.
Ouchie poo. Riley Knight, ladies.
Yes, indeed.
Gents.
All right, in comes the Monastery Swift Spear here, and we know the explosive power of the Prowess deck. It's already been given double strike with this Assault Strobe. So currently, as it stands, a 2/3 double striker.
A very innocuous 2-power creature.
The little thing that gets attached to it. The token aura gives it trample. Yes. Got it. Thank you.
Confirming what the monstrous monster roll from Monstrous Rage does, which is it doesn't give trample when you attach that aura token to the Monastery Swift Spear.
So one Monstrous Rage in this situation would essentially give the Monastery Swift Spear +4/+2 and trample when you factor in the prowess, but would add an effective 8 to its total damage output thanks to the Assault Strobe.
Is that good?
Yes, it is, Marnie. It's very good.
Okay, can you do the math for me, please?
Don't like where that sentence headed. Didn't like that, to be honest.
Well, you started speaking the language of numbers and then didn't
it
follow
just
through.
Takes me back to year 10 with Dr. G and him trying to explain sin, cos, and tan and all this other nonsense that I was too busy playing Tetris on my TI-84 graphics calculator to notice. I don't want to go back to those days, my friend. All right, we do have Monstrous Rage here, putting a Monster Roll token onto the Monastery Swift Spear. This means that endurance is going to be chomped up.
Oh, yeah. So that is a 6-power creature, which means, I believe, 8 damage going through to Colin Roundtree's face.
That's a lot, especially when a fetch land costs you 3, not to mention the land that you go and fetch with the fetch land. And things
this
are
is fine. No, Colin's got this.
Oh, he's got it?
Yeah.
Oh, man, he's seen the line.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm not doing any math, so to me it looks like we have a Nadu combo, and it's just game.
Numbers aren't real. They can't hurt you.
Yeah. From what I have seen, if you are the Nadu player and you have Nadu, and then you get an activation source like the Outrider, you win the game.
The problem is, Marty, right? Your opponents are also allowed to play cards.
What?
Yes.
Since when?
Well, since it's been a while. That's been the case for quite a while.
Can I please talk to the head judge about this?
I don't know. Maybe get Richard Garfield on the blower. He's the only person who's going to be able to fix this problem, I think.
Can somebody please stop this match and get Richard Garfield on the phone?
I'll have a chat with Dr. Garfield at the soonest available opportunity. I'll let you know what he thinks.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
All right, Harsh Mentor is really a thorn in Colin's side here. He goes down to just 6 life, and with a monstrous Monastery Swift Spear and a Harsh Mentor ruling the battlefield, even the mighty Nadu is in dire straits.
I still think Colin's got this.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm trying to be gentle about it, but I think he is up a certain waterway without a certain paddling implement.
This is just not how Magic is supposed to work. You're supposed to have a Nadu, you're supposed to have a source, and then you're supposed to win. Okay. This is what I've come to expect.
He's just really committed to the bit, everyone. I can't do anything about it at this stage. He's got the blinkers on and is full steam ahead.
I mean, I guess we're dead.
I think so. Outrider Encore. Now, in this situation, without that Harsh Mentor, you'd be aces. It'd be golden. You start, activating the Outrider Encore, you start getting cards off the Nadu, but you can do that exactly twice before you're dead to the Harsh Mentor.
Now here's the thing.
All right, now it's finally we're getting the thing.
I have heard. This is a serious thing, by the way.
Is it really?
It is.
We're doing a hard pivot.
I am actually going to be an expert for a moment. I have heard from Sean Goddard that using priority active player, non-active player orders, you can win with an Outrider Encore in response at instant speed on your opponent's turn with a Harsh Mentor by just continuing to respond to the activation.
Oh, you never let it resolve.
You just never let any of them resolve until you have a way to deal with it. So there is a way.
So
I'm not even going to begin to say that this is the world in which this is going to happen.
All right.
But if Colin is aware of this ability, maybe some cool things could happen here. I don't know.
All right. The deck has to be built in a certain way to do that, is my understanding.
Correct.
And this is not a Thassa's Oracle build, so presumably it does have the ability to go off at instant speed.
Yes.
Keep that on top.
Let's see if Colin can do it then.
Maybe
you were right all along. Maybe we are just fine.
Look, let's not begin to say that I was right about anything. There's no world in which I was right. Okay.
You stand by none of the statements you've made
Correct.
now, previously,
Absolutely
or indeed
zero.
in the future.
You cannot prove that I have said anything about Colin having a chance here.
No, certainly not. We don't have hours of recorded content of you making all sorts of outlandish statements about Magic the Gathering. Anyway, here we go with the Monastery Swiftspear getting in, and Delighted Halfling thrown under this particular bus. Buffers Colin's life total to the tune of 2 life remaining. Colin in dire straits here.
Does Colin have the 1 ring?
Okay, this looks to be a Chord of Calling.
Okay.
Chord of Calling for 2.
Storm Drake take the Harsh Mentor?
Storm
Does
Drake take the wheel here.
Give me that Mentor.
And we're going to see, oh, it's going to get hexproof. Oh, this is not going to resolve. Oh, Blossoming Defense here to ruin Colin Roundtree's day. And this may be it for the Bant Nadu player on your screen. Brian Boss, I like to think at this stage he has a facial expression like he did in his photo, just staring his opponent down as he takes out the game, and indeed the match with Gruul prowess. Look at him go.
I think I'm ready to admit that Colin doesn't have this.
Are you ready now? Now the victory screen has appeared on the stream?
I think I've come to terms with the fact that Nadu did not, in fact, win that game.
It did not, no. And the power of Harsh Mentor here, we're seeing people adapt to the dominance of Nadu and play around the way that the Bant deck likes to win. So, Marnie, with that in mind, people knew that Nadu was on the agenda this weekend. Harsh Mentor is one of a few cards that people have brought to try to contest Nadu. And we've seen them rewarded for that, just here with Brian Boss.
Yeah, I think we've seen Harsh Mentor, even coming into the tournament, a lot of players knew that this was the best hate card against the Nadu deck. We saw it in the sideboard of many of the Ruby Storm decks who had a pretty bad weekend. But I think one of the key things that we saw here, as players did come ready for the Harsh Mentor in some cases, is having the green in his deck and allowing Brian to protect the Harsh Mentor using something like that Blossoming Defense really won up the strategy of being able to fight against the Bant Nadu deck, because ultimately that deck doesn't have that much interaction. They're going to make a Hail Mary attempt to get rid of the Harsh Mentor, and if you're able to just protect it once, that is usually enough.
That's a really good point. You don't need a huge number of disruptive or counter-disruptive elements to protect them, to protect your key threats from, the handful of potential answers this otherwise very linear combo deck is trying to put together. So this is the way to beat Bant Nadu. This is the way that you need to construct and configure your deck. You don't need a huge game plan for it, because there are multiple points of failure with the Nadu deck if it can't get its legs under it.
Right, and definitely this is a way to beat the Nadu deck. Of course, we're still very early into this modern format, so perhaps there are other more effective ways to attack the Nadu strategy. We have seen some matchups do better, like the Jeskai Control, but definitely seeing the aggressive creature decks having an avenue into the battle with Harsh Mentor, maybe some backup, it is cool to see another avenue of attacking the Nadu decks.
All right, well, I'm excited to see more of this deck, hopefully in future rounds. But right now, we're going to take a break. We've got Maria and the desk team standing by on the other side of it to set up our final round of play for today. We are going to name our top 8, and we want you here with us as we do. So stick around. On the other side of this, more Magic and the conclusion of play in day number 2 here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Canada.
From Indiana.
Brazil. Nebraska.
Florida.
Colorado.
New York.
California.
My favorite part about the MagicCon is just the friendship and fellowship.
The community is absolutely fantastic. Everybody is super friendly.
The diversity.
The art. The competition. Chaos.
Hey friends, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. A look at the convention hall where 10,000 people are celebrating the best game in the world at MagicCon Amsterdam. Next door here at the Pro Tour, we have one round left to go here on day 2 of competition before our cut to the top 8. 2 of those players who are playing out there right now, indeed, they've stopped playing. They're very, very happy because they just locked up spots in our top 8. Let's hear from them right now.
We've got our third player in the top 8, back-to-back top 8s, none other than Jason Yee. Jason, congratulations.
Thank you. It feels great to top 8 twice in a row. I got top 60 in my first Pro Tour, top 8 is my second one, aiming for top 4 this time.
Unbelievable. That would be absolutely fantastic to see that happen. You are on an incredible hot streak here. I actually wanted to ask you, though, about Sanctum of All's deck choices for this weekend, because it was quite varied as opposed to Slowgurk at the previous Pro Tour.
Yeah, last PT was definitely like, lightning in the bottle, not going to happen again. We were just all locked on Slowgurk, almost all but one, because it was just a busted deck, and we all recognized that. This PT, things were a bit murkier, but the one thing I remember from the very start of our testing was during spoiler season, we saw the card Malevolent Rumble, and then CFT immediately locked onto it and it was like, this is Ponder. This is Ponder, legal and modern. It looks at 4 cards. It costs 1 mana net. And we immediately started putting that in a bunch of shells like Flage, Nadu, and putting it in Nadu ended up working out very, very well. I think we have one of the more resilient builds of Nadu at the PT today. And yeah, it's been working out well for us. We had 5 on Nadu, 5 on control variants, and 1 on Ruby Storm. Our Nadu players are doing pretty well. Yeah.
Well, Jason, congratulations. Best of luck to the rest of the team as well, but now you get to relax for the last round. So yeah, go kick back, and we'll see you tomorrow for the top 8.
Yeah, thank you.
The 4th player in our top 8 is none other than former world champion Javier Dominguez. How does that feel, Javier?
Honestly, very intense. I am still a bit shaky. The matchup's supposed to be good, but it's a PT. Also, he's like the expert of the deck, so if there was a trick to pull, he will pull it. So yeah, I mean, it's very intense. It's amazing. Like I was thinking, I've been here a few times already, playing in the big stage, whatever. It still hits like the first time. I don't know. It's just like it's a magical thing.
It's amazing, Javier. It is the best when you do very well at events like this because you have so much emotion. You're not afraid to show it. I thought you were going to hit the ceiling when you won there.
I wasn't even conscious that I was jumping. I was just like celebrating. It just comes from me. I just leave the game like that. I don't know. It's what else I can say.
Fell short last Pro Tour. This time, you're in it. Yeah. I hope you win it, man. Best of luck. We'll see you tomorrow for the top 8.
Congratulations to Jason and Javier for locking up a spot in our top 8. Really fantastic runs at the last few PTs for both of these players. And Javier has a very cool story, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. For Javier, this is the 5th Pro Tour in a row where he finished at least 10th. Absolutely incredible. He had a top 8 at Pro Tour March of the Machine, then top 8 at Pro Tour The Lord of the Rings, then Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, 9th. Pro Tour Tunnel Junction 10th, and now another top 8. So this is 5 times in a row with at least a 10th place finish. Absolutely incredible, this level of strong, consistent finishes by Javier Dominguez.
I could not say it better than that, Frank. I'm just kind of in shock over here. At this level of play, stuff like that is pretty unprecedented. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, everyone. We have 1 round left to go in the tournament. We have 4 players in our top 8. We need to give them 4 friends. We've got Ma Noah, Eli Cassis, Jason Yee, and Javier Dominguez, all with that magic number 12 or higher, and they get to stop playing. They're out of the tournament here for the final round. Now we've got a lot of players left on 11 and 4 coming up with 1 round left to play, and huge names among them. Simon Nielsen, who had a top finish at 4 big events in a row. We have Ken Yukihiro, Pro Tour top 8er 4 times. Sam Pardee, party time, who won the Strixhaven Championship. Brian Boss running a very, very cool deck this weekend. Seth Manfield won a Pro Tour already this season. I can't remember a Pro Tour when I've seen this many huge names near the top of the standings heading into the last round of play. It's truly incredible, Frank.
It's absolutely stacked, and the Player of the Year race later is going to be incredible, because so many players just keep winning Pro Tour after Pro Tour. They don't stop.
All right, well, let's take a look at what round 16 is shaping up to be. We're going to go through the matches here at our top tables, the players who still have a shot to make the top 8 here, and break down these matches for you. The first one we're going to start off with is our main feature match featuring Brian Boss and Sam Pardee. This is a Gruul Prowess versus Bant Nadu matchup. What are your thoughts on this one, Frank?
I'm definitely going to give the edge to Brian Boss. Brian Boss, with his innovative Gruul Prowess deck, has just been eating all of these Nadu decks as snacks. Has gone 4-1 against them so far in this tournament. Well, this might be just another bird for him to devour.
All right, we'll find out. Let's move on to our next matchup we're going to be seeing on Table B here. Seth Manfield versus Carlos Oliveros Guntin, Mono Black Necro. Once again, Bant Nadu in the hands of Carlos.
Well, Seth does have a bunch of discard and pitch spells and Flare of Malice to enter Nadu, but so far he has only gone 2 and 3 versus Nadu decks in this tournament. And yesterday, when I looked at the archetype versus archetype results, Mono Black Necro only went 40% against Bant Nadu, so I do have to give the edge to Carlos Guntin here.
We can't count Seth Manfield out, though.
That is true.
All right, let's take a look at Table C here at this matchup. Ken Yukihiro versus Simon Nielsen. Again, our players on 11 and 4. Mardu Energy, an interesting deck that Ken brought this weekend, versus, once again, Bant Nadu in the hands of Simon.
Yeah, really cool deck by Ken, but he already admitted that he felt that Bant Nadu was not one of his better matchups. He's only gone 2 and 3 against it in this tournament so far, and on top of that, Simon Nielsen is our reigning Player of the Year. Have to give the edge to Simon Nielsen here.
Yeah, and well up in the standings for the running, possibly get it again, Frank. This
that would just be incredible, yeah.
Let's take a look at our next matchup. This is the one we already saw, Ken Yukihiro and Simon Nielsen. Daniel Getchell here versus Marco Del Pivo, 10 and 4 and 1 versus 11 and 4. 4-color Nadu versus Bant Nadu.
Yeah, it's going to be a mirror match. When I looked at the archetype versus archetype results yesterday, I saw that 4-color Nadu defeated Bant Nadu 10 and 4. Maybe the Orcish Bowmasters to deal with Spring Heart Nantuko is important, but essential for Marco Del Pivo, this is a win and in. For Daniel Gutschel, it's a win and probably in, but maybe a tiebreaker scramble. So a little bit different for this match.
All right, so a lot of win and ins here coming up in round number 16. It's also interesting, we have so many different decks and they're all paired up against Bant Nadu. So yeah. I feel like you gave the edge to Nadu in most of these matchups, Frank, but
not this one.
Not this one, indeed. Here's our main feature match, going to set it up for you properly. Brian Boss versus Sam Pardee, Gruul Prowess versus Bant Nadu. Brian Boss, love that he brought this Gruul Prowess list to this tournament. It's looked explosive on camera, qualified via a good performance at Pro Tour Thunder Junction, had a top 8 at a Grand Prix as well in his hometown of Kansas City back in 2019, started playing the game in 2003. 0 top finishes, this could be the first. Let's take a look at his opponent. Brian Boss's opponent is Sam Pardee, started playing in 1995, so he's been playing the game forever. 5 top finishes to his name, knows how to do well at a Magic tournament, the winner of the Strixhaven Championship in 2021. So let's break it down, go in depth with these decks, Frank. Who needs to do what to take this thing down?
Well, Brian needs to be fast. Bant Nadu can win as early as turn 3, but Brian can actually win on turn 2. And this happened already in this tournament. So if you look at the deck list here, you'll see the usual Monastery Swift Spear and Slickshot Show Off, along with plenty of cheap non-creature spells to trigger them. But the unique element in Brian Boss's build of this list is Scale Up, which can set the base power of a creature to 6, and then, well, all the prowess triggers will still stack on top of that. You then combine it with Assault Strobe, which gives double strike. So, for example, if you start the game with Soulscar Mage on turn 1, and then play Scale Up plus Assault Strobe on turn 2, you create already an 8-power double striker. Well, just add a Mutagenic Growth, and a turn 2 kill is possible. Indeed, turn 2. Even on a later turn, because this banned Nadu deck often has a bunch of jump blockers, Monstrous Rage will help you get past some blockers with Trample. So this deck goes fast. And then also in the post-Cyborg games, Brian Boss has access to Harsh Mentor, which is probably the best anti-Nadu card available in maybe the entirety of Modern, because anytime you activate a Shuko or an Outrider Encore, boom, there's a bunch of damage, so you basically cannot combo off when this is on the battlefield.
That's so funny. I'm sorry, Frank. What a great sideboard inclusion.
Yeah, honestly, if I were building red decks right now, I would just be putting like 4 Harsh Mentor into the main deck and really try to punish those birds. But yeah, and as I said, Brian Boss has just been eating all of these banned Nadu decks as snacks, has gone 4-1 against him so far this tournament. Can he also defeat Sam Pardee? That's the question. Well, Sam Pardee's list is a relatively stock build. As usual, we have seen it so far. Combine Nadu with Shuko, get all those triggers, and eventually find his Spring Heart Nantuko to basically secure the win. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of interaction against the potentially very fast draws of Brian Boss. So one way or another, this is probably going to be over soon, but it could be explosive.
All right, don't blink. You might miss it. This is going to be a fantastic round of Magic, everybody. It's time for round number 16. So many win-and-ins. Don't move. You'll want to see who makes our top 8. Take it away, you two.
Thank you so much, Maria and Frank. Cedric Phillips. That's me, Corey Baumeister.
Hey, hey.
There he is. It is the best time in Magic, everybody. It is time to see who's going to make the top 8 here in Amsterdam. Plenty of Magic to bring you. Plenty of people are going to be absolutely pumped. And one of them, Corey, could be Brian Boss.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Brian just kind of devouring the competition like Frank was saying here. And this deck's really fun to watch, but make sure to not leave your screen right now because this one could be over quickly.
Yeah, that's the kind of the expectation either way. As Frank did mention, Bant Nadu can kill as quickly as turn number 3, but this Gruul Prowess deck can get the job done on turn number 2. Boss's hand here looks to be just okay here with a Mutagenic Growth, a Soul Scar Mage, an Assault Strobe, and a couple of other goodies over there, while Sam's hand is pretty explosive as far as the start is concerned. He's got a Delighted Halfling, a Wall of Roots, the Nadu, and a Court of Calling, which of course can find the Outriders in core. So these two players, they're not messing around. They kept 7 cards, and we are underway here in round 16.
Absolutely. Sam's hand looks amazing, and it's interesting how Brian Boss's style of Gruul deck here. Underworld Breach used to be that kind of catch-all, be-all that went way over the top with this deck. In here, that looks kind of like the worst card in his hand, so shows the power of the deck without really needing that incredibly powerful enchantment.
Well, Pardee is going to play Duseju. That'll be the first land. There's the Lighted Halfling, and we are going to be heading over to Boss. And it is worth noting there that Sam's first draw step was a copy of Shuko, so he is all rolled up for a turn 3 kill. It's on Boss to kill Pardee before Nadu and friends get going.
Yeah, Brian would have loved to have just a Lightning Bolt or some way to get the Delighted Halfling off the table to essentially kind of time walk here for a turn. But without that being the case, doesn't look like Brian's going to be able to do that or win the game this turn. So it could be a little tricky.
The Surveil from Commercial District is going to put a Monastery Swiftspirit into the graveyard. Now here comes that Soul Scar Mage. Sam says no blocks. I'm prepared to take as much as you want to give me. And Brian says just 1. Sam's going to fall down to 19. So we're heading back Pardee's way. It'll be his second turn of the game. Looks like the draw step may have been a copy of Summoner's Pact there. Pardon me, it's actually a copy of Hedge Maze. So you can also see in Sam's hand he already has the Springheart Nantuko as well. So when I say he's rolled up, Corey, he's rolled up.
Absolutely rolled up to do it next turn. This turn will have to be the setup turn, and we'll see what is the proper sequence here for Sam to do so. Can start with a Wall of Roots, then play a fetch land and play the Springheart Nantuko. That's one of the options. You can, of course, just play Nadu this turn and then do all the other stuff next turn. So all the options available here for Sam.
Yeah, and this is why Sam's turn is going to take a little while, because
Yeah.
this game technically isn't going to take a long time as far as the number of turns are concerned, and because these players are playing in such a tight, compressed window, the actual taking of the turns is going to take a little while, because if anyone makes a mistake here, the game ends immediately in the hands of the other player.
Yep, usually kind of how two aggro decks would go back and forth. You know, the turns are not, there's not a lot of them, but they're all very important. Now these are kind of two combo decks, really.
Yes. So it's going to be a wall of roots.
Brian admiring the beta island here
Hey.
as Sam flexes.
One thing that people like, no matter the level of competition, is the artwork on the cards and what set they are from. So you will see the line there, Corey, of Wall of Roots first, Misty Rainforest Sacrifice, get that beautiful island into the Nantuko, and we're heading back Brian's way. Very big draw step here. Looks like it's in a copy of an Assault Strobe. So the Strobe is here on the Soul Scar Mage. Sam acknowledges with a yep. Here comes the Mage.
Yeah, I think we really needed a monstrous rage here to be able to push through. I think Sam is able to just throw a blocker in front and then still kind of do the thing next turn. Although, as I say that, there isn't an untapped third land, so either the Wall of Roots or the Nantuko are important.
Mm-hmm. So there is the block there on the by the Nantuko, excuse me, on the Soul Scar Mage. And you're going to see a Quarter Calling here as X equals 0. So you're mentioning the lack of an untapped land. Well, Quarter Calling can actually solve that problem, and Sam is going to do just that by going to get a Dryad Arbor here. So the ability to actually play Shuko and Nadu in the same turn now is online, ignoring that copy of Hedge Mage. So there is the Dryad Arbor. There will also be a trigger here, of course, with the Nantuko, because a land did enter the battlefield. So an insect will be on the way as well. Sam is really starting to look like the favorite here in game number 1.
Yep, absolutely. This isn't going to be one of those deterministic, just auto wins this turn, as you really did need that Shuko, need that creature to stay alive, that Springheart Nantuko to stay alive to really close it up. But still, Sam's going to have a lot of looks at it to be able to close it out. Otherwise, just still have a very powerful, wide battlefield going into Brian's turn if he gets one.
We're going to head back Pardee's way, who's already got a top 8 on the resume here this season, was making the top 8 earlier this year in Chicago at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor. Sam looking to have 2 in one season. Shuko's going to start things off on the third turn. There's the Nadu. This is what makes this deck so powerful, is just a perfect draw from Pardee here in this matchup.
Trying to have a lot of 2s here in this turn, that's for sure.
That is the goal, so let's get the party started. Pardon the pun, but Sam, I think, probably likes that one. So we'll see exactly what is going to be equipped here with the Shuko. So we'll start with the insect. That's where Sam will begin. There is a Temple Garden. Sam's going to decide if he wants to play that one untapped or not.
Sure.
The answer is unsurprisingly yes, given the amount of life that he does have to work with, so down to 16.
I guess you said F6, right?
Next up is a Shuko. Brian did announce F6. For you Magic Online fans, you know what that means. For those of you who've never played it before, that means that Brian is passing priority entirely. He'll have no responses, hoping he actually gets his turn back. Find that pretty unlikely, though, partner.
Yeah, I think so as well, and there really is the final piece. We're going to see Sam play this, and we're going to be all wrapped up and ready to go. Brian just really needed a piece of removal for that Delighted Halfling to be able to slow Sam down, or, of course, Monstrous Rage to be able to give Trample and get through with this Soul Scour Mage.
Sam's going to keep moseying along here, going to equip that token to Shuko. It's a copy, or it's a Saga. Trigger, of course. I mean, there'll be a counter on that incredibly powerful land. Sam will now, of course, get a insect as well from the land entering the battlefield, thanks to the Nantuko. Second activation is a fetch land. You'll see another trigger here from the Nantuko, so there's an insect there. Insect's going to move over there. Sam very communicative, but I'm going to help him out for all you wonderful people at home. As Delighted Halfling is the reveal there 1. Sun Chaser is the reveal there 2. Brian says, no more thank you, and we are on to game number 2.
Game number 2, the very important game where we see Harsh Mentor coming in, which was key for Brian in the last round, though some of the answers that Sam does have, there's a Skyclave Apparition that you can tutor for, as well as Teferis in the main deck, and the Storm Drake to be able to steal Harsh Mentor, as it does say triggers your opponent's control. So if Sam were to steal that card, won't be dealing Sam damage every time he goes to activate Shuko. So plenty of options for Sam to answer the extremely annoying 2-drop from Brian Boss.
It's a nice start here for Pardee on the draw with the Yapamaya into a copy of Delighted Halfling. Stomping Ground is the weapon of choice there off of the Bloodstained Mire here for Brian Boss. So the mana is online here for Boss, and Harsh Mentor is in the hand. No protection just yet. No Blossoming Defense, for example. But Brian's going to get a little aggressive with the Slick Shot Show Off, and maybe a kill on the next turn.
Yeah, next turn, Scale Up plus Assault Strobe is a ton of damage. Looks like, I don't see anything from Sam that's really going to prevent it. You get +4 from the spells, turning it into a 6-power creature. There we go.
Yep, and there's the Scale Up and the Assault Strobe, and here's the explanation from Brian.
8, 9, 10. All right.
Easy does it. Easy does it. Game number 3. That's the way to be. Brian Boss going to tie it up here against Sam Pardee. This is a heck of a format, folks. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
The classic. All right. Yep, that'll do. Let's go to the next game.
And goes, I don't know how that works. You're about to.
Ooh, not a lot of cards here, Cedric, from Sam.
That is true. You can see a Delighted Halfling alongside of a Seiju. That's 1 and 2. Wall of Roots, Summoner's Pact, and Island. That's 3, 4, and 5. That's Sam's opening hand. Now, I will say this, Corey.
Yep.
Summoner's Pact does not do.
Yep.
Which means it only takes, well, okay.
What were you going to say, Cedric? Finish your thought.
I don't think I need to. There's a Shuko. Molded 5, huh? No big deal.
Oh.
No big deal at all.
Your turn.
Well, here's the good news if you're rooting for Brian Boss. Brian Boss does have Harsh Mentor in hand, and I think Brian is probably smart enough to know that I got to cast this right now.
Yes.
There's no time for Slick Shot Show Off. And there is the Mentor. So the answer to Sam's perfect draw is here. Sam's going to take a closer look. I don't think he's going to like what he sees, Corey.
Yeah, probably not. No plot and Slick Shot Show Off or anything like that. That'll have to wait till next turn. Sam takes a peek at the card. Does see the opponent sacrifices or activate clause, so maybe looking at some of his cards as an out. But with such little resources, Sam was really all in here. Mold to a very aggressive hand, rightfully so. And as it stands, not great.
Well, here comes the Summoner's Pact. Now the question is, does Sam think he can just play through it?
I think so.
That's the interesting part in this situation is because Sam's got a lot of life to work with. Now, again, Harsh Mentor, it's 2 damage every trigger.
Yep.
That's at least 8 of them, right? So this might be a situation where Sam says, I'm at 20. I'm going to kind of go for this thing. Also, Sam does have the ability to pay for Pact right now with the 4 mana sources on the battlefield. So even though Harsh Mentor is quite good in this situation and Sam does not have a way to get off the battlefield currently, Sam's got plenty of life to work with.
Now, how deflating would it be if you have Harsh Mentor on 2 and your opponent just combos through it without removing it to start your combination? You know, this could be real deflating here if Sam is able to rattle off some of the right cards. Normally, that's exactly what you want to see from Sam to start. Not in this scenario.
Yeah, well, I think we might find the answer to that question about how deflating this could be here for Brian Boss. So Sam is going to start by activating that Shuko twice. He's going to do it thrice now. He'll fall down to 14. Another Nantuko in hand. Let's make it 12 here for Pardee. There's a 4th that's going to enter the battlefield. That one can be used for mana. The Dryad Arbor, because of Summoning Sickness, cannot. So time for Sam to reassess. Is there anything in particular he wants to do? Remember, the Delighted Halfling that is over there on the left side of the screen, that one can actually be tapped for mana.
Yes.
The Wall of Roots cannot be used.
Correct.
Because that helped to cast the Nadu earlier in the turn.
Yep. So it looks like the out that Sam is playing towards is either one of the creatures that deals with it straight away. I'm really only seeing the Volatile Storm Drake as one of the possibilities, but mainly the 4 Quarter Callings. Now has enough untapped creatures, or at least did, to be able to go for it, but doesn't want to take the risk, just says, you know what, maybe I'm not absolutely dead next turn, which I think I would agree with what we see from Brian's hand.
Yeah, and this is Sam kind of playing halfway a little bit, right? Because this is Sam saying, okay, so I did a little bit of damage to myself, got some activations, got a Wall of Roots in the battlefield. Now here's the thing. Brian, can you attack very well? That's the question that Sam's asking, because Sam has plenty of blockers in the battlefield, multiple Wall of Roots, a Nadu itself, and of course that Dryad Arbor. So Sam isn't really that scared realistically of dying this turn. And of course, Corey, if Brian has the nuts, you can't do anything about it anyway.
You're going to lose anyways. You're probably going to lose from 20 life, though, just as much as you would lose from 12.
Absolutely. So there's a show off. This is an Assault Strobe. And now here comes some beatdowns. And I like this attack here. Remember, this is a double striker. It's got a prowess trigger. Now there's Nadu, and Nadu is going to bite the dust, and the slick shot show-off will die as well. Now don't forget, Sam does have to play for the pact, and he will pay for it very quickly. But the reason I like the attack there, Corey, is because if Sam takes that damage, that means those activations with Nadu, way less life to work with.
Way less resources, 100%.
My upkeep. I'm paying for the pact during my upkeep.
Yeah, that's just Sam confirming with the judge and communicating with the judge that the pact is being paid for. That's why the mana is being tapped. And of course, the Dryad Arbor doesn't have summoning sickness anymore because it has been on the battlefield for a turn. So a very conscious decision there from Party to block with the Nadu. And of course, trade with the show off. And somebody feeling maybe a little frisky in the attack? I don't think it's going to be like that.
2-2, get on in there.
Okay. Sam says, you want to get in the red zone? I can get in the red zone too there, partner. Now Party's going to activate Wall of Roots. That'll be plural.
Sam does have the ability to go quite wide with these Spring Heart Nantukos in a fetch land.
Absolutely. Move Shuko around a little bit.
You know, the fetch lands do get hit by Harsh Mentor as well, so it's a lightning bolt to Sam's face every time he wants to activate that, so there's a real cost there, and a Lava Dart off the top was excellent. I mean, that is just one of the scariest cards from Prowess for sure.
And there is a Lava Dart, and that is a pretty good draw, as you did mention here. So it's going to be a Lava Dart that's going to take care of the Nantuko. That'll also be a Prowess trigger, of course, on that Soul Scar Mage that's on the battlefield, so it's a 2-3 current lead.
Yeah, and if anything, Brian has a solid turn here, might attack with Soul Scour Mage. The attack is pretty free, so you can kind of bluff attack here. I would love to see him get that into the red zone before casting these. But then next turn is really online if he's able to just find maybe another Lava Dart, just another spell, really, in general, to supercharge all these creatures. It's going to be very good for Brian.
And no bluff attack here from Brian. He's actually going to keep it pretty simple, which is just play multiple copies of Soul Scar Mage, play that Arid Mesa, no cards in hand, simply pass the turn back. Speaking of cards in hand, Sam drew a pretty good one.
So Sam drew a pretty good one, but we remember when Sam stopped, he drew one card since then. Court of Calling would have been the card below it, so Sam would have been down to 8, would have found the answer, assuming that it's left in. Of course, you know, maybe you take some of your cards like that out, but it looks like Sam probably would have won that turn if he went for it.
Yeah, now the question is, how does Sam want to go about using this copy of Court of Calling? It has a lot of options. I think that part is pretty obvious. So it looks like Sam is going to start here with a Bestow onto Dryad Arbor with the Spring Heart Nantuko.
Why just get 1/1s when you get 1/1s that add a green mana?
There you go. So Sam getting a little creative with the Nantuko. We've generally seen that card just hard cast for most of the weekend. But for now, we turn our attention back over to Boss, who's going to sacrifice at Arid Mesa. I think a commercial district might be on the way, and there that red-green Surveil land is. So there will be a trigger here, of course, for Surveil, and we'll see what Brian is able to find.
I absolutely love how Sam has played this game. He's just the master of being flexible in a situation where this isn't a traditional game by any means, but Sam's ready kind of for anything at any moment here. Really love to see him just play Magic in general and watch him play and maneuver this.
Looks like Boss is not interested in another Prowess creature, so Monastery Swiftspear goes to the bottom. Mystery card coming off the top. Didn't get a great look at it. Only person that knows it is the controller of the card right now, and Brian Boss, and he's got a lot to think about with the top 8 so close. His draw here in this match has been pretty good. Of course, we saw a very quick kill in game number 2. Had to climb a little bit uphill here in game number 3, but had a Harsh Mentor to slow Sam down. The big question now, Corey, is he able to cross the finish line?
Exactly, and Sam's play was really nice by bestowing that Nantuko just to hide it from Lava Dart from the graveyard no matter what. You'd have to kill the Dryad Arbor and then deal with the Nantuko, so has to find 2 removal spells so Sam can't go wide on the battlefield. But Brian looks like he's doing some math, which has got to be scary for Sam.
Yep. Is it real math? Is it bluffing? Is it somewhere in between? Again, nobody knows what that card is in Boss's hand besides him. And now this is the kind of spot, too, where you ask yourself, is there a good attack that I can make? You know, I have a Lava Dart. Maybe he has a spell in his hand. Maybe he doesn't. Is there a good attack I can make to start to whittle away a little bit here? And if you're also Brian Boss here in this instance, and of course, Corey, you and I have the knowledge of knowing that Sam has Court of Calling in hand, you might be thinking if he does have Court, what's he going to get?
Exactly. And it's more than likely just completely out of Brian's mind, because if he has it, it's just one of those things. It's just like, well, you have it. I can't play around every creature in your deck. You know, there's going to be a creature that's going to have a good spot here moving into this turn.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Sam would actually prefer to be attacked this turn.
Yeah.
He wants to see the card in your hand.
Well, we have our answer to what the card is.
Okay. That's a real one.
That's an extremely real one in this situation.
I can see why Brian is pausing. You don't know. There's so many options with that. Take out a creature, go straight to the face, hold it for a while in response to another big creature coming into play. Has the Lava Dart as well for an option.
Yeah, this is extremely tough here because Lightning Bolt plus Lava Dart is 4 damage.
Yeah.
So that has the ability to kill a Nadu if it does show up. So you're kind of incentivized if you want to play the game a certain way to hold the Lightning Bolt. Does it benefit you to just try to play a longer game? Well, I think we're going to have that question start to be answered a little bit here, because here is the Court of Calling.
All right, Court of Calling for any creature in your deck here. We'll see if Sam wants to prioritize getting rid of Harsh Mentor or just get Nadu here to start.
Well,
there we go.
There's a Skyclave Apparition, folks. That is an answer to the Harsh Mentor. And it's a pretty darn good one. So what Brian Boss was sitting behind, that's long gone.
Yeah, and now Sam can also, at end step here, go for the Misty Rainforest if he wanted to get another Dryad Arbor. Not really worth it yet. Maybe you want to wait till you find another Nantuko.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot there because, of course, with a deck that has Surveil lands, maybe you do want to sacrifice a fetch for the Surveiling, but Sam opted not to. So perhaps his draw step was a good one. It was just a breeding pool.
Landfall triggers here.
Could do a little bit better, but there is a landfall trigger there. Sam's going to pay.
Do you guys have like a preferred method for me to make a bunch of Dryad Arbors?
Oh, because each land is coming into play, he gets to activate it again.
Oh yeah, this is what we call totes adorbs.
Yeah, there's not only one scaling up going on here. This combination scales up really quickly.
So, Springheart Nantuko with the Bestow. You pay the 2, now Dryad Arbor enters the battlefield, which triggers landfall again, which means you can pay the 2 again, which is exactly what Sam's going to do. So you mentioned Sam's ability to go wide. Oh, he's going wide all right. Because remember also, you're kind of seeing it all in action right now, a little bit of just how good Springheart Nantuko is in this deck.
Yes. Oh, okay, gotcha.
And it looks like the face down cards were potentially going to be those Dryad Arbors, but now we see there's going to be those Dryad Arbors. So,
and then I got my 1 insect.
So it's going to be really tough now for Boss to actually get through damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't activate or tap those Dryad Arbors right away as they are summoning sick, but next turn with that Misty Rainforest in play, they'll be active as well. It's going to go starting with putting 3 into play, then maybe 9 the turn after, maybe 18, and it scales up indefinitely. So cool.
So now we have to start to think of what's Brian's best draw. And to me, I think the best draw.
What do you draw?
Well, I promise it's not that. It's not Soul Scar Mage. I think it might just be Show Off. I think it might just be getting in the air.
Yeah, maybe Monstrous Rage for a couple of turns where you can trample over, but pretty soon the grounds are going to be completely clogged up. And the festivities or Pyroclasm, something like that, ideal. Not in the list, though, of course.
That's I think you've got me crushed on that department. Right, that thing's attacking. Yep.
That thing's attacking.
Here comes another attack from Pardee. So Boss is going to fall down to 9. Sam is a reaching. Sam is a play-in. That's a Haywire Mite.
I am done with my turn after that.
We're going to head back over to Boss.
Yeah, and Brian Boss doesn't really have any artifacts or enchantment worth getting rid of for Haywire Mite. It's just really worth it for the fact that you can gain some life in a pinch.
Next up is a Monastery Swift Spear.
It's basically the 5th one.
So, the top of the deck is a bit unkind right now for Boss. All that he can do is pass the turn back. Party's going to sacrifice this Misty Rainforest. He's going to fall down to 11.
Able to find a land to create, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dryad Arbors at end step at least?
It's a pretty large number. And I think Sam is making sure of the numbers and the math here to see exactly how many can be created. So he's going to get a basic forest, and we'll let him explain.
Copies and then 1 insect.
Yep.
2. 5. Miscounted that. All right. I'm a doofus. Should have gotten a surveil.
Looks like it'll be 5 of those insects from this quote-unquote doofus.
Yeah, if that's the biggest misplay Sam's making, I think he's doing all right.
I think he's doing pretty darn good. Yeah.
There's a little accounting here. I'll untap. That's all good.
Yep.
We're going to head back Sam's way. Not even sure the draw step matters at this point, Corey.
Yeah, it looks like 10 damage could get through if Brian blocks everything. Then there's a lava dart in the yard plus a bolt in hand. So it looks like Brian can survive this at 1 with my quick math.
Well, Sam's going to do the math too, which of course is a good idea. Yep. Temple Garden was the draw here for Pardee, but he's got some things to think about.
Kill up to 3 of them. Block 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quite be lethal then. You have 1 card in hand. Doesn't seem very likely to kill me even if you have a slingshot. I think I'm going to play this tapped, make 1, 2, 3 fresh Dryad Arbors and 1 fresh insect. And then I will attack with all of my creatures that can attack onto wall efforts.
Well, here they come.
Here they come, and it will be, it looked like Sam was doing the math for the worst case scenario is you have a lava dart in hand. That would be getting rid of 3 of them. It's not that, but you do get a 2/2 for a blocker now, so it is kind of like getting rid of 3 of them. Looks like Brian Boss will go down to 2 when the dust settles, and you know, still in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, I'm still miffed on exactly what Brian can draw in this spot. There may be something, I'm not entirely sure what it is. The 2/2 that is coming, of course, is from the Skyclave Apparition Death Trigger, so.
That's fine, yeah.
Underworld Breach, maybe the best draw.
Okay,
Couple bolts.
I did not think of that, so that's fair.
Kind of a better power, and then these are the 2 power dinguses.
So we can make the easy blocks on the 2 power dinguses. Make other blocks on these other dinguses. I guess we should be blocking the copies because they're
Sure. Looks like you're taking 7 as it stands, right? Or 8, sorry.
8.
Looks like it's 8.
We'll
see if Brian's okay with
which
this.
is probably an acceptable outcome for the current board state, so I will accept that.
All right, you're going to go to 1. I'm going to go to 13 when my Haywire Might bites it. These are dead. This is dead. These are dead.
1 to 13.
Graveyard. Let's go there.
Yep. And thinking if Underworld Breach comes down, you can breach, bring back Slick Shot, show off, maybe Lava Dart from the yard. 4 damage in the air. Just none of these numbers are really coming up too clean, as there is still blockers for every one of these prowess creatures.
Boss's draw might be the last one of his tournament. See what he found. That is a Scalding Tart, and that is going to do it. Sam Pardee is going to win this game and match. That's old number 3. He is into the top 8 here in Amsterdam.
Impressive stuff from an incredible Magic player. Well-deserved of another top 8, and nice to see that he's nice, cool, calm, and collected, even in a stressful situation like mulliganing to 5, facing down a harsh mentor and not really having a perfect plan of how to deal with it and kind of comboing through it is something we haven't really seen all weekend. So big congrats to Sam.
Yeah, a heck of a congrats there to Sam. For Brian Boss, a heck of a run, of course, and he picked a really, really good deck to combat Nadu. But that kind of shows the power of this Bant Nadu deck. A deck that is geared to beat it, And, of course, Brian beat it plenty of times over the course of the weekend.
4-2, I believe, so still pretty good.
But couldn't get that 5th win. And it goes to show you that Bat Nadu deck is something else, folks. So there is Sam Pardee. He's a happy guy. He doesn't get too stressed out in these situations. We'll see if our next players will right after this. We are back here from Amsterdam. It is Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 here at MagicCon Amsterdam. Plenty of players having fun. 10,000 of our closest friends. This event did sell out here this weekend, and let me tell you, it's been a very, very busy one out there. It's been a very busy one in here in the booth. Cedric Phillips, Corey Baumeister, getting ready to bring you another match where players are playing for top 8. Now, I don't know, Corey, you heard of this guy before. Seth Manfield.
Oh, I think I've heard of him. Yeah, he plays Magic the Gathering, right?
Couple of top finishes, not a ton. Top finishes equal actually his record in the tournament as far as wins are concerned. 11 top finishes, 11-4, with a mono-black Necro Dominance deck here this weekend, going up against Carlos Oliveros Guntin, who no top finishes just yet, but one win away from changing that number on the old display.
Yeah, absolutely. And Seth having the chance to do something that we haven't really seen too often, I imagine. Win 2 PTs here in one season would be absolutely incredible from the Hall of Famer.
Buddy, that's light work for Seth, I'll tell you what. Two-time Pro Tour champion, of course, did win Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor in Chicago earlier this year with that incredibly innovative Rakdos Vampires deck. He was ripping veins and taking names. Now he's getting a little dominant with a mono black strategy here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, powerful 3-drop black cards here are kind of his theme for this year here.
I wouldn't change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely.
A Boreal Grazer is where we will start things here in game number 2. You do see that Manfield is up a game with this mono black Necro Dominance deck. But it looks like Carlos does have a pretty good hand over there. We're going to get a better look at it. I wasn't kidding when I said it was pretty good. It does have Shuko and, of course, Nadu.
Yeah, that one was pretty much all ready to go with the top deck land over the course of a couple turns, but can't imagine. You know, actually, this one could be a little close if you take Shuko. I think it's just Nadu would kind of be my initial reaction here, but we'll see what Seth takes.
Yeah, this is what makes it so tough because you try to pick a hole by taking a Nadu, but this deck has so many virtual copies of Nadu with Quarter Calling and Summoner's Pack that discard spells, while effective in the short term, not the best cards in the long term in a matchup like this.
Exactly. You know, you can pick one of the cards, your opponent draws a Nadu and you feel bad. You can take Shuko, your opponent draws Urza Saga and you feel bad. So kind of a guessing game a little bit. Did draw Quarter Calling there.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. There's a Shuko. Oh, let me sloth in. Let me give you a little beat down there. I know somebody's pretty happy about that attack in the back. That's for sure, as we're going to head back over Seth's way.
Yeah, Boreal Grazer probably not getting in for damage too often. It does reduce the amount of cards that you can draw with Necro Dominance, so it's not really nothing.
Hey, that attack is not nothing. Speaking of not nothing, Phyrexian Tower is a land here for the turn for Seth. Let's see what the follow-up is here for the multi-time Pro Tour champion.
Now this does enable some of the really, really powerful draws of maybe Evoke Grief here, sacrifice it to the Phyrexian Tower, play Necro Dominance this turn. That's one of the lines. You can, of course, evoke Grief, cast a Malakar Rebirth on it, and then sacrifice it to the tower to have 2 mana left over. So one of these busted draws could be on its way here for Seth Manfield.
Well, here is a Grief. It will be evoked, of course. The Inquisition of Kozilek will be the fodder for that. Here's the hand. Quarter Calling, as mentioned, is the new draw.
It's the new card entering the graveyard here quite soon enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Take the cord.
Yeah, that's going to bite the dust. Going to sacrifice that. Grief to the tower. Is it time for the namesake? 3 mana. Wouldn't be surprised. Yes, indeed. Necro Dominance has arrived. Now, how much life will Seth pay? That's going to be a fun one to watch here.
You know, Cedric, I was just going to say, Phyrexian Tower as the second land could be a bit of a liability here, as, you know, it is only tapping for colorless if you don't have any creatures to get rid of. Never mind. I'm going to take that back.
Never mind indeed. So Seth's not going to pay a ton of life. Looks like only falling down to 16.
I mean, the ideal draw here. Just a turn 1 disruption plus turn 2 being able to Grief and disrupt and play Necro Dominance. This has got to be the top of the draws that you can have with this.
Oh, absolutely. Look, when the draw looks like this from Necro Dominance, this is why people are playing the deck here this weekend.
Yeah.
And because the power level of what we've just seen over the early stages of this game, it's borderline unrivaled in the format. So, you know, this is the top end. The bottom end is pretty ugly, but we don't talk about that. We focus on when the good is going great here, and it is right now for Manfield. In the meantime, Carlos is going to sacrifice that Misty Rainforest to search up a Hedge Maze. The Summoner's Pack was the Surveilled card, and it's headed into the graveyard. So now Seth is going to discard that Swamp, which is exiled because of Necro Dominance's text, and we head Carlos's way.
Yeah, with the draw like this, you say nah who instead of nah do.
Yeah, indeed. No argument here, partner. Trust me. So Carlos doesn't have much to do besides that attack with that Grazer. Remember, Seth doesn't have the opportunity to draw a card because of the Necro Dominance being on the battlefield, so going to have to work with what he's got for right now. Going to start things off with a Swamp Will Manfield. We'll see where Seth does want to go from there.
Now, there is the endurance from Carlos, so no matter what, there's going to be a little bit more pressure coming at Seth, so has to be a little conscious of how far he wants to go with this Necro Dominance. We're not going to see 11 here, you know. If you brick, then you just lose to endurance plus an attack with Grazer. Okay, never mind. Well, it wasn't 11.
Yeah, it was not. You are right in that it was not 11. We agree. It's a whole bunch more than that. Manfield's down to 1. Now, the thought process, here's the thought process here from Seth, in my estimation.
Yeah.
If Endurance is going to be played, I get the opportunity to kill it with March, right? Yeah. So now if Seth says, I'll go to discard, and Carlos says, fine, then Seth has to lose a bunch of cards, right? But if Carlos wants to deploy Endurance, that gives Seth the opportunity to say that resolves and then move forward in kind. Now, one thing Seth is going to do for sure here is gain a little bit of life via the Soul Spike. So found a couple of cards to throw away for the alternate casting cost of that. It's 5 to 15 now. Seth has a ton of cards in hand, and it can basically kill anything that Carlos plays.
Yep, absolutely. If you had a March in your hand, there's zero risk to this. You know, Seth is definitely not the player that would take an unnecessary risk, so I would imagine one of those cards was in the hand right away. And now, I mean, you're gaining so much life here. You can pretty much draw your entire deck next turn and likely finish this game off. There's not really one draw I can think of from Carlos to be able to do the thing next turn. You know, Nadu is great, but you need a couple more pieces when you'd only have 6 activations.
So second Soul Spike there is going to make it 9-11. I think Seth's life total is going to be heading up even further now, as there is a march. It's just a number of how many black cards Manfield wants to get rid of to destroy that Arboreal Grazer. Sad face for Sloth fans, but that's how it goes sometimes, folks.
This will be the deadest Sloth you have ever seen.
Yes, ain't that the truth? So that's long gone. Now it looks like Seth is going to mosey on up to 13. Again, this is all an effort to get rid of these cards now because Seth's maximum hand size is 5 due to the Necro Dominance that's on the battlefield. So it's a use it or lose it type situation as there's an Endurance.
Yeah, we'll see if Seth wants to respond to that again or if it's just time to go to hand size, maybe untap with a land, then play Shieldred and have that really nice follow-up. But looks like there is another march.
And Seth is just deciding exactly how he's going to go about using it. And there's another march to take care of the Endurance. So again, all those cards are exiled. And look, I know that Seth was at 1.
Was being the key word.
Yeah, I know that he was at 1. Sure, it certainly doesn't feel like it. And if you're wondering why people elected to play this mono black Necro Dominance deck, this is why.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one heck of an incredible turn here. And it is looking very, very almost sure that Seth Manfield is going to make his 12th top finish here in just a moment.
3 mana being tapped. This, we will see what it's going to be. Seth may be thinking things over just a little bit more. Very far ahead in this game and already up a game. But wants to make sure that he's able to secure that top finish once again, as Corey did mention. Oh, okay. Well, big rub-ins here with the old Trawler.
Yeah, had Shieldred and the One Ring. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Bogart Trawler, please.
Let's do this thing. So that's going to take care of the graveyard there of Carlos. Carlos going to sacrifice a fetch land and do a little bit of surveilling here via the Selesnya surveil land. You're going to need one heck of a draw step here.
I will say the Bant Nadu deck has looked amazing, but so has this mono black deck. This is going to be our second copy here in the top 8. And I will say this mono black deck looks like a complete blast to play as well.
Yeah, look, this is a really, really cool and innovative deck. No idea what the best build of it is, but one thing is for sure. When it is operating on all cylinders, it looks like the best deck in the format, and that's what it's looked like in this particular game. A copy of the One Ring here from Carlos yields an Urza Saga, which is on the battlefield now. So we're going to head back Seth's way. Can't draw a card, but certainly can play one, and it's going to be a copy of Shieldred, which is great alongside Necro Dominance.
Pretty good.
It's also really good at making the One Ring suck.
Yeah, what an incredible card here. We'll see how many cards Seth wants to draw. Normally here, you max out, right? Like you go down to 1 and then you go up in life, you know, ×2 of every card you draw. But Seth doesn't want a deck here in this kind of situation and maybe kind of has what he needs already. So only draws, looks like a modest 5 cards there.
Now, one thing to note, it is minor at this stage of things, but because of the One Ring, Soul Spike is not an option because of the protection. But the protection is gone now, so Carlos is going to draw a card and lose a little bit of life. Thanks to Shieldred. Seth ain't going to miss that, I can promise you that much.
Yeah, and you can tap the One Ring. If you got nothing else, you kind of have to. And there is 4 life. So there's the Shieldred, and now you are under that magical number of 4 here. So if it is Soul Spike territory, we are all done here.
And I think it's pretty safe to say that Seth is going to have a couple of looks at Soul Spike next turn.
Yeah.
Might be able to draw a couple of cards to try to find it.
Yeah, and really, it isn't even Seth who has to blink first. There's already just 2 lethal creatures that have to be blocked. There's an Urza Saga to do 1, but drawing a card off Horizon Canopy is not a great sign for Carlos.
It certainly is not, and that is going to do it. Seth Manfield's going to win this game and match top finish number 12. Hiya! It is secured. What a master. Flex on him, buddy. He's done it again.
Wow, this top 8 is shaping up to be one of the all-timers here. We got some amazing pros in here already. Speaking of amazing pros, there's a few of them.
Yeah, a couple of good people to know hanging out on the rails. Seth Manfield, a top 8 earlier this year. of course, in Chicago, won that tournament with that incredibly cool and unique Rakdos Vampires deck.
Yep.
I think this one might actually be cooler, Corey.
I think this one feels a little bit better. Being able to do it twice in one season has got to just be an amazing feeling. Going to be interesting to see how deep he can go tomorrow.
I'll tell you, Seth Manfield putting himself in the conversation as one of the best Magic players of all time. Two players that are looking to add to their resumes, just a little bit behind Seth, but you got to start somewhere. Daniel Goetschel and, of course, Marco Del Pivo. Both these players with a top finish on the resume, checking in on their records, 10-4-1 versus an 11-4. Tiebreakers could get a little bit interesting here if Goetschel does win, but we'll get to that if it works itself into the equation. For now, we turn our attention to this third and final game between the two. Not sure if you've heard of this card. It's called Nadu.
Bant Nadu, you know, I'm already over that card. I'm all on to Seth's deck. I'm now a believer of the mono black deck.
It'll be a Grazer alongside a Surveil land, so this is a very nice start here for Marco. We're going to head back over to Daniel, who is a very popular and potent Magic Online player, loves Izzet Phoenix in Pioneer. I suppose maybe a big fan of birds in all formats.
Yeah, I think so. Gold Ducat online, if anyone has had the great pleasure of losing a lot of games against him on that platform. I know I have.
Daniel's going to sacrifice a Verdant Catacombs. It is worth noting that Daniel's version of this Nadu deck here this weekend is 4-color as opposed to Bant, which is 3. Gives you access to some discard, Orcish Bowmasters, and a couple other odds and ends that may come up in this match. We will cover them when we can. For now, that fetch land is going to do a little surveilling.
Yeah, and see which player can be more explosive. Kind of taking a peek. We saw Daniel's list here last round here up against Shuhei. Marco has some nice hate cards in the board here. A couple Force Negations, Draneth Magistrate, a couple Dismembers and stuff. So very prepared for the mirror as far as reacting to what your opponent is doing.
Breeding Pool going to enter the battlefield untapped here for Daniel, so he'll fall down to 16. May not be a bad time for an Orcish Bowmasters if there is one, but it looks like Daniel might just be passing the turn back, and he is. So this is an Orcish Bowmasters.
Upkeep, definitely a choice there.
Oh, boy. Whammy. Veil of Summer. You talked about hate cards. You held one back there,
yeah,
partner.
Oh, excuse, that was the next one I was about to say.
You held one back there.
That is a fun of one of in the sideboard as well. Doesn't come in against all the Bant Nadu decks, I'll tell you that.
Now here is Shuko, and Dryad Arbor is the land after that. That'll trigger the Nantuko, which will bring an insect along with it. So we got Marco Del Pivo. He is cooking right now with a very, very nice start. Shuko there. Now Shuko on the Sloth. We're going to head back over to Daniel. Daniel's going to have a better turn than the last one. That much is for sure.
There is a Nadu, so that could be the most important card here that Marco is missing. We haven't gotten a good glimpse of his hand there, but being able to play that, and Orcish Bowmaster, you know, does a great job at removing some other creatures, but it also does a fantastic job of just putting two bodies into play to help out with the powerful combo.
Well, just a fetch and a pass there from Daniel. So Shuko's going to get equipped up on an insect. There is a Windswept Heath. That'll, of course, trigger the Nantuko for another 1/1. So much fun that they'll be attacking here. 1 for 2 and 1 for 1. Well, it looks like Daniel's going to take that damage and fall down to 9. So Daniel actually doesn't have much life to work with here.
The attacking strategy here from the Bant Nadu deck. Bold. We haven't seen it.
Yes.
I feel like it's always, yeah, you're doing some attacking here and there, and you'll be like, oh, never mind, I found Nadu.
Nah, that's kind of how it goes, right? You know, I can get some chip shots here and there, but then I find the namesake card, and that kind of gets things over with. So Breeding Pool enters the battlefield untapped. Of course, another trigger there from the Springheart Nantuko. And heck, what's the follow-up here? Well, that's, oh boy, that's good.
Okay.
That's a Teferi Time Raffle. There's going to be a response here. It looks like it's going to be Court of Calling for 2. Yes, indeed.
See what we're going to get from this to see if it is going to be a card that's going to prevent Marco from doing the Nadu things or try to get Daniel closer to doing Nadu things himself.
Well, here's another copy of Orcish Bowmasters. That's going to take care of the Springheart Nantuko. Now Teferi will resolve. We'll see exactly what the powerful Planeswalker wants to do.
Yep, and notably, Teferi has been pretty poor against Bowmasters. You know, kind of the reason that Teferi was declining a little bit in popularity, but now that Bowmaster has declined, Teferi ticks up, and there's all that kind of song and dance.
Well, that Teferi's going to tick down. It's going to bounce a Bowmaster's back to Daniel's hand, which triggered the Bowmaster's that was on the battlefield to take care of an insect. So Army's going to be a 3-3. Bowmaster's still on the battlefield and ready to be cast once again. It'll have to be main phased because of the static on Teferi, so we'll see how Daniel wants to navigate this turn.
So we saw the Nadu for sure already from Daniel. If there is a land 4 plus Shuko, which at a quick glance I didn't see, there is land 4, but no sign of an artifact there at the moment. I do see a Quarter Calling, so you could get that into play. And it looks like only Cord for 1. 1 is not 3 to be able to get the combo going with Outrider and Core.
Well, it looks like in the meantime it's going to be a Wall of Roots and the Bowmasters in the main phase. Bowmasters will take care of the Teferi. The Army will grow into a 4-4. Keep in mind the Roots has been used this turn, so no more additional green mana from that very powerful 0-5. So we're going to head back over Marco Del Pivo's way. Marco going to kick things off with a Misty Rainforest. Still just looking for ways to get the Nadu combo online. Cards in hand, but it doesn't look like any of them are the legendary birds. So here's a Quarter Calling. This one's going to be for 2.
Looks like might be for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all day, right? 2 from the wall, then 3 other creatures.
Plus 1 land, I
I'm
believe.
missing 1? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm missing a big one there because there's the Outriders on Core. And Core, you already mentioned the fact that there is a Nadu in hand here for Daniel Goetschel.
That was nice because Daniel had the ability to cord proactively for this or corded for 3 reactively for the one of Reclamation Sage in the board to deal with Shuko if there was going to be some Nadu stuff from Marco. So a flexible card here and caca.
Wow, the hand comes out right away. Daniel Goetschel is going to win this game and match here over Marco Del Pivo. That's top finish number 2. And boy, does he look pumped up about it. Congratulations.
I always love when somebody that is so successful online translates it to their first huge win here at the Pro Tour level because, you know, that kind of testing and practice at the digital stage when you can play that many games in a row usually eventually translates to the pro level, and it's just really cool to see another player do it.
It's a tale as old as time. Brad Nelson, your brother, of course. Reed Duke has done it, and many others have, and Daniel Goetschel is the next one on that list. A great online player turning into a great real-life one, too. Ken Yukihiro, Simon Nilsson, these two don't do so bad at the game of Magic no matter where it's played. They're both 11-4. We got Mardu Energy on one side, Bant Nadu on the other. Top 8, so they got plenty of them, trust me. Ken with 4, and Simon, I'm losing track.
You know, Simon did top 8 5 in a row, but took this last one off. You know, just thought, you know, it's time for somebody else to get a chance to make it to the top 8 instead of it just being a top 7 and Simon for basically the last year and a half.
Well, we're joining game number 3 in progress, and if you're a Simon Nielsen fan, you're probably pretty pumped at what you're saying. If you're Ken Yukihiro, not so much. Simon's Battlefield's got plenty of lands that are tapped. A Sylvan Safekeeper, a Teferi for protection, Nadu and Shuko. Those are pretty good together if you're new around these parts, and it's looking pretty tough here for Ken.
Oh, man. Ken has the coolest deck, but every time we come in, he is just kind of getting destroyed by these Nadu decks, whether it be a bad draw or a bad matchup, unsure.
You're seeing Sylvan Safekeeper save a little something here. And Shuko's going to be added to the hand from the Nadu trigger, so let's see exactly what Simon wants to do to work through all of this.
Yes, of course, sorry. And this is Shroud and targeted twice.
It's a tough spot here for Ken, to say the least, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. Not a land to be able to try to destroy Shuko, kind of the one piece that you can kind of pick apart. We did just see Simon put another Shuko into hand, so it just feels so deflating when you have the Sylvan Safekeeper plus Nadu plus a Teferi. It just doesn't seem like there's a way out here at all. And can you believe it? It looks like Simon's going to top 8 again.
The answer to the question is yes, I can.
Yeah, I can.
I can.
Actually, it's not even that surprising anymore. Yeah.
That's right. I can believe it. It's starting to become a little too regular around these parts. I'll tell you what. Him, Javier, Seth,
I mean, Javier going, what, did we just say 4 or 5 tournaments in a row where his worst place was 10th?
That's right.
I mean, Simon Nielsen going 6 Pro Tours and top 8ing 5 of them of the last ones.
Not so bad, and here comes the energy. You know how this works, everybody. We're getting used to it. Find your folks, give them that big high five and hug. Simon Nielsen has done it again. Another top 8 on the resume for the reigning Player of the Year, Corey.
Javier Dominguez.
Yes, sir.
Eli Cassis.
Heard of him.
Simon Nielsen.
Familiar.
Teammates.
Not bad.
All in and absolutely crushing this tournament. Team Handshake, people have been like, yeah, they didn't have that great of a Pro Tour last time. Maybe they're not as good. No, absolutely not. You can have one bad Pro Tour and still be one of the most dominant teams here on the Pro Tour. So awesome to see. Big congrats to all the teammates.
Yeah, see, they got to throw them off the scent. Make people think they lost a little bit, then take it all back. That's what Team Handshake is trying to do here this particular weekend. A very, very impressive display. We're going to see more of them tomorrow. We hope we're going to see you tomorrow, too. But before we call it for the evening, Maria's got a little word for you fine folks, because we got a top 8 that we got to bring to you.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Well, the last results are in. We're getting ready for our top 8 ceremony. We're first going to bring you a short announcement. Here's Ailey Loney.
Welcome to the feature match area, everybody. In a few minutes, we will meet the top 8 for Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. But first, we have some news to share, so please welcome to the stage Director of Play Programs at Wizards of the Coast, Billy Jensen.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Billy Jensen, Director of Play Programs at Wizards of the Coast, and former Pro Magic player, probably better known to many of you as Huey. As we head to the end of the last Pro Tour of the season and solidify the invite list for the World Championship, I wanted to take a moment to look back at one of the game's great legacies. There have been a lot of great runs in Magic recently, and a lot of great runs in Magic history. Every time a player achieves stratospheric levels of success, it leads to a comparison. Without fail, the comparison of those runs come back to one player. The player who truly set the standard of what it means to have an epic run. Of course, that player is Kai Budde. Kai won his first Pro Tour at the World Championship in Yokohama in August 1999. Kai won his 7th Pro Tour in Chicago in January 2003. For those doing the math, that's 7 Pro Tour victories, actual first place finishes in about 3.5 year span. A Pro Tour win on average every 6 months. I'm sorry to be the one to let many of you know this, but a couple of years ago, Kai was diagnosed with cancer. Despite some up and downs in his recovery process, recently things have taken a turn for the worse. So with Kai's blessing, we wanted to take some time this weekend to make sure to honor Kai, his contributions to Magic, and his absolutely unparalleled record across all of competitive play. My first Pro Tour was in 1998 in Rome. Over the first several years of my career, I remember time after time, I'd attend the Pro Tour, Kai would win the tournament, and I'd head home. Kai's incredible run happened entirely over the first 5 years of my Pro Magic career. I can tell you as I stand here now and try to describe it to you, it is really hard to put into words what it felt like to witness somebody win the Pro Tour 7 times. Half the time we left the Pro Tour in awe, and the other half we couldn't help but shake our heads and laugh. Kai won it again. During the early years of the Pro Tour, there was a constant debate. Who was better, Kai or John? They'd both cemented themselves as absolute legends of the game. They gave the rest of us playing something to aspire to, and future generations something to attempt to live up to. The two of them vying for the title of best in the world and trading accomplishments in those early years really helped to legitimize Magic as a competitive endeavor. Comparisons are hard, though. In that vein, I had some great teammates over the years. A good decade after the era of Kai's dominance, I had the privilege of becoming friends with and being on a team with Reed Duke. In his younger days, before he himself was a legend of the game, Reed used to love to learn about the old days. I remember him telling me a story. Reed went on the internet and watched as many of the old Hall of Fame induction videos as he could find. In 2010, in Bram Snapfinger's induction video, one of the major accomplishments they mentioned to show Bram's greatness was how he was the first person to beat Kai on the Sunday stage. In Reed's words, Kai is literally so great that it's a Hall of Fame level accomplishment just to have beaten him. I also had the privilege to be a teammate of Kai's for many events over the years, and I can tell you in earnest that nobody I ever played with has been better at the combination of solving limited formats, choosing a constructed deck, and having a positive influence on their teammates than Kai. No matter who else was in the room or on the team, he was always somebody that everybody else could look up to and always somebody that everybody else could count on. So no matter where we come out on comparisons and rankings, a few things are true. Kai won the Pro Tour 7 times. He is a 4-time Player of the Year. He is a world champion. He is a world team champion. He is a 7-time Grand Prix champion. He is a Masters Series champion. He's a Magic Invitational champion. He's a member of the Magic Pro Tour Hall of Fame. He has top finishes in 4 different decades. He's a great teammate, he is a great person, and he is a great friend. So today, I'm honored to announce that beginning this season, we will be officially naming our Player of the Year trophy the Kai Budde Player of the Year trophy. I can't think of a better way to honor the contributions of the game's greatest winner. Please join me in a round of applause for the winningest Pro Tour champion of all time, the German juggernaut, Kai Budde.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I think that was not what most people here expected, but it is what it is. I'm 44 years old. I've played Magic for 30 years. Just the feeling that this game and this community has given me and being part of the Pro Tour, it's just been great. I can't imagine what my life would have been without playing Magic the Gathering. And I'm eternally thankful for Wizards of the Coast to enshrining my name with the history of the game like this. I've won this trophy 4 times. This might be beaten in the future. Simon is actively working on it right now. But yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I've had a great time playing Magic. I hope to show up to a few more tournaments as much time as I have, and yeah, thank you.
We're throwing to Maria now at the news desk. Heavy news, but you know what? We're here to play some Magic, so let the show continue.
I'm sure that you, like all of us here on the coverage team, all wish Kai the very best. And we're going to take a short pause in the broadcast to compose ourselves, and we'll bring you our top 8 announcement. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And we are very, very excited to get ready for our top 8 announcement here in the building after some very tough news. But an incredible tournament and an incredible weekend it has been all around. We've had some excellent Magic all across day 1 and day 2. Frank, for you, what, as you look back on this, is the story of the tournament?
The story of this tournament, of this Pro Tour, if we just go back and zoom into Modern, it has to be Bent Nadu. Bent Nadu was the most played deck in the room. It came in with a big splash. It had an absolutely incredible win rate, and it put at least 4 players into the top 8. We also saw it win through disruption. It was consistent. It was resilient. Basically, in Modern, it just seems to be play Bent Nadu or try to beat it somehow.
Yeah, and you mentioned try to beat it somehow. What about the other decks that we were playing here at the tournament? In your opinion, are decks that could potentially be set up to do exactly that?
Yeah, there's a Mono Black Necro in the top 8, which just got through an entire field of Bent Nadu with discard, with pitch spells to take out the key creature. Maybe that's the way to go. There's Javier Dominguez in the top 8, who brought his own take on Jeskai control with, the blue pitch spells that are well positioned, taking out Nadu before it hits the battlefield. And this Cruel Prowess deck by Brian Boss in particular, with the Harsh Mentors in the sideboard, I think that is also an excellent place to go. If I would start, I would just build a mono red deck with 4 Harsh Mentor main deck, maybe 4 Tunnel Ignis in the main deck, and just go wild.
We've got rogue players here running across the building. Yeah, you mentioned that if we're playing next weekend, you would think about mono red?
Yeah, well, or at least with those creatures that try to take down the Nadu deck a bunch, that can punish them for trying to trigger things or trying to put a lot of lands onto the battlefield. One card that could be put into the sideboard of any deck is Damping Matrix. Right, not Damping Sphere, but Damping Matrix that shuts down activated abilities. So Shuko, Outrider, Encore cannot be activated anymore. Might also be a card to keep in mind.
Yeah, and as we get ready here, we're getting the top 8 announcement ready, everybody. That's what we're waiting for. We already know a lot of the players who have made the top 8. We saw a lot of the wins on camera. You were saying to me before the break, the Player of the Year race, Frank, was already stacked, and it was very tight coming into this tournament. And now we have a lot of people who will be on Sunday stage making it continually, just racking up points in that Player of the Year race.
Yeah, now the Kai
Budde Player of the Year race. Exactly.
Yeah, just when I started playing Magic in 2002 or in 2000, it was Kai Budde always winning indeed, and it also inspired me as a Magic player, and I hope that he will inspire many people to come, and obviously wish him the best. But yeah, going into now the Kai Budde Player of the Year race, there are so many excellent players now. Yeah, here we had Seth Manfield making yet another top 8. We had Jason Yee making top 16, top 8, top 8. There's Javier Dominguez, top 16, top 16, top 8. There is Simon Nielsen, second place, top 32, now another top 8. It just keeps going, and with so many awesome players that put up consistent, strong finishes, this Player of the Year race, the Kai Budde Player of the Year race now is going to be absolutely incredible, and one way or another there will be a very well-deserving winner, I'm sure.
Absolutely, crowning at the end of this season for our Player of the Kai Budde Player of the Year race.
After the World Championship, yeah.
Yeah, and we're taking a shot at some of the players now, getting ready for the top 8 announcement. And I've got to say that, the people we know who are in, Frank, this is one of the most stacked top 8s I've seen in quite a long time. What are your thoughts on that?
It is definitely one of the old-timers. Just all of these players I just mentioned, who are not in their first top 8 in this year, but in their seconds, that is just incredible. Or like in their third top 16 finish of the year. And then we also have Eli Cassis, a previous set championship winner, and Noah in his breakout performance.
Yes.
This is absolutely going to be a top 8 of the ages, undeniably.
Yes, and we see Team Handshake Ultimate Guard doing very well there in this tournament as well. We heard some people talking about, oh, well, last Pro Tour they didn't do well, and I'm like, well, okay, sure, you can have one off Pro Tour, but here they come swinging back.
They came back with a vengeance, but also don't discount Team Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard, Seth Manfield and Sam Pardee, both also in the top 8 once again.
Yes.
It was the same at Pro Tour
Murders at
Karlov Manor.
Yeah.
Indeed.
There they are right now. You can see Seth and Sam, teammates standing next to each other, getting ready for the top 8 announcement once again in the top 8. Now, Seth Manfield won a Pro Tour already this season, Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, with that busted Rakdos Vampires deck that took down the tournament. Channel Fireball broke the format with that in Pioneer. What would it be like for him to win another Pro Tour this season, potentially?
I mean, for anyone else, I would say that is just going to be a completely outstanding, incredible finish. For Seth Manfield, I mean, he's done it before and more than once, so would almost say another day in the office, but no, that is surely not how it's going to be. One way or another, even if you've done it before, you're going to feel the nerves, you're going to feel the competitive excitement of being able to compete for the trophy again. And tomorrow all the matches will be hard fought for sure, but if he manages to do it again, I mean, it would just be incredible, yeah.
So Frank, I've got to ask you, as somebody who's been in this position, you've made the top 8 of 3 Pro Tours, no big deal. What does it feel like? What are the emotions going through these players' minds right now?
Well, I can still think back of when I made the top 8 back in the World Championship in 2005. I just remember, you know, the feeling of like after taking all the top 8 pictures, walking back to the hotel, and I was just feeling so proud and excited because I got there with my own deck. I played well, and the result also was amazing. And even now today, like anytime I feel down, I just have to think back of that moment, and it genuinely brings me back with happiness, because as competitive players, that is what we strive for, to test our mettle against the best in the game, and that is from across the entire world. And that is what we get to do here at the Pro Tour with a game we love. And I gotta say that this top 8, this really stacked top 8, once again shows that Magic is a game of skill.
Absolutely. You see the crowd here gathering as we get prepared for the top 8 announcement. Lots of people just want to hear the names called out, making it official. The bright lights and the smiles on the players' faces. Oh, look there at Kai Budde, the German juggernaut once again. The Player of the Year race now named in his honor.
There may still be a bit of a tiebreaker scramble. Daniel Gutschel won the last round,
yes,
where then he was 11-4-1, so kind of an open, uncertain slot, depending on the tiebreakers who might get into 8th place. We thought that Gutschel had the best chance, but well, anything can still happen.
Yeah, that's a great point, Frank. We've seen 7 of our top 8 win on camera and lock up their spots. In our top 8, Ma Noah, Eli Cassis, Jason Yee, Javier Dominguez, Sam Pardee, Seth Manfield, and Simon Nielsen. But like you mentioned, that 8th spot, well, Daniel Gutschel has a pretty good shot at it, but we're not 100% sure, so we're still waiting to find out who is going to be in at 8th here in our top 8 for tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, these players who have made our top 8, now some are on big testing teams. We mentioned Handshake, we mentioned CFB. What is their night going to be like them before the huge tournament? Are they going to bed early? Are they staying up late testing? Are they going out and getting some French fries here in Amsterdam? What's it going to be?
It really depends. I've seen all kinds of different approaches across the years. Some people just stay up for a long time to celebrate, have like a big dinner and like party with all the friends to make sure that it really feels amazing. Others get back to business quickly and start building the deck of the quarterfinal opponent. Maybe a couple along with teammates, and just playing as many games as possible to figure out what is important in those matchups. The really dedicated teams might already look ahead to the potential semi-final matchups and discuss those typically across dinner, That's how we often did it. But
Who pays?
generally, the person who makes the top 8
All right.
takes the bill. Because, yeah, that is part of it. But with a big smile on your face, you do that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our schedule coming up for tomorrow, everyone. You don't want to miss this to come back for our top 8. Here's what time it's going to start. 4 a.m. Eastern time. You early birds, guess what? It's your time. Come on back and watch us at 4 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. 10 a.m. local time here in Amsterdam. That's an hour earlier than we started today. So mark your calendars for tomorrow, our top 8. We'll have more from this tournament and hopefully our top 8 announcement when we come back. We'll take a brief break. We'll be right back. See you then. Hey friends, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We are awaiting our top 8 announcement as our final round, round number 16, comes to a close. We got to wait for all the matches to finish, of course, before we get our top 8 and our final standings. There's a look at the convention center here in Amsterdam. It's been an absolute delight to visit the city and see 10,000 people here at MagicCon Amsterdam along with us celebrating the best game in the world. And this Pro Tour has been an utterly fantastic one. Maria Bartholdi here with Frank Karsten, Dr. Frank Karsten, Frankie Numbers. We got to make you another nickname here by the end of the weekend. But we're going to talk through the people we know are in our top 8 for sure. We saw them win on camera. We're going to talk through their deck lists and talk about what might potentially happen for them tomorrow on the Sunday stage. Kicking it off with the first player to make our top 8, Ma Noah, running Mono Black Necro. Frank.
Yeah, this deck is amazing to see in action. Necro Dominance is a cool callback to Necropotence, one of the most powerful enchantments of all time, which just dominated Magic back in the 90s. And this is sort of a fixed version, if you will, though, you know, unlike the original Necropotence, Necro Dominance actually draws cards, so it can trigger Shield Dread. You can Necro down to 1, basically double your life total with Shield Dread, and then you're not just paying life to draw cards, you're paying life to gain life. Now, this deck also has a strong interactive suite. You see Grief, which can be returned on turn 1 with Malakir Rebirth, as well as, you know, your Fatal Pushes, your Thought Seizes, I'm sure is in there as well. And the key part with Necro Dominance is that you still have a chance to cast spells in between the drawing cards and actually having to discard. So you can Necro up to, I don't know, 10 cards, draw a bunch of soul spikes, pitch them. Same deal with March of Wretched Sorrow. That's why there are also a bunch of these modal double-faced cards in there to pitch as black spells. And yeah, once this deck gets going, you can see Necro Dominance for 10 cards, for 20 cards. It really goes wild.
We're hearing large reactions from people out in the audience right now. They're all cheering for Mono Black Necro. Just kidding. Let's take a look at what's going on down there on the floor. Oh, cheers. Cheers, not official, but cheers heading out for Daniel Getchell up here, walking to the stage here of our top 8 area.
Yeah, I think we were waiting for final matches to finish so that the tiebreakers could be calculated. This might indicate that someone told Daniel that he's going to be in the top 8.
We'll see. We'll see.
Gonna be a surprise.
Just thinking back on this tournament, Frank, I know it's not finished yet, but these first 2 days have been utterly spectacular. We talked a little bit earlier this weekend about the history of Modern, this being the 10th Modern Pro Tour that's ever occurred. It's kind of special in and of itself. Where does this fall for you? How do you look at this when you think about the entire history and breadth of Modern Pro Tours?
Well, to be fair, Modern has always been a type of format where you can just play whatever you want, whatever you're familiar with. That has been traditionally the case. This here at the 10th Pro Tour with the dominance of band Nadu might indicate that right now it's play Nadu or try to beat it. Still, in the history of all the Modern Pro Tours, generally the most played deck has not actually won. Quite often it was, a slightly under the radar brew or deck.
And this was so interesting to me, Frank. I had no idea about that before you let us know.
Yeah, even though, for example, like Splinter Twin, that's really an old favorite for the older Modern players. Even though that deck has won multiple Pro Tours, it never was the most played deck in any of those Pro Tours. Only last year, when Rakdos Grief won in the hands of Jake Beardsley at Pro Tour Lord of the Rings, did actually the most played deck win the Pro Tour. Maybe the same thing will happen tomorrow,
yes.
but we're gonna have to see and find out.
Oh, so interesting. Frank's been breaking down a lot of really interesting data and numbers for us throughout the weekend. And this one could go down in history as another amazing Modern Pro Tour that either breaks the mold or keeps it going. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see. But one way or another, Modern is a format that has just gotten into the hearts of players because it features 21 years of cards, and even though the impact of Modern Horizons 3 has been enormous, you still have access to this huge card pool leading to quite a diversity of decks. We saw that with like the other percentage, always super high at Pro Tours, and you can find the wildest combinations of cards still to really make a deck your own and put your own unique twist on it.
Absolutely. Modern, my first favorite constructed format. I was so excited for this tournament and it has not disappointed. It's time finally for our top 8 announcement. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey Loney.
Thank you so much, Maria. 243 players sat down on Friday, hoping to be where our top 8 players now stand. It is my honor to introduce to you the top 8 players of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. In first place, we've got Ma Noah from South Korea. In second place, Eli Cassis from the USA. In third place from Team Sanctum of All, Jason Yee. In fourth from Spain, Javier Dominguez. In fifth place, Simon Nielsen. In sixth place from the USA, Sam Pardee. In 7th place from the USA, Seth Manfield. And from the glorious kingdom of Canada, Daniel Gutschel. Let's hear it for the top 8.
Congratulations to our top 8 players. There they are on your screen. Ma Noah, Ely Cassis, Jason Yee, Javier Dominguez, Simon Nielsen, Sam Pardee, Seth Manfield, and Daniel Getchell. We'll see them tomorrow on the Sunday stage for Single Elimination Modern. Your top 8, everyone. As the sun rose over the horizon on a beautiful Friday morning here in Amsterdam, another horizon was also on the rise. 243 players walked into the building ready to battle at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, each hoping to make their mark on the modern format and take home the trophy as well as the title. Day 1 and 2 kicked off with Modern Horizons 3 Draft, a format bursting with keywords, nostalgia, and giant spaghetti monsters. Just like all the wisest among us, we learned that we may not know so much after all when many at the top tables made waves with less than favored archetypes. But of course, it was Modern where this Pro Tour earned itself a new name. 2 taps of a sword on each shoulder and Pro Tour Nadu was born. Or should I say 2 activations of a certain pair of gloves. Well, after the dust settled, only 8 players remained, and what an 8 they were. Will the winner be someone wielding the big bad bird, or will a rogue deck prove its power to pluck the pigeon? There's only one way to find out. Join us tomorrow morning for the thrilling conclusion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, where we will answer the question, Nadu or Nadon't.